Chapter 161. The First City, 3, Highest Difficulty Tutorial Town, a new morning arrived. As soon as I woke up, I left the inn and began to do my morning stretch. Then suddenly, a loud, ringing voice struck my ears. Oi, what are you doing? I turned around and saw Chiak Yungyong, who was topless. He seemed to have been working out as his body was red and his muscles were bulked up. Just some morning workout. Workout? Ha! You call that a workout? Chiak Yungyong approached me as he sneered. Listen, newbie, doing push-ups is for kids. Pardon. When it comes to training your body, breathing is the most important thing. Got it? To breathe properly. Chiak Yungyong suddenly began to lecture about breathing. I was half ignoring him, but suddenly my mind became clearer. Chiak Yungyong pushed his face closer. Listen, breathing isn't just done with your body. It's done with your mind. The man who was standing in front of me was the famous Chiak Yungyong of the Goryeo era. As the most powerful general in the history of the Korean peninsula, his understanding of martial arts was something no one could argue against. Look, this is what's known as inner core breathing. SSB, Chiak Yungyong began to breathe. It might look like normal breathing, but it was different. I carefully observed his body. As he inhaled and exhaled, his muscles moved along with him. I'm moving the muscles in my body by breathing. Get it? We're on a completely different level of breathing. Chiak Yungyong stood proudly after finishing his demonstration. I watched Chiak Yungyong's muscles for a bit, then muttered with doubt. I don't think I'll ever be able to do this. It'll be hard for sure. There are lots of rookies swinging their swords around claiming they've achieved the one with the sword realm, but they are unaware that becoming one with your mind and body is the hardest thing in the world. But I can do it. Do you know why? No, I gave him an apathetic look, but Chiak Yungyong continued on without minding my disinterest. The strongest man in all of Goryeo, the martial guard who could uproot trees with his bare hands and change the fate of countries alone. Chiak Yungyong hit his chest proudly. It's because that's who I am. He smiled and faced me. His expression contained an ineffable pride and self-conviction. I stared at him silently. Chiak Yungyong's smile turned into a big grin. Are you starting to respect me now? No, I'm just cringing. Isn't that your past life anyway? What? Say that again, I dare you. In any case, I obtained a good hint, breathing through the entire body. Although it was impossible for my current self, I should be able to imitate it using Stigma's magic power. Hajin, at that moment, Jane peeked her head out of the third-floor window. Yes. Do you know how to cook? I think Boss is hungry from all the training she did last night. She wants you to cook for her. Jane, when did I say that? Boss says you're a good cook. She wants bulgogi rice. Jane, why you? I could hear Boss' voice as well. I chuckled and looked at Chiak Yungyong. Let's go shopping. Chiak Yungyong SSI. Chiak Yungyong SSI. Just call me Chiak Yungyong. All right. Chiak Yungyong. You wanna die? Chiak Yungyong and I went out to the busy streets. Isn't it interesting? What is? The scenery here. This place looked exactly like a town from a fantasy novel. Most houses were built with bricks or wood. The only form of transportation were horses and carriages, and there were shops that sold potions and magic supplies. I guess so. Eventually, Chiak Yungyong and I arrived at the town's market district, a long stretch of alleyways filled with street vendors that sold food. After picking the freshest ingredients, I looked up at the vendor. Lower limit, 30 TP. How much for all this? Let's see. Onions, mushrooms, pork, it should be about 100 TP. I think 35 TP should be enough. In this town, talking politely was the same thing as announcing that you were a pushover. 35 TP, that's a bit. Make it 35 TP. Then you can go elsewhere. I doubt you'll find any place that'll sell at such a dirt cheap price. The vendor tried to refuse, but he was an NPC with a low haggling level. It didn't take long for me to crack him. Ehu, fine, take it. Using the intimidating aura Chiak Yungyong was giving off, I succeeded in haggling down the price. Are you done? Yes, let's go back now. Afterward, I returned to the inn with Chiak Yungyong, seeing our hands full with bags of ingredients. Boss and Jane welcomed us. Before I even started to cook, Boss sat down at the table. Wait just a bit. Grade -8 dexterity was more than enough for cooking. Using a recipe I had memorized, I quickly made a 4-person meal. Wow. Oh, you're a good cook, newbie. Chiak Yungyong and Jane expressed their surprise, while Boss quickly ate like a vacuum machine. After our meal, the 4 of us stared blankly at the ceiling of our room. Oi, newbie, what are you doing next? Gambling. No, we went yesterday. I already beat the casino hard. Since they knew my face, I should be on a blacklist, preventing me from entering. If not, I would be kidnapped the moment I entered. Then what are you going to do? I'm going to open up a street stall. Street stall? Jane's eyes widened. Yes. The tutorial town's NPCs had a lot of money, of course. As this town was part of the tutorial, there weren't any LV3 equipment or items. On the other hand, NPCs were LV2 or LV3 at the very least, and the captain of the Vigilante Corps could potentially be LV10 or more. That was because Tutorial Town was located in the basement of the Tower of Wish. In other words, it was one of the first floors created. All NPCs in this place should have lived here for at least 5 years. Why a street stall? Aren't you just going to get scammed? No, as long as you sell above the lowest price. Opening a street stall is actually the easiest way of making money. There's no way for NPCs to force you to sell something. Then what are you going to sell? This. I took out my red crystal axe and red crystal spear. Although they came in handy during the second tutorial, I no longer had any use for them. I'm also going to make more. With the materials in my inventory and materials I could gain from rolling random dice, I plan to make more items. Although I wouldn't be able to use Stigma's magic power under the watchful eye of the administrator, I could make up for it with this special leaf. Equals LV3 Yggdrasil leaf. LV3 blessing of adventure. Your body becomes lighter while you have this item in your inventory. Improvements to your physical abilities. You can grant small blessings to items. Blessings will get stronger the more they have to do with adventures. And actually, there's something I need you to do, Jane SSI. Me? Yes. Really? What is it? Jane tilted head as she pointed her finger at herself. At the end of a street leading to the inn, where not too many but not too few people passed by, I set up a stall. In case I ran into other players, I made sure to have my mask and hooded robe on. General store, from weapons to armors to herbs to fruits. We sell everything and anything. I put my sign down and sat down on the ground, before I could even put down a piece of cloth to put my items on. Hey, who are you? Thugs who were in a union with the street vendors of the same street approached me. I was surrounded by 5 thugs, but I maintained my composure. I got permission to sell here. What? Whose permission? Mine. A deep voice rang out at just the right moment. The 5 thugs turned around simultaneously. Ah, boss. At the same time, the 5 NPCs bowed at a 90-degree angle. Tack, tack. Along with imposing footsteps, the man who the NPCs called boss stood in front of me. I gave this person permission. Ah, our apologies. We didn't know. It's fine. The boss frowned heavily. His eyes of contempt were clearly showing that he didn't want to bother himself with trifling matters. As expected, her acting was superb. I'm not the one you should be apologizing to in the first place. Why don't you buy something from him? Why, yes, understood. With a single command from the man, the 5 NPCs faced me once again. This looks nice. How much is? The first NPC pointed at an armor I put out without much thought. However, in the next moment, his eyes widened. Whoa, HA, isn't this a LV3 armor? LV3? Ha, as if that's possible. Their attention all fell on the armor. This is LV3. I think so. Although NPCs couldn't check item descriptions like players, they had discerning eyes that could appraise the level of most items. But there aren't any LV.3s in our time. Even so, they displayed doubt and suspicion. I spoke. This isn't a LV3 armor. LV3 leather armor with LV3 Yggdrasil's blessing, LV3 defense, LV3 durability, LV3 easy of movement, LV3 Yggdrasil's small blessing increases all effects of the leather armor by 1 level. This blessing will disappear after 24 hours. However, the owner of the Yggdrasil leaf can choose up to 5 armor to receive permanent blessings. See, he says it isn't. I've never seen a LV3 equipment before in my life. It's almost LV4. Exactly. It's only, what? LV4. Yes, you should be able to tell if you look close enough. This was an armor I made in the waiting room using Stigma's magic power, although it felt a bit wasteful to sell it now. TP was much more important at the moment. Here, let me see. Ah, let me see too. The 5 NPCs took turns looking at the armor. Ah, fuck, stop being so selfish. You don't even have money. I do. You fuck. They even began to fight amongst themselves. I looked beyond their shoulders at the boss of the group of thugs. The boss, Jane, mouthed silently. Hajin, don't forget to give me 5%, I nodded. This. I'll buy this. How much is it? It's going to be a bit expensive. How's 500 TP? 8. I can do 800 TP. 1,000. 400. The sudden auction caught the attention of others in the street. More people began to wander over in curiosity, and after hearing that a LV4 item was being sold, 3,000. 3,000. Is that the final bid? Good. 3,000 it is. The leather armor I made was sold for 3,000 TP. The NPC who bought it seemed to be quite wealthy. After checking that the TP I got wasn't fake, I gave him the armor, and the NPC returned with a happy expression. However, the other customers seemed to have no plans to leave. They began to ask all sorts of questions on other items I had out for sale, some of which were LV3 items. The fools who tried to sneak off with my items were caught by Chiak Yungyong and taught a lesson of love. While I was busy dealing with the influx of customers, all of a sudden, a familiar voice rang out along with a gentle breeze. What's going on here? This faint voice set aside the booming voice of all the other customers and landed in my ears. My eyes immediately shot open, and my head turned to the direction the voice came from. There, I saw a girl on her tiptoes, trying to peek at what was being sold. A general store. She was someone I knew well. Her face was one that I could never forget, to the point that my heart stopped a beat when I saw her. She was Ki Nayan. Ugh, move over if you're not buying. Ki Nayan worked her way in front of me. I couldn't say anything. I thanked the mask and hooded robe I was wearing and lowered my head further. Red crystal spear. You have a red crystal sword. I shook my head at Ki Nayan's question. Her voice was still the same as ever. I see. Then how much is this spear? I was put into a situation where I had no choice but to speak. I cleared my throat and changed my voice. 250 TP. 250 TP. I'll give you a bonus too. Ki Nayan fell in thought. It seemed she didn't find anything suspicious with my voice. I thanked my charming voice once again. I really want this, but I only have 200 or no 150 TP. It's true. I understand if that's too little. I can just go to another shop. Her haggling made no sense. There was no logic, technique, or emotion behind it, but I pretended to be tricked. Then you can take it for 150 TP. Here, have this too. On top of the red crystal spear Ki Nayan wanted, I threw in a money pouch which also had a bento box I made for lunch. Oh, I don't need the bonus. How about you shave off another 50 TP instead? You crazy? She made an absurd offer. I'm kidding. Thank you. Have a nice day. Ki Nayan turned around with the red crystal spear in one hand and the leather pouch in the other. Just like that. She walked away. Her steps were light. She must be thinking that it was a haggling technique that cut down the price. I watched her leave for a long time. Her hair was still short and was dyed black. I grabbed my chest. My heart was still beating violently, refusing to calm down. It was then. Oi, answer me. Some man walked in front of me and blocked my line of sight. His face was oily and generally unpleasant. How much is this? He pointed at the red crystal axe and asked. I retorted briefly. 1,500 TP. What? You just sold the spear to that girl for 1,600 TP. What? Why did it go up by 1,700 TP? 5 minutes later. Ki Nayan ran to a nearby bench and sat down. Let's see, it even has a blessing. LV2 red crystal spear with LV3 Yggdrasil's blessing. LV2 burn damage, LV2 fire attribute power. LV3 Yggdrasil's small blessing increases all effects of the red crystal spear by 1 level. Hoo-hoo-hoo. What's this? I bought a half LV3 item for 150 TP. Ki Nayan smiled happily as she read the item description. Looks like NPCs can't read item descriptions. Should I sell it? No. Why would I sell such a good item? Ki Nayan tightly hugged the red crystal spear. Oh, right. Then, she suddenly remembered the leather pouch she got from the street vendor NPC. Ki Nayan opened the pouch without much thought. Inside, she found a warm bento box. Bento box. She checked the item description first. Thankfully, it wasn't poisoned. Feeling hungry, Ki Nayan smiled and took the bento box out. Oh, however, there were things she didn't buy placed inside the pouch. 5 gold coins. Right. The pouch contained 500 TP. Ki Nayan stared at the coins blankly. Thinking about it for a moment, she quickly came to an explanation. The street vendor NPC must have placed the sales from today in it. Clearly, he gave the pouch to her mistakenly. However, looking at the shining gold coins, A flame of greed rose up from Ki Naeun's heart. 5 gold coins, 500 TP. She only had 150 TP on her, and no. It's only right to give it back. You already got such a great item for 150 TP. Don't lose your conscience. Naeun, Ki Naeun shot up and went back the way she came from. There he is. Thankfully, the street vendor was still there. Ki Naeun worked her way through the crowd once again and gave the gold coins to the vendor. I'm here. You left 500 TP inside the leather pouch. What? I came to give it back. Take it. However, the NPC refused to take the coins and instead glanced at the giant man standing behind the stall. Oi, a giant walked in front of her. While Ki Naeun was confused, the man shot back intimidatingly. Screw off if you're going to argue with what you got. And no, I'm not arguing with what I got. I got 5 gold coins with it. These are yours. The giant glanced at the street vendor NPC. Ki Naeun couldn't hear what the vendor said, but the giant sneered and shot back. Screw off, idiot. What, idiot? Say that again. Just leave. Little brat. The giant man raised his arm and threatened Ki Naeun. He must have thought that he could intimidate her away, but in reality, what? Are you crazy? Ki Naeun kicked the man's leg without cowering down. Quack, her foot dug into his calf. UK. A sharp pain coursed through the giant's body, causing him to fall on one knee. Ki Naeun quickly ran away. Why, you crazy bitch? HMPH, I was doing you a favor. She stuck up her middle finger at the giant's threat. I'll remember your face, you little. Only Chiak Yungyung's angry roar rang out in the streets. Chapter 162. The First City, 4. By the time Ki Naeun completed a mission, the sky was already dark. She trudged back to the inn she stayed in the night before. Although she completed a 500 TP mission, she only received 200 TP, and after paying for her lodging, she was only left with 125 TP. Hey, you need to pay another 75 TP. Ask my companion for the other half. Fine. All right, then I'm going back to my room. After walking past the greedy innkeeper, she returned to her room. Lying on the empty bed, Ki Naeun stared at the ceiling. She was tired, but she couldn't fall asleep. In an empty room, she was all alone. Suddenly, her heart rate slowed down and her mood turned sour. Lonely thoughts began to distract her. TK, TK, TK. Rain began to fall. It's raining. She opened the door, thinking that she was perhaps hearing things, but it really was raining. She let out a small sigh. Thinking about it now, the first 2 tutorials were much easier. Back then, she was so physically exhausted that her brain didn't have the time to function. But now that she had idle time, in complete solitude, everything began to come alive once more. Fragments of her memory swept through her head. Her mental illness had gotten worse ever since she entered the tower. Was it because she wasn't eating her pills? Her breathing became rough and her head hurt. UK. An unbearable headache struck her. She clutched her head. Biep. A ringing noise buzzed in her ears. She felt like the strange sound was making her surroundings quake. Ah, fuck. Blood dripped down from the lip she was biting. Things she couldn't understand flashed before her eyes. The conversation from that day rose up in her foggy consciousness. She still had many questions left unanswered. Ugh. If it really was him that did it, or if he was making up an absurd lie, and if it really was him who murdered her brother, why? Why? Just why did he do it? Her questions repeatedly rattled her mind. Resentment and sadness came together and formed a restrictive chain that bound her. Click at that moment. A clear clicking sound rang out. The door to her room slowly opened. Ki Naeun raised her upper body slightly. She could see a man with disheveled hair trudging in. His face was that man's face. Kim Hajin, Kim Hajin, Kim Hajin, the face she could never forget, was now in front of her. She stealthily reached towards the spear standing next to her bed. You're already back, however. Her hallucination scattered away with a single sentence from the man. With a sigh, Ki Naeun closed her eyes before opening them back up. She now saw who the man really was. Why you are sitting in bed like a ghost? Shin Janghak asked. Ki Naeun scrutinized his clothes, as though he spent his day rolling in mud. There was dirt all over his body. Did you make some money? PFT. Is that the first thing you ask? Is this what it feels like to have a nagging wife? Shut up. Ki Naeun encountered Shin Janghak purely through coincidence. When she was looking for a mission to take on in the mercenaries' pub, he had suddenly appeared with a stupid smile. Although Ki Naeun was freaked out at first, she decided to share a room with him to save money. What's this bento box? Shin Jang-hak pointed at the bento box sitting on the bed. Oh, it came with an item I bought. Ki Naeun glanced at the half-empty bento box. I didn't finish it, though. Why? Is something wrong with it? No, it's actually pretty well made according to the status window. Then why didn't you finish it? No reason. It just wasn't to my taste. Why do you keep asking anyways? For the record, I didn't leave it behind for you. The truth was that she couldn't taste it. After that incident, Ki Naeun lost her sense of taste. Ironically, she had overcome her picky taste by losing her sense of taste entirely. For the current Ki Naeun, food was only a method of obtaining sustenance. Also, you bought an item. Are you sure you didn't get scammed? Please, if anything. I'm the one who scammed the seller. Ki Naeun held up the red crystal spear proudly. Is it good? Yep, I think it should be worth at least 1,500 TP, but I bought it for a tenth of that price. Hoo, Ki Naeun made a big smile. I went on a mission with this thing. It cut through goblins like butter. However, Shin Jang-hak didn't react, seeing his serious expression. Ki Naeun smiled awkwardly. Don't force yourself to smile. What? It hurts me to see you like this. What are you blabbering on about? Ki Naeun brandished her spear in front of Shin Jang-hak, who promptly raised his hands and backed away. I'm kidding. Anyways, doesn't that mean you used TP? Yeah, but I ended up making money from it. What? Shin Jang-hak frowned. He clearly had doubts. Seeing this, Ki Naeun took out 5 gold coins from her inventory and told him about the lucky incident she had today. I was going to give it back, but they chased me out while calling me an idiot. Shin Jang-hak normally would have made a snarky comment, but he stayed quiet. Ki Naeun caught him looking at the coins with a complicated expression. So, how much do you have? Ha. As expected, he was flustered. Ki Naeun sneered. PFT, I bet you're poorer than me. PFT. As if, of course I have more than you. Who do you think I am? I'm the man who will become the world's youngest high-intermediate rank hero. Shin Jang, then show me. I'm getting sleepy all of a sudden. When Ki Naeun put her hands out demanding him to show his money, Shin Jang-hak pretended to be drowsy and collapsed on the ground. Ki Naeun snickered and looked down at Shin Jang-hak. Oh, right. Suddenly remembering something, she nudged his shoulder with her foot. If you're going to sleep, stay on the floor. If you try to put a leg over the bed like last night, I'll give it my best, but my only flaw is my bad sleeping habit. Try it if you want to break your leg. Actually, since I slept on the bed last night, I'll sleep on the floor tonight. What? You don't need to. Hurry up and move. Despite Shin Jang-hak's resistance, Ki Naeun dragged him onto the bed. TK, late night with drizzling rain. I closed the stall. Chak Yung left to drink with the teepee he had left, but I returned to the inn, feeling like someone threw a huge rock in my mind. I couldn't bring myself to stay outside. SSB, who? Boss was the only one inside the room. She was sitting cross-legged and was focused on regaining her lost stats. For some reason, her attire was more daring than usual. Wearing only a black tank top and hot pants, her well-developed muscles were being outlined every time she breathed. I quickly walked past her and lied down on the bed. Did something happen? Boss asked with her eyes still closed. No, nothing. Did the stall not go as well as you expected? No, I sold everything. I made a lot. Then did you get scammed? I shook my head. Before going to sleep, I took out 2 random dice for my daily routine. Thinking, good items to sell. I rolled the 2 dice. LV4 krill dragon leather, LV3 big and juicy mango, a good material and a nostalgic fruit from the second tutorial. With these, I had things to sell tomorrow. Then, feeling a laser-like stare, I turned around. Boss was staring at me intently. Heh, I grinned. Are you hungry, boss? No. Boss furrowed her brows with a pout. Do you think I'm a glutton? No. It's just that you were staring at this mango. That's a mango. She showed interest in the mango. Her eyes were clearly flashing with greed. However, Boss soon retracted her gaze and got up with a dry cough. Hum, it's not that. You don't look so good today, newbie. I just get a bit depressed on rainy days. Things that made me angry, things that made me sad, things that made me apologetic for a long time. I've been burying my emotions deep inside my heart. Otherwise, I would only be in pain every day. But when these emotions were subconsciously pulled out, they always came with great distress. Just like now. Anyways, boss, how are your stats looking like right now? To be honest, boss was currently a neat. After I gave her 1,000 TP, She stayed indoors all day without doing any work. She spent all of her free time either eating or training. Since that was the case, she surely must have seen some improvements to her stats. My magic power is at 3.5. Other stats entered the 2-point range too. Oh, even while considering the increased stat gain inside the tower, her growth speed was incredible. This was why division of labor was important. You're like a max level neat. What's that? Boss narrowed her eyes. Max level neat. It meant she was a bum who played around all day without working but could easily dominate whatever she set out to do. It's a good thing. I don't believe you, I'm hurt. I think I need to eat that mango to feel better. Give it here. Boss reached for the mango, but I stopped her by putting the mango in my inventory. For the 10-day duration of the third tutorial, I continued to make new equipment and sold them at my street stall. Because I spent all my time either crafting or selling items, I couldn't increase my stats by much. However, the most important aspect of the third tutorial was money. Since I now had over 20,000 TP, I was more than satisfied. I should be able to buy it now. Today was the last day of the third tutorial. I stood in front of a dilapidated shop in the outskirt of the town. The pouch in my pocket was overflowing with money. Miscellaneous item shop. Although it looked like the town didn't sell anything special, there was actually a shop that sold rather unique items. As the shop that only existed in the highest difficulty tutorial, it could be said that this shop was what made the highest difficulty tutorial worth the trouble. Kiek, with a trembling heart, I walked into the shop. The moment I passed through the door, an aged smell of wood and dust spread out. Ah! The shop was quite battered, and the shopkeeper was reading a newspaper without even looking at his customer. First, I took a good look around. You have quite the collection of items here. The shopkeeper NPC didn't say anything. However, his silence made him more trustworthy. After all, being talkative was one of the key characteristics of a scammer. I pretended to look around the shop once again. LV2 Magic Contract, LV2 Illness Cure Potion, LV2 Speedwell Grass, LV2 Sprite Shield, LV2 Kim Junghan's Claymore. There were all sorts of items in the shop. However, the real specialty of the shop was on the counter. I walked up to the counter and pointed at the egg sitting on it. Is this egg for sale too? An egg with question marks as its item description. The shopkeeper finally reacted. That egg is the egg of a special bird that only lives in this town. It's not something a nobody like you can buy. The man spoke with a husky voice that wasn't hospitable in the slightest. I retorted with a smile. Who else would buy it if not me? That's 40,000 TP. Kid, 40,000 TP. Even if someone knew about this before coming into the tower, 40,000 TP was an impossible amount to acquire in only 10 days. However, this egg was certainly worth every TP. This egg was laid by Munin, a raven that belonged to the god Odin. In other words, this egg was Munin's descendant. Since Munin was the pet of a god, this egg would surely be, well, I actually didn't know the real answer. This egg was introduced as an Easter egg, and was something that not even Kim Suho could buy in the original story. Instead, the sharp NPC would see through his sense of justice and righteousness and gift him a different item. Of course, since I didn't have Kim Suho's disposition, I had to make do with money. How about half of that amount, 20,000 TP? The shopkeeper gave me an odd look. Isn't that reasonable? I don't have any more than that. This egg isn't an item you can sell here anyways. There was no way a 40,000 TP item would be sold. Not even a business guard like you, Yonha, would be capable of earning that much money in only 10 days. You mean to say you have 20,000 TP? Of course. I took out 21,000 TP banknotes from my inventory and showed it to the shopkeeper. His eyes flickered conspicuously. Why don't you take that hood off first? It's rude. Don't you think? Ah, yes, sorry. As one of the only polite customers he would have met in this town full of scammers, I was surely seen in a favorable light. I quickly pulled my hood down. So, do you know what this is? Yes, I do. What is it? The egg of an eagle, I think. The shopkeeper's eyes widened. As I said before, Munin was a raven. But when I was writing my novel, I thought it was an eagle and wrote it as such. Of course, there were commenters who pointed out my mistake, but because it was too late to make edits, I remembered saying something like, an eagle sounds cooler. You have good eyes. You're right. It's the egg of an eagle, but most people won't be able to raise this beast. In fact, they won't even be able to hatch it. Ah, but you see, I'm not really an ordinary person. The shopkeeper gave me a meaningful look. Otherwise, how would I have made 20,000 TP? I received the shopkeeper's gaze and spoke with ease. In 3 hours, the third tutorial will end. On the other hand, in the forest near the outskirt of the town, a wooden tent was barely standing in front of a campfire. This dumb, stupid town. One of the owners of the tent, Aileen, had a haggard and impoverished face after only 10 days. Everyone in this town is trash, every single one of them. The humiliation she suffered all this time flashed before her eyes. Having to eat a restaurant's leftover food, her money being pickpocketed out of her inventory, accidentally spilling a juice she worked so hard to buy on a noble's clothes, and having to kneel and beg for his forgiveness. They were all things she never would have faced on earth. But we managed to get enough TP somehow. Yi was in a similar circumstance, but precisely because of all the trouble they went through, the sense of accomplishment they currently felt was overwhelming. They slept outside, skipped meals, and gave up on living like decent human beings to scrape together 2,000 TP. I know. Hick, Aileen began to tear up. Are you crying? They're tears of joy. Aileen was proud of herself. She was so proud of herself for being able to gather 2,000 TP while her stats were restricted that she wanted to shower herself with kisses. Oh, by the way, they're them, right? Them, the people we met on the first day at the pub. Ah, yes, they should be members of the group Aileen SSI is chasing. Aileen didn't know their names. However, she was familiar with their faces. She met them before in an artifact scramble. With an impeccable strategy, she had almost arrested them both. Wasn't there someone else? However, there was someone else in the pub other than the two people they saw. The person who made me drink alcohol. I'm not sure, but only one person comes to mind when I think of a mask and hood. I agree, Aileen nodded. In truth, she was quite confident, Black Lotus, that he entered this tower too. The third tutorial has ended. Finally, this damn tutorial is over. I'll bet my honor that less than half gathered more than 1,000 TP. Exhausted and enervated, Aileen and Yi leaned on a tree and read through the system alerts popping up. Of 78 challengers, 50 currently possess more than 1,000 TP in their inventory. Congratulations. You managed to protect your profit from pickpockets, robbers, thugs, and scammers. Aileen turned towards Yi. He laughed awkwardly. There's a bit over half, haha. However, the system alerts weren't finished yet. Hidden reward, Profit Master. The profit of victorious challengers will be revealed along with their nicknames, expenses excluded. Top 5 challengers will be given 100% of the profit they gained as a bonus. Rank 1 Extra 7, 21,300 TP. Rank 2 Phantom Thief, 7,800 TP. Rank 3 A. What? Aileen and Yi became speechless. The difference was too overwhelming. It's not 2130 TP, but 21,300 TP. How the fuck is that possible? Aileen cursed inadvertently, mixing Korean and English together. Who is it? Aileen felt wronged. She suffered through one humiliation after another to scrape together 2,000 TP, but someone had earned 21,300. He had to have used a cowardly method. Who's Extra Seven? 3 hours later. A burst of light brought me back to my waiting room. I didn't say goodbye to Jane, Chiak Young and Boss, since we should be able to contact each other soon through the messenger system. Congratulations on achieving first place. 21,300 TP has been deposited. Ah, thank you. Thank you, you did well too. System Nim, I bought Munin's egg with 20,000 TP. Although I was left with only 3,000 TP because of it, with the hidden reward, I obtained 100% of the profit I made, making me rich once again. It was a setting change I didn't expect. I thought the co-author only made things harder, but it seemed I was wrong. A little bonus wasn't so bad every once in a while. Ah! I took out Munin's egg from the inventory as quickly as possible. It was a 20,000 TP egg. I blew on it just in case it was cold and carefully placed it inside my bed. Wondering what cute eagle would pop out of this egg, I pulled my blanket over it. However, that wasn't the end of the good news. Your black entrance ticket has been confirmed. As the tutorial has ended, you may take out 3 items you deposited. It was the alert I'd been waiting for. Equipment that could make up for the stat gain I neglected while crafting and selling items. I kneeled respectfully. I decided long ago what items to retrieve. Ether, Desert Eagle, and my laptop-linked smartwatch. Soon, your equipment storage will be transferred over. Come to a decision within 1 hour. Of course, the Desert Eagle had limited use because of bullets, but there was a reason I was choosing it despite its disadvantages. Jin Sahyuk. Killing Jin Sahyuk. That was the only reason. Chapter 163. Waiting Room Shung. The storage box from before the start of the tutorial appeared in front of me. A window popped up with a list of items I had stored inside. From the list, I picked 3 items to take out. Ether, the armament Ether, will have its battle prowess restricted by 50%. First was Ether. Ether, which I hadn't seen in a while, was sagging down like a sad slime. I reached out to Ether. When I made contact, Ether twitched like a cute caterpillar before trembling and coiling up my arm. I smiled at it and took out the next item. Smartwatch. I put the laptop-linked smartwatch on my wrist. Ether seeped into the smartwatch and made it look more elegant. It looked somewhat like a Patek Philippe watch. Ether really had great taste. Desert Eagle, and finally, I grabbed the Desert Eagle. The platinum handle's coldness and thickness felt too nostalgic. HM. I examined the Desert Eagle, then tried fusing it with Ether. Shotgun mode, sniper rifle mode, assault rifle mode. After trying out each mode once, I was able to confirm that the Desert Eagle had 1 magazine loaded for each form. 1 handgun magazine, 1 assault rifle magazine, 2 shotgun shells, and 5 sniper rifle bullets. That was all I had. System nim. Feeling like this wasn't enough, I raised the Desert Eagle, showing it to the tower system that should be watching over me. The storage box contained a box full of magazines. Of course, since that box had hundreds of bullets in it, I didn't expect to get the entire thing. Even a small portion of it was enough. You see, this is a gun. Although it might be a bit special, a gun can't be used without bullets. I tried to ask just in case. Extra Zevon used LV2 haggling. Extra Zevon's LV2 voice of trust activates. I was hoping that the system was getting such messages. With that in mind, can you give me some extra magazines? I don't need too many. Even after a long time, the system didn't reply. Dejected, I put my hand down. It seemed the system couldn't make an exception. Just when I was thinking so, considering that this weapon is a gun, your request has been accepted. Oh, I bowed respectfully as soon as I heard this message. However, we hope that you will not use the mysterious power you possess at lower levels of the tower. There is a chance that the administrator of the lower levels will consider it an unfair advantage and punish you accordingly. Understood. Thank you, I nodded. The mysterious power was most likely referring to stigma. It didn't matter too much since my use of stigma was restricted anyways. Currently, I could only use 2 streaks of stigma at most. Any more than that, and my body wouldn't be able to handle it. Magazines will now be transferred over. Soon, various magazines appeared in the air. 2 handgun magazines, 1 assault rifle magazine, 3 sniper rifle bullets, and 6 shotgun shells. Since I only wanted some spares, this was more than enough. I put them all into my inventory. After 24 hours of rest, you will be able to advance to the tower's 2nd floor. From now, you may use all system functions. Here is a brief explanation. About the personal waiting room, normal entrance when there are no hostile players nearby or when you are not in a combat zone. You can teleport to your waiting room. Emergency teleportation, no matter where you are what or situation you are in. You will teleport to your waiting room. This function has a cooldown time of 96 hours. Personal waiting room entrance ticket. You can provide other players with entrance tickets to your personal waiting room. Deaths in the tower. After the end of the tutorial, players are given 7 lives in total. Once killed, players will revive at the nearest residential area, and they will receive a penalty that differs based on their circumstance. Note: if you die on the 2nd floor, you will lose all stat gains you've acquired, and you will restart from the tutorial. About the auction house, I already knew everything, and there wasn't anything new or changed from the original setting. As such, I turned on my smartwatch. Then, I stared at the eggs sitting on my bed. I wasn't able to read the egg's information with the current tower system. However, LV6 Munen's egg tower mythical. The egg laid by Munin, the eagle of memory. My smartwatch could perfectly read the egg's item description. As I thought, my laptop was superior to the tower system. What do I do now? 24 hours of rest. Although it seemed needlessly long, it was actually barely enough to utilize each of the system's functions. Currently, members of the various guilds should be having conferences together. Oh, right. I remembered something to do. I unleashed Stigma's magic power at Munin's egg. In case something went horrifyingly wrong and the egg ended up being fried, I infused Stigma's magic power into the blanket, covering the egg rather than directly feeding it to the egg. As a result, the little blanket nest I made for Munin's egg turned incredibly warm. Next, 24 hours. I lied down on the floor as I thought about what to do. Remaining time, 23H35,039s. I couldn't waste an entire day doing nothing. I got up once again. I'll fix up this place until random dice's cooldown ends. Once I get more material using the random dice, I'll start making some equipment. I came up with a plan. Can you please bring up a list of items from the player shop that could be used to renovate the waiting room? I asked the system, which immediately pulled out a list of items from the player shop's miscellaneous category. LV1 marble slabs, 30 TP, LV1 timber, 20 TP, LV1 warehouse, 300 TP, LV1 training room, 500 TP. There's even a training room. I bought the marble slabs. I could make a warehouse or a training room myself. Shoo, a bundle of marble slabs was transferred to my waiting room. Although it was only LV1, marble was still better looking than wood. I began to tear out the waiting room's wooden flooring and began to install the marble tiles. Of course, with my stats being so low, even doing such a menial task took a lot out of me. Your strength increases by 0.003 points. Your vitality increases by 0.003 points. Your strength increases by 0.003 points. Your vitality increases by 0.003 points. Doing the same thing for about 6 hours, I received many similar alerts. If only I had the goblin tablet with me, I murmured as I wiped off the sweat from my forehead, tiring at that moment. A message popped up in front of me. Player Phantom Thief has invited player Extra7 to a group chat. Would you like to accept? Phantom Thief was Jane's nickname. It seemed she figured out how to use the messenger system. I accepted the request. Extra7 Nim entered the chat room. Phantom Thief. Hey newbie, Phantom Thief. There's even a group chat. Isn't this interesting? Gorieo's strongest. Wad up. Phantom Thief. Look at Chiak Yung trying to type. Kolkekenus. What an idiot. Kolkekenus. Gorieo's strongest. The screen is too small for my fingers. You're next to me anyway, so why do I even need to chat? Boss entered the group chat. Phantom Thief. Kolkekenus. Hey boss. Hi. Phantom Thief. Look. Our nicknames are similar. One boss, similar. How? Phantom Thief. Isn't that obvious? Boss. No. When I put my hand up to the chat window, a holographic keyboard popped up. Me, what's everyone doing? Boss, I'm training. Phantom Thief. I'm looking around the community for any information. There's already an anonymous information cafe set up. People sure are quick-witted. It looks like a great way to earn TP. Me, is the owner a djinn, or is he from a guild? Phantom Thief. I don't know yet. I think I'll set up my profile too. Boss, profile. How do you boss sentence cut off mid-sentence? She was quite a slow typer. Boss, do that. Phantom Thief. It's going to be too hard for you. Boss. No matter how well we explain it. Boss, I can do it. Teach me. 9 hours and 30 minutes have passed by. Your random dice has been recharged. I got another random dice at just the right moment. I put the chat window aside and grabbed the random dice. Because I sold everything that could be sold, my inventory was completely empty. Good material, murmuring a wish. I rolled the dice. The dice hit the marble floor and transformed into a shining piece of leather, LV4 black gargoyle leather. Oh ho! It was practically screaming that it was special. 12 hours later, the waiting room of the player, Captain Britain. Rachel opened her eyes on a shabby wooden floor, wondering if the waiting room was normally this cold. She shivered and rubbed her arms. Who? After chattering her teeth for a bit, she let out a sigh. She had woken up from the middle of sleep once again. It wasn't because of the coldness, but because of her body clock. Since she was awake, she opened the community, confirming members of the Royal Court Guild, please leave comments. This was the post Rachel made as soon as she finished the second tutorial. Thanks to this post, she was able to meet up with members of her guild, but there was still one person she wasn't able to meet. Kim Hajin. She wondered what he was doing as there wasn't any news about him. Of course, she believed he was doing fine on his own. Rachel turned off the community and lied down on the ground once again. Without a blanket or a pillow, There was nothing comfortable about her current living space. After waking up once, it wasn't easy to go back to sleep. Although she cleared the high intermediate difficulty tutorial, all sorts of worries rose up in her head. England's current situation, the Royal Court Guild's situation, and the person whose life or death was unknown. In the end, Rachel got up. Working out seemed to be the best solution to shake off complicated thoughts. Who? She bent down and began to do push-ups. 3 sets of 40 push-ups followed by 3 sets of 60 curl-ups, followed by squats, then the Royal Court's basic sword training routine. After 4 hours of training, she accessed the community once again. Public forum, tutorial clear records. Is there anyone with a LV2 sword willing to trade for a LV2 axe? Me. I'll put it up on the auction house. The auction house has high fees, though. Difficulty doesn't matter from the second floor onwards. Right, looks like it. The public forum seemed to be quite busy. In truth, Rachel was also busy until about 8 hours ago. At the time, all 7 members of the Royal Court Guild gathered in Rachel's personal waiting room to hold a meeting. At that moment, an interesting post caught Rachel's attention. There were dozens of people commenting on the post. Everyone. There's someone who earned 20,000 TP in the 3rd tutorial. No way, who? Don't lie, please. No, no. It's already been confirmed by everyone who cleared the highest difficulty tutorial. His nickname is apparently Extra Zevon. Extra Zevon. Yes, people are guessing it's either Vast Expansenim or a member of the 9 stars. 20,000 TP. Rachel's mouth opened in shock. In the high intermediate difficulty tutorial town, she was only able to collect 3,500 TP. Even then, she was labeled as vicious by other players. So to have 6 times as much. Rachel refreshed the page while feeling a bit jealous. Oh, hey, there's a LV3 armor in the auction house. At that moment, a new comment popped up. Startled, Rachel jumped slightly. She immediately entered the auction house. LV3 gargoyle leather armor, J white order. LV2 resistance, LV2 ease of movement, LV3 durability. Starting bid 500 TP. Current bid 600 TP. A LV3 item had appeared when the real tower climb hadn't even begun. Although Rachel couldn't tell what white order meant, it still sounded cool. As soon as she laid her eyes on the armor, she thought, I want it. I want to make that armor mine. With a dazed look, she clicked make bid. On the other hand, player Nayan Jajingman's waiting room. Wow, there's someone from the 3rd tutorial who earned 20,000 TP. Ki Nayan was looking at the same post that Rachel was reading. Ki Nayan already knew that Extra Zevon earned 20,000 TP in the 3rd tutorial. After all, she had seen it with her own eyes. Could he really be Vast Expansenim? However, the thought that he could the famous Vast Expanse had never passed through her mind. Who? Who are you talking about? Hearing her, members of the Essence of the Strait, who were in her waiting room, showed interest. Ki Nayan had let them in using the personal waiting room entrance ticket system. Extra Zevon. Oh, him, the public forum is filled with people talking about him. Did he really make 20,000 TP? This cheerful voice belonged to a former classmate from Cube, Yijun. She had chosen the lowest difficulty tutorial. Ki Nayan retorted briefly. Yeah, I saw it with my own eyes. It was slightly more than 20,000 TP. No way. Really? How the heck did he make 20,000? I'm not sure, by the way. Aren't you being a bit rude? Huh, what do you mean? Don't use words like heck when you're talking about him. Do you think he's your friend? Hearing this, Yijun became speechless. Soon, Ki Nayan retracted her sharp gaze and opened the list of encountered players, a system functionality that was only available inside the personal waiting room. List of encountered players, Goryeo's strongest. Extra Zevon. To her surprise, she saw Extra Zevon in this list. Ki Nayan's eyes widened. However, she quickly accepted it. Since they were both in the highest difficulty tutorial, it wasn't strange to think that they had passed by each other at least once. Clearly, neither side was able to recognize the other. With a small smile, she sent a friend request to her old master. You have sent a friend request to the player, Extra Zevon. You crafted a LV4 equipment. Your LV2 crafting technique improves to LV3. Who? I let out an exhausted sigh. After 9 hours of hard work, I finally succeeded in crafting a LV4 equipment. It was the best equipment I made thus far, requiring the help of both Ether and Stigma's magic power. I called it the Black Messiah's horrible suit. Black Messiah's horrible suit. LV3 resistance, LV4 durability, LV3 temperature control, LV3 stealth, My naming sense sucks. I gave the item a name using the tower system's item naming function. It seemed I went a bit mad when I finally succeeded. But well, I could just change it before selling, so it wasn't too embarrassing. I put the suit on. It was light, yet it stuck to my body. It was a wearable armor that made moving easier. Amazing. It was much better than the failed products I made. At first, I used half of the LV4 material to make a LV3 armor. A complete failure. I gave that one a random name and tossed it in the auction house. If I remembered correctly, that armor was called LV3 Gargoyles Leather Armor, J White Order. Here, the J stood for Jin, the second part of my name, and White Order meant it was a lowest grade item. I guess I'll see how it's doing. Feeling bored, I was about to check out the auction house when, tiring, an alert popped up on my group chat. Phantom Thief. Ah, this waiting room sucks. How am I supposed to stay in here for 24 hours? Jane was complaining. Me, Cork, Canus. Why don't you buy a bed? There's one in the player shop. Phantom Thief, are you crazy? That's such a waste of TP. Oh, Chiak Yung reeks of sweat. The red entrance tickets waiting room was twice as big as other players' waiting rooms. Naturally, it was because two people were sharing the same room. Boss, Jane, you should train like Joan. A beautiful flower only blooms in solitude. Phantom Thief, stop making typos, boss. Me, boss, have you eaten anything? Boss, of course. Me, hold on. I'll send you a ticket to my room. I planned to invite Boss over to my room since it wasn't likely that she ate anything. However, player Nayan Jajingman has sent you a friend request. Suddenly, I received a friend request. Tilting my head, I looked at the alert. It was a familiar ID. Nayan Jajingman. What? I was taken aback. How did he send me a friend request? Didn't I block people from sending me friend requests through the public forum? A sudden suspicion sank into my heart. I hesitated for a moment, but soon I accepted the request. Ding! As soon as I accepted the friend request, Nayan Jajingman messaged me. Hi Nim, what happened? I heard you made 20,000 TP. 1. Their nicknames share the same first character in Korean chapter 164. Jungle 1, player Nayan Jajingman has sent you a friend request. I was taken aback. How did he send me a friend request? Didn't I block people from sending me friend requests through the public forum? A sudden suspicion sank into my heart. I hesitated for a moment, but soon I accepted the request. Ding! As soon as I accepted the friend request, Nayan Jajingman messaged me. Hi Nim, what happened? I heard you made 20,000 TP. Looking at his message, I checked my system setting once again. Allow friend requests through the public forum, off. It was still the same. Knowing that things could get annoying after having my name spread in the third tutorial, I had the friend request option blocked. As a result, players couldn't send friend requests to me unless they were within a 20-meter range of me at some point. Hey, how did you add me as a friend? I messaged Nayan Jajingman as a strange feeling began to rise up within me. Cork, I think we passed by each other in the third tutorial. I saw Hyung Nim's name in my list of encountered players. You're also in the highest difficulty. Yes, Cork. Hey, I took my eyes off the chat window for a moment. My neck suddenly began to hurt. I needed time to think. Only 50 people had cleared the third tutorial, and of those 50, Nayan Jajingman was one of them. Nayan Jajingman. Even though he always said Hyung Nim and talked like a man, the first two characters of his name had always bugged me. Was it just a coincidence, or was it part of the fate that I changed? Hyung Nim, how did you make so much TP? I have mad respect for you. I closed the chat window and typed Im Gasu in the public forum. There is no comment or post under that player name. There was nothing. Next, I typed Nayan Jajingman. Anyone clear the highest difficulty tutorial? The highest difficulty tutorial is filled with scammers. Be careful, everyone. Pickpockets here can also steal money from your inventory. Yep, I got 150 TP stolen from my inventory while walking in broad daylight. Also, there are thugs all over the dark alleyways. They're clearly gunning to steal your money. I don't know if the hardest difficulty tutorial has any benefit. I really am in the highest difficulty tutorial. Screw off if you don't want to believe me. Fuck you too, reading through his comments and posts. Cold sweat began to form on my forehead. I pushed my hair back. A chill went down my spine, and my head became hot. With trembling hands, I tapped on the holographic keyboard. It just happened. You just happened to make 20,000 TP. Hyung Nim, are you really vast expanse? I'm a big fan of him. After a bit of back and forth, I asked a seemingly random question. By the way, are you really a guy? Why? That was kinda sudden. Just asking, you know. Your name is Jajingman. Are you supposed to be a Chinese restaurant? How did a Chinese restaurant clear the highest difficulty tutorial? 1. Call Kekek. Noose, I'll tell you when we meet. Like I said before, I think we're going to meet one day. Nayan Jajangman avoided the question. I didn't dig into it too much. I was afraid that the suspicion I had was real. He sent me a few more messages after that, but I told him I was busy and exited the conversation. At that moment, Boss messaged me. Boss, newbie. Yes, what's up? Boss, do you have anything to eat? Call Kekekekek, didn't you say you had food? Call Kekekek. I was laughing in the chat, but in reality, my expression was stiff. I subconsciously touched my mouth. It was hard and cold. Boss, WL, the player shop has bento boxes for sale. Boss, I just thought I shouldn't waste TP on bento boxes. Oh, okay. Hold on a second. I'll invite Boss to my place. We can eat together. Boss, okay. I sent Boss an invitation. Then, I sat on the edge of my bed and sighed. It was nice that Boss was coming over since I didn't want to be alone. But even after a long time, Boss didn't come to my waiting room. 15 minutes later, a message arrived. Boss, how do I use the invitation letter? Just take it out of your inventory and rip it in half. If there's anything else you don't know, you can just ask the system. Boss, Hangul, caught Kyuk. Noose, okay, soon. A light flashed inside my waiting room and Boss appeared. She stood imposingly with her eyes closed, then slowly opened her eyes. Her eyes widened. Where is this? It's my waiting room. What? Marble tiles, a comfy couch and bed, a storage closet made using the wooden flooring I pulled out, a wooden table, tableware, etc. It was probably very different from Boss' empty waiting room. You know how it is. I like decorating things. Wait just a moment. I'll cook something for you. The final bid has been completed. Yes, Rachel clenched her fists. After 3 hours of fierce battle, she managed to obtain the LV3 gargoyle leather armor, J White Order. Happiness rose up from the depths of her heart. She considered this a strategic victory. She had raised the bid by 500 TP 30 seconds before the end of the auction, causing other players to be too shocked to bid any higher. Who? Rachel collected her thoughts and calmed herself down. The coldness that made her shiver had disappeared a long time ago. LV3 Gargoyle Leather Armor, J White Order, will be transferred to player Captain Britain's personal waiting room. Soon. A cluster of light descended from the ceiling of her waiting room and changed into the gargoyle leather armor. Rachel quickly ran up to it and held it up. The black leather armor was incredibly light and elegant. She especially liked the white symbols engraved on the leather. Hee. Good purchase. Good purchase. Rachel stared at the armor joyfully, then carefully put it on. To facilitate the trading of equipment, the size of equipment will be adjusted to fit your body. The slightly big armor shrunk to fit Rachel tightly. It was so light that it felt like she wasn't wearing anything. Plus, she didn't need to tie the strings together in the front of the leather armor. As though they were polarized, they came together like magnets and tied themselves together automatically. Oh ho, Rachel hummed happily as she looked at herself through the mirror in the waiting room. Then she entered the community, looking to brag. Whoa, Korkek Hanus, the LV3 armor got sold for 3,000 TP. Isn't that too much? Much be someone who's rich. I'd pay that for a LV4 armor, but not LV3. You're just jealous, Rachel pouted and commented. It's actually very cheap considering the tutorial just ended. Hangul Korniun, Enus, are you the one who bought it? Hangul Korniun, Enus, number, you remember what you had to go through to earn 1,000 TP. 3,000 TP is a lot. Ehu, Rachel shook her head. As far as she was concerned, she actually bought the armor cheap. Unwilling to comment any further, she moved on to the next post. What is everyone using their TP for? I bought some furniture for my waiting room, a bed and a blanket. Oh, and some bento boxes. Hangul, Korniun, Enus IT tickets the same for me. It's too hard sleeping on a wooden board. I think it was money well spent. How's the player shop's bento box? Hangul, Korniun, Enus THE5 TP1 is trash, but the 10 TP is actually pretty good. Seeing the comments, Rachel felt a bit proud. She was able to buy the LV3 armor precisely because she gave up on having comfort in her waiting room. In 10 minutes, you will be moved to the tower's second floor. From the second floor, the system's help will decrease. Sunshine. A system window popped up. Rachel called her wind elemental Sunshine, who became a lot smaller after entering the tower. Yee, get ready. Okay, Sunshine entered Rachel's leather armor. As expected, the combination of wind and leather was good. Feeling her body becoming lighter, Rachel prepared to enter the second floor. LV3 Gargoyle's leather armor has been sold for 3,000 TP. You will receive 2,700 TP after a 10% deduction. You obtained 3 auction house trust points. Your trust level will increase to grade -9 with 7 more trust points. Oh, that much? I was shocked when I saw the amount. I even double-checked to make sure I wasn't seeing things. My inventory really had an extra 2,700 TP. I guess people don't know the market price because it's still so early. Of course, there were NPCs that bought LV3 armor for 3,000 TP. But that was only because I was selling in the highest difficulty level tutorial town. Naturally, NPCs in tutorial towns possessed more TP with higher level difficulty. However, LV3 items were common outside the tutorial. It might not be the case now, but it would become common soon. In fact, they were easily acquirable starting from the third floor. That said, the armor I made was most likely the best LV3 armor around. Was it Jane? In the auction house, the buyer's name and the seller's name both remained anonymous. I promptly messaged Jane to ask, and she immediately replied, "I'm not interested in such a thing." Then who was it? Was there someone else who could use 3,000 TP so easily? While I was pondering, a system alert popped up. In 10 minutes, you will be moved to the tower's second floor. From the second floor, the system's help will decrease. Ah, it's starting soon. Boss, wake up. I shook Boss, who was sleeping on my bed. However, she grabbed the blanket tightly and refused to get up. It's time to leave. Boss, you're all. What? Always. What? I yanked the blanket out. Kung. Boss fell on the ground with the blanket. Only after slamming her head on the ground did she open her eyes and scratch her head. Your bed is very nice. Get ready. I began to do exactly that. I wore the LV4 Black Messiah's horrible suit, put the LV3 temperature control robe over my body, equipped the LV2 protection mask. On my face, wore LV3 utility footwear on each foot, and put a LV3 ice attribute dagger made with frozentium on the holster around my thigh. Now this is what you call overgeared. Using materials from random dice, Stigma's magic power and dexterity, I was fully loaded with various equipment. Desert Eagle firepower restriction 60%, a portion of the restriction 10% will be lifted when you reach the third floor. A portion of the restriction 20% will be lifted when you reach the fifth floor. A portion of the restriction 30% will be lifted when you reach the seventh floor. Even with restricted firepower, I had great confidence in my Desert Eagle. Ooh, feeling a gaze on me, I turned around and saw Boss staring at me with envious eyes. Oh, right, there's something for you too. Boss? Oh, Boss shot up in surprise. Really? Yes. Ha ha ha, I see that you treat your boss with respect. So what is it? Boss walked up to me with a hearty laugh. I took out a black robe from my inventory. Thanks to Ether, it was quite beautifully designed. How is it? I like it. It's very good. Boss put it on with a satisfied smile. She even pulled the hood over her head. A system message popped up at the perfect timing. You will now be moved to the second floor. Please prepare yourself. Whoosh, with the feeling of being carried away by wind, my feet touched the second floor's land. It was the start of the Tower of Wishes real stages. I opened my eyes. Boss was standing next to me. Us and 2,000 others were gathered in a huge field. They stared at each other in surprise and soon began to look for their companions. Where are Jane and Joan? Let me see. Oh, they're there. I pointed behind us. Jane and Chiak Young were together, and it wasn't hard to spot Chiak Young in a crowd. Let's go. Yes, we walked up to them. Oh, Boss and Newbie High, hey. Just like how we gathered, hundreds of groups began to form. Hello. At that moment, a man appeared on the other side of the field. His wide hair, unique clothes, and ringing voice distinguished him from other players. My name is Luke. I am the administrator of the second floor. He only gave a simple self-introduction. However, his voice echoed out across the entire field. Nice to meet you, Luke bowed lightly. His respectful tone, formality, and mystical voice captured the attention of all players. I'd love to talk to each and every one of you, but unfortunately, we don't have time. I will cut straight to the main topic. Luke received the gazes of countless players and pointed into the distance. As you can see, the second floor of the tower is chaotic. It is filled with all sorts of frightening aspects of nature. As the administrator said, the second floor's scenery was chaos itself. There was no way to tell if a region was supposed to be a jungle or a forest, a volcano or a glacier, or a swamp or a marshland. I widened my eyes and peered into the distance. In an instant, my 1,000-mile eyes pierced through dense leaves and traveled forward. However, this floor's strange mixture of land wasn't something a grade 7,000-mile eyes could comprehend. Interesting. An impossible terrain. Other players didn't seem all too surprised. In fact, they might be thinking that it was average for a tower of this magnitude. Your goal is simple. Pave through this chaotic nature filled with traps and monsters and find the elevator to the third floor. As Luke continued his speech, I looked around my surroundings. I was looking for one person, Jin Sahyuk. However, I couldn't find her, and instead, I found someone else I was familiar with. A girl with blonde hair that shines like gold and beautiful facial features. But rather than her appearance, the armor that she had caught my attention. Vice leader, where did you get that armor? Oh, it's nothing. It's so pretty. Hoo-hoo, it's really nothing special, contrary to what Rachel was saying. She stood proudly and imposingly. So Rachel was the pushover who bought my armor. I wanted to go say hi to her, but I couldn't because members of the chameleon troupe were next to me. There are 10 elevators hidden in the second floor. Meanwhile, Luke's explanation continued. Each elevator can hold 50 people, which is quite a lot. Unfortunately, they are very slow. Each elevator takes 8 hours to travel back and forth. In other words, once the elevator departs, it will not come down for the next 8 hours. In other words, many players would be staying on this floor for a long time. In reality, it didn't matter all that much. Entering the third floor early didn't have any benefits. In fact, it was better to go there later. That is all. The third floor was the first residential area players had access to. However, it was in extremely poor conditions, so much so that staying in this floor's nature could be a better choice. Oh, I'm sure you all know this by now, but I will explain it once again. When your vitality falls below 0 on the second floor, you will have to start over from the tutorial. After finishing his explanation with a small smile, Luke sat down under the shade of a tree and began to read a book. What are you going to do? We don't have much of a choice. Shouldn't we hold a meeting first? I don't see the need for it. Looks like we only have to find the elevators. Players quickly left. They clearly didn't want to stay in this strange place for too long. How interesting. We should hurry up too. Chiak Yung spoke. However, I didn't follow them. You guys can go ahead. Hey, what are you going to do? I gave a simple reply. I have something to do. I see. Don't worry, I'll chase after you soon. If it's you, I'm sure it'll be fine. All right, we'll go ahead. Boss, Jane, and Chiak Yung went on ahead. They'd chosen to go north. After watching other players leave one by one, I climbed a Zelkova tree. It was to locate Jin Sahyuk from a higher vantage point. I should be able to see everyone from here. By the time I arrived at the peak of the tree, yeah, you should, someone replied to my murmuring. A chill ran down my back immediately. With shock and surprise, I turned to the right side where the voice came from. Amidst the leaves, a man I had met once before was staring at me. Hello. A handsome man resembling Legolas, Jin Sahyuk's acquaintance. He appeared out of nowhere and placed his hand on my shoulder. Are you looking for someone? I quickly jumped down from the tree. Legolas also followed suit. Tack, both of us landed lightly. Good landing, the man applauded. I took a deep breath. I was tense to the point my tongue was freezing, but I knew I didn't need to be scared. Inside the Tower of Wish, I shouldn't lose to anyone. I walked forward silently. Oi, you should answer when someone asks you a question. I'll ask again. Are you looking for someone? He chased after me, after a brief sigh, I stopped walking. Then, I turned around. Yeah, who? I didn't know if he was really expecting me to tell him, but I did so anyway. Your companion. My companion, oh. The girl who fought you before in Busan, the man asked with a voice full of interest. Yeah. Why? Do you really need to ask? I took down my hood. By the looks of it, he already knew who I was. I'm looking for her so I can kill her. In an instant, the man's expression turned stiff. I took out my gun from my holster. The Legola's look-alike, a man who didn't exist in my setting, glared at me, but soon he regained his smile. "You're so cool. Unfortunately, you're going to have to put that off for a bit." I furrowed my brows without replying. The man grinned. "You see, I stole her ticket. I used it instead of her." "What? Her black ticket?" "I used it. I even got something called a bonus skill because of it. Want me to show you?" I was completely taken aback. Considering that he mentioned getting a bonus skill, it didn't seem like he was lying. "Oh, well, I see." I quickly regained my composure. It didn't matter all that much. Although it might have been delayed a bit, Jin Sahyuk would undoubtedly enter the Tower of Wish, and I could always kill her then. In that case, right when I was about to say something, Chwiek Pook, something sharp or blunt struck me from the back. Was it a dagger, an arrow, or a club? I couldn't tell because I didn't feel anything, not even pain. Was this the power of a LV4 armor? "What's this?" I found a dagger lying on the ground. LV1 well-sharpened dagger, a blade without a handle. Seeing this dagger, I realized that I was attacked. "Oh, sorry. Sorry, my companion must have gotten angry. She likes Sahyuk a lot, you see. That's good to know. Sorry. I only told her to stand by and watch." "You don't have to feel sorry." I raised my gun. It was extremely easy for me to pinpoint the location of the attacker using the trajectory of the dagger, above a needle-leaf tree in the north. I fired my gun in that direction. "UK!" Soon, a short scream rang out along with the sound of something heavy falling on the ground. "If you're going to feel sorry about something, you shouldn't do it in the first place." "Right," I muttered. I even added a confident smile. Inside the Tower of Wish, especially at the earlier stages, I simply had no confidence in losing no matter who I fought. 1. Jajang noodle, i.e. black bean noodle, is a Korean-Chinese fusion dish that's very popular in Korea. Chapter 165. Jungle 2. Looking at the man in front of me, I fell in thought. I didn't know his ability. I couldn't detect any change in setting either. Was it because he was too strong, or was it because he wasn't in the original story? But regardless of what his gift was, there was no reason for me to be scared inside the tower. Although I couldn't guarantee victory, I had no confidence in losing like I said before. "I guess you're right," the man retorted. His expression was constantly changing. His glaring eyes were filled with killing intent, and his small smile was like that of a serpent. "I shouldn't do something if I'm going to feel sorry about it." Suddenly, the man's body flickered. Although it happened instantaneously, I could capture the change in his body. His body had transformed into magic power. "Yeah, it was my bad," the man murmured to himself, then suddenly burst out into laughter. The corners of his mouth were practically hanging on his ears. I held up my gun. At the same time, the man transformed into a current of magic power and flew back. What? I wasn't mistaken. He definitely transformed into magic power. However, he was slow enough that I could trace his movements with my eyes. I pulled the trigger. One, two, two bullets passed through his body. On the third bullet, however, I utilized stigma to infuse the bullet with an anti-magic attribute. Oop! The bullet struck his shoulder. His body materialized and fell on the ground. That hurt. Sitting upright, the man rubbed his wounded shoulder. I also remained calm and transformed the Desert Eagle into its assault rifle mode. After infusing more bullets with an anti-magic attribute, I approached him. "The administrator of the second floor, Luke, is watching you." However, I could feel the administrator's gaze falling on me. I flinched slightly but still pointed my gun at the man. "It's not easy having my power restricted." The man got up and sighed. "Ehue, fine. I'll admit it. You're the strongest person in here. My shoulder hurts so much. I can barely move." I could feel sincerity from his words. "I should have brought a gun too. My weapon is so heavy that I can't even hold it yet." The man grumbled and slowly moved. Meanwhile, I thought about the system alert I got. It said Luke was watching. Since the alert wasn't a warning, I judged that it was fine to fire another bullet. While I was thinking, the man had walked over to his companion, the woman who threw a dagger at me. She seemed to be heavily wounded as she was clutching her chest and gasping for breath. "Lacquers!" The man murmured something, and ancient language began to be engraved on the ground below him. "Interesting, isn't it? It's the skill I chose with my black ticket. Mass teleport. You know about it?" The man grinned. "You took the worst one." I shot back coldly and aimed my gun. Really, it sounded pretty useful to me. I had to kill him before he left. carefully infusing Stigma's magic power into the bullet. KWANG, I fired, however. Pillars of dirt shot up from the ground, forming a shield. Tujujudu, my anti-magic bullet, easily tore through the shields, which were created from a mixture of magic power and dirt. But the 12-layered shields halted the momentum of the bullet. Cuck, with its power diminished. The man easily blocked it with his body. Who? It's been a while since I felt this much pain. An exhausted voice rang out from the other side of the shields. At the same time, a spiraling current of magic power signaled the activation of mass teleport. Warning. Luke, the administrator of the second floor, is watching you carefully. A warning popped up. It seemed I fought too close to the administrator. If only we fought a bit farther away. I was confident I could have killed him once. I should take this into account for when I killed YunSeo-jin. I put my gun down. Then I put on airs and spoke as though I was being generous. All right, you're free to go. I'll let you live this one time. A flustered voice came back. I retorted simply, I'm letting you go. I'm quite touched that you stopped to pick up your friend. The man didn't reply. I was acting to hide my weakness, to prevent him from finding out that I couldn't freely use anti-magic bullets in front of an administrator. Thanks. I didn't know whether he bought it or not, but that's what he said. Then I'll let you live once too later. My name is Bell, remember it. Yeah, Shuang in the next moment. Two clumps of magic power shot up into the air. I stood still and watched them fly away. Ehue, I sighed. I didn't expect Jin-Sahyuk to not be here, but this was actually to my advantage. If she was entering the tower 2 months later, that only meant that I had more time to display a more overwhelming difference in power. For now, I concentrated and peered at the direction that my companions took. Kiwu, a large gorilla, was roaring in the distance. Kiwahaha, the man fighting the gorilla was Chiak Yungyong, who was perhaps more gorilla-like than a gorilla. Come, I'll fight you. Chiak Yungyong began to wrestle with the gorilla. But no matter how powerful Chiak Yungyong was, he was fighting a gorilla from the Tower of Wish. Naturally, he was on the losing end at first. He simply couldn't surpass the gorilla in pure strength. Chiak Yungyong's hands interlocked with the gorilla's, and the gorilla began to push him back. It was then. Chiak Yungyong roared like a beast, and his muscles suddenly bulked up. The tide of battle turned, and Chiak Yungyong was soon strangling the gorilla's neck. Despite the gorilla's fierce struggle, Chiak Yungyong strangled it to death. Little imp, don't get so eager. With those words, Chiak Yungyong fell on the ground as though he passed out. Jane looked down at him from a little distance away and shook her head. Do you think he knows this place isn't a dueling arena, boss? Chuckling at Jane's question, I began to run towards them. I wasn't sure if they were purposely walking slower for me or if they were delayed because of the gorilla, but I was able to catch up to them quickly. I'm back. Oh, that was quick. Boss spotted me first. Hajin, what were you doing? Jane dragged out the end of the sentence like we were close friends. In response, Boss gave Jane an odd look. I looked around our surroundings without replying. As the second-floor exploration had only just begun, there were many people within a 1-2 km radius. Ki Naeun was also among them. She seemed to be traveling with members of Essence of the Strait. I purposely looked away from them. Hajin, Boss asked again. Yes. Oh, it's nothing. Have you run into anyone? No. I don't think other players are looking to cooperate with people they don't know, Jane replied. It wasn't too surprising as most players tended to travel with the guild members. For now, let's sit. Sit. Yes. Why shouldn't we walk? In response, I pointed at the gorilla Chiak Yungyong hunted. I want to dismantle this first. Wait for me for just a bit. Do you need to? Its leather is important, and we also need a source of food. We'll be staying here for a long time. Long time? Nah. Chiak Yungyong, who was practically passed out until a moment ago, suddenly shot up and spoke. His recovery speed was quite frightening. Didn't that white-haired guy say 50 people could go on each elevator? He said there are 10 of them, so 2 days should be enough. Can't you do multiplication and subtraction? No, it's not a matter of math. It was a matter of efficiency, ethics, selfishness, and altruism. Each elevator could fit 50 people. However, that was only the maximum number they could hold. There was no condition that said an elevator needed to be full. The administrator said, at most 50 people. Yeah, so if 50 people get on each one, use your brain. You dimwit. Jane stepped in and made my job easier. If you don't need all 50 people to get the elevator going, that means even a single person can leave with it. Exactly. What Shark Yung said was only the best-case scenario, but considering the innate greed and selfishness of humans, it was likely that only 20 or so people would go up each day. In other words, we could be stuck here for over 100 days. I see, but doesn't that mean we should try to find an elevator as quickly as possible? Don't worry, it'll be fine if we're a little late. The third floor was a terrible place. As such, I needed at least 3-4 days of preparation before going up. Ugh, fuck, then what do you want us to do? Unfortunately, I couldn't explain things in detail. Rather than rushing into things, let's take things slow. I sat down near the gorilla and began to dismantle it, skinning the gorilla with a knife, cutting out its flesh, pulling out its teeth. I had gotten used to this process while cutting up fish during the second tutorial. Although it was hard at first, I kept telling myself that I was cutting up clay and it became easier. Of course, a huge gorilla was still more disgusting than a fish. LV1 system can use sanity defense mode. While I was dismantling the gorilla, the tower system suddenly messaged me. Ah, thank you for the suggestion, but I can take this. Why are you talking to yourself? Boss and Jane gave me a strange look. Oh, right, don't yell or get angry at the system messages you see. Why? Jane tilted her head in bewilderment. Well, if you think about it, we should be grateful to it. It's helping us climb without receiving any compensation. When I said that, Jane and Chiak Yung gave me strange looks and took a step back. They were treating me as though I'd gone mad. Only Boss was nodding fervently. Soon, I finished dismantling the jungle gorilla. You acquired the technique, LV1 dismantling. You can instantly dismantle low-level monsters. LV2 jungle gorilla's leather, jungle gorilla's meat, LV2 jungle gorilla's teeth. I put everything into my inventory and got up. Now let's get going again. 3 hours later, Rachel and 6 other members of the Royal Court Guild were walking through a fierce snowstorm. Vice Leader, the snowstorm is too harsh. How did a jungle suddenly change into Antarctica? Oh, I'm freezing. Rachel's Royal Court Guild chose the Northwest Jungle. However, this floor's terrain was too fickle. After toiling through a dense jungle for 3 hours, a large snowfield appeared. Let's stop and rest, Rachel shouted. Her companions stopped and huddled together. They didn't need to build an igloo. Rachel faced the blizzard and took a deep breath. Then, 2 elementals that were visible only to her formed a circular barrier around them. There's just no end to this. We don't know where the elevators are, and we don't really know what's in this place. Inside the warmth created by Rachel's barrier, a guild member initiated a conversation. Vice Leader, I think we should split into 2 teams. The tower's messenger is still functional. As members began to drop different ideas, a system window suddenly popped up. The first elevator has departed with 9 people. Ha! Everyone yelled in shock. 9 people. 50 people could have taken the elevator, but only 9 people had departed with it. 9! Damn it! These fools blinded by greed. Let's split up, Rachel immediately decided after seeing this message. We'll split into the teams we discussed before and locate an elevator as quickly as possible. The first one to find an elevator can send everyone else its coordinates. With that, Rachel took off her armor. Then she gave the 3000 TP gargoyle leather armor to the second team's Captain Davin. Vice Leader, what is this? Wear it, Davin SSI. My team can deal with the cold with my elementals, but that's not the case for you. This armor has a temperature control function, so you can rotate it amongst yourselves if needed. Yes, thank you. Davin received the armor with a moved expression. Now let's go. We need to hurry. Just like that, the 7 members of the Royal Court Guild split into 2 teams. Don't forget to send periodic reports. Good luck. Yes, Your Majesty. Thank you. As the leader of the first team, Rachel went east with 2 other guild members. Just like that, they paved through the fierce blizzard for 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes, after walking for a long time. Wait, what? What is that? One member pointed at the distance. A sharp golden object was shining in the snow. It kind of looks like a snowmobile. Let's go. It might be a hidden piece. With bright expressions, the 2 male guild members walked up to the golden object. Rachel had an eerie feeling, but she soon followed after them. It is a snowmobile. Hurry. Vice Leader, the male guild members stood in front of the mysterious object and called Rachel. A snowmobile. Rachel felt excited hearing that the object was a snowmobile. In this place, a snowmobile was undoubtedly one of the best methods of transportation. Yes, I'm certain. Wait, how do we use this? I got it. I've driven this before, unable to hold back their excitement. The two male guild members touched the golden snowmobile. Immediately, UK, Hoop, PZZT. A powerful spark shot out. There was no way for them to react to the instantaneous mind-numbing current of magic power, and the two men fainted on the spot. Ray, Raffle, David, dwarven supercar. On the other hand, in a jungle cave serving as a temporary base, Jane tilted her head and asked, "Yes, there's apparently an artifact by that name that you can't normally touch. And how do you know that?" "Ah, well, you've seen it too. Right, the administrator was reading a book." "Ha!" The administrator of the second floor sat down under a tree and began to read a book the moment he finished giving an explanation. That was meant to be a hint, being kind and social. Kim Suho would provide Luke company before setting off. He would then spot the book in Luke's hands and ask what it was about. Luke would then smile meaningfully and give the book to Kim Suho. I sneaked a peek. Apparently, the elevators and the supercar are both artifacts left behind by dwarves. Ah, so that's why you're late. What does this supercar look like? It should look like a snowmobile. There were several hidden pieces considered dwarven artifacts. My goal in the second floor was to find the hidden steals along with the supercar. So things will get easier if we find it. Yes, it'll be helpful on other floors as well. Inside the Tower of Wish, horses were the main method of transportation. However, even horses had levels in this place, and low-level horses couldn't be used in areas of battle. Of course, there were famous steeds like the Red Hare, Bucephalus, and the slightly lesser Reckless, but it wasn't easy to obtain such horses. Do you know where to look? No, but I'm confident in being able to find it with my eyes. There should be 3 dwarven supercars on the second floor. Since I plan to give Kim Suho a map of the second floor, there should be no problem with me taking one. Kung, kung. Outside, the sound of huge footsteps rang out. Glancing sideways, I saw Chiak Yungyong, who just came back from hunting. As always, his body was full of injuries. However, his injuries were even worse today. There was a huge cut on his side that revealed his ribs, and something seemed to have bitten off a part of his calf. "Off doing weird things again," Jane remarked as she shook her head. Chiak Yungyong received it with a big grin. I tasted ecstasy inside the boundary between life and death. "So, where's the corpse?" However, he didn't reply to my question. "You didn't bring it again. You should have brought it back if you could." I grumbled as I handed him a potion. It was a healing potion I made using herbs I bought from the player shop. Because I didn't have a proper recipe, it was only a LV0 item, but it was better than nothing. Kyuhum. Chiak Yungyong took the potion as he scratched the back of his neck. "Where is it? I'll go bring it back." "It's not that far. Keep going straight and you'll see it." With that explanation, he gulped down the potion. Then he immediately fell asleep on the ground. Eat, fight, sleep, eat, fight, sleep. If he isn't a beast, then what is he? Jane SSI, take care of the food. You just have to cook it. Oh. Okay, I left the cooking to Jane and went outside. Huh, where are you going? I ran into Boss, who also just came back. Chiak Yungyong left a monster corpse behind, so I'm going to fetch it. Then let's go together. You'll need someone to guard you. Thanks. Boss and I began to walk forward. After about 15 minutes, we discovered the traces of a fierce battle. A huge area in the middle of the jungle was caved in, with trees and grass both crushed. In the middle, there was a huge monster lying lifelessly. He killed a LV3 grizzly bear. The monster Chiak Yungyong defeated was a grizzly bear. Was that even possible barehanded? I was once again awed by Chiak Yungyong's strength. KOONG. I chopped off the bear's head and began to dismantle it. Equals LV3 grizzly bear's head. LV3 durability, LV1 air purifier, LV3 face protection, LV-. 1 hygiene equals even without any refinement. The bear's head was usable as a helmet. If treated right, it had the potential to become a valuable equipment. Using Stigma's magic power, I cleaned the inside of the head and made it wearable like a helmet. As a result, the LV-1 hygiene disappeared. With just this, it was good enough to be a helmet. I put the head aside. I guess I could make a helmet and gift it to Chiak Yungyong. I went back to dismantling the bear. At some point, a satisfied murmur struck my ears. I glanced to the side for a moment, then went back to focusing on the bear. However, I immediately glanced to the side once more. Boss. It looks a bit weird, but it's fantastic otherwise. Boss was wearing the bear head. With her face peeking out from inside the bear's mouth, Boss had a childlike, happy expression. Look, newbie, if I close the mouth, it defends my entire face. Boss closed the bear's mouth. A girl wearing a bear mask was in front of me. I stared at Boss silently. Isn't it cool? Hoo-hoo. From the bear's mouth, a satisfied voice rang out. Chapter 166, Jungle 3, hit me. I need to test its durability. Boss spoke while wearing the bear head. Seeing her triumphant expression, I hesitated for a moment before striking the bear's head weakly. How is it? I don't feel anything. Try hitting harder. Is that all you've got? I raised my hand and clenched my fist harder. After a light stretch, I struck down with full force. KOONG, a small echo resounded out in the jungle. On the moment of impact, Boss' neck trembled and shrunk down. How is it? After staying still for about 30 seconds, her head creaked up, and two deceased bear eyes glared at me. I should probably take them out and use them as glass eyes. Cue 'em. After letting out a dry cough, I went back to dismantling the grizzly bear. Meanwhile, the bearhead's mouth and eyes were glaring at me fixedly without even the slightest movement. LV2 grizzly bear leather, LV3 grizzly bear's gallbladder. Your dismantling technique improves to LV2. You can instantly dismantle monsters LV2 and lower. Monsters you personally dismantle will receive a boost in hygiene. Done. The grizzly bear's meat was inedible because it was too heavy with muscles. As such, I only collected its leather, which could be used to make various equipment, and its gallbladder, which could be used to make medicine. We're done, so let's go back. I got up. However, Boss was still sitting on the ground looking up at me. Was she still in shock from being hit by me? I grinned and grabbed Boss' wrist. Let's go eat. We have deer meat. And you should really take off that bear head. It's not a bear head, it's a helmet. Boss finally opened her mouth. She seemed to be sulking. Afterwards, Boss and I returned to our temporary camp. As soon as we entered the cave, we smelled the scent of savory meat. Boss smacked her lips. Today's menu was deer meat marinated in my special sauce. Oh, you're back, Jane, who was grilling meat, greeted us. Then she tilted her head after seeing Boss' head. Right, she was still wearing the bear head. Boss, did you get eaten by a bear? No, despite what it looks like. It's a good helmet. Boss took off the bear head proudly and gave it to Jane. Jane narrowed her eyes to examine the bear head's item description. Wow, it's LV3. Isn't this the same as the armor newbie sold on the auction house? Yes, but the one I made is better. Not all LV3 items were the same. There was a reason that the Hero Association evaluated heroes with a rank and a grade. For example, the difference between Intermediate Rank Grade -9 and Intermediate Rank Grade -1 was huge. Even 6 Grade 9s were unable to defeat 1 Grade -1 unless the Grade -1's gift was directly countered. This difference only became bigger between different ranks. In this sense, the gargle leather armor I made could be considered a Grade -1 item, and this bear head could be considered a Grade -9 item. I see, Jane nodded. At that moment, Boss quickly snatched the bear head out of Jane's hands and immediately put it away in her inventory. It seemed she liked it a lot. All right, let's eat. I cooked a lot. Yes, we gathered around the frying pan and burner where the deer meat was being cooked. These are done right. Yes, go ahead. Boss, I respectfully let Boss take the first bite. Boss nodded and put the deer meat in her mouth. As the cook who marinated the meat, I enjoyed seeing Boss eating with a happy face. Next was Jane. After chewing on the meat a few times, her eyes widened. Oh, she Kuhum, this is amazing. You made this sauce here. Yes. Wow, oh. Then is it not worth spending TP to buy bento boxes from the player shop? Bento boxes. Well, they're only for the tutorial anyways. You shouldn't be able to buy them now. The player shop's bento boxes were called Tutorial Bento Box. What? Really? Yep, you can check it easily. Food was an important aspect in conquering any tower. The Tower of Wish had residential areas that sold food, but on mission floors like the second floor, food became one of the most important factors. After all, starving to death and being killed in battle had the same result. In this tower, dying meant that the number of skills you could bring back to the real world decreased. Depending on how you died, it was possible to lose all 7 lives simultaneously. Simply put, it was best to not die. You're right. They're not being sold anymore. Of course, I didn't really worry about the bento boxes. LV2 dismantling. LV3 cooking, LV3 crafting, random dice. With these four, I never had to worry about starving. I picked up my chopsticks and grabbed a piece of deer meat. It was delicious, just as I expected. I could practically feel my HP going up. Hey, why can't I access the public forum? What? Really? Hearing Jane. I tried to access the public forum. You cannot access the public forum in mission floors. Oh, another setting had changed from the original story. However, I didn't look at my smartwatch. There were way too many changes to the tower, most of which were minor. They were also all things I could ask the system. You didn't know about it? No, really, I thought you knew everything. Haha, it's not like I'm the master of this tower, KUAA. At that moment, the roar echoed out in the cave. It was almost as though a drunk man just woke up from his sleep. It was Chiak Yungyong. Having woken up, Chiak Yungyong stretched and walked over to us. Then, he quietly grabbed a handful of deer meat and stuffed it in his mouth. Got any more? Hold on. I took out another chunk of meat from the inventory. Since Boss took the bear head, I planned to give him. I should at least feed him well. TSSS. Hee, it's looking great. Chiak Yungyong stared at the meat being grilled and grinned. While Chiak Yungyong ate, I began to pack up the items placed around the cave. Since we stayed here for a long time, it was time to get going again. Oh, I'm stuffed. 7 minutes to cook, 1 minute to eat. Chiak Yungyong swiftly finished his meal and got up. Then let's get going. All right, okay. Jane stretched and Boss put on the bear head helmet. Just like that, we left the cave and walked through the jungle, man-eating plants, gorillas, giant mosquitoes, etc. While defeating all sorts of monsters, we looked for an elevator. Oh, before we noticed, our surroundings had changed. It was like we passed through a barrier that separated two regions. The greenery on the ground instantly changed into white snow. Taking a step back didn't change anything. It was almost as though we were transported to a different area. Where are we? It looks like Antarctica. How mysterious. We were just in a jungle. A fierce blizzard was blowing in the snowfield. The area's freezing temperature made it as though the hot, humid jungle we were just in was all a dream. Same time, a blizzard was blowing endlessly in the bitter cold. Rachel used the power of her elementals in full force and barely managed to finish an igloo. She brought her two fainted guild members into the igloo and put a couple of blankets over them. Your strength increases by 0.005 point. Your stamina increases by 0.005 point. Your special stat, elemental affinity, increases by 0.005 point. Stat increase alerts didn't make her all that happy. Rachel looked down at the two guild members with mixed feelings. They had fainted the moment they touched the snowmobile. Thankfully, they were still alive. Rachel opened the messenger. Communication is being hindered by the mission floor's natural phenomenon, snowstorm. However, it was still unfunctional. Ha! Rachel sighed and turned back to her guild members. They were lying on the ground like corpses. The tower's system said that each player had 7 lives, but also that there were penalties involved with dying. As the vice leader of the Royal Court Guild, Rachel couldn't let her guild members die when she didn't know what the penalties were. Her stomach growled. Rachel opened the player shop as she rubbed her belly. She had already eaten all the emergency food supply provided by her ticket, but since she still had 500 TP on her, she wasn't worried about food. With that in mind, she clicked on the 5 TP tutorial bento box. As the tutorial ended, the tutorial bento box may no longer be bought. Hey, her eyes widened in shock. Why now? Hoping for the best, she clicked on the 10 TP bento box. However, it was the same. After trying to buy food multiple times, she realized that there was only one bento box available in the player shop. Emergency bento box 200 TP. It was a bento box worth 200 TP. Ugh. She covered her face and stomped on the ground. 200 TP for a single bento box. She felt like she was being punished for spending 3,000 TP on an armor. Like the saying went, bad things came all at once. The current situation was too much for the mere 20-year-old vice leader to handle. Who? I can do this. Cheer up. Rachel lightly slapped her face. She didn't know when the blizzard would stop, not knowing when the two guild members would wake up. She felt she needed to go find food. With a plan in mind, Rachel left the igloo. The fierce snowstorm seemed to swallow up her senses, but she forced herself to walk through the snow. She was able to endure the bitter cold with her fire elemental Fiery's help. After courageously walking through the snow for a while, she suddenly came to a stop. Along with her sudden halt, The snow around her feet slid forward and fell off a steep cliff. A huge crevice was in front of her. I almost fell. Rachel breathed a sigh of relief and looked down at the crevice. Ah, over there, under the 15 feet tall crevice, she discovered a golden elevator. It was easy to spot because of its color that contrasted with the snow and its unique shape that couldn't be anything else but an elevator. However, her joy only lasted for a moment. Soon, she bit her lips bitterly. Email protected, number, email protected, percent number, and email protected, and email protected. Number at number, another group had already taken over the elevator. Rachel examined their faces. Thankfully, they were people she recognized, as they often appeared on Korean news. They were members of China's #1 guild, Empire of Glory. Unfortunately, they seemed to have met up with the rest of their guild members as they were preparing departure. Ah, wait, Rachel hurriedly shouted as a result. 8 people looked up at her from the ground. Upon secondary inspection, Rachel saw pride and joy on their faces from being able to overpass their competitors. Her intuition told her that they wouldn't wait for her or her group. Don't stay quiet after calling out. If you want to come with us, you should hurry up. The man suspected to be their leader reached out to her. Rachel was able to sense lust from the man's eyes. Thank you for the offer, but I have comrades who fainted. Ah, I see. But if you're not alone, I don't think we can wait. Who knows how many people will come here if we do. However, his look of lust disappeared in front of his competitive spirit. Seeing him coldly turn around, Rachel hurriedly shouted. She used her only negotiation tool. I understand, so I'm willing to pay 500 TP. No, I'll pay 1500 TP for my 2 comrades too. Hey, vice leader, do we look like beggars, despite how we look? We're one of the best in China. I also have a LV3 armor, although I don't have it on me right now. Oh, you were the fool who bought the gargoyle's leather armor, ha ha ha. F fool. Anyways, good luck with your passed-out friends. We'll go on ahead. Despite having offered everything she had, Rachel was met with ridicule. The 8 people walked into the elevator, and soon, the door closed shut. Ah, woom, the elevator gave off a resounding vibration and shot up into the sky. Rachel could only stare at the elevator leave. Alert, once activated, an elevator will reappear in a random location. Rachel despaired once more at the system alert. Tack, tack. At that moment, the sound of footsteps rang out. A human. Her guess was half correct. Turning around, she saw a strange half-human, half-beast monster. It was a monster commonly found in cold regions of Earth, a yeti. Rachel quickly raised her rapier. It was a level 1 sword she bought in Tutorial Town, but it was the only thing she could rely on. LV3 Baby Yeti, a LV3 monster. It was the highest leveled monster she faced since entering the tower. The Yeti glared at her and bared its fangs. Rachel didn't have much time to think. The Yeti's mind seemed to be coded with the command, kill all humans. As it quickly charged towards her in the blizzard, Rachel quickly jumped to the side and dodged the Yeti's charge. KUOO. The Yeti's enraged roar rang out. As it charged towards her once again, Rachel decided to fight it. However, its movements were smarter this time. It leaped up using its powerful legs and instantly descended on Rachel. KOONG. Along with a destructive fall, the Yeti brandished its fists. Rachel dodged the Yeti's attack with the help of her elementals and attacked openings in the Yeti's defense. She wasn't sure if her attacks were effective, but she could still say that the fight was evenly matched. Clang, clang, the steel rapier clashed with the Yeti's fists, producing ringing echoes. Rachel's acrobatics-like swordsmanship dealt with the Yeti gently, and the Yeti was unable to come out ahead. However, Rachel knew that she couldn't drag out the fight. The Yeti was in its native environment, whereas Rachel needed to expend magic power just to stay warm. GUO. The Yeti's rage exploded first before Rachel's worry had any meaning. Annoyed by Rachel's constant dodging, the Yeti roared and swung its arm in a wide arc. Rachel decided to use this opportunity to strike. But almost as if it had led her on, or as if it had a powerful battle sense encoded in its DNA, the Yeti lifted its foot and kicked Rachel's rapier away. Clang! Seeing her rapier fly away, Rachel clenched her fists. Using the gum if toothless, she infused elemental power in her small fist and punched. KOONG. Along with her simple punch, a huge sonic boom rang out from the distance. If she wasn't paying attention, she might have thought the sound came from her fist. Regardless, the sudden attack drilled a huge hole in the Yeti's chest. and its flesh and blood splattered on Rachel. Rachel stood blankly in a daze. The Yeti had stopped moving completely. Soon it fell forward. Beyond the fallen corpse of the Yeti, Rachel spotted her savior, a man wearing a black hood and all sorts of equipment. Even at first glance, he looked extremely warm. Who? Before she could finish her sentence, the man pulled his hood down. When Rachel saw the man's face, her jaws dropped open. Rather than surprise or delight, she first felt a sense of ease. He spoke. "Nice to see you again." Ah, as Rachel originally thought, there was no way that he could have died in the tutorial. In fact, seeing the robe, armor, mask, and other equipment he was wearing, Rachel felt dumb for ever worrying about him. In fact, he was doing far better than her no matter how she looked at it. Seeing the smiling Kim Hajin, Rachel became lost in thought. Chapter 167. Change. 1. It wasn't a coincidental meeting, as I ran here as soon as I saw an elevator flying up and heard a girl's scream. Rachel seemed to be in danger, so I had to use 3 of my precious bullets, but I decided not to regret it too much since a Yeti's horn was a good material. In any case, after our reunion, Rachel led me to her igloo. "Come in. It's surprisingly warm." "Thanks. No, never mind." It seemed she had many questions to ask. However, she didn't dig any further, and I entered the igloo without saying much. Inside, there were 2 other people who seemed to be in poor conditions. What happened to them? They suddenly fainted. Suddenly, Rachel nodded. Yes, they touched a snowmobile and suddenly, snowmobile, I interrupted Rachel. There was only one thing a snowmobile could be referring to. Why, yes, a snowmobile. Where? You shouldn't touch it. You'll become like them if you do. I think it's a trap. Rachel's expression darkened. I of course knew about the fainting. If they touched a dwarven artifact barehanded, they should be passed out for about 2 days. Don't worry, I know how to handle it. I planned to use the Book of Truth if I really couldn't find one on my own, but it seemed I could reserve the Book of Truth for finding the steals. How? Where? In the book the second floor administrator is reading. Well, I'll explain later. For now, before heading out to find the dwarven artifact, I took out the jungle gorilla's leather from my inventory. Here, this should keep them warm. Ah, thank you. Rachel put the leather over her guild members as soon as she received it. They looked a bit like corpses in a morgue, but they looked warm. Judging by the color of their faces, they should be waking up soon. That's what I'm hoping. I smiled reassuringly. Touching the snowmobile without preparation caused one to faint for at least a day, but it wasn't life-threatening whatsoever. Then let's go find the snowmobile. Do you remember where it is? Rachel still looked worried but nodded anyway. Yes, I can ask my elementals for direction. I arrived in front of the snowmobile with Rachel. Buried under the blizzard, only a vague outline of it remained. I wanted to claim it for myself immediately, but now that I was here, there wasn't much I could do. In truth, this hidden piece was rather easy to find. The second floor was only as big as Daegu Metropolitan City. Not only were there 3 of them on the second floor, but they were also extremely noticeable. However, this hidden piece had a barrier surrounding it. Touching it thoughtlessly immediately caused one to faint. Although Kim Suho could cut the barrier apart with his sword Saint Gift, I had nothing of the sort. I want to see Suho. Suho, you mean Kim Suho? Rachel tilted her head at my murmuring. Yes, it's been 3 years since I last saw him. In truth, I did see him from the distance a few times. I asked Yu Yonha to gift him medicine, even going as far as tricking him into thinking they were vitamins, since Kim Suho didn't like getting stronger through medicine. Although the sender of the gifts was always anonymous, he probably knew it was me who sent them. Maybe, after mulling over it for a while, I came up with an idea. I immediately turned on my smartwatch. Device Link, my laptop's newest function. Device Link. Broadly speaking, this dwarven artifact was an equipment. Search nearby device. I swallowed hard and clicked search. Searching for devices within 300 meters. Search complete. 1. Dwarven supercar. This device has no owner. Would you like to set its owner to Kim Hajin and link to it? I was only half sure that this would work, but thankfully it did. I clicked yes. Setting its owner and linking to it requires 200 SB. Would you like to continue? 200 SB. It wasn't cheap by any means, but this artifact was something I could ride until the 7th floor. It was certainly worth its cost. As such, I clicked yes once again. Woom, in an instant, golden light shot up from the snowmobile. This blinding light spread warmth in all directions and melted the snow and ice nearby. Just like that, the supercar revealed itself. It had a black body engraved with golden symbols and was big enough to seat 3 to 4 people. It operated without wheels and by resonating with mana, truly making it a mystical dwarven artifact. With the transfer of ownership, dwarven security barrier has been deactivated. Now the barrier was also gone. I hopped on the snowmobile, which seemed to have a heating function as the seat was warm. Ah, be care. Hey, are you okay? Yes, this is part of my gift. I gave a brief explanation to Rachel, who looked at me with a shocked expression. Get on, Rachel SSI. I'll drive you to the igloo. Can I ride it too? Of course, you won't get hurt, so don't worry. Rachel blinked a few times, then got up behind me. Let's go. Whying, driving the dwarven supercar wasn't too different from driving a normal snowmobile. Using the path we took to get here, we went back to the igloo. The 30-minute walk was reduced to 3 minutes. Oh, I'm sorry about this. After dropping Rachel off at the igloo, I scratched my neck feeling sorry. Rachel was the one who found this artifact, but I was taking it for myself. Rachel smiled brightly. You don't need to feel sorry at all. I wouldn't have been able to use it anyways. But still, I walked into the igloo and took out a LV1 wooden storage box. I'll give you this. Rachel looked back and forth between me and the storage box. It's a storage box. I made it in the jungle. I put an ice attribute setting on it, so it should function as an ice box too. I opened the storage box. There's food inside. It's marinated deer meat. You can just pan fry it. Food. Rachel's eyes shone as she looked inside the storage box. Sniff, sniff. She smelled the sauce used to marinate the meat. Ah, thank you so much, Hajin SSI. Then she expressed her sincere, heartfelt gratitude. I answered with a small smile. Afterward, Rachel sat down on the floor. I'm fine, so you can go. Your comrades must be waiting for you. Growl, Rachel's belly growled. Her face flushed red, and she quickly took out a frying pan and a burner. Tack, tack. She turned the burner on and put the frying pan on it. Would you like to join me? No, I'm fine. I already ate. Rachel looked at me fixedly. Then she nodded and placed 3 small pieces of deer meat on the frying pan. You should cook more. You must be starving. I have more guild members than just these 2. I need to save some for them. I see. Then I'll take my leave. You can send a friend request later. My ID is... I paused. My ID was Extra 7. Extra 7, but if anyone asks, don't tell them my ID. Got it. Rachel didn't ask for a reason and simply agreed. Wait, Extra 7. Then, as though she suddenly remembered something, her eyes shot open. The one who made 20,000 TP is... Yes, that's me. Ah, right, then that equipment, with 20,000 TP, she murmured to herself. It seemed she came to some sort of a conclusion. I grinned as I left the igloo. The blizzard was still blowing as fiercely as ever. I put on my hood again and jumped on the dwarven supercar. For now, let's go to boss. I took out a GPS receiver, which I bought from the player shop before separating from the others. Although it cost 700 TP, I considered it a good purchase as it could be used indefinitely. No one GPS northeast. 680 million. Boss GPS wasn't too far away. I stepped on the accelerator and the dwarven supercar charged through the snow. Feeling the refreshing air provided by the speed of the supercar, I crossed 680 meters in exactly 20 seconds. In any case, as soon as I stopped the dwarven supercar, I heard Boss' voice. I turned northeast from where I was standing. 1,000-mile eyes pierced through the curtain of snow, hindering my vision. You have 7 lives in this tower. I could see Boss, figure standing in the snow. However, she wasn't alone, but surrounded by 4 to 5 people. So I'm sure dying once won't be a big deal. Kahaha, Boss, warning was only met with sneers and ridicule. What? You're going to kill us? Do you think we'll just stand here and do nothing? Why don't you take off that bear head? Or do you want us to do it for you? She had run into thugs. I quickly raised my desert eagle. However, I had no chance to intervene. Chwok, the shadow underneath Boss, shot up. Black magic power formed the shape of a blade and pierced the neck of one of the more talkative men. Cuck, W what? F fuck, H hey, just kill her. The thugs quickly jumped back and unleashed their magic power, but Boss' application of magic power was too extraordinary. After easily neutralized the thug's magic power blasts and even reversing the spell used by the magician, she counterattacked with her shadow blade, tearing their limbs apart. Kuak, Kuak, Screams of despair and pain, and the sound of bones breaking and flesh being torn apart rang out. A shadow danced above a white field of snow, with blood and internal organs of humans flying in all directions. The situation came to an end in just a minute. Ha! Silence returned to the snowfield. Amidst severed body parts, Boss let out a tired sigh. There was a single drop of blood on her white skin, which looked especially cold. Boss, I called out. At that moment her shoulders slightly flinched. Under the fiercely blowing blizzard, Boss turned around. Her eyes were slightly flickering as she stared at me. However, she soon returned to her usual self and muttered, "You're back." Yes, it was quite a spectacle, I joked. However, Boss didn't react or say anything in response and simply walked past me. Tack, tack. Walking forward in the white snowfield, she left behind a trail of blood. Her footsteps were elegant and powerful but lonesome. I followed her silently. Wish. The wind blew coldly. I tried my best to ignore the bear head helmet she was wearing. Chameleon Troop, on the other hand, Yu Yonha was in the outside world, having a video call with Yu Jinhyuk. Yeah, Yu Jinhyuk finally revealed a new piece of information to Yu Yonha. She decided not to ask whether he had been hiding it or had just found out. By the way, are you not entering the tower? It's hard for me to find the time. It apparently takes a month to finish the tutorial. I'm sure you don't need me to explain further. Past the video call screen, Yu Yonha was looking at news regarding the Tower of Wish being reported. People returned from the tower after clearing the tutorial by buying some sort of a ticket, and those who died without being able to clear the tutorial. News regarding them was causing a stir. Yeah, that makes sense. Anyways, please continue with what you were saying. With Yu Yonha asking, Yu Jinhyuk continued. Right. Well, I think this chameleon troop is the group behind the Kwang-o incident orchestrated by Ki Juchul. Yu Yonha strained her ears with a stiff expression. The assassin hired by Ki Juchul and commanded by Yu Jinwoong. Yu Jinhyuk was currently telling her the identity of this assassin. The problem is whether this chameleon troop is the same as the current one. Yu Yonha stared at Yu Jinhyuk silently. Her eyes were demanding an explanation. Before talking about this any further, Yu Jinhyuk first surveyed his surroundings. There was only a single fly sitting on his window. Jesus, how can a fly be that big? Hey, hey, chase that thing out. You don't have to worry about a fly. It's just too big. What the heck? Did it come back? Geez, just ignore it. You're in North Hamgyong province. No one knows about that place anyways. Oh, it's gone. Okay, I won't say it again, so listen carefully. After chasing the fly away, Yu Jinhyuk let out a dry cough and began to talk about the chameleon troop, a mysterious group that appeared 30-50 years ago. An unknown goal, unknown members. Using the traces they left behind, you could only guess that they were a crime syndicate with at least 10 powerful members. But you see, back in the day when I was hot stuff, chameleon troop's leader died. Died. Yeah, I think it was Ki Juchul who killed him, but I'm not exactly sure. Now, look at the terror incidents that have been happening in Pandemonium. Yu Jinhyuk put up data regarding terror incidents in Pandemonium. Although terror incidents weren't rare in Pandemonium, what made the ones shown on the screen unique was the Black Lotus symbol. The chameleon troop must have picked a new leader and resumed their activities. So who's their new leader? I don't know, but this is where Kim Hajin you love comes in. Love, we're just allies. Anyways, it was a young girl who dropped Kim Hajin off at an orphanage. Yu Jinhyuk had seen this with his gift. I'm almost 100% positive that this girl is a member of the chameleon troop. In other words, Kim Hajin will be looking for the chameleon troop in the future. Yu Yonha nodded. She agreed with what he was saying. If things are as you say, it's really complicated. Yu Yonha drew a map in her head. Ki Juchul equals A. The chameleon troop's previous boss who carried out the Kwang-o incident equals B, now deceased. Working with B. The young girl who brought Kim Hajin to an orphanage equals C. C is surmised to be a member of the current chameleon troop. A total of 4 main characters. A, B, C, and Kim Hajin. It's too complicated. It is. Kim Hajin is only a small fish compared to these giants. That's why it looks and feels so dramatic. Dramatic? How? Think about it. Yu Jinhyuk suddenly put on a weird face and shouted, Ki Juchul, the child you tried to kill has come back alive. What? However, Yu Yonha only frowned. Ki Juchul will end up being killed by a main character he wasn't even aware of. An extra, if you will. Yu Yonha crossed her arms without replying to Yu Jinhyuk's nonsense. She then thought of Ki Juchul. Ki Juchul, the immortal, the owner of Dihyun and an undoubtable giant of Korea. She had the feeling that it wouldn't be long until she would face off against this giant. Part of the reason was the increased pressure from Ki Juchul as essence of the strait continued to grow. But Ki Juchul's granddaughter is your friend and subordinate. She's my friend only. But be careful. Ki Juchul isn't someone who would care about his granddaughter. Yu Yonha nodded. Even if Ki Naeun was her friend and a hero of essence of the strait, if a day came where she had to swing a blade against Ki Juchul, if a day came where she had to fight him head-on, she would never hesitate. Same time, chameleon troops hideout, in a room called Droon's Playroom, which Kim Hajin made with special care. What an interesting story, Droon stretched big. In his eyes, the conversation Yu Yonha and Yu Jinhyuk had was being replayed. Is my mission over now? In the past, Boss and Jane tried to employ several information guilds to look into Kim Hajin's past. However, they had failed every time. Droon, who was investigating Kim Hajin's past independently, made an unexpected harvest. Well, calling it a harvest was a bit misleading. It was the only result he obtained from Mimio's 133-day stakeout. Should I tell them? Droon pondered. Mimio, who was disguised as a fly, brought back an interesting conversation. Regardless of whether it was true or false, things were sure to become touchy once either side found out. Nah. After mulling over it for a long time, Droon shook his head. Everything they talked about were speculations. Telling Boss or Hyung about it will only cause problems. Droon didn't want Boss and Kim Hajin to fight yet. Hajin Hyung made this playroom for me, and Boss took me in. Yep, that's right. Droon grinned and came to a decision on his own. But if everything is true, but he couldn't help but think of this possibility, if everything Yu Jinhyuk said were true. The young girl who dropped a baby off at an orphanage. If Hajin Hyung really was this baby and Boss was this young girl, then Boss killed Hajin Hyung's parents. Yikes, how scary. Trembling at just the thought of this brutal truth, Droon quickly hid under his blanket. Chapter 168. Change 2. After commanding the dwarven supercar to follow us, I walked with Boss. We walked forward inside the snowstorm without a clear destination. SSK. SSK. The sound of our feet touching the snow vividly resounded. It was then Boss asked fleetingly, "What do you think?" She sounded gloomy. I wasn't so insensitive as to not know the meaning of her question and tone. Still the same. In the past, Boss asked me what I thought about murder, that to be with her, I would have to kill many innocent people. My answer was still the same as it was back then. I'm a murderer too. Whether someone is beaten to death, shot to death, or cut up into bits and pieces, the result was the same. Boss stopped. Behind her small shoulders, I also stopped. Perhaps she was afraid that I was disappointed. After all, she had never killed anyone so brutally in the 3 years we worked together. I see. Boss left behind these two words and began walking again. They'll be revived anyways, though they'll have to start over from the tutorial. In truth, being dismembered was a rather severe way of dying. Those thugs should have lost 2-3 lives from it. Also, with the pain they must have suffered, they wouldn't be able to avoid mental trauma either. But they were the ones who started it in the first place. Boss had given them a chance to back down before it was too late. They were probably Jins anyways. I heard about 500 tickets were released in Pandemonium. Yeah, Boss muttered. She didn't sound as dejected anymore. This was probably the right time to show her my new artifact. I called the dwarven supercar over. Shun, seeing the supercar slide towards us. Boss became startled and unleashed her magic power. What is it? It's mine. It's our transportation. I jumped in like I was getting in a sports car. Get in, Boss. What is this? Like I said, there are lots of useful items on the second floor. I smacked the back seat with a grin. Ho! Before getting on the dwarven supercar, Boss examined the vehicle with curious eyes. Is it pure gold? As expected, that was what caught her attention first. Boss rubbed the golden symbols engraved on the vehicle before jumping in. All right, it's rather fast, so hold on tight. Oh, also, before setting off, I took out the Yggdrasil leaf and casted a blessing on the dwarven supercar. Yggdrasil's blessing envelops the dwarven supercar. All effects of the dwarven supercar increase by 1 level. Hold tight. Okay. I stepped on the accelerator. Vroom, driving the quick snowmobile. I sneaked a peek at Boss. She was leisurely watching the scenery. She looked beautiful except for one thing. Boss, you should take off that bare head now. Boss' eyes widened, and in the next moment she quickly took off the helmet. I forgot I was wearing it. I was thinking about other things. Her face turned slightly red. It was the most meaningful change in expression I had seen from her. Day 2, like Rachel, we built an igloo to spend the night. By the time we woke up, the fiercely blowing blizzard was gone. A blinding sunlight reflected off the snowy field. As soon as I came out of the igloo, I took out the dwarven supercar from my inventory. Since Chiak, Yungyong, and Jane were starting to get bored, I had to quickly find the dwarven steels and go up to the third floor. Let's see, murmuring. I took out the Book of Truth. It was the first time I was using it in the Tower of Wish. Although the system warned me about using stigma, I hoped Luke wouldn't notice if I used less than a single streak. After all, the second floor administrator, Luke, wasn't a highly ranked NPC. Speaking of NPCS ranks, the third floor's administrator should be the famous magician, Medea. Unfortunately, her personality wasn't too good. To think that the administrator of a trash-like residential area would be a mythical rank NPC, what a shitty setting. Anyways, I asked Book of Truth the question I currently needed an answer to. Is there a dwarven steel within a 3 km radius? The Book of Truth immediately sucked in zero point 0.5 streaks of stigma, and along with it came an intense pain. Ugh! As I thought, using stigma in the tower came with a greater backlash. However, the pain was worth enduring as the Book of Truth revealed the steel's location to me. It's not far. Northwest, 1.3 km. I got on the dwarven supercar and stepped on the accelerator. It took less than 3 minutes to get to the coordinates shown in the Book of Truth. Inside a huge crevice at the edge of the glacier land, near an ocean, a steel-like object was buried under the snow. I slowly drove the dwarven supercar down the cliff. As this snowmobile could go down vertical paths, going down a cliff was no problem. Found it! A dwarven steel was buried under the snow. I dusted my hands off in front of it. At the same time, a system alert popped up. You discovered a dwarven steel. The contents of the dwarven steel have been stored in your database. Echoed Koema FCMOE roles. Although I couldn't understand it at all, I could leave the translation to the Book of Truth. I immediately asked the Book of Truth for the translation of the steel's content. Was it because the dwarven language was easy to translate? It didn't take too much stigma. Young Dwarf's Diary of Enlightenment. Today, Old Man Hairy Nostrils taught me the most important mindset as a descendant of Hephaestus. The heck is this? I frowned in the middle of reading the translation. A diary. What happened to the potion recipes? After continuing to read the diary, I walked up to the steel to check if there was something else to it. But when I touched the steel, a burst of light erupted from the steel. It was a brilliant golden light that I had experienced a few times before. Right. It was the light from the activation of accumulation of luck. Chwa, the golden light emanating from the dwarven steel poured into my eyes. I stood still and received it fully. Young Dwarf's enlightenment resonates with your trait dexterity. Trait dexterity disappears. It has been replaced by Young Dwarf's dexterity. Its rank has been increased. Ha! I trembled in excitement from the series of system alerts. Dwarves, the descendants of Hephaestus, the innate dexterity possessed by this mystical race. I clutched my beating heart and took a deep breath. There was only one thing I could say in my current level of excitement. Jackpot. After the blissful activation of accumulation of luck, we stayed on the second floor for another 36 hours. Meanwhile, the landscape changed from Antarctica to a volcanic zone, and I found 2 more dwarven steels. One had a recipe for brewing special dwarven potion, and the other had a recipe for crafting special dwarven shoes. Both of these recipes resonated with young dwarf's dexterity and entered my head. Now, I was able to make them as long as I had the ingredients. Now, everyone, let's go up to the third floor. I almost died from boredom. We're finally going up, Chiak Yungyong grumbled. I smiled in response. Didn't you have fun fighting the flame octopus? You said it lasted 12 hours. I'm tired of it now. I want to fight with humans. Judging by Jane and Boss expressions, they were probably thinking the same thing. Of course, I didn't blame them since there wasn't anything fun to do in this place. Chiak Yungyong shot up. All right, we're really going up now, right? Yes. You better not be lying. Otherwise, I'll squash your head. Chiak Yungyong sounded impatient, but in truth, none of us were too worried. It was because I had already found an elevator. We left our temporary base and walked towards the elevator. We arrived not too long afterwards, as it was covered in granite from the magma we poured on it before. It didn't look like an elevator at all. I'm breaking it. Yes, Jiak Yungyong immediately punched the granite mound. KWANG, the granite covering the elevator shattered, revealing the elevator within. All right, let's get on, by the way. Hajin, is everyone going to be able to come up? There were about 2,000 people, and only 4 of us are taking a single elevator right now, Jane asked. I'm not too sure, but I'm guessing about 80% will be able to make it up. In truth, the speed of the elevator would double after a week from something called the acceleration phenomenon. Really? I can't see more than 50% going up, though. Well, we'll see anyways. Hop on. We don't have time. Oh, right, okay. With that, we got on the elevator, which only had 3 buttons, floor 3 open, and close. After pressing the 3rd floor button and the close button without hesitation, I sat down on the floor. Wuong, along with a huge roar, the elevator began to float up. Ah, I'm hungry. Hajin, let's eat some deer meat. Oh, I gave all of it away to my friend. What? All of it? Jane was shocked. It was understandable since it was enough to feed all 4 of us for a week even if Chiak Yungyong ate 3 people's worth every meal. Yes, but you know the dwarven supercar, right? You could say I traded it for the meat. We also have lots of boar meat left. Ah, I see. If that's the case, then I guess it's fine, though I don't know what kind of an idiot would trade that artifact for food. Knowing the versatility and usefulness of the dwarven supercar, Jane quickly accepted it. By the way, is this thing going up? Probably. A yawn came out. It took 8 hours for the elevator to travel back and forth. In other words, we would be in here for the next 4 hours. This is the perfect time to sleep. We decided to sleep until the elevator arrived. I took out 4 pieces of monster leather from my inventory for each of us. Good night. Boss, yes. You too, newbie. You too, Jane SSI. I checked my messenger before going to sleep. I had a few new messages. Nayan Jajingman. Hyang Nim, did you clear the 2nd floor? If not, you can join the elevator we found. We decided to wait for about 3 hours before leaving. I'll give you the coordinates if you want to come. The message was sent 30 minutes ago. At first, I turned the messenger off without replying. But if Nayan Jajingman was really that girl, I'm on the 3rd floor now. I felt like Nayan Jajingman would wait for more than 3 hours if I didn't reply. So, I sent a brief reply. Nayan Jajingman, oh Korkekhe, Inus, as expected of Hyang Nim. Oh, right, before you go, make sure you stock up on food. Nayan Jajingman, food. Yep, deer or wild boar. If you've never dismantled wild animal before, now is the time. Nayan Jajingman, got it. Is there nothing to eat on the 3rd floor? I didn't say anything more than that. Of course, I wasn't sure whether Nayan Jajingman was key Nayan yet. But because my heart felt heavy, I cast the thought away with a deep sigh. ZZZ, ZZZZ, ZZZZZ, PFT. My depression didn't last long hearing the unique snoring length of each member. I should sleep too. I closed my eyes and began to breathe regularly. 1, 2, 3, ding. In my blurred consciousness, a clear ringing noise echoed out. I opened my eyes and got up. The elevator door was slowly opening. Kuhu, I like this leather. It's from the bear I defeated. Right? Yes. I put the bear blankets back in my inventory and stood in front of the door. 3rd floor. You are now on the 3rd floor. Along with the system alert, the elevator door fully opened. I looked out. 3rd floor. The first residential area which players would soon come to label the worst without hesitation. Its name was Prestige. Welcome to the 3rd floor's residential area. Prestige. Inside residential areas, you can freely use the messenger, personal waiting room, and community. However, please be careful of sudden attacks by hordes of undead monsters. Prestige boost stat increase rate is increased by 5%, 7% for magic power. What is this place? Jane frowned as she looked out at the outskirts of the city. That was how poor the city looked. Even I thought it looked poor, and I knew how bad it would be beforehand. Even at first glance, the city was filled with rundown shacks, with homeless drunks sleeping by the road. There was a mysterious knee-depth fog blanketing the city, and the air had a thick smell of coal. It's a city. This is a city. Yes, the system called it a city. So it's a city. Roads filled with life and death, lifeless NPCs. As the 3rd floor didn't have a sun, the entire world was black and dark blue. Now, let's enter. But since it was a place where people lived, it surely had things like shops. This part of the city was a bit more hopeless only because it was on the outskirts. Wait, wait. Let me rest in my waiting room first. This place smells too bad, Uek. Be patient. We have to figure out what kind of a place this is first. Going to the waiting room right away wasn't such a good choice. Not only would you be unaware of anything happening outside, but you also wouldn't receive Prestige's stat increase buff. Right, don't overreact and just endure it, Jane. Okay. Jane had no choice but to nod with Boss chiming in, and with that, we walked through the city. The way NPCs looked at us was similar yet different from the tutorial city. Some were aiming for our pockets, while some were innocently begging for help. Oh, right. Where did the players go? They're probably working, to make TP. Oh, this smell. Jane seemed to hate the nasty smell of the city more than anything else. It was the same for the other two. Chiak Young had a harsh frown on his face, and Boss had put on her LV3 bear head helmet. Wait just a little longer. I'll make a gas mask for you soon. I consoled Jane. For now, the group Quest Prestige City Hall gave out came first. Although it was a little annoying that I had to deal with that damned Medea. I had no other choice, since there was no way to live in Prestige if we got on Medea's wrong side. Same time, second floor. Rachel was energetically walking towards the coordinates sent by the second team. The two guild members who fainted after touching the dwarven supercar were also with her. Vice leader, over here. She could see two members waving their hands in the distance. Rachel wanted to quickly run up to them, but she purposely walked slower to match the two members who weren't fully recovered yet. Geez, look at those two. They're nothing but burdens. I heard you two fainted. Why didn't you just die? You're going to revive anyways. Right, sorry, Vice Leader. One, sorry. The two guild members dropped their head in shame. However, Rachel only smiled kindly. It's fine. No one expected such a thing to happen. Just like that, the 7 members of the Royal Court Guild reunited in front of an elevator. There was just one worry. Should we wait? 50 people can ride the elevator. Davin, who was the leader of the second team, asked. Rachel also thought for a moment. She recalled the Empire of Glory Guild, which she met not too long ago. Rachel didn't want to be like them. As a vice leader, however, she knew there were times when she had to make cold-hearted decisions. In this place, kindness would only be a burden. Let's go up. Rachel came to a decision and got into the elevator with her guild members. You can do the honors. Vice leader. Yes. Rachel pressed the third floor button. Then, as the elevator door was closing, "Wared," a loud voice rang out. Startled, Rachel pressed the open button instinctively. Let me go with Yao. The elevator door opened once again, and Rachel could see a white-haired kid and her supposed guardian. They looked dirty and tired, but their running speed was extraordinary. Uwak! The child stumbled on a stone and fell forward. Then the man following her quickly snatched her up and entered the elevator. Ah, thank you so much. The man bowed and expressed his gratitude. No problem, Rachel responded aloofly. For some reason, she felt like she had seen the man's face before. Thank God. Thank God. She was also familiar with the white-haired child's face. She felt like she could remember it if her unmade hair was properly combed. Tap, tap. At that moment, one of her guild members tapped on her shoulder and whispered, Vice Leader, I think they're Aileen and Yi Yanghe. They're heroes of the Temple of Justice. Immediately, Rachel's hair stood on end. After hearing their names, she easily matched their faces with the faces in her memory. In fact, white hair was almost a symbol of Aileen. But what do you think is wrong with them? Rachel whispered back. Why was Aileen, who reigned as one of the strongest heroes in the world, in such a state? It must be because they both heavily rely on magic power. As you know, magicians are heavily disadvantaged in this place. He was right. In this tower, one had to know how to use their body to easily get through it. Even the greatest magician couldn't do anything if he was hungry. Ah, thank you, thank you. Really, you guys are the only ones who opened the door. Even so, Rachel was still curious. Aileen's gift, spirit speech, was well known for being able to control people's actions. Was her magic power restricted that much? No, it's only obvious. Nice to meet you, Aileen SSI. Young SSI. Rachel reached out to Aileen, who was about 20 cm shorter than her. Aileen looked at Rachel's hand, then grabbed it with a grin. It seemed she had not washed it for a while as it was dirty and sticky. You know us. I don't think there are many who don't. There were. No. Actually, they just pretended not to know. They must have been scared of me. Meanwhile, the elevator door closed on its own. Its destination was obviously the third floor. SSSS, the elevator began to move. Anyways, thank you so much, relieved. Aileen smiled like a child and plopped down on the ground. Ah, but I'm hungry. No, I'm starving. Youngher, do you have anything to eat? No, we already ate everything we had. What do you have? Afterwards, Aileen naturally turned to Rachel. She was too ashamed to directly ask for food, but she seemed to be asking with her eyes. We don't have any either. Rachel shook her head. Of course, it was a lie. Her inventory still had a lot of the deer meat Kim Hajin gifted her. Ah, no, I wasn't asking for food or anything. I'm thankful for the ride alone. Ah, yes, equals LV2 Kim Hajin's special sauce deer meat. LV2 satiety, LV3 taste, equals letting them in the elevator was one thing. But Rachel couldn't share this LV2 food with them. It was an extreme lie delicious food that she planned to share with her guildmates. 1. The vice leader here refers to the vice leader of the team. The members call Rachel vice leader since she's the vice leader of the entire guild. The Raw uses the exact same word, so I kept it the same as well. Chapter 169, Prestige 1, Kuyak. A red crystal spear shot forward, piercing the neck of a LV1 ribbon pig. The pig collapsed with a painful roar. Ki Nayan then pulled the spear out of the dead pig's neck. Dismantle, with a soft murmur. The pig's corpse split into meat and leather. Ki Nayan picked up the edible parts of the meat and put them in her inventory. Your inventory is full. Can't you fit more in? No. Ki Nayan's inventory was filled with food she collected for the past 4 hours. Nayan, are you done? Yijiyun's voice rang out from behind her. She sounded tired and worn out. Yeah, I'm done now. What about you? Is your inventory full? Ha! Oh, yeah, mine is full too with food. It was clear that she was lying, but Ki Nayan didn't want to dig into it. Let's go back now. More people are gathering at the elevator. Essence of the Straits team had already found an elevator 5 hours ago, but with extra Evans' advice, Ki Nayan had delayed setting off and began to hunt nearby monsters. Nayan, we have to go. However, none of the other guild members were interested in hunting, even when Ki Nayan told them it was advice from her master, who was already on the third floor. They only repeated telling Ki Nayan to hurry up. Of course, their reactions were understandable. If other players rushed into the elevator while they were busy finding food, it was entirely possible for their elevator to get stolen. How many people do we have? Despite the essence of the straight members' uncooperative attitude, Ki Nayan managed to obtain enough food to last the entire team 2 weeks. 27, or maybe 28. We have to hurry. If it fills up, a fight might break out. Although Essence of the Strait had found the elevator first, other players had also gathered because they delayed setting off. Because of the messenger system, only one member of a group needed to find an elevator to get the entire group to come over. It wouldn't be surprising if a huge group arrived at the elevator soon. Okay, let's go. Ki Nayan decided to go back. Ehyu, good, follow me. Holding the red crystal spear in her hand, Ki Nayan followed Yijiyun. The two of them ran and arrived at the elevator in just 15 minutes. It was obvious to anyone watching that Essence of the Straits members were unhappy. It was clear that they were annoyed, but holding back because Ki Nayan was Yu Yonha's friend. Still, Ki Nayan ignored their gazes and stood in front of them. Ki Nayan, you delayed us by 5 hours. 5 whole hours. This time, however, it seemed they had something to say. Chief Officer of Essence of the Straits Tower Subjugation Team, High Intermediate Rank Grade -2 Hero, Kim Youngjin, stood in front of Ki Nayan. Don't you have anything to say to us? I suggested hunting together, leaving behind one team to defend the elevator and taking shifts. What? Kim Youngjin frowned intimidatingly. Like I said, we need to stock up on food for the third floor. The second floor's administrator said that the third floor is a residential area. You think a residential area will be low on food? Ki Nayan didn't reply. Extra Evan, who was already on the third floor, told her to stock up on food. However, she didn't want to explain the same thing again and again. She knew her words would only be seen as an excuse because of their bias. We're delayed because of you. Do you understand that? Yes. Sorry, I won't let it happen again. As such, Ki Nayan simply dropped her head and apologized, following the chief officer's orders. That was one of the conditions Ki Nayan accepted to get the tower's entrance ticket. Tusk. Kim Youngjin didn't say anything more and opened the elevator door. Following him, the other members of Essence of the Strait entered the elevator, and some other bystanders also got in. The last person to get in the elevator was, unsurprisingly, Ki Nayan, departing to the third floor. There were 29 people in the elevator. Not only were they stuck in a small space, but the atmosphere was extremely awkward as well. Thinking about having to stay in this suffocating atmosphere for 4 hours, Yijun clapped her hands and tried to lighten up the mood. All right, so, did you guys meet anyone famous in the tower? Famous? Yeah, I'm sure there are many famous heroes, mercenaries, and hunters in the tower, so. Everyone ignored Yijun, making the atmosphere turn even more awkward. Shouldn't they say something since we let them join our elevator? Yijun grumbled inwardly. I met someone. At that moment, a man wearing a black robe raised his hand. Wow, really? Yes. Who? The man smiled at her question. Until then, Ki Naeun wasn't interested in their conversation. She was simply looking through the auction house for any useful items and wondering if she should sell her red crystal spear. I saw Fenrir. But at that moment, Ki Naeun's head shot up. She seemed to have been struck by a bolt of lightning. She turned her head and looked at the black-robed man, Geronimo's mercenary, Fenrir. Ki Naeun knew who he was. There was no way she wouldn't. In this world, there was only one person who could wield a gun so well. Ah, really? In truth, people who were in Cube with Kim Hajin all knew about this. However, Yi pretended to be oblivious out of courtesy. Was he strong? Yes. The man smiled bitterly and took off his robe. Yi blushed when she saw his handsome face resembling Legola's. My friend and I almost died picking a fight with him. He was quite scary. Oh, I see. Yes, I suspect he's the strongest one in the tower. If you ever meet him, don't try to fight him. You'll die. Enchanted by the man's handsome appearance, Yijun nodded blankly. GZZ, Ki Naeun clenched her teeth. The hand holding the spear shaft turned white. Kim Hajin was here. Just hearing this caused blood to rush to her head, filling her with all sorts of complicated thoughts. Ah, damn it. Her head seemed to be splitting in half. She felt like she was going to lose herself in this intense pain. Rage and fear rose up from her heart, as did hatred and sadness. Doubt seemed to devour her rational thinking. There's no way he killed Opar. There must have been a misunderstanding. Such thoughts flashed through her head, breaking apart intermittently. She believed only what she wanted to, yet there were things she just couldn't come to believe. Such things drove her crazy and stifled her breath. My head, an unbearable headache struck her. It felt like a hammer was beating on her head. In the end, Ki Naeun smashed her head against the elevator wall and collapsed. Hey, Naeun. Yijun quickly helped Ki Naeun up. However, no one else was interested in her. Even the members of Essence of the Strait backed off and glanced at the chief officer to take care of this situation. Ha, what a mess, Kim Youngjin sighed. Just how long did he have to take care of that silver spoon? Ugh, my head hurts too. He massaged his sore temples. Third floor, residential area, prestige. Tip, to purchase citizenship. Find a guard. We were currently walking through prestige. As we got closer to the center of the city, less and less NPCs were sprawled on the ground and more proper buildings began to appear. What's that? After about 40 minutes, a tall wall with a large gate appeared in front of us. It's a gate, it looks like. Let's go near it and see. When we walked closer, a guard stopped us. The inner city is off-limits to non-citizens. If you want to go in, show us your proof of citizenship. Everyone except me blinked in confusion. Soon, Chiak Yungyong began to crack his knuckles. I quickly stopped him. Stop, you won't be able to beat him. Ha ha, kid. Are you looking down on? Asked the system. Ask what? I'm sure it'll say. Chiak Yungyong stopped talking. He should have gotten a system alert just now that read something like this. All guards inside Prestige received 250% boost in their stats. We were only at the third floor, but guards were at least LV5. With a 250% stat boost on top of that, we wouldn't be able to defeat them until we become strong enough to clear the sixth floor. Yuhahaha, that only makes me want to fight more. Shut up and stay put. Jane restrained Chiak Yungyong, who was smiling mischievously. The guard spoke once again. You can pay 1,000 TP to register as a temporary citizen or return to the outer city. What do you guys want to do? I plan on buying the citizenship. I turned around and asked the others. In truth, I was only asking out of courtesy. Citizenship was an extremely important aspect of prestige, as you couldn't do anything without it. I have 1,000 TP. I told you. I think I can beat him in a fight. I don't have a lot of TP. Jane, Chiak Young and Boss spoke respectively. Then I'll pay for Chiak Young and Boss. I took out 1,000 TP banknotes from my inventory. What about me? I know Jane SSI is rich. I should have said I was poor too. Jane pouted as she took out 1,000 TP. I considered haggling, but I was dealing with a guard. Guards were the most inflexible lot amongst NPCs. Haggling probably wouldn't work on them unless it was at least at LV10. Here, 4,000 TP. Confirmed. The guard turned around and gave the money to a clerk who was waiting at the front entrance. The clerk wrote down the amount in her accounting book and produced 4 identification cards in the blink of an eye. Here, you are not official residents, so you will have to renew your identification card once a month for 700 TP. If you lose your identification card, it will cost 1,000 TP to replace them, so keep that in mind. We received our identification cards, which were proofs of our temporary citizenship. Extras Evan, Boss, Phantom Thief, Gorieo's Strongest. Our nicknames were written on our ID. How did they know our nicknames? We never told them. It's probably that NPCS trait. Oh, NPCS have traits too. We call them NPCS, but as far as the tower is concerned, they're humans just like us. At that moment, a series of system alerts popped up. You obtained prestigious citizenship. Common player quests have been issued. 1. Undead monster subjugation. You will receive 50 TP per 50 LV1 undead killed. You will receive 75 TP per 25 LV2 undead killed. You will receive 100 TP per 10 LV3 undead killed. You will receive 125 TP per 2 LV4 undead killed. 2. Land spider subjugation. You will receive 50 TP per 4 land spiders killed. 3. Demon subjugation. There are 666 demons in Prestige. Each demon has a special bounty on its head. There's a lot. There sure is. Prestige wasn't the prettiest city from the outside, but it was certainly a place where you could earn TP thanks to common quests for its citizens, Medea's special quests, and other NPC quests. However, these benefits would be the cause of its downfall. The TP earned by players would grant no benefit to the NPCs here and would only fill the belly of the administrator Medea. Of course, I had no plans to let that happen. Here, I wanted to see a different ending with Kim Suho. Rather than destroying the world within the tower, I planned to only destroy the shell that was the tower. This was the best ending I came up with during my 3 years of planning. I planned to turn this tower into a supporter of its own ending. Your inventories are full of food, right? Yep, just like you wanted. To obtain meat on the 3rd floor, we had to kill at least 66 demons. Before then, monsters and wild animals all spawned as undead, so we could only eat grass. That was the shortcut to losing vitality and stats. Aren't you going in? Seeing us standing still, the guard asked as if to urge us. We will, but before that, I pointed at the building right next to the wall. How much is it for a building like that? You should be able to buy it for 5,000 TP. The guard answered my question. If I didn't have citizenship, he probably would have ignored me completely. Why do you want to buy a building? Yes, I plan to. Why? I just thought it'd be nice to have a shop. I answered Jane's question. Afterwards, system alerts popped up. You can purchase the LV2 wooden building outside the inner wall for 5,000 TP. You currently have 24,000 TP. Would you like to purchase this building? Buying buildings sure was easy in a world without real estate. I clicked, yes. You obtained ownership of LV2 wooden building outside the inner wall. There is currently nothing inside the wooden building. With a single click of a button, a building became mine. Let's go in. Don't you have to buy it? I already did. What? Leaving my 3 puzzled companions behind, I asked the guard once again, is it possible for us to meet the 3rd floor's administrator? No, it's too early to have an audience with her. How long do we have to wait? Just another week. In that case, there was no reason to go into the inner city. I crossed my arms and fell in thought. Then I turned on my smartwatch to read the abandoned settings in my settings book. These were the settings that I wrote in my settings book, but never included in the real story. == 3rd floor residential area NPC 1, Kiri and Henry, brother and sister duo. Give them money or food to get the black pouch. The black pouch allows you to bring back 1 item from Earth. Kiri and Henry are both clever and have high growth potentials, worthy of becoming named NPCs. Equals. Oh, right. These two kids were here too. Kiri and Henry aside, the black pouch was quite a useful item. Since I couldn't meet Medea, I had about 4 days of free time. I should obtain the black pouch and go back to Earth to bring back the Goblin tablet. That way, I could also meet Evandel. Boss, Jane, can you two go inside and look for a hideout? A hideout? Yes, just a place for us to stay. You can just rent a house. Sure, but where are you going? I'm going back to Earth for a bit, just like that. I let the three of them enter the inner city. Then, I took out the Book of Truth and asked, where are the NPCs, Henry and Kiri? The Book of Truth sucked in about zero point 0.5 streaks of stigma and displayed the location of Kiri and Henry in real time. They weren't too far away. Wandering around near the outskirts of the city, I walked over. After about 15 minutes, by some flowers they're edible, I could see Henry and Kiri in the distance. They were selling flowers. However, no one was interested or even capable of spending money for flowers. To make matters worse, the flowers in their basket were all withered. Flowers. By some flowers they're edible. I watched them silently. I had nothing to say. Two starving children were trying to sell flowers no one wanted. Did it have to be so realistic? Ha! Sighing away any depressing thoughts, I walked over to them. Flowers, buy some flowers. Kiri and Henry were startled when they saw me. It was understandable considering I was entirely covered in black clothes. I took off my hood and mask and smiled brightly. How much are they? You'll buy them. Yeah, the younger sister. Kiri talked to me. Kiri hesitated without being able to meet my eyes. 10 TP. Each. Yes. No. Everything in this basket is 10 TP. Kiri gave the entire basket to me. Meanwhile, Henry was standing next to her, trembling in fear. Did they think I wouldn't buy anything if each flower was 10 TP? I looked at them silently, then discovered a black cloth peeking out of Henry's back pocket. That must be the black pouch. By the way, what's that black thing? I knelt down to Henry's eye level and pointed at the pouch in his back pocket. Kiri turned to Henry nervously. This. Henry began to fiddle with the pouch in his back pocket with a troubled expression. This is. His small body trembled greatly as he contemplated on what to say. Soon, he came to a decision and took the pouch out. Will you buy this too? This pouch is really good. Oh, Opa, Dad said never to, SHH. The surprised younger sister Kiri stepped in, but Henry stopped her. Kiri bit her lips with a sad look. How much is it? This is a bit more expensive. It's 200 TP. 200 TP. I looked at Henry's face. His cheeks were thin, and his eyes clearly showed that he was afraid. I suddenly thought, these two NPCs were created from the setting I abandoned, a setting that was disregarded because I was too much in a rush to advance the story or because I was too lazy to write about it. What would have been their fate in the original story? They should have starved to death. 150 TP. Henry must have misunderstood my silence for dissatisfaction as he lowered the price on his own. Is it too much? No, I think it's too little. When I said that, Henry and Kiri's faces lit up. I took out two 100 TP coins and gave one to Henry and other to Kiri. Kiri and Henry took the shiny coins with their small hands. They stared at them blankly and swallowed their saliva. Opar, give him the item. Oh, right, H here. Hearing Kiri, Henry gave me the black pouch. And take this too. Then Kiri quickly gave me the flower basket she was holding. I didn't buy this. You can have it. These flowers are edible, if you want. I can also teach you where they grow. I'm the only one who knows about this. Kiri was too kind. Such a young girl was braver than her older brother. I couldn't help but worry about them. It's fine. I shook my head. I put the black pouch away and tapped their shoulders. Hey, aren't you too hungry? Yes. This time they both put up their guard. You see, this Hyang is a building owner. LV2 persuasive voice activates. Although they were born and raised in a harsh environment, they were still children. My voice was more than enough to persuade them. Building owner. Yeah, also, I took out my identification card. Wow, a citizenship identification card. Henry and Kiri's eyes shone brightly. Collecting money and buying citizenship. This must be their dream. I spoke to them as warmly as possible. If you follow me, Hyang will make you lots of delicious food. Since I wrote that they were worthy of becoming named NPCs, I had more than enough reason to bring them along. Not to mention, I needed employees to take care of my new building. Chapter 170. Prestige. 2. Henry and Kiri were easily persuaded, and I went with them to the building I bought. It was a bit weird to think of it as my building since I only bought it 30 minutes ago. I walked inside with Henry and Kiri, who were marveling at the building. Hick! When Henry and Kiri saw the inside of the building, they gasped. The more quick-witted Kiri noticed that something was unusual. There's nothing here. Ha! Oh, I could understand where their misunderstanding came from. An empty place like this was usually where crimes took place. Hyuk, Kwang, to make matters worse. A fierce wind shut the door closed. It's empty because I only bought it a little while ago. I tried to calm them down, but Kiri's legs were shaking uncontrollably. She quickly hid behind Henry, and Henry glared at me with a terrified expression. What do you want? Save us. We're sorry, please don't kill us. Kids. I'm not a bad guy. Their faces turned purple. I approached them slowly to calm them down. Guys, W will give you back the money. Please don't kill us. Ah, ack. Talking any more would probably make the situation worse. As such, I sat down on the ground. I took out the burner and frying pan I bought from the player's shop, and then took out my special marinated boar meat. Hick! The brother and sister became quieter, only sobbing slightly. I put the meat on the frying pan and glanced at them. They were still on guard and in fear, but they were also sniffing the air and smacking their lips. I opened my mouth. Of course there's nothing here. I only bought it just now. Come eat. You must be hungry. Starvation was a huge issue in Prestige. I had even written something about a group of people who practiced cannibalism. Because of this, the two children's suspicion was only natural. Kiri was still hiding behind Henry, and Henry stuttered as he asked, Ray, really, what would I gain from hurting you two anyway? Tzz. The marinated boar meat gave off a savory smell, tempting the two children. Come eat, it's fine. That's not human meat. It's boar meat. Where did you get it? I heard livestock can only be found in the inner city. I showed you my ID, didn't I? Kiri and Henry were finally convinced. They approached the frying pan hesitantly, drooling with saliva. I took out 2 plates, put pieces of boar meat on them, and gave them to Henry and Kiri. Me first, SSB. Wait. Henry took the 2 plates and stopped Kiri from rushing to eat. Then he took the first bite. Nom. He seemed to be checking whether it was poisoned. As he chewed, his eyes became livelier and more sparkly. Oh, Opa, can I eat it too? Yeah, eat. They finally began to eat the meat with their hands, worried that they would get sick from the germs on their hands. I took out 2 forks I made before and handed them to them. Thank you. Hoo. They ate quickly. I watched them silently with a smile on my face, then carefully asked, How old are you guys? I'm 13, and Kiri is 12. Henry's reply was surprising as they looked like they were 10 years old at most. It seemed they couldn't grow properly due to malnutrition. Are you two living by yourselves? Yes, heh. Kiri nodded joyously as she chewed on the boar meat. For some reason, it sounded bitter. Kiri had said that the black pouch was something their father left behind. Now, she was saying that they lived alone. It was clear what that meant. I took out another large chunk of meat and put it on the frying pan. Once it was cooked, I cut it in half and put each half on their respective plate. You guys can stay and eat while I'm fixing up this place. Why, yes. Thank you. I patted their heads before standing up. Looking around the empty space, I pondered, how should I decorate the place so that it would become well known around here? Of course, I already had an idea in mind. 30 minutes. That was the time it took me to transform the building into an actual shop. With brand new shelves, display cases, stands, and a counter, it should be the best-looking shop in the outer city. Wow, you're so good at making things. You are, Henry and Kiri exclaimed in shock. They were sitting with their bellies full after eating all the boar meat I cooked for them. I'm just talented. Talented? Wow, they were impressed with whatever I said. How cute. All right, you guys don't have to sell flowers anymore. Just work here instead. Here? Yeah. And I'll provide 3 meals per day with a monthly salary of 200 TP. 2 minus 200. Their jaws dropped from shock. What kind of work do we need to do? Cleaning the shop and selling items. Will do it, but what items? Oh, right. Hold on. Coming up with items to sell was easy. I took out the 4 random dice in my inventory and rolled them thinking, please change into anything that can be sold. The 4 dice transformed into 4 items, of which the only sellable items were a LV3 sword and a LV2 leather armor. But well, it was better than nothing. I put the sword and leather armor in a display stand, then took out other equipment I've made so far. Bear leather jacket, red crystal axe, gorilla tendon wrist protector, etc. I'm opening the shop tomorrow. The sword is 1500 TP, the axe is 1000 TP, the armor is 600 TP, and the jacket and wrist protector are 300 TP each. You can sell them for higher, but don't lower the price. Yes, understood. Henry and Kiri nodded excitedly. I smiled and added another sentence. From now on, think of this place as your home. You can live here too. There had to be an attic in this building considering its size. I wasn't sure how I knew this exactly, but I guessed it had something to do with the dwarven knowledge I obtained from the different steels. Here. Yep, that's okay with you, right? Henry and Kiri stared at each other. They looked happy at first, but their expressions darkened after a moment. No, our dad might come back, so we have to stay home. You can just leave a note behind. Oh, they were easily persuaded. Kiri tightly grabbed Henry's hand and spoke. Then we'll be back soon. Tip players can become friends with NPCs as well. Friended NPCs can be contacted through the messenger. You can become friends with the NPCs Henry and Kiri. Sure, but before you go, I friended Henry and Kiri. It was simple. I just had to think about it while holding their hands. Once that was done, Henry and Kiri went home to leave a note behind, and I began to clean up the attic. After crafting a bed, a table, a mirror, and a dressing table, I bought a refrigerator from the player shop to furnish their room. Since I was going to go back to Earth for a few days, I put some boar meat and sandwiches in the fridge for them to eat. As for the bathroom, they could use the one on the first floor. Oh, right. Looking at the sandwiches in the fridge, I came up with a good idea. I made a new sandwich and left the shop. Then, I went straight to the guard standing outside the inner wall. Good work. I greeted the guard and gave him the sandwich. What's this? A sandwich. The guard looked at the sandwich but didn't take it. Ah, you see, as a fellow citizen, I was just grateful for all the hard work that you do. It's lunchtime, so I brought you a sandwich. I emphasized the fact that I was a citizen, as guards were one of the strongest existences in this city. Befriending one would only be beneficial. In fact, Medea was likely the only one who was above guards in strength, but that was obvious. Cuhum, thank you, citizen. The guard took the sandwich. After examining it more closely, he swallowed his saliva. I laughed and bowed. Ding, a system message arrived. Player Captain Britain sent you a friend request. Would you like to accept? I accepted it immediately. Captain Britain, Hajin SSI, are you on the 3rd floor? Yes, what about you? Captain Britain, I just arrived, but I'm in a meeting right now in my waiting room. We're deciding whether to buy citizenship to enter the inner city. Also, thank you for the deer meat. I just ate some with my guild members, and they all said it was delicious. OUOB. Rachel sounded as energetic as ever in her messages. Haha, I see. You should buy the citizenship. Otherwise, you won't be able to do much. Also, I'm returning to Earth for a bit. Captain Britain, Earth. Yes, there's someone I need to check up on. As soon as I sent this message, I received a message from someone else. Boss, newbie, when are you coming back? It was boss. I'll be gone for about 4 days. Do you want to come with me? Boss, should I? Call Kekek. Nus, actually, Jane and Chiak Yung can't do anything without boss, so you should stay. Boss, I guess you're right. Call Nus. I was half kidding, so it wasn't a lie entirely. In battle, boss judgments were always spot on. After ending the conversation with boss, I left behind a message for Henry and Kiri before closing the messenger. I'm going to be away for a while, so just keep the place clean while I'm gone. Eat lots and do some workouts. If something happens, ask the guard in front of the inner city gate to help. Also, bring him a sandwich every day for lunch. There should be a lot in the fridge in the attic. With that, I bought a return ticket and a re-entrance ticket from the player shop. Would you like to leave the tower using the return ticket? You will return to the place where you used the entrance ticket. Warning. If you do not have a re-entrance ticket, your record will be deleted from the player database. I equipped the bracelet-shaped re-entrance ticket on my wrist. Yes, I'll leave now. You use the return ticket. Along with the system alert, a black portal shot up. ===LV. Black pouch. Special item. Allows you to copy one item from the outside world and bring it into the tower. The copied item can only be used inside the tower. Holding the black pouch I got from Henry. I walked into the black portal. I came out to the same empty space I was in when I first walked into the black tickets portal. Here is the storage box owned by player Extra 7. A system alert popped up along with the storage box. You can bring these items back to Earth or you can leave them inside. I'll just go. Oh, this is okay, right? I held the black pouch up. Special item has been confirmed. The black pouch can be brought outside the tower. The exit portal will now be created. Another portal shot up. This time, it was a portal that led to Earth. I closed my eyes and walked in. Who? I opened my eyes with a sigh. I was in a familiar place. Chameleon Troop's hideout. Goblins were busily running around doing work. Oh! As I exited the tower, I was no longer under its stat restriction. However, I felt more sore than light. I likely needed some time to get used to my changed stats. I stretched and looked around the lobby. Oh, newbie, when did you come back? Ah, hello. I found Setrin, who was lying on the couch. Next to her was a man I wasn't too familiar with, but I still knew who he was. The seat of Indigo, Yu Kyungwon. Although we were members of the same family, I had to be on guard around him. It was because Indigo swung the other way. When, of course, Yu Kyungwon surely preferred handsome men. For example, Kim Suho or Shin Janghak. He looked at me and nodded. Hello. Yu Kyungwon SSI. This is the second time we meet. Yeah, I heard from Setrin that this place got better, so I came to look. I see. I did my best to ignore him and walked up to the goblet tablet. Then I took out the black pouch and brought it up to the goblin tablet. The black pouch seemed to suck something in and soon became full. However, the goblin tablet remained unchanged, so this was how the copying mechanism worked. What did you do? I copied the goblin tablet. Copy? Yes. Leaving behind Setrin and Yu Kyungwon, who were observing me with interest, I looked for Khalifa. He came out of his room and opened a portal for me. Just like that, I arrived in front of my apartment building. I ran as quickly as possible. I didn't want to waste any more time. At first, I went to my room, but no one was there. Then I remembered that I left Evandel in Hyun's place. I practically flew over to the apartment complex down the block and rang the bell. Who is it? It was YunSeo-jin's voice. It's me, Kim Hajin. Oh, you're back. Kick. The door opened. YunSeo-jin came out looking tired and disheveled, but she didn't seem to mind it. I went inside and looked for Evandel. Evandel was sitting on the couch with Hyun. Unlike when she was home, she was sitting modestly like a lady. Evandel, I called Evandel's name. Evandel flinched. Then she slowly turned towards me. Her pretty eyes widened when she saw me. It's been a while. Ha! Hajin, Evandel shouted and ran into my embrace. She buried herself in my chest and wept. Hajin, don't cry. I came back safe and sound, didn't I? Hello. While I was consoling Evandel, Hyun came over and bowed. Hi. It's been a while. Hyun had grown since the last time I saw her. She must be around 120–130 cm. Why wasn't Evandel getting any taller? How cute. YunSeo-jin murmured apathetically. I glanced at her, still hugging Evandel. I was shocked. I didn't notice too well at first, but her hair was a mess. She had thick dark circles under her eyes, and her lips were swollen. I would have believed it if she told me she was homeless. Just what happened while I was gone, I took a few steps back. Where are you going? YunSeo-jin asked coldly. Home. I'm going to eat with Evandel. Hyun, do you want to come too? Uncle will cook you steak again. Yes. YunSeo-jin stared at me fixedly. You entered the Tower of Wish, right? Are you doing well, or did you give up halfway? Ah, I'm going back. I'm paving the road for Suho, so don't worry. September 1st was coming up. Kim Suho and Jin Sahyuk would finally enter the tower. When that time came, I would be a lot busier than I am now. But for some reason, YunSeo-jin tilted her head. For Suho, didn't you guys break off your friendship? What? No way, I smiled. We're just doing different things for now. On the other hand, the three members of the Chameleon Troupe were walking through the inner city. The difference between the inner city and the outer city was like heaven and earth. The former had cleaner air and much better structures overall. Look, they must be players. Jane pointed to the distance. A huge group of people was gathered around a pond lit up by streetlights. However, most of them had dark expressions. Judging by the serious tone they were talking in, things didn't seem to be going well for them. Jane guessed that it was because they spent 1,000 TP to buy citizenships when they were low on money. What's wrong with them? Hearing Chiak Yung-yong's question, Jane smirked. You would have been there too if not for Hajin. What did you say? Think about it. Finding food, cooking food, advising us to find food, and even lending us money. It was all Hajin. Chiak Yung-yong became speechless. He rubbed his chin and pondered, now that he thought about it. It was indeed thanks to Kim Hajin that his body was in such a good condition. He never had to worry about food or money because of Kim Hajin too. I guess you're right. SH. Quiet. Boss strained her ears and eavesdropped on the players standing far away. Wouldn't it be better to go back down to the second floor? We can come back after we stock up on food. What if we can't find an elevator to come back? Plus, our citizenship becomes voided if we go back. We'll have wasted 1,000 TP. Then what the fuck do you want us to do? Haven't you seen the shitty food situation we're in? It's better to come back with food and sell it. I have food. I brought some from the second floor. What? Show us. The group suddenly began to fight. Boss watched the fight from the side, then turned around. Let's go find our base. Okay, the chameleon troop members walked away. Walking through the city without sunlight, they looked for a hideout, like Kim Hajin said. After looking around for about 2 hours, they found a decent building to rent for 300 TP a month. Player Phantom Thief has rented a hideout. The following bonuses will apply when you're in your hideout. Plus 10% vitality recovery rate. Plus 2% stat increase rate when training. So there are bonuses for having a hideout, like I thought. Listening to newbie is never wrong. Jane smiled and sat down on the floor of the hideout. Chiak Yung-yong began to exercise the moment he saw the system alerts, and Boss opened the community. It was then. TZZZK, a mysterious screen popped up in front of them. Hello, players. Whoa, what's that? The three of them stopped what they were doing and stared at the screen. Speaking on the screen was a breathtaking beauty with blonde hair and green eyes. I am the administrator of the third floor. Medea. Jane crossed her arms and murmured to herself. To be honest, she was jealous of Medea's beauty. You must be surprised by the horrendous condition Prestige is in. Regarding this, I'm also heartbroken. So while I explain how you can get to the fourth floor, I plan to help everyone out. Medea smiled brightly. First, to climb to the fourth floor, you need to kill at least half of the demons on this floor. This is because the demons and their undead army are blocking the pathway to the fourth floor, located in the 4 cardinal directions around Prestige. Medea made a somber expression, and another screen popped up. It was a map showing the bases of these so-called demons. I'll make it so that you can access this map from the system whenever you want. Also, Medea snapped her fingers. I'd like to give everyone a gift, but I, unfortunately, don't have the resources. So I will gift the players with the highest point in each stat area. In other words, 6 of you will be getting a gift for having the highest point in strength, vitality, speed, perception, stamina, and magic power. I hope you don't think I'm being too cheap. Boop, suddenly. A flashing light shot into Chiak Yung-yong and Boss pockets. Boss, Chiak Yung-yong, what did you two get? Ah, I got a gauntlet. Chiak Yung-yong took out a gauntlet from his inventory, while Boss took out what seemed to be a magnifying glass. Heart-piercing magnifying glass. 3 uses. Special item. You can see what a target player or NPC thinks about you. Remaining time. 119 hours, 29 minutes, 23 seconds. Boss. What's that? Without replying, Boss held the magnifying glass up against Jane. She didn't mean anything by it. She simply wanted to try it out. Plus, the inner thoughts of a comrade was the most important to her. Sister, comrade, bond, familiarity, responsibility to look after you, light pity. The first 3 were good. The 4th made sense. But the last 2, light pity. She pities me. What does it do, boss? Shut up. Offended, boss looked away. Next was Chiak Yung-yong. What's up? The magnifying glass zoomed in on his face. Hee. You want to see my handsome face? Above the grinning Chiak Yung-yong, a series of words popped up. Loyalty, master, desire to return the favor, gratitude for awakening his past life, desire to win against you. Thinks he can win against you, just like last time. The last 2 bothered her, but it was still better than Jane's. Deciding to use the last one on newbie, she put the magnifying glass away. Now, she clapped her hands. Since we found ourselves a hideout, let's eat and go hunt. 1. I translated it so that it was easy to understand, but in Korean. The first character in Indigo can refer to male. authors basically using this as a pun to say that indigo is gay. Chapter 171. Vacation 1. There was no sun in Prestige, and consequently, no day and night. When Rachel woke up, it was around 8 a.m. inside English Royal Court Guild's hideout. Rachel was the only one awake. The other 6 members of the Royal Court Guild were still asleep, which spoke to how tough their previous day was. After buying their citizenship the day before, they had spent the rest of the day hunting undead monsters. Together, they hunted 157 LV1 undead and 78 LV2 undead. Almost 30% of this was Rachel's achievement. Her light elemental Lux had performed greatly. Who? They made 375 TP, and since they still had enough of Kim Hajin's deer meat to last another week, they didn't need to spend money on food. As such, Rachel felt refreshed even though she felt a bit sore. Rachel stretched and opened the community. Does anyone want to go down to the second floor to get food? The food situation here is hell. Fuck, how can they call this place a residential area? Ugh, I can't go down because I already bought my citizenship. Fuck, don't buy the citizenship. Everyone, it screws you over if you want to go back down. I made a group for an undead hunting party. Click on the link to join or ask questions. Many players were expressing their dissatisfaction in the community. However, players on the second floor wouldn't know anything about it since the community couldn't be used on mission floors. Rachel scrolled through the angry posts looking for useful information. After a few minutes, an interesting post caught her eye. There's a LV3 longsword being sold outside the inner wall. There was a screenshot attached to it as well. Brother and sister NPCs are running the shop. This shop looks like an important one. It's selling items LV2 and above. The post even contained a list of items being sold at the shop. LV3 decent steel longsword, LV2 red crystal axe, LV2 bare leather jacket. After looking through the list in a daze, Rachel found herself rummaging through her pocket. Oh, this place got famous real quick. A guild member's voice rang out from behind her. Rachel was startled but turned around pretending to be unfazed. Do you know about it? Yes, it was Devell, a male member who was 4 years older than her. Because of his handsome appearance, was quite a celebrity in England. I think this post went up 2 days ago, but even the cheapest item in that shop is 700 TP. We can only watch for now. Ah, Rachel let out a dry cough and glanced at her inventory. LV3 gargoyles leather armor. Was it a waste to buy this? And no, it was thanks to this armor that I couldn't be hurt by undead monsters. Rachel quickly got rid of the doubt in her heart. First, let's eat, wake everyone up. Today will be just as busy as yesterday. Yes. Devell quickly woke up other members while Rachel began to cook Kim Hajin's deer meat on a frying pan. She sat around the frying pan with members who just woke up and ate breakfast. Thank God for this. Without it, we would have been screwed. We'd either be starving or buying the player shop's emergency bento box. Vice Leader, I have the utmost respect for you. It's nothing. Because the deer meat came with a LV2 satiety effect, eating just a little bit was enough to make them full. Since it was also delicious, no one had any complaints. In fact, they were extremely grateful to Rachel. Oh, right, will those two be okay? They're both magicians, and it didn't look like they brought any food. One member suddenly asked about Aileen and Yi Young-ha, who left them yesterday. They should have food, Rachel spoke firmly. They asked me if I learned the dismantling technique. Kid, did you learn the dismantling technique? Rachel replayed Aileen's childlike voice. Dismantling technique. Yes, to obtain the dismantling technique, one needed to properly dismantle a monster with their own hands. Since Aileen and Yi Young-ha would have never experienced such a thing on Earth, the dismantling technique was likely hard for them to get. I think they have monster corpses in their inventory. It wastes a lot of space, but the inventory can fit 1 or 2 corpses. Oh, as expected of Vice Leader, you have great insight. Speaking of the devil, a system alert popped up. Player World's Strongest Magic Hero sent you a friend request. From the nickname, Rachel could guess who it was. For now, she delayed accepting it. After we're done eating, why don't we go visit this famous shop? PFD. Other members began to laugh. Rachel narrowed her eyes and glared at them. Why are you laughing? Nothing. Forming a close relationship with a shop is very important. You know, yes, of course, let's go. Get ready, you guys. For 2 days, I spent time with a vandal. I went to Disneyland in America along with Hyun and Haeyang, toured Michelin 3-star restaurants. and personally watched how far Evandel's spirit magic progressed. To expand on this, Evandel's growth was exponential, though I'd have to exaggerate ever so slightly. Her ghost army could likely fight Shin Jonghak on even grounds. You're leaving her with me again. After having fun without regrets, I returned home. YunSeo-jin visited me, saying she had something she wanted to say. Yes, I don't really have any other choice. Evandel was sleeping soundly on my lap. I stroked her head and smiled bitterly. Evandel didn't cause you any problem, did she? Not at all. She even helped me do laundry when I said she didn't need to. Opa adores her too. That's great to hear. I breathed a sigh of relief. But I think we're going to sell this place soon. YunSeo-jin brought up something concerning. This one too. Yeah, I don't think Opa's work is going well either. I came to say that. But don't worry about Evandel. I'll take good care of, then I'll buy it. Her. In an instant, YunSeo-jin's eyes widened in shock. I'll buy your house, and you can keep living here. It'll be my way of paying you back for all the trouble I caused. You don't need to pay rent or anything either. You're that rich. It's expensive to live around here. You know, I simply smiled. I haven't been checking my account recently with all the mercenary work I had to do as Fenrir and preparing for the tower, but when I checked today, I jumped in surprise. 5% of essential armory stocks, 15% of SH agencies, 15% of essential pharmacies, and other stocks of essence of the Straits businesses. Just the dividend I got from them came out to 30 billion won. With how much I made as Fenrir, that amount jumped to 50 billion. As you know, I'm Fenrir. But still, bullets are expensive. This apartment is crazy expensive too. We refused to sell it at first at even 13 billion, but we only decided to sell it because we were offered 20 billion. 20 billion won for a 165 200 square meter apartment. Although it might sound expensive, it was understandable considering that Seoul was the safest place on Earth. In fact, the cost of living in Seoul would only go up as time went on. I can buy it, so don't worry. Is this why you haven't been looking well? Me, YunSeo-jin smirked. I'm fine. Even if I don't have a house, I can just sleep in my office. The problem is, well, the entrance ticket. The Tower of Wish entrance ticket. I tilted my head. Yeah, those things are no joke. Do you know how much they're going for right now? I didn't. Even if I did, they would have surely changed by now. Green tickets are 200 million each. Yellow tickets are 400 million. Oranges are 700 million. Reds are 1.5 billion. And black is practically a blank check. Then, my face darkened as well. I suddenly had a bad feeling. If YunSeo-jin couldn't get a ticket for Suho, we wanted to enter the tower too, those damned loan sharks. YunSeo-jin slammed her fist down on the table. I don't know how, but they found out about every ticket we obtained and seized them. At the same time, my heart sank, but my brain spun quicker in urgent situations. It was a skill I gained from working as a mercenary. Thankfully, I quickly came up with a solution. With the Book of Truth, I should be able to find one with 1 day of hard work. You don't have any left. Ha. Who do you think I am? But it seemed that wasn't necessary. YunSeo-jin grinned and held up her index finger. I have one. Plus, it's the best ticket you could get, the black ticket. Oh ho, I'm glad. That's for Suho, right? Yeah, that's the least I can do for him. I breathed a sigh of relief. After entering the tower, Kim Suho should find one hidden piece after the other and become Creator's sacred grace's wings. Oh, before I go, I checked my gift. Equals young dwarf's dexterity intermediate rank, illusion attribute, evolving grade -7 growth EXP. 3% equals as I thought. It didn't revert back. As long as I didn't die in the tower, I was able to return to Earth with newly synthesized gifts and improved ranks. Anyways, to think that it would be intermediate rank at just grade -7, it might even reach master rank at grade -1. Before you go back, what? Oh, I have a gift for Suho, with a black ticket. You can bring up to 3 equipment with you into the tower, but I doubt Suho's equipment is top class. YunSeo-jin flinched, feeling guilty. Currently, Kim Suho should only have Misteltin. Normally, guild members' equipment were sponsored by the guild, but Creator's sacred grace just wasn't in a situation to provide top-class equipment. WE can still provide low-intermediate rank artifacts, like a wrist protector. Low-intermediate rank artifacts. I laughed lightly and looked at my hand. The modern era's new descendant of the dwarven race. With this gift, Everything I make would become an artifact to last the ages. In fact, I had ordered a couple of items as soon as I arrived in Korea. High intermediate rank grade -1 mountain tyrant's leather and suppressed magic stone. With these, I should be able to make an item rivaling an intermediate rank artifact. Ah, okay, if you say so. Ah, I just got called in. I'll see you later. Called in at 11 p.m., YunSeo-jin ran out of the apartment. Kung, quang, the sound of footsteps rang out a few times, then the world became quiet. NNNG, Evandel tossed around, seemingly bothered by the noise. I carefully picked her up and placed her on the bed. Then, I sat down at the edge of the bed. Who? A silent room, flowing time, and a ticking clock. Looking down at Evandel sleeping soundly, I suddenly thought of Boss. I hope she's doing okay. I didn't know why Boss overlapped with Evandel, but I knew what kind of a life she lived. Perhaps I knew more about it than anyone else. Obviously, it was because I was the one who created her background story. A child who walked a path of sadness and pain more than anyone else, hated by everything in the world, a monster who grew up being betrayed. Although she was suppressing the monster within her by abandoning her name, there were just too many things in this world I didn't know. I opened the Book of Truth, a mysterious book formed with magic power. Using all 4 streaks of stigma, I asked, "Tell me, boss, past that I don't know about." However, the Book of Truth was incapable of revealing even Chundong's past. You do not have enough stigma. Was it because a person's past contained too much information, or was it simply because 4 streaks of stigma were incapable of handling it? Between January 1st, 2020 and January 3rd, 2020, tell me what Boss was doing and where. You do not have enough stigma. It was the same. What do you know this time? Zero point 0.1 streaks of stigma was consumed. That wasn't even a question. Everything. It is your ability that is lacking. I guess you're right. I didn't have much to say to that. Scratching my neck, I closed the Book of Truth. Next day, early morning, it was time for me to go back to the tower. I knelt in front of Evandel, who came to see me off. However, she refused to look at my eyes. "I'll be back soon," facing the floor. She didn't say anything. She was hugging a rag doll that I made that looked just like me. "Evandel, when are you coming back?" When I asked again, she asked back with a trembling voice, "I'll come back in a month." Evandel pouted and shook her head. Then, with a tiny voice, she expressed her sadness. "Earlier." Something rose up from the bottom of my heart. Did my parents feel the same thing when they were raising me? I embraced Evandel tightly. "Okay, you can order anything you want to eat and have fun with Haeng and Hyun before you know it. I'll be back. There are sandwiches and hamburger patties in the fridge, so you can eat those too. Ask Hyun's parents to cook the patties. They'll be great." "An." Our long yet short hug ended, and I stood up. Haeng walked up to Evandel as if to console her. Haeng scratched Evandel's leg. She seemed to be telling Evandel to do something. Evandel was on the verge of tears, but she didn't cry and waved her hand. "Come home safe." "Yeah, I'll be right back." With that, I left the apartment, but before going back to the tower, there was one more person I had to meet. She was someone I didn't need to visit myself. When I came out to the front of the apartment, a limousine was waiting for me. Its window went down, and Yonha peeked her head out. "You're really back." I smiled and sat down next to her. Yonha stared at my face fixedly, then suddenly asked, "Did you cry?" "No, anyways. You must really be busy. You're working even when you're in a car." I glanced at the documents sitting on the table inside the limousine. "I've been driving around a lot because of our businesses and the matter with the Tower of Wish." "Oh, right. Here." I handed her a plastic bag. "What is it?" "A handmade burger. I just made it and brought one for you in case you were hungry." Yonha blinked her eyes. It looked like she was thinking about what to say. After a brief moment, she nodded and took the bag. "I haven't had time to eat proper food lately. Thank you." The smell of hamburger rose up from the bag. Yonha peeked into the bag and swallowed her saliva. From the way she licked her lips, it was obvious how much she was looking forward to eating it. "Anyways, how are things going inside the tower?" "I'm doing fine, but your informants probably won't come out. TP is extremely important in the earlier stages. They won't have any to spare." "I heard. The return ticket is 1,000 TP, and the re-entrance ticket is also 1,000 TP. Right?" I nodded and stretched. "Yeah, the tower is one thing, but..." She peeked at me and carefully brought up another topic. "It's about that furniture, the chair you gifted me." "Oh, the chair. It's amazing." "Right." Yonha nodded silently. I was just thinking, if the maker also makes other furniture, I'd like to ask him to make me a bed. You liked it? Yes, Yonha muttered quietly. Did she think she was the loser if she liked something? So, can you ask him? I can, but it'll be expensive. Oh, how much is it? As she asked, she crossed her arms as if there wasn't anything she couldn't buy. It was a look worthy of Seoul's queen. 1 billion. I guess that's nothing at all, if the bed is the same quality as the chair. But it'll be a used bed. It won't be a new one. I didn't have time to make one for her. A bed was the hardest furniture to make, even at my current level of skill. I needed at least half a day to make one. However, I could send her the bed I use. Since I planned to make a new one with dwarf's dexterity, I didn't mind too much. A used one? Yeah, I can give you the one I have. Yonha screamed. What do you mean? It's not dirty or anything, so don't worry. It might smell like me, but it'll do its job. Oh, I guess it might smell like cigarettes. Smell. But once you sleep in it once, I promise you won't even think about other beds. Yonha's face slowly reddened as she glared at me. It looked like she had something to say, but nothing came out of her mouth. When her face changed color from an unripe strawberry to a tomato on the brink of exploding. Are you crazy? She screamed loud enough to shake the entire limousine. However, I only shrugged leisurely. I mean, I can't just whip out furniture of that level in a flash. But you can just tell me the maker's contact address. The maker doesn't have time. Don't worry. The bed is clean. Yonha looked anguished. I could practically see the internal conflict she was having. Okay, so, where is this bed? She finally came to a decision. I grinned. If a clean freak like Yonha wanted it that badly, well, I guess she was just really tired from all her work. Objectively speaking, my bed worked wonders on the exhausted body and mind. Just tell me the address you want it sent to. I'll handle it. Evandel would be surprised if I gave her the one in my apartment, so I decided to give her the one I was using in Chameleon Troop's hideout. I'll pay for it immediately. Okay, but that wasn't why I wanted to meet you. I put on a serious expression once again. I ended up off topic because of the bed. I want to ask you for a favor. A favor? Yeah. The request I had for you, Yonha, was rather simple. The Book of Truth didn't tell me anything about Chundang's past. I tried to investigate it on my own, but it was too hard for me to do alone. Chundang was too much of an extra, an almost dust-like existence. You know that I'm an orphan, right? When I asked, Yonha's face turned cold. She stayed silent for a moment, then replied quietly, I do. It's related to that. I'm wondering, Kuhum, what happened to my biological parents? To be more exact, I want to know how they died. Chundang's biological parents were dead. That was the one thing I could find out about Chundang from the Book of Truth. Even that took 3 streaks of stigma from me. I need you to investigate for me. I don't think I can do it alone anymore. I don't have the time either. Yonha didn't say anything. She was looking down and taking deep breaths, because her hair was longer than before. I couldn't see her face either. But well, it's not a #1 priority. I'm asking only because I'm curious. Okay. She suddenly interrupted me, raising her head. She looked straight into my eyes. I'll give it my best. She looked determined yet hesitant. Her eyes were firm, but her fingers were wriggling nervously on her knees. Looking at these conflicting parts of Yonha, I nodded. Chapter 172. Skill 1. Inside the limousine, after Kim Hajin left, Yonha was looking outside, leaning her head on the window. Han River, the Tower of Hero, guild buildings shining with their respective insignias. Seoul's sky was unusually grey. It seemed it was going to rain soon. Ha! Yonha let out a small sigh and pondered. Kim Hajin had asked her to investigate the truth behind his parents' deaths. In that case, how much did he know? That he was a victim of the Kwang-o incident, or even that Ki Juchul was behind it. Feeling a headache, Yonha pressed her temples. This was why one-sided knowledge of information was unfair, because she didn't know how much he knew. She couldn't decide how much to reveal. And this, a plastic bag caught her attention. It was the homemade hamburger Kim Hajin made. Although it smelled good, Yonha didn't have the energy to eat. Driver. She called the driver to ask if he wanted it. But when she held the plastic bag up, the burger's smell spread out even more. Its savory and fragrant scent made it clear that it wasn't an ordinary hamburger. Yes, miss. Do you need something? The driver asked. In this short amount of time, countless thoughts flashed through her head. No, it's nothing. In the end, she brought the plastic bag closer and took out its content, a hamburger that wasn't too big or too small. Not only was it appetizing, it even looked beautiful. Gulp. Swallowing her saliva, Yonha took a bite. Nom, nom, her mouth stopped moving. She became surrounded by starlight. It was a taste that temporarily isolated her from the rest of the world, a flavor of pure rapture that she had never tasted before. Niam. After staying in a daze, she took another bite. The flavor of the burger exploded in her mouth. Mentally, she was depressed and troubled, but her body was honest. Her mouth was talking, that it had to eat this burger no matter what. Amidst this chaos, Yonha slowly ate the burger, savoring every single bite. I returned to Chameleon Troop's hideout. I didn't have any time to waste. I sent my bed to Yonha as soon as I came back, then touched my bracelet-shaped re-entrance ticket to go back into the tower. Wait, Cole, Cetrin suddenly shouted. For the record, Cole referred to the color black. Cetrin liked to call me by different black objects. For example, she's called me Coal, Petroleum, Oil, Blackie, and Black Cloud. Yeah, a magician wants to come live here too. Magician, you mean Brown? Yep, the seat of Brown. Harano Arashi, the master of destruction, magic, and stronghold creation. That perverted woman wanted to come. On one hand, I felt reassured, and on the other, I was worried. Then tell her she can use my room for now. I don't have time to make another one. Sure, Blackie. That seemed to be her only business as she hopped back on the couch once again. Next to her, Yu Kyungwon smacked his lips as he glanced at me. Kyuhum, then I'm going back. I immediately activated the re-entrance ticket. This time, a portal wasn't created. My vision blurred, and in the next moment, I found myself inside the tower. I knelt and retched. Direct teleportation had taken a toll on me. Ugh, my head. Welcome back. Player Extra 7, please get changed. Yes, I put on the clothes I had when I left the tower. Confirmed. The portal to the third-floor residential area will be created. Along with this system message, a portal shot up from the floor. I stepped into it without hesitation. Welcome back to the third floor, Prestige. The outer city of Prestige entered my sight. It was still infested with hunger and poverty. I could easily spot players walking around the streets. Since I was on Earth for 4 days, it wasn't too surprising. More people must have climbed up to the third floor. Boss, you're back, newbie. Boss messaged me as soon as I returned. Yes. Have you been doing well, boss? Boss, yeah. I already earned 1600 TP. Ooh, that's a lot. Boss, hee, fighting helps my stats grow quicker. Anyways, where are you? I'm walking towards the inner wall right now, I replied as I walked forward. Then, I suddenly became curious how Henry and Kiri were doing. Keep hunting. I have something to do, so I'll join you in 3 hours. After sending Boss this message, I changed course to the shop I bought. The items they sell here are too poor. Are you sure it's a named shop? It didn't take long for me to find my shop. It was noticeable even from a distance, as it had 10 or so people wandering around it. It sells LV3 items and attribute-infused items. It's the best place outside the inner city. Oh, by the way, I heard you can receive common quests without having to buy citizenship. I pushed my hood down further and walked past the chattering players. There were 6 players inside the shop. They were debating whether to buy a LV3 longsword. Henry and Kiri were staring at them from the counter. Henry, Kiri, using this opportunity. I glanced at Henry and Kiri. When they noticed me, their faces turned bright. Ah, everyone, it's time for us to restock. Can you talk outside? Oh, there are even more items coming in. Yes, the shop is closing down for the day. Ooh, all right, I'll come back tomorrow then. Kiri skillfully drove the customers away. The players glanced at me on their way out, but they seemed to have thought I was an NPC as they didn't show too much interest. You're back. Welcome back. Kiri and Henry bowed in a 90-degree angle. Yeah, I'm back. I took off my hood and smiled. Thankfully, their complexions had gotten much better than before. They looked healthy and fed, and they seemed to be taking baths too, as they were exceptionally clean. Are we getting many customers? Yes. I don't know why, but more and more people have been visiting lately. What about the items? We sold 2. 2. Yes, Kiri replied energetically. I looked around the shop. The 2 items sold were the cheapest items in the shop, the bear leather jacket and the gorilla wrist protector. I wasn't too surprised. Most people still couldn't fill their bellies properly, so they would be hard-pressed to come up with money to find the LV3 steel sword. The jacket sold for 600 TP and the wrist protector sold for 500 TP. Oh, that's more than I expected. As I thought, they were talented. I would have been happy with just getting 300 TP for each of them. Are there any other items for us to sell? Kiri asked enthusiastically. I grinned. I told them I'd give them 5% of whatever they sold, so it wasn't surprising to see them so zealous. It's just that many customers are disappointed. They always say we don't have enough variety. Hold on a bit. I'll go make some now. I said that and walked downstairs. The basement was still empty. I took out the goblin tablet from the black pouch and infused Stigma's magic power into it. Shuang, 3 lumps of light shot out of the goblin tablet, becoming 2 normal goblins and 1 goblin shaman. Hello. Kerek, Kurorok. Oh, we haven't met before. Anyways, I have work for you guys. I commanded the goblins to make potions. As goblins, potion recipes and brewing techniques were engraved in their DNA. As long as they had the ingredients, they should be able to make them on their own. I opened the player shop and bought all the herbs that could be used as potion ingredients. Although it cost about 10,000 TP, I should be able to make 5 times that amount once I sold everything. I hope they sell well. The reason I set up a shop was simple. To prevent the 3rd floor from falling into ruin, a redistribution of wealth was necessary. Ripping TP away from the players and distributing it to NPCs, thereby letting them topple the wall, preventing their growth on their own. My final goal was for NPCs to hold desire to exist rather than desire to disappear. Of course, I didn't plan on doing this myself. That was why I hired Henry and Kiri. Boss. At that moment, Kiri peeked her head into the basement. Oh, come down. A.E. Kiri was startled when she saw the goblins, but when I patted their heads, Kiri approached them with interest. What are these strange creatures? Think of them as friends. They're going to be making potions down here. You just need to take them up and sell them. You can order them to clean the shop if you want, and if it's necessary, you can order them to fight. Okay. Good. Then go back up. Kiri went back upstairs, and I sat down on the floor. Ignoring the goblins who were rummaging through the basket of herbs, I opened the tower system. Special dwarven potion recipe. 1. Cilian grass, 5G, 2. Crewmin, 3G, 3. Ketelin, 1G, equals. It was the recipe that was recorded in the dwarven steel. There was a high chance that it was leagues above anything the goblins knew how to make. But because there was a rather special ingredient, ketelin, in the recipe, I needed to borrow Random Dice's power. Random Dice X5, I already had the maximum amount. I wasted 3 dice over the 4 days I was gone. I quickly threw the dice. For 3 hours, the goblins made 10 potions, and I made 3. The goblins took a long time to make potions because of the goblin tablet's low level, and I didn't have enough ingredients to make any more. Instead, I used the remaining time to make 3 LV2 equipment and 1 LV3 equipment, making it better for the overall variety of the shop. Come back soon. We'll do our best. Yeah, make sure you eat properly. Okay, I left all the equipment with Henry and Kiri and went outside. Phantom Thief, Hajin, where are you? We're walking to your shop right now. I'll wait then. I stood near the shop and waited. Not long afterward, Jane arrived. She was wearing the robe I gifted Boss. Where are the others? They're coming soon anyways, newbie. Is making TP the only thing we need to do here? For now. The 3rd floor took a long time to finish because the demons we had to defeat formed a society of their own. By the way, did you get any skills? I asked Jane. Skills? Skills were one of the most important aspects of this tower. Here, no matter how much you increased your stats, you could be countered by a single skill and have all your efforts wasted. You didn't get any skill books as drops. I don't really like hunting that much. You should ask Boss. Oh, okay. There was only one skill I wanted to obtain from this floor. One of the best among skills that only took up 1 skill slot, permanent materialization. Oh, here they come. At that moment, Jane pointed down the street. Where, in the distance, I caught sight of 2 very noticeable people walking towards us. Wow, I muttered in shock. Boss was that beautiful. Her slender legs and elegant figure made her look like a goddess, and her delicate face looked like the perfect combination of all the good points of Westerners and Easterners. The leather jacket she was wearing gave her a cool look. The bare leather jacket, so Boss was the one who bought it. And that's why Jane was wearing her robe. She really started to take interest in fashion. "Welcome back, newbie," Boss walked up to me and said. She seemed to have found boots from somewhere as she was almost at my eye level. I pretended to be blinded by her beauty, and Boss smiled in satisfaction. "All right, that's enough. What is it that you wanted to ask me?" When I came back today, I had asked her for a favor. "Ah, you see, I want to rob a mansion in the inner city, the professor's mansion. It was the place where the skill book I wanted was hiding." "Stealing sounds fun." Chiak Yungyong chuckled. Boss also nodded. Then, she suddenly held up her index finger as if she remembered something. But before that, something appeared on her hand. It looked like a magnifying glass. What item was this again? Rather than looking through my settings book, I asked Boss first. "What is it?" "Just a fun item." Boss gave a vague reply and pointed the magnifying glass at me. The convex side of the lens made my face distort unattractively. After about a minute, the magnifying glass turned into dust and scattered. Boss, I couldn't help but be curious about what just happened. "What's wrong?" "Ah, boss." A never-before-seen agitation and surprise was spreading out across her face. "Tower of Wish." This tower of unprecedented scale had the entire world in an uproar. Television channels dedicated to the Tower of Wish appeared. Relevant websites popped up, and the internal structure and overall progression of the tower became something of an entertainment for even the ordinary people. The same passion existed in Pandemonium. Without any federal authority restricting its residents and guests, entrance tickets became the hottest item to be sold and traded. Multiple auctions were held every day, and both big and small fights broke out over attempts to take them with force. On the other hand, in Pandemonium's eternally popular Thousand Demon Arena, Jin Sahyuk was sitting in her waiting room, not as a demon rank fighter, but a fiend rank fighter. Naturally, her waiting room had gotten several times larger than before. "This is the real thing." With her legs crossed arrogantly, she asked as she straightened out the ticket in her hand. "Why, yes, certainly," the man bowing in front of her replied. Jin Sahyuk looked down at him with a bored look. The man was curled up like the larva of a cicada and trembling in terror. "What if it isn't?" "Pardon." Jin Sahyuk lit a cigarette and put it in her mouth. Thick smoke spread out across the room. As expected of a magic power circulation catalyst that cost millions of won, it tasted quite good. "Are you deaf?" I asked. "What if it isn't?" I'm certain. I swear that it isn't fake." Jin Sahyuk grinned. With Belle no longer around to restrain her, she went wherever she wanted and caused a huge mess. She forced herself into wherever entrance tickets were said to be and checked the ticket's color. However, she didn't steal tickets that weren't black. What she wanted was the best entrance ticket and nothing else. "Yeah, I guess I have to trust you. What other choice do I have, right?" Murmuring to herself, she stared at the black ticket given by the man. The Tower of Wish was currently the focal point of the entire world. Things that happened in the tower, how the world inside the tower was like, everything of such nature became a newsworthy topic. But this was precisely what was driving Jin Sahyuk mad. A world where each person had 7 lives. The fact that she wasn't a part of such a world was driving her crazy. Likewise, she couldn't restrain her killing intent for the person who stole her ticket. "But I heard that the black ticket is a double-edged sword. You can only choose the hardest difficulty, but the benefit you get from it is less than the others." "Shut it." Jin Sahyuk flicked the ashes of her cigarette. Then she infused her magic power into the ticket. Until now, she had burned all fake entrance tickets to ashes. The fools who brought those tickets to her had likewise become ashes. However, this entrance ticket was different. Not only could it withstand her magic power, but it also had the ability to circulate it within itself. This entrance ticket was real. Jin Sahyuk stared at the man who brought her this ticket. He was kneeling respectfully, shaking in fear. Yet, he was still sneaking a peek at her every now and then. Jin Sahyuk decided to forgive his filthy look. She knew she dressed rather skimpily as well. "You're right, this looks like the real thing." With a grin, she got up and opened her safe. A countless number of jewels were shining beautifully inside it. Jin Sahyuk took out the jewel she promised as a reward, a blood diamond. Then, she threw it as though it was a piece of trash. Huck, take it and scram." "Why, yes. Thank you." The man ran away as soon as he received the diamond. He was in such a hurry that he tripped and fell several times. "Why run if you're going to fall? Fucking idiot." Jin Sahyuk watched the man leave. then sat down on her chair. After putting her cigarette back in her mouth, she examined the ticket once again. At first, a satisfied smile emerged on her face, but soon, her face distorted viciously. Her clenched teeth severed the cigarette in half. Just you wait. You motherfucker. I'll tear you into pieces. She spat out the pent-up rage in her heart. She had already made full preparations to go into the tower. She wasn't just playing around. She hunted down people who left the tower after the tutorial. Sometimes she tortured them, and sometimes she asked kindly. With the information she got from them, she practiced necessary skills and techniques. For some reason, the rage boiling inside her suddenly subsided. Jin Sahyuk tilted her head with a strange expression. Just now, a strange sense of foreboding enveloped her. Apprehension, unease, regardless of what it was. The intuition she was born with told her it was something she couldn't ignore. Jin Sahyuk looked down at the entrance ticket seriously. Black entrance ticket, PFD. However, she sneered and coldly shook off the uneasy feeling she got. No matter what it was, I just had to do well. No matter who it was, I just had to kill them. Just you wait. Jin Sahyuk trembled once again with excitement and rage. Chapter 173, Skill 2. We were currently walking through Citizen Boulevard, one of the main streets in Prestige's inner city. However, the atmosphere wasn't as natural and relaxed as before. In fact, there was a heavy and awkward silence blanketing us. Poke, poke, Jane nudged me. What did you do? She asked as she sneaked a peek at Boss. Just like she said, Boss was wearing a grave expression, but I could only shrug helplessly as I had no clue why. I'm not sure. Did you do something wrong? It's only been 30 minutes since we met. Right, Jane pondered as she rubbed her chin. Then, she suddenly widened her eyes. Ah, is it that time? That time, I asked. That day, was it an anniversary of some sort? Perhaps this was a good opportunity for me to peek at Boss past. You know, that time of the month. Oh, cue him. I shook away the silly thought and focused on the task at hand. We were quickly approaching the professor's mansion. Despite being quiet, Boss followed us as well. As such, it didn't take long for us to reach our destination, LV6 Professor's mansion. We're here. An imposing mansion standing tall amidst Prestige's darkness. This mansion, which looked like a medieval castle, shone with a silvery blue light. So this is the place. How do you want to go about it? I stared at Jane without answering her. I had no clue how to rob a house, much less a mansion of this scale. Even if I did, I would undoubtedly pale in front of the professional in front of me. Why are you staring? Jane tilted her head as she met my gaze. 15 minutes. That was how long it took for us to occupy the professor's mansion. It was rather simple. First, Jiak Yungyung caused a scene outside the mansion, pulling the attention of the guards and vigilantes away. Meanwhile, Jane and I walked through the front door with the help of her disguise gift. However, it was hard to suppress the LV4 professor's soldiers with just me and Jane. Using my gun would reveal our presence to the guards outside, and Jane didn't have a weapon. That's when Boss stepped in. In her shadow form, she joined us and easily subdued 6 soldiers. Well, it wasn't easy per se, since she used 6 magic power potions. Each soldier was powerful, having at least one basic skill. Oop, oop, just like that. We arrived at the professor's private study. The LV6 professor, who was reading a book inside, was subdued by Boss Shadow and tied up. Ah, for the record, a high level didn't necessarily correspond to greater strength. This professor was a high level because of his intelligence. Oop, oop. Stay quiet, Keck. The professor struggled with his entire body, but Jane simply pressed a few pressure points and shut him up. The professor's shaking body calmed down as he fainted. Now the study was quiet. I looked around the study, which was larger than most auditoriums. Even with a cursory glance, I could estimate that the study had at least 10,000 books. There are people dying in the streets, and this guy built a castle out of books. People are the same no matter what world they're from. Eh? Jane muttered as she nudged the fainted professor with her feet. So, Hajin, what are we looking for in here? Look for skill books. Skill books. Yes. Officially, a skill book was called a skill acquisition book. Like in MMORPGs, it let you learn a skill with the click of a button. Of course, improving an acquired skill still required individual effort. What's a skill book? Jane asked, staring at the air. Ah, okay. Got it, thanks. The system must have explained it to her as she happily nodded. However, unlike Jane, who looked excited at the prospect of stealing, Boss continued to stare at me silently. I spoke. You should try it too. Boss, try what? Her response was a grumbling, complaint-like mumble. Ask the system what a skill book is. Boss mumbled curtly. What's a skill book, then? She stared at the air just like Jane. Aha! Next! Now that Boss knew what a skill book was, I clapped my hands and caught their attention. We shouldn't stay for too long, so let's search for them for the next 20 minutes. In the original story, the professor used skill books as bargaining chips to force players to do his bidding. So, I planned to take as many skill books as I could from this place and release them to the auction house. Of course, at a proper price. Skill books are noticeably different from other books, so you should be able to recognize them. Okay, we began to rummage through the study. DRRK, DRRK, the sound of books moving rang out in the study. Hey, Hajin, I think I found one. Soon, Jane held up a book. Oh, let me see. Here, I caught the book she threw and checked its information. Basic Skill Acquisition Book, LV0 Law of Thinking, Average Low, LV0 Efficiency, increases the speed of your arithmetic operations. LV0 Intelligence increases the speed of your calculations. Just keep it in your inventory. Right. I didn't think it was good either. You can have it. No, I don't really. Okay, I'll take it. I could give it to Henry and Kiri. Unlike players, NPCs couldn't learn skills with the click of a button. However, they could still acquire skills. I put the skill book in my inventory. Then, I went back to looking for skill books. Hajin, I found another one. Where, as expected of someone who was nicknamed Phantom Thief, she was good at finding hidden treasures. Here, I checked the information on the skill book she threw. Basic Skill Acquisition Book, LV0 Charging, Average Intermediate, LV0 Limit Break, charges forward with your strength doubled. LV0 Flexibility moves quickly for an instant. Maximum range, 100 million, charging. It was a simple yet useful skill. It was especially useful for someone like Chiak Young who had high physical stats. Looks like this can go to Chiak Young. I agree. I'll sell it to him for 1,000 TP. Does he have money? Yeah, he has a lot. He's only been hunting the past few days. While we're having a friendly conversation, I felt a sudden stinging gaze on me. I glanced to the side. Boss was glaring at us with a somewhat dissatisfied expression. But when our eyes met, she quickly retracted her gaze and went back to looking for skill books. After 20 minutes of searching, we found a total of 21 skill books, including glass barrier, sand manipulation, monster taming, elemental reinforcement, and snatch. However, we couldn't find what I was looking for. While I was stamping my feet, wondering if we had to go back, newbie, Boss approached me. Her mood still seemed to be down as she handed me a skill book. I checked its information. Basic Skill Acquisition Book, LV0 Permanent Materialization, Rare High, LV0 Limit Break, permanently materializes a formless existence. Oh, my eyes shot open. I finally found it. Permanent materialization. It was the best basic skill I knew. It only had one effect, but that only made it easier to level up. This is the skill book I was looking for. Thanks, boss. I'll use it well. I never said I'd give it to you. Boss put out her hand. She was clearly asking me to hand the skill book back. Come on, I'll make you a good equipment later. Good equipment? Yes, of course. Before Boss could say anything else, I put the skill book into my inventory. Boss looked at me suspiciously before turning back. Now let's hurry. The city's vigilantes should be charging in any second. Okay, by the way, how much is everything we looted? Curious myself, I did a cursory calculation in my head. We stole 25 skill books in total. To sell them in the auction house, we would have to wait 2 weeks for the stolen good property to disappear. But in total, once players start making money seriously, we should be able to get at least 50,000 TP. Wow, Jane smiled happily. At that moment, in here, get them. A thunderous roar rang out from outside the study. With my 1,000-mile eyes peering through the wall, I could see 10 vigilantes running over. However, we already had an escape route planned. Boss escaped using Shadow Pool, instantaneously transforming herself into a liquid. Jane and I disguised as LV4 Professor's soldieress, who we subdued on our way here. Jane thoughtfully made injuries on our bodies. I immediately broke the window. Intruders, release the professor. As soon as the vigilantes barged in, I pointed at the shattered window. They escaped through the window. W what? Are you two okay? Your injuries? The vigilantes had terrifying levels. The lowest member was LV8 and their leader was LV11. We're fine, so please catch them. They kidnapped the professor. What? It was Jane who spoke out next. Hearing her, the vigilantes immediately jumped out of the window. With the vigilantes gone, we leisurely walked out of the mansion's premise and joined up with Boss at a predetermined meeting spot. There, Chiak Yungyong was waiting for us, looking sleepy. You're back. Hey, Chiak Yungyong, do you want to buy this? Jane asked as she handed him the skill book. What's this? A skill book. It's perfect for you. Skill book. Chiak Yungyong stared at the skill book curiously. As he read the system message, a smile of interest emerged on his face. Oh ho, how much is it? 2,000 TP. Do you think I'm an idiot? Chiak Yungyong and Jane started to negotiate, and I sneaked off. There was something I needed to do. Newbie. However, Boss, who just arrived, stopped me, grabbing my wrist hard. She looked into my eyes with a serious expression. Her eyes were fierce, like she wanted to eat me. Why, yes. Where are you going? I'm going to go buy something. I'll be back soon. Before learning permanent materialization, there was something I needed to do. Thankfully, I only needed TP to do it, so it shouldn't take long. What are you buying? I'll tell you later. Boss clenched her teeth, clearly outlining her jawline. You have lots of secrets. Yes, what do you? Without replying, Boss walked past me and walked towards Chiak Yungyong and Jane. Boss, don't talk to me. She really was in a foul mood today. It seemed I needed to make her something delicious later. Still, I had to do what I had to do. I faced forward and began to walk towards Medea's temple. LV7 Temple of Medea. The temple wasn't far away. As its name suggested, it was a place where visitors had to be polite and respectful. Naturally, I took off my mask and hood. Kirk, LV4 Medea's priest. As soon as I opened the temple's door, a priest greeted me with a warm smile. Welcome. Ah, yes. I came to buy an item. Our temple sells the following items. The priest snapped his fingers, and a holographic system message popped up in front of me. It was the list of items being sold in this place. I picked 3 items from the list. Basic Skill Acquisition Book, LV0 Synthesis. Basic Skill Acquisition Book, LV0 Extraction. LV0 Basic Skill Consolidation Scroll, LV0 Extraction, and LV0 Synthesis. By themselves, they were rather useless. However, after looking through my settings book hundreds of times, I was certain that these skills were the best for me. I'll take these 3. That'll be a total of 15,000 TP. 15,000 TP. The Temple of Medea was famous for being cost ineffective. In truth, buying skill books here was a waste. However, this was what the Book of Truth said. LV0 Synthesis and LV0 Extraction are only sold in Temple of Medea. So I didn't have any other choice. This temple was the only place I could buy them, and it wasn't like I could create them myself. Here, 15,000 TP. I gave the priest 1,000 TP banknotes. The priest took the money with a bright smile and handed over 2 skill books and a scroll. Thank you for your purchase. Ah, would you like to become a member of our temple? If you do, no, it's fine. As I said before, the Temple of Medea had terrible cost efficiency. There was no reason to become a member. Rather, I wanted to set it on fire and burn it to the ground. I declined the priest's offer and left the temple. Then I moved to my waiting room to begin my work. Ah, there's sunlight in this place. For some reason, there was sunlight in the waiting room, unlike in Prestige. I sat down at the edge of my bed and took out the skill books I bought. Basic Skill Acquisition Book, LV0 Synthesis. Would you like to learn the basic skill LV0 Synthesis? Warning: learning a skill uses up a skill slot. Once used, a skill slot cannot be recovered. Warning: the synthesis skill is a half skill that can only be leveled up with scrolls. Thank you for worrying about me, but I already know. I went ahead and learned the skill. You acquired the basic skill LV0 Synthesis. You can still learn 2 more skills. Basic skill LV0 Synthesis. LV0 Limitation. You can synthesize LV-1 or lower items. LV-1 or lower. It was easy to see that it was a trash skill that couldn't be used without consolidation scrolls. I took out the consolidation scroll I bought and leveled up the synthesis skill. LV0 Basic Skill Consolidation Scroll upgrades your synthesis skill. LV1 Synthesis, LV1 Limitation. You can synthesize LV0 or lower items. There. Next was the important part. Using synthesis, I combined the 2 remaining skill books. LV0 extraction, and LV0 permanent materialization. You used LV1 synthesis. Warning: the chances of successfully synthesizing a skill are extremely low. Would you like to do it anyway? Yes. As I always said, playing with probability had little meaning to me. Synthesizing, what will be the result? Do. I didn't know you could be so lively. Extrapolating results. Synthesis successful, with great luck. The two items successfully fused. You obtained a new skill, normal skill acquisition scroll, LV0 extraction, and permanent materialization. Unsurprisingly, the synthesis succeeded. Whew! I breathed a sigh of relief. There was a reason I went through all this trouble to synthesize a skill. Extraction and permanent materialization. Extraction pulled out the essence of an existence. Next, materialization provided a form to the formless. Finally, permanence made the form last for an unlimited time. The secret plan I had for this skill was simple and obvious: to materialize my strongest weapon, Stigma's magic power. That was my first goal. Chapter 174, Skill 3. Once separated from my body, Stigma's magic power didn't last long. The same applied to any other form of magic power. Although people could materialize magic power for an instant, it usually disappeared within 10 minutes unless the user provided a constant supply of magic power to maintain its form. You obtained a new skill. Normal skill acquisition, scroll, LV0 extraction, and permanent materialization. However, this skill made condensing magic power and materializing it possible. In other words, mana crystals, which usually took a long time to create, could be done in an instant. Although the skill was still low level, it should be possible. You activated extraction and permanent materialization. I used the skill on the stigma on my upper arm. First was the extraction process. It felt like my arm was being ripped off, but I clenched my teeth and endured it. From my arm, Stigma's magic power faintly glimmered. The skill's power forced its magic power to form a certain shape. Meanwhile, the pain grew more intense. From my arm to my shoulder, from my shoulder to my head, it felt like I was being trampled by dozens of horses. Kuak! Then suddenly, the pain stopped. When I opened my eyes, a crystal was resting on my palm. The unrefined crystal was rocky like an uncut gem. Additionally, it gave off a white glow rather than a blue glow. I checked the item's description. LV2 pure origin mana crystal. LV2 origin mana crystal. Despite its grand name, its effects were a complete mystery. However, I felt like I knew how to use it. The chief administrator is observing you with interest. Suddenly, I received a rather interesting alert. Chief administrator, the existence overseeing all floors. I smiled at its interest and turned on my smartwatch. Then, I typed in the effects I desired in the mana crystals question marks. LV2 pure origin mana crystal. LV2 permanent strength increase upon consumption. LV2 permanent speed increase upon consumption The SB required was 0. As expected, I had created something of a blank check with my stigma. Since I made one, I put it in my mouth without hesitation. Consuming an origin mana crystal increases your strength by 0.05 points. Consuming an origin mana crystal increases your speed by 0.05 points. Perhaps because my stats were still in the 2-point range, it went up by quite a lot. If I gained 0.05 points in the tower, I should gain about 0.01 in the outside world. Great, simply great. It was completely worthy of being called a cheat skill. However, my body hurt, and I felt drowsy. Although it didn't specifically limit me in any way, once a day was unquestionably my limit. I thought about jumping on the bed, then stopped when I remembered the egg sleeping on it. When are you going to hatch? Munin's egg still showed no signs of hatching. Rubbed the reflective surface of the egg to scare it. If you won't hatch, I'll extract your power and absorb it all. In fact, I'll fry you. However, the egg showed no signs of change. Instead of making a fried egg, I put the egg down and put the bed in my inventory. To hatch, it only needed the blanket. Hyung's leaving now. After saying goodbye, I left the waiting room. Although I put a lot of effort into making my waiting room hospitable, sleeping in Prestige's hideout provided more of an advantage, plus being alone was lonely. Oh, I'm so tired. I trudged back to the chameleon troop's hideout. Oh, Hajin, You're back. It was now 11 p.m. The three members of the chameleon troupe were grilling meat. Come eat. Chiak Young gestured with his index finger, and Boss stared at me silently. Ah, it's okay. I'm too tired. I took out my bed from my inventory. Jane and Boss' eyes widened. Oh, where'd you get that bed? I brought it from my waiting room. Equals LV3 comfy bed. LV3 recovery fully restores your vitality in 6 hours. LV3 comfiness clears your mind. I lay down on the LV3 bed I made. I couldn't hold back my drowsiness any longer. Boss and Jane looked at me with envy, but I had no intention of giving up the bed for today. I closed my eyes, hoping for the fatigue from using extraction and permanent materialization to go away. A perilous land, reddish-black fragments scattered down from the shattered sky. The world was dark. There was no hope, no light, and only death. I was there, resenting my birth, rejecting my existence. I had parents who regretted giving birth to me. They called me a fabrication of a curse, an origin of evil. They condemned and cursed me several times a day until eventually they decided to kill me. I killed them in order to survive. I cut the flesh of the very person who gave birth to me. I slashed the neck of the person who held me when I was a baby. I died above the corpses of my parents and was reborn. That was the story of my childhood. At the same time, it was a world I could live in. I was happy to have parents, even though they hated me. I was happy to have a place to call home. I was happy to have parents who I had no choice but to love and hate. But when I killed them, everything disappeared. I wandered in the void. Occasionally, there were people who made me smile. However, they were all schemers who wanted to use me for their purposes. Tricked by the snake's smiles, I killed more and more people. Soon, the snakes began to fear me, and I killed the snakes that tried to kill me. While living in this perpetual cycle, I met a certain man. There was nothing special about the way we met. There was no reason for us to be together. However, he treated me honestly. He told me to do what I wanted, that he would become my new fence if I wanted. I agreed. That was when the real killing began. I never resented anyone. I was simply an existence born to kill. My eyes shot open with a resounding vibration in my chest. The scenes of the past crumbled down, and reality appeared before my eyes. I was drenched in sweat, and my face was heated. An unprecedented unrest shook my body. Ha! Was it because I wasn't sleeping on my special bed? I ended up having a nightmare I haven't had for a long time. This was the reason I hated going to sleep. My past always crept up in my sleep, but my dream self was always too young to resist it. Who? I calmly swallowed my saliva. Using magic power, I smoothened my flow of blood and cooled my heated body. However, what I couldn't understand only became harder to understand. I opened my system log. Kim Hajin's inner thoughts towards me were recorded here. He was full of emotions I couldn't comprehend. Longing, responsibility, affection, sadness towards your past, trust, desire to look after you, longing, responsibility. Such embarrassing emotions weren't the sources of my trouble. It was the sadness towards my past. I gritted my teeth and clenched my fists. My fingernails dug into my skin. Rage rose up from the bottom of my heart. How laughable. What do you know about me to have such a feeling towards me? Just what do you know to dare to have such a thought? Did you investigate my past secretly? My stomach churned. Something inside my deepest subconscious squirmed. An uncontrollable hostility was rising up. I got up from my bed and walked. I moved as my emotion told me. I stopped in front of his bed and looked down at him. I wanted to ask him, "What have you found out about me during the past 3 years? What is your purpose for being with me? In the end, are you also one of them?" Magic power ignited on my hands. The black magic power of shadow spread out towards him. I had to kill him. I had to kill anyone suspicious. I had to kill him before he betrayed me. However, my hands refused to move. The past 3 years flashed before my eyes. Among his inner emotions were affection and longing. How was I supposed to interpret them while I was contemplating Huam? He tossed and turned his body. Immediately, my magic power flickered off, and I took a few steps back. Soon, he woke up. After blankly staring at the ceiling, he raised his upper body. "Boss," he called my name. His drowsy eyes looked straight at me. Facing his stare, my body froze. Gulp, I swallowed. There were many questions I wanted to ask. Where the emotions you had for me were coming from, whether I can trust you, why you were staying with me. However, what came out of my mouth was, "I'm hungry," a stupid word. For a moment he looked at me in a daze, then he burst into laughter. PFT at this hour. Ah, well, I guess you were tired today. He jumped out of his bed and headed to the kitchen. I'll make you something special to revitalize you. He turned on the lights. Tack, 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 tack. The sound of him cutting vegetables and meat rang out. Tzzzzz. He ignited the burner and poured the ingredients onto the frying pan. Standing behind him, I watched him cook for a long time. Next day, LV0 essence of the straight hideout. Ki Naeun raised her sore, tired body. Although it was still early in the morning, all the guild members were already awake and making their beds. After her morning stretch, Ki Naeun sat down on the ground. Then she took out her frying pan, burner, salt, and boar meat. Naeun, Naeun, my favorite Naeun, Yijiyun snuggled up to her, giggling happily. On the other hand, the other guild members were walking on eggshells around her. What's everyone doing? As she grilled the meat, she called them over like she always did. Ha! Aren't you going to eat? Why, yeah, we will. Only then did they approach her one by one. Cuham, we're really lucky to have you. Naeun SSI. I agree. What a godsend. Almost 2 weeks had passed since they came up to the third floor. Essence of the Straits Guild members were relying on Ki Naeun's food. Cuham, everyone, before eating, Kim Youngjin, the chief officer of the tower subjugation team, gathered the attention of the guild members. Essence of Strait is able to advance faster thanks to Ki Naeun, so let us each give her a word of gratitude. Don't need it. Ki Naeun herself didn't have any opinion on the matter. She no longer expected anything of anyone. She didn't wish for anything, and thus there was no disappointment. That was it. Kim Youngjin had acknowledged his mistake and apologized to her already. She knew how difficult that was for a high intermediate rank hero to do. Oh, okay. You can give me the tongs. I will grill the meat for you. Okay. She didn't reject his offer. Leaving the cooking to Kim Youngjin, Ki Naeun opened her messenger. Thanks again, Hyung Nim. Your advice really saved us. Oh, right. Do you want to meet up sometime? Is he busy? 2 days had gone by since she messaged Extra Zevon, but he hasn't answered. The only replies she had were from Shin Jonghak. Young Fly, where are you? Let's go hunting together if you have time. Do it with your guildmates. Young Fly, I'm too strong for their standards. Ki Naeun simply ignored him. Right. Naeun, are you going to buy that longsword? Longsword? Yeah. The LV3 longsword that's being sold in the shop outside the inner wall. Oh, the named shop outside the inner wall. Players called it the brother and sister shop. A longsword was perfect for Ki Naeun. I don't know. I already have the red crystal spear. Without saying much, Ki Naeun secretly touched her left shoulder. Immediately, a burning pain pulsed out. She had received this injury when fighting a LV3 Banshee 4 days ago. She initially believed the injury would heal over time, but because the pain was only getting more intense, she couldn't even use two-handed weapons properly. Ki Naeun examined her injury through the system window. LV2 Curse of the Vengeful Spirit. The curse was LV1 yesterday. As expected, it was getting stronger over time. Still, Ki Naeun feigned healthiness and asked Ji-yoon, Ji-yoon, you still can't use healing factor. Oh yeah, I still don't have enough magic power. Why, are you hurt somewhere? No, that's not it. It was then. PSHHHU. A strange alarm rang, and a holographic window popped up in the air. Medea was on the screen. Oh, it's Medea SSI, the third floor's administrator. The male members even put down their chopsticks to focus. Hello, players. I'm Medea. It's been a while. I'm here to give you all a new goal. Tata Medea snapped her fingers, and a thick spire appeared on the screen. This is a demon spire. There's one located in each of the 4 cardinal directions. You can think of them as control towers. I will reward the player or group that destroys one of these with 5,000 TP. Each player's damage contribution will also be estimated. Players with the highest contribution points will receive special rewards. It's not fun telling you what they are in advance, but Tada Medea snapped her fingers again. This time, 3 windows with different item information popped up. Special Skill Acquisition Book, LV1 Lightning of Thor, Artifact High Intermediate, Special Skill Acquisition Book, LV2 Wind of Odyssey, Artifact Low Intermediate, Trait Recovery Coupon. Oh, everyone's eyes lit up. The rewards were the so-called skill books they had only heard about in the community. Not to mention, they were special skill books rather than basic skill books. Hey, aren't those like really good? Ki Naeun was especially agitated. Her injury made her more impatient. Calm down, everyone. We should formulate our plans carefully. YunSeo-jin calmed the excited guild members down and initiated a meeting. I left the city and entered the field as soon as I saw Medea's announcement, bringing a handmade bow along with 20 arrows. After walking through the dark monster field for a bit, I discovered 3 skeletons. I knocked 3 arrows on my bow. I aimed at them and lightly fired. The 3 arrows pierced their head directly. Wow, who's that? That was a good shot. Where did he get that bow? It looks like it's high level. Should we ask him? My performance caught the attention of a few other players in the area. I ignored their murmuring and approached the skeletons. I placed my hand above them and used my skill. You activated extraction and permanent materialization. The lifeless skeletons transformed into dust. However, the dust didn't scatter away and instead coalesced into a crystal. LV0 skeleton soul, LV0 vengeful spirit. At first glance, the crystal was useless, filled with only a vengeful spirit. However, by collecting these and using synthesis, I could use them as grenades that would blow up the demon spires. Once all 3 skeletons turned into crystals, I turned around to return the way I came from. Tap, tap, then, suddenly, someone tapped on my shoulder. You're a player, right? Hearing a voice, I turned around. Startled, I jumped inwardly. Standing in front of me was the white-haired alien. She was a lot skinnier than the last time I saw her, but her unique confidence was still present. As expected of Temple of Justice's hero, Aileen had survived just fine. But why was she here? Did she recognize me? No, that was unlikely. Although I was still wearing a hood, my equipment was completely different from what I was wearing in the tutorial. I saw you doing something just now. Is that the dismantling technique? Thankfully, it seemed that she just misunderstood my extraction skill for the dismantling technique. Dismantling technique? I changed my voice and spoke. Yep. Why do you ask? Ah, well, I have food, but I don't know how to dismantle it. Oh, so she was asking someone she just met to do it for her. Should I say she was amicable or naive? Ah, no, it was because she kills anyone who tried to scam her. If you help me, you could have some of it, Aileen suggested. At that moment, I suddenly received a message. Phantom Thief, Hajin, I see you. You're with Aileen. Right, keep her there and catch her attention. I'm going to try the snatch skill I learned. Basic skill, snatch. It was a skill that stole items or TP from the inventory. How about it? It doesn't hurt to use it, right? Yeah, I guess. As I said that, I peeked over her shoulders. I could see a woman waving her hand excitedly from the distance. Sure, I'll do it. Really, what level is your dismantling technique? 3. Really? Nice. So that's why those skeletons instantly disappeared. Aileen smiled brightly. She tapped on the air a few times and pulled out a giant boar from her inventory. Although it wasn't rotten, it wasn't fresh either. If I didn't dismantle it soon, it would surely rot. Big, isn't it? I'll give you a 5th, no, a 4th. I nodded silently. Meanwhile, Jane had sneaked up to Aileen. Judging by the way her hands were moving, I suspected that the following was happening to Aileen's pocket. Minus 10 TP, minus 20 TP, minus 10 TP, minus 20 TP. I examined the boar. Is it too big? Aileen stared at me with worried eyes. No, it should be doable. Dismantle. After Jane finished her work and backed away, I used dismantle. In an instant, the giant boar was split into meat and leather. With my high-level dismantling technique, the boar was cleanly cut. Yuo! Aileen widened her eyes in surprise. While she was busy gawking at the boar meat, I quickly messaged Jane. How much did you steal, Phantom Thief? Kok. Kenus, 989 TP. Kok. Kenus, I took it all Hangul. Kokyuk enus 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 IIYA. The kid sure had a lot. Kok. Enus but they're all mine now. Kok. Enus, I scratched my neck and looked at Aileen. Yuo, look at all these. With her tiny hands, she was putting the meat into her inventory. Unaware that she just had her money stolen, she seemed happy like she just won a lottery. I felt a bit sorry, but the food I got her was enough to last 2 weeks. She could sell them to other hungry players, so I didn't feel too bad. Leaving Aileen behind, I turned around and walked towards the undead cave I came here to visit. Ah, you should take your portion, Aileen shouted. However, I responded without looking back. You can have it, Aileen. She was a powerful competitor for Medea's quest. I ended up giving her food in exchange for taking her money. I wasn't sure how effective it would be in slowing her down. But well, I just had to perform well and get first place. Chapter 175. Skill 4. Boar thigh, boar neck, boar belly, boar. Great, great. Aileen smiled in satisfaction as she stared at her inventory. The boar that was filling up her inventory had now turned into food that could be cooked. Even if she ate 3 meals a day until she was full, it was enough to last her 2 weeks. Youngher, I got the boar dismantled. First, she messaged Youngher. He was complaining a lot about being hungry, and Aileen was excited to present herself as a reliable older sister. Flame Wizard. What? Why? However, his reaction caught Aileen off guard. Aileen tilted her head, wondering if he went crazy from hunger, as she typed a reply. Why not? Didn't you say you were hungry, Flame Wizard? If Aileen SSI dismantles it, a lot of edible parts will become wasted. Dismantling a wild animal isn't easy. So that was what he was worried about. Heh, what a fool. Aileen snickered as she typed proudly. I didn't do it. I asked a passerby for help. Flame Wizard. Oh, you finally got spirit speech to work on a person. No, my magic power hasn't recovered enough to command someone, but I can induce a positive response. Although the man probably didn't notice, Aileen used spirit speech when she asked him to dismantle her boar. Her intent was to induce the man to agree. Flame Wizard. Great. What level was his dismantling technique? LV3. My inventory is filled with meat now. Flame Wizard. He had a LV3 technique. Wow, that's amazing. Anyways, let's meet up now. See if you can buy some lettuce on your way here so we can eat Sam. Their conversation ended here, and Aileen began to walk back to the city proudly. But not long afterward, 5 zombies rose up from the ground. They emitted strange cursing auras and blocked Aileen's path. HMPH. Aileen snorted and unleashed her magic power. At first, she planned to simply destroy them. But because she was in a good mood, and to test how much her power recovered, she condensed her magic power into a blunt weapon. Listen up. LV1 zombies had no intelligence and only acted on their instincts. In spirit speech, speech was only a means. The true power of a spirit speech master wasn't restricted to just speech. This hammer, she pointed at her blunt weapon formed from magic power. At that moment, a strange power descended on the weapon. The power of words, an incomprehensible phenomenon manifested by speech. This was spirit speech, a tangible power that transcended simple hypnosis. Is going to crush your heads. Immediately, the blunt weapon moved, or perhaps it didn't. One could only guess that it did from the faint afterimage seen in the air and the crushed heads of the 5 zombies. Hoo-hoo. Aileen smiled proudly. Even though her stats were suppressed, the art of wielding magic power was engraved in her body, just like how blood flowed through her veins. Your magic power increases by 0.02 points. A system alert popped up, boosting her morale even higher. Oh, right. Just as she was about to pass by the zombies, she remembered to rummage through the zombies' corpses for anything useful. However, all 5 LV1 zombies died without dropping any items. Absolutely trash. Aileen began to hop back to prestige. Perhaps because of her earlier display of might, no zombies bothered her again. Once she returned to the city, she passed by several starving players and returned to her hideout. LV0 Temple of Justice Hideout. After reading on the community that hideouts had the ability to boost rest and stat increase, Aileen and Yi Yanghe had hurriedly purchased this hideout of 150 TP monthly rent. They were relieved to find out that the price of land wasn't as astronomical as the price of food. As soon as she entered the hideout, Aileen took out her frying pan and burner. Tack, tack. Around the time she put meat on the frying pan, Aileen SSI. Youngher ran into the hideout with a touched expression. Oh, you made it back just in time. Come grill this for me. Before that, let me see your inventory. Fine. Go ahead. It seemed Youngher couldn't fully believe Aileen until he saw it with his own eyes. Aileen flipped her hair back proudly and shared her inventory. Wow, if we're frugal. All that might last a month. Thank God we brought a boar from the 2nd floor. Yeah. As far as they were concerned, only complete idiots would forget to bring food after suffering in the highest difficulty tutorial town. For this reason, Aileen felt sorry for the players who came from a lower difficulty tutorial. In her eyes, they were suffering because they chose the easy way out initially. This is all thanks to me. Right, I'm the one who caught that LV3 boar on the 2nd floor. Yeah, SSB. Sure, SSB. Aileen replied to Youngher half-heartedly while staring at the meat and swallowing her saliva. Although she had many questions she wanted to ask him, her mind turned blank when she saw the meat. 5 minutes later, I think they're done, Aileen SSI. Yeah, let's eat. The meat that took 5 minutes to cook disappeared in a minute. How about some neck meat this time? Sounds good. Aileen took out more meat, and Young glanced at the community as he grilled the meat. Ah, hick. Ah, geez, what? Aileen SSI. Look at this. Young showed Aileen a post on the public forum. The brother and sister shop has new items. Posted by Prementium. The brother and sister shop has a LV3 magic amplification staff and 3 LV2 equipment. Oh, they have potions too, the standard mana potions and health potions. They also have other potions, which all averaged about 150 TP. The thing is, these potions are leagues above the trash potions sold in the tutorial town. Magic amplification staff, Aileen's eyes shone. Let's go after we finish this. If anything, we can buy some mana potions. Good idea. How much money do you have? I have about 1500 TP. That much? As you know, my gift is specialized for hunting monsters. Young flipped over the meat as he laughed. Meanwhile, Aileen fell into thought. Since I have about 1000 TP, we'll have 2500 TP total. With that, we should be able to buy something nice. Exactly how much do I have again? Aileen opened her inventory to check her balance. Then, she blanked out, thinking something was wrong with the system. She closed her inventory and opened it again. However, nothing changed. She rubbed her eyes and looked at it again. She was confused and flustered. Aileen blinked in a daze, then rummaged through her pockets. What's wrong? SSSK. SSSK, seeing Aileen rummaging through her pockets like a crazy woman, Young asked suspiciously. You see, her TP was gone. There wasn't even one remaining. The TP she worked her ass off to gather up had just disappeared. Just where did they? Aileen spoke with her voice trembling. My money. It disappeared. As she softly muttered these words, tears flowed down from her eyes. LV5 Grahamson's cave. I stood in front of a cave, where the demon Grahamson lived. The reason I was here was to find an item. Although it wasn't quite good enough to be called a hidden piece, it was still too good to be an ordinary item. Click. Before entering the cave, I checked the Desert Eagle. It was nothing special, just seeing whether the trigger was jammed or dulled. Warning. If killed by a demon, you can lose up to 3 lives. While I was checking my equipment, a system alert popped up. As you can see from the alert, players having 7 lives was a form of a trap. It made players lazier and less tense in battle. In truth, unless a death resulted from a very clean PvP, player versus player, each death shaved off at least 2 lives. Furthermore, being killed by one of the tower's 4 hostile races, demons, celestials, giants, and hellwraiths, shaved off at least 3-4 lives. As a result, each player could only revive 2 to 3 times. Thank you for the advice. I'll be careful. As always, I replied to the system politely. Then, I checked the Book of Truth once again. LV6 Grahamson lives in LV5 Grahamson's cave, wields many undead monsters, a monster trainer who commands an army of undead monsters against prestige. Strength, necromancy, weakness, physical resilience. Grahamson was LV6, although its highest stat should be 5-6 points. I should be able to beat it thanks to its low physical resilience. 1 bullet from a shotgun should send it off easily. Still, I made full preparations. First, I took out the dwarven supercar from my inventory. Ooh, it was just as beautiful and elegant as the first time I saw it. I hopped on and casted a blessing with LV3 Yggdrasil Leaf. The dwarven supercar has been granted with a blessing. LV3 Yggdrasil Leaf whispers its ability to you. Tip. LV3 Yggdrasil Leaf says it can grant permanent blessings to 5 equipment. Would you like to grant the dwarven supercar with a permanent blessing? Was this the system helping me? I nodded. The dwarven supercar has been granted a permanent blessing. All of its effects permanently increase by 1 level. A dormant magic effect awakens. LV2, like the wind, you can strengthen or weaken its frictional force. For a short period of time, it can glide through the air at a low altitude. Oh, on top of being amphibious, it could also fly. Amazing. After finishing my item checkup, I drove the dwarven supercar inside. SSSS. The car entered the cave slowly and quietly. Although the cave was pitch black, my surroundings lit up brightly when I turned on the light. After about 15 minutes of driving, the cave began to rumble. Doo-doo-doo-doo, the entire cave was shaking. To be more precise, something seemed to be digging itself up from the ground. I stopped the car and observed my surroundings carefully. Oh, undead monsters. From the ground, undead monsters were rising like rice in a rice field. There weren't just one or two of them. There were at least 100, 200, 300. It was a large army, but I wasn't particularly nervous, as they were all LV.1s or LV.2s. There were also a few LV.3s mixed in. PFT. I snickered inadvertently. Unfortunately for them, the Dwarven supercar also had offensive capabilities. I just had to drive fast and run them over. As always, weaklings didn't pose a problem to me no matter how many of them there were. Gyuwu, Kegeljeljel, hundreds of zombies, skeletons, ghouls, and will-o-wisps advanced towards me from all sides. I simply stepped on the Dwarven supercar's accelerator, SSS. Its magic engine ignited. Young dwarf's dexterity surely applied to my offensive driving as well. Believing so, I drove the car forward. Bzzzzz. A thunderous explosion rang out. The dwarven supercar shot forward, radiating a golden light and crackling with fierce sparks. The dwarven supercar wasn't affected by terrain, height, walls or open air, narrowness or wideness, and ceiling or ground. It was unhindered in every sense of the word. As the car burst forward, it crushed everything it touched. The flesh of zombies, bones of skeletons, and nails of ghouls scattered in the air. Your driving technique improves to LV4, you can more cleanly drive vehicles. Your perception of roads reaches the creative level of a genius. It only took 10 minutes for the above alert to pop up. By the time I finished my crazed joyride inside the huge cave area, the army of monsters was decimated. Oh, I'm dizzy now. There was one side effect. The smell of blood and dizziness from driving made me retch. To collect my breath, I got down from the car. While I was blocking my nose and frowning, magic power suddenly ignited in front of me. A beam of magic power filled with killing intent was hurling towards me. The attacker was a LV3 skeleton mage. Blue light flickered from its hollow eyes. It was too late to dodge it. However, I didn't need to anyways. You activated the skill, extraction and permanent materialization. I stood still and activated a skill. The beam of light stopped in front of my face and was condensed into a solid substance. TK, a cube-shaped lump of magic power, dropped to the ground. Phew, I thought I was gonna die. That surprised me. Can't it shout out a skill name or something before attacking? I breathed a sigh of relief and picked up the cube. LV3 Skeleton Mage's Curse Crystal. I put it in my inventory for now. It was surely good for something. At the same time, I raised my Desert Eagle and immediately fired. The bullet pierced the mage's head, and the light in its eyes flickered off. Wait, come to think of it, taking all the items lying around was going to be a problem. I looked around. The huge cave area was littered with corpses and bones. Among them were a few items, the so-called drops. I'll deal with Grahamson first and pick them up later. I hopped back on the dwarven supercar and drove deeper into the cave. Soon, I arrived at a dead end. A throne was placed in the large empty space I was in. Grahamson was sitting on the throne, trying to look imposing. I got off the dwarven supercar. A human, Grahamson muttered. Since it didn't look like he needed an answer, I didn't say anything and simply walked closer with my gun. Tap, tap, eerie footsteps rang out in the empty cave. This is the problem with humans, Grahamson continued. I also kept walking closer, changing the Desert Eagle into its shotgun form. The reason I was walking closer was to enter the shooting range for a shotgun. Each of my footsteps should be something he's working to stop. They are incapable of understanding who is in front of them and how to act properly. However, Grahamson remained arrogant and impertinent, only muttering the lines of a third-rate villain. I continued walking, ignoring his useless rambling. Soon, I was at an appropriate distance. I checked my shotgun's magazine. It was loaded with 2 shells. Foolish human, you're the fool, idiot. You dare! I aimed my gun at the demon from 20 meters away. However, Grahamson didn't seem to know what my weapon even did. What's that? You don't have to know. You won't need to soon. KWANG. Along with my reply, I pulled the trigger. A shotgun shell shot forward, scattering a trail of magic power behind it. Q-Huck! The bullet struck the demon's chest. Why, you trash? To my surprise, Grahamson was able to withstand the first bullet. It seemed his armor was quite high-leveled, despite being made of leather. Rise, my Kriya! However, a third-rate villain deserved a cliché death. KWANG, I fired at his chest once again. The demon race's weakness wasn't the head but the heart. Grahamson died, without being able to finish his sentence or summon the creations he was so proud of. He slumped down and landed headfirst onto his throne. SSSS. His corpse turned into dust and scattered. Only a single book was left behind in his wake. That was the item I was looking for. I approached the throne and grabbed the book. LV6 Special Magic Record Book, Demon's Cunning Speech. Unique recorded page. The owner of this book can cast the spells recorded in this book using his own magic power. This book was a very useful item. Simply put, it was a book containing skills. Using this as a medium, I could use the following effect skills. Deceitful Quest. You can arbitrarily grant quests to players. The difficulty, rank, and reward of the quest can be set by the user. The reward does not have to be paid. First was Deceitful Quest. This skill was perfect for pretending to be an NPC and ordering players around. After all, players were crazy when it came to quests. Suggestive Voice. You can cast a hypnotic suggestion on yourself or others. However, you cannot make unrealistic or detailed commands. The effect of the hypnotic suggestion increases with the amount of magic power used, more effective when cast on yourself or targets with low intelligence. When used, you can change your voice for 30 minutes. The hypnotic suggestion may see improved or lowered effect depending on how trustworthy your changed voice sounds. Next was Suggestive Voice. This was an especially good skill. Casting hypnotic suggestions on others wasn't particularly useful, especially since it was unlikely to work on anyone stronger than me. However, self-hypnosis would be incredibly useful for training. Cowardly Lie. You can make magic power-infused lies to players or NPCs. Overly unrealistic or nonsensical lies will not work, but believable lies become more trustworthy. Last was Cowardly Lie. This tiring. While I was looking at the book, my messenger rang. Captain Britain, Hajin SSI. Have you visited the shop? It was from Rachel. Shop. Captain Britain, the brother and sister shop. That's the only well-known shop in Prestige. Ah, have you not been checking the community lately? No, I didn't have any time. Captain Britain, you can't do that. Number Chinese letter. A smile emerged on my face. Rachel never said much when we were together in person, but she was incredibly expressive in text. Was it because of the emoticon? She sounded especially cute. Captain Britain, anyways, this brother and sister shop is currently the most important named shop in the outer city. They're selling potions now too, and they're cheaper and higher quality than the ones being sold in the inner city. I'm standing in line, so Hajin SSI should hurry over too, while I was wondering how to reply to her long message. What is this place? Someone's voice echoed out from the other side of the cave. Chapter 176, Killing Jin Sahyuk. 1. I opened my eyes and looked at the far side of the cave. The familiar voice belonged to someone I knew well, with a barbed haircut and the red crystal spear in her hands. She was biting her lips as she often did when she was nervous. The person wandering around the cave entrance was Ki Nayan. I looked at her from a place where she couldn't look back. From the deepest corner of my heart, a bitter feeling arose. Was it sorrow, or was it guilt? An emotion that was hard to describe with words resounded. Hey, hey, come out. Ki Nayan waved her spear around, suspicious of any traps. The way she moved her hand was also somewhat strange. Is it empty? She stepped into the cave, but I couldn't let that happen. As such, I took out the LV6 Demon's Cunning Speech book I just acquired and infused Stigma's magic power into it. The effect I wanted to activate was Deceitful Quest. Assign a quest to the player 478 million away. Quest inf. Rank. Intermediate summary. Warning. This cave is full of traps and monsters that are at least LV4. It is recommended that you enter this cave with at least 8 people. Detailed quest information will only be revealed once there are at least 8 people. Reward. Wow. Startled. Ki Naeun widened her eyes. She stared into the air blankly, then shouted as she shuddered. Yes, it's a quest. I found a quest. Then, she quickly cusped her hands over her mouth and looked around the cave. After checking that nobody overheard her excited holler, she slowly backed off. Her next action was strange. She gathered large leaves and branches and began to cover up the cave entrance. She was clearly trying to conceal the cave. I smiled bitterly. It seemed she got at least a little smarter. while Ki Naeun was running around. I also collected the item drops scattered in the cave. Thanks to my high luck, there were many item drops, but only a few were useful. LV1 Skill Consolidation Scroll, Inventory Expansion Coupon, Basic Skill Acquisition Book, LV0 Summon Skeleton, LV3 Skeleton Warrior's Bone Armor. The Skill Consolidation Scroll could be used to upgrade LV1 Synthesis, and the rest could be sold. Perfect. From the distance, a voice echoed out. The cave entrance was now completely blocked, and Ki Naeun nodded in satisfaction before walking back. Phew! Now that Ki Naeun was gone, I went back to doing what I needed to do. I looked at the countless corpses sprawled around the ground. They were all sacrifices to increase my skill proficiency, but there was just one problem. How am I going to get through all these? Inventory. LV0 Skeleton Crystal Zone 100 and 23 Elvone. Zombies Vengeful Spirit Zone 100 and 21, LV1 Ghouls Evil Heart Zone 100 and 8 for 2 hours. I used extraction and permanent materialization on all the undead souls in the cave. Of the 400 corpses, 352 were successfully converted. With my luck, extraction and permanent materialization had a success rate of almost 90%. Basic skills 3/3. LV3 extraction and permanent materialization 2 slots. LV2 synthesis 1 slot. Thanks to my 2-hour grind, extraction and permanent materialization became LV3, but there was a better harvest. By repeatedly using skills, you acquire the special stat Spirit Power. On top of Vitality and Magic Power, your status window will now also show Spirit Power. Spirit Power will be consumed when using skills. From now on, you can train Spirit Power. Spirit Power. It was the power needed to use skills, as skills were considered the power of souls in this world. Before acquiring Spirit Power, players needed to use their vitality to use skills, which was why I had to consume 13 health potions in the last 2 hours. Tip: players can fuse magic power and spirit power together. In this case, the fused spirit power will be stored in your heart. This is recommended to allow for easier activation of skills. No, that's okay. Like the system suggested, most players would opt to do this. To them, spirit power was something they weren't used to, and fusing it with magic power made it much easier to wield. Spirit power could only be obtained from the tower. As Master Sharpshooter and Ether were my only weapons, I need to make spirit power into my new weapon. But if I were to fuse spirit power and magic power together, I would be unable to use skills outside the tower. You chose to not fuse spirit power with magic power. Spirit power scatters in your bloodstream. To use it, you require training to manipulate it more elaborately. With the skills you currently have as basis, an attribute has been assigned to your spirit power. Your spirit power acquires the matter interference attribute. Skills of this attribute will rank up, but skills of other attributes will have their efficiency lowered. Like magic power, spirit power also had attributes. There were the obvious ones like water, wind, earth, and fire, and then there were the more unique ones like eternal resistance, which Kim Suho would gain, and reality manipulation, which Jin Sahyuk would gain. Matter interference. Mine sounded like an inferior version of reality manipulation. I wasn't sure whether it was good or bad, but I felt it was fitting. In any case, I left the cave, leaving behind a LV3 longsword I got from a random dice for Ki Naeun. I'm so tired. The sunless prestige was always dark. I walked through the darkness and returned to the city. Everyone, look at this. However, the city was a bit louder than usual. A group of thin people were holding onto pickets and shouting as though they were protesting. We have to join hands. I looked at the pickets they held, looking for players of ordinary background to join our alliance. Us ordinary players must join hands against the tyranny and information control of guilds. The Ordinary Player Alliance is waiting for you. I guess it's about time. The Ordinary Player Alliance. An annoying group was starting to form. The Ordinary Player Alliance was no different than a cult that practiced pyramid schemes. On paper, their purpose was to bring together players who weren't heroes or djinns. Since guilds and pandemonium djinns formed cartels of their own, that was admirable in and of itself. The problem was that they were incredibly corrupt and violent internally. For now, I ignored them and walked to my shop. Ryrie shop. Soon, the shiny sign I made was in full view. There was a long line of players waiting in front of the shop. Among them were also members of the Ordinary Player Alliance. Everyone, us ordinary players, need to unite. Guilds are refusing to provide us with information. They look down on us and ignore us. One particularly passionate man caught my attention. He was screaming his lungs out, trying to convince those around him. I, Zurahan, will help you. I will help carry your burden. His name was Zurahan. He gave off a kind first impression, but he was the main villain of this floor. I pondered, should I just kill him now, or should I watch his foolish conduct a bit more? For now, I decided to leave him alone, since he would revive. Killing him here wouldn't be too meaningful, and a sudden attack would only give his followers greater faith in him. I passed by the long line and entered the shop through the back door. There were many players inside the shop. Among them, the most eye-catching one was Rachel. She was looking at something with a serious face. This. She was looking at the LV3 wrist protector for a swordsman. A wrist protector was one of the most important pieces of equipment. Her face showed that she wanted to buy it, but she soon shook her head and turned to the potions. Berserker potion, external injury healing potion, mana recovery potion. She was murmuring seriously, thinking about what to buy. Vice leader, you've been doing the same thing for the past 30 minutes. When a member of her guild finally called her out on it, the shop's door opened and two people Rachel was familiar with walked in. Aileen SSI. Don't be so depressed. It happens. At least we don't have to worry about food. We can even sell some of it. Aileen looked as though she was about to cry, and Yi Youngha was consoling her. Now, let's take a look. You wanted to see the magic amplification staff, right? I don't have any money, so I can't buy it. Aileen muttered with a tearful voice. Yi Youngha scratched his head. Who knows? Maybe it's cheap. It says it's 2200 TP right there. LV3 magic amplification staff, 2200 TP. Aileen pointed at a staff inside a display case. Then, she took a deep breath and turned around. She was clearly trying to hold back her tears. At the same time, Rachel's voice rang out. Owner, I'll take 5 of these. She had finally decided to buy potions. I'm buying in bulk. So do you think you could knock off 100 TP? Rachel carefully haggled. But no, Kiri was firm in her rejection. After the shop closed for the day, I stood in front of Kiri and Henry. They were cheery and clearly itching to tell me how much profit they made. How much did we make? Look, a lot. They immediately opened the safe and showed me 7,000 TP. Players were generally hesitant to use their money in early stages of the tower, but it seemed they didn't hesitate to buy potions as they could save their lives. The player shop not having any potions for sale was benefiting me greatly. Good, good. Now, I had to use this money to buy land. I already thought of a long-term solution for redistributing the TP I made from players to NPCs. To do this properly. Here, take this. Henry and Kiri needed to grow. I gave them a total of 4 books. 2 taught them how to read and write, 1 taught them about business management, and the other was a skill book called Law of Thinking. What are these? They're books you need to study. For 1, no, 2, no, whenever you're free. Study them. We're studying. Wow. They quickly snatched the books and turned around. Their reaction honestly surprised me. I thought they'd hate studying. Stomp, stomp, they ran up to the 2nd floor. As though they were afraid I would take their books back, I watched the 2 children with a proud smile. Study hard, okay? I murmured to myself and left the shop. Now, it was time to buy the land I've been eyeing. I walked to an empty plot of land, which was devoid of even a single stalk of grass. I'd like to buy the land from here to way over there. Would you like to purchase the following plot of land with 6,000 TP? Yes. Although this plot of land looked desolate now, that would change after 33 demons die. It would become the only fertile land outside the inner city and would produce a crazy amount of food with the magic power infused in the land. I plan to turn this place into a farm, selling cultivated crops to players and distributing them to NPCs. With this, I plan to make Prestige a habitable place. Once that happens, Kim Suho would surely change his mind about this place. That this place wasn't a pit of despair where the administrator and players treated NPCs like second-class citizens. That was the important part. No matter how much effort I put in, the real hero who would climb to the peak of this tower will be Kim Suho. On the other hand, in the creator's Sacred Grace Guild building outside the tower, YunSeo-jin called Kim Suho to her office. With only a week left until the 2nd opening of the Tower of Wish, there was something she needed to give him. You're here. Yes, guild leader. Come sit. Seung spoke with a smile, and Kim Suho sat down in front of her. First, Seung placed a ticket on the table. Kim Suho's eyes widened when he saw it. You know what this is, right? It's a black ticket. Kim Suho stared at the ticket in a daze, then turned his gaze back to Seung. How did you get this? Who I have connections. Seung crossed her arms proudly. In truth, she had practically begged her old master Yu Sihyuk, saying that it was her final wish. In front of her tears, Yu Sihyuk had no choice but to make a request to his best friend, the famous Vast Expanse. Vast Expanse offered it for the cheap, discounted price of 3 billion won. In this sense, it was more or less Kim Hajin who bought this ticket for her. It was only because he made a single payment of 20 billion won to buy her apartment that she had the financial leisure to buy this ticket. Anyways, I got you the best ticket. I have high expectations of you. Ah, but, Kim Suho scratched his neck. What, do you need something else? No, it's not that. You see, I found one too. What? Kim Suho smiled bashfully and took out a green ticket. Seung stared at it fixedly, then smiled. Green ticket, it's not bad. You can bring someone with you then. Kim Suho stared at Seung. Except the guild leader and vice guild leader, we're too busy. Oh, I see, I understand. Like I said before, you don't have to be so formal with me. Oh, also, Seung took out a huge box from underneath her desk. Inside was a leather armor Kim Hajin made for Kim Suho. I was surprised too when I got this. Wanting to know how Kim Hajin made this armor, Seung had given it to a professional 7 times for analysis. It's an armor rivaling an intermediate rank artifact. Whoa, intermediate rank artifact. Kim Suho's expression brightened. Seung made a small smile. Kim Suho was unexpectedly a big fan of equipment. Yep, it's made with the leather of a high intermediate rank grade -1 mountain tyrant. She opened the box as she gave him an explanation. When Kim Suho laid his eyes on the armor, he became love-struck. Amazing design, isn't it? Why, yes, it's fantastic. He nodded with his mouth open. The analyst YunSeo-jin asked to appraise the armor said the same thing. Although it was on the lower end of intermediate rank artifacts, he said he wanted to rate it a high intermediate rank because of its design. Take this. Its effect manual is written by the manufacturer. Manufacturer? Who's that? Kim Hajin. Kim Suho slightly flinched. Ha, Hajin, yep. Apparently he got something from the tower that helps him craft items. Who knew he could make something so amazing? Kim Suho read the effects of the armor, then looked at the armor once again. You don't look very happy. No, I am, it's just that, Kim Suho pouted. I'd rather that he came to see me. PFD. YunSeo-jin found his complaint adorable. He's busy too, be understanding. But Vice Leader, didn't you meet him? That's because we're neighbors. Although Kim Hajin's status had elevated to being a great benefactor, she was too embarrassed to explain it to Kim Suho. For the record, her apartment now belonged to a vandal. If you see him again, tell him I said thanks. Okay. Oh, he left another gift too. Another one, this time. YunSeo-jin took out a small notebook. This is, memorize it before you go. Hajin left this behind for you. The cover of the notebook had the following words, Tutorial Guidebook. He said he'll be waiting for you. Ah, I see. Hearing this, Kim Suho laughed silently. Then he slowly opened the notebook. The first page of the guidebook was densely packed. Hey, has it been 3 years now? Well, writing a greeting is too awkward, so I'll skip it. I'm sure we don't need it. This notebook is a guidebook for the tutorial. I'm sure you can plow through any obstacles on your own, but I prepared it just in case you needed it. Don't show this to anyone else. Don't even tell anyone about it. I won't be able to clear this tower, but it should be possible for you. I trust you. I made you an armor too, so don't disappoint me. What a long introduction. Kim Suho grinned and began to read the rest of the guidebook. At times he was expressionless, and at others he was snickering. Watching this, YunSeo-jin couldn't help but be curious. What's so funny? YunSeo-jin stealthily reached out to it, but Kim Suho turned his body and rejected her advance. Even though YunSeo-jin pouted and narrowed her eyes at him, he didn't change his mind. Another 2 weeks passed by in Prestige. The new tutorial began 10 days ago, and several factions appeared in Prestige. However, during these 2 weeks, Medea's quest had not progressed in any way. If any one group tried to challenge a demon spire, I hindered them. When I wasn't enough, I borrowed Chiak Yungyong or boss power. Although there was an ill rumor floating around the community because of it, I couldn't care less. The first place was mine, and I had no intention of letting anyone else have it. By the way, are you sure those things will work? Of course. Today, I finally left Prestige to destroy the control towers. They're more than enough. I reaffirmed Chiak Yungyong and took out a grenade from my inventory. LV5 cluster of hundreds of vengeful spirits. LV5 explosion, a cluster of vengeful spirits made by synthesizing hundreds of undead crystals together. After imbuing an ignition attribute with Stigma's magic power, simply hitting a demon spire should send it crumbling down. Just that tiny thing is enough, Chiak Yungyong asked again in doubt. Yep, we're going to destroy one tower every day for the next 3 days. Boss, Jane turned to Boss and asked. Boss, who was fiddling with the mosquito bite on her finger, quickly shoved her hand in her pocket. What? We have to inscribe that. That, you know, Hajin's signature, my signature. She was most likely talking about the Black Lotus symbol. Boss nodded and unleashed her magic power, which became a black lotus that inscribed itself on the ground. Is it okay to do this? Won't people know that it was us? It doesn't matter, Boss was firm. Well, now was around the time that the name and strength of Chameleon Troop was starting to spread, so it was surely intended. Oh, right. Once we're done knocking down the 3 towers, I'm going back to Earth for a bit. Earth, again? Yes. I didn't have anything else to worry about, and soon she would arrive as well. And when I come back, I'm going back down to the 2nd floor. 2nd floor? Why? Boss asked curtly, but I explained with a smile. There's something I need to do. It won't take long. I'll bring back food too. Always a secret. Boss stuck out her lips and grumbled, but didn't dig any further. Anyways, I'm throwing it now. I raised my hand, holding the grenade. Is that really enough? That tower looks real hard. Wouldn't it be faster to just barge in and destroy everything? Jane, Chiak Yungyong, and even Boss looked at me with doubt. I didn't say anything in response. A vengeful spirit grenade made from repeatedly using LV2 synthesis. I threw this little ball in a perfect baseball pitcher form. Whoosh! The baseball-sized grenade shot through the air and hurled towards the demon spire. As a master sharpshooter, my aim and form were perfect. TK, the grenade landed. At first, there was no change. Hey, kid, nothing's hap. When Chiak Yungyong furrowed his brows, boom, the grenade exploded. First, a ring-shaped shockwave pulsed out. KWGWGWGWNG. Then, a heaven-shaking explosion followed. Oh, Chiak Yungyong's eyebrows jumped in surprise. It only took 3 seconds for a single grenade to destroy the tower. Fragments of the building rained down from the sky, and a cloud of dust rose up. Just like that, the grenade toppled the demon spire. Furthermore, I still had 2 grenades left. Chapter 177, Killing Jin Sahyuk, 2, with Chiak Yungyong, Jane, and Boss. I destroyed the east, west, and north control towers. As other players would destroy the south tower on their own, the gate to the 4th floor should be found within a week. Player Extra Seven has made great contributions to Medea's quest. The performance ranking for Medea's quest has been updated. You gain the interest of the 3rd floor administrator. Medea, the remarkable power of your explosive unlocks an achievement. Terrorist, destroy 3 or more buildings with a single explosion. You acquired a trait. Oh, I got several system alerts, but I was most surprised with getting a trait. The Tower of Wish had unlockable achievements that gave bonus rewards for being the first one to complete it. Although it was rare for players to meet the requirements for an achievement, it was even rarer for the reward to be a trait. I checked the trait I received. Bomber low intermediate rank, special attribute, static, explosive reinforcement, increases the power of explosives by 30%. Explosion attribute can be added to certain objects. The power of the explosion is dependent on the value of the object or its rank. The object will disappear on explosion. It was quite a good trait. In fact, I would have been happy with even a lowest rank trait. A trait was equivalent to a gift, meaning that I just received a free gift. Oi, can I fight with those guys? While I was distracted by the trait, Jiak Yungyong cracked his knuckles and asked. I looked out front. Demons that survived from the tower's collapse were running over. LV4 Demon Foot Soldier, LV5 Demon Soldier, LV6 Demon Centurion. The LV6 Demon should be a bit tricky, but Boss and Chiak Yungyong should have no trouble dealing with it. Do as you want. As soon as I gave the okay, Chiak Yungyong activated his skill. Charging, his already massive body became atrociously bigger. Guo, his magic power covered his body, making it seem as though he was on fire. Chiak Yungyong shouted at the demons, "Come!" Although that was what he said, it was Chiak Yungyong who impatiently charged towards them. KOONG. The LV-6 demon centurion was sent flying backwards in one blow. LV-5 chameleon troops hideout. Your vitality recovers 30% faster. You can have sound rest while staying in this place. After waking up, your stats and skill proficiencies rates of increase will receive a 7% boost. After working up a sweat, we returned to our hideout. As for why our hideout suddenly jumped up to LV5, though I don't mean to brag, it was all thanks to me. Unlike other players who were renting their hideout buildings, I purchased ours entirely, expanded it, and put in several handmade furniture pieces. There were 4 masterpiece beds made by Kim Hajin and 2 masterpiece couches made by Kim Hajin. Furthermore, I also built a shower room and turned the entire basement into a training room. Jane even stole an air purifier from a noble's castle. I was confident that our hideout was the best hideout in all of Prestige. Ah, my home, I love the air here. Jane hopped on the couch, full of smiles. Boss sat down next to her and opened the community. Recently, Boss had taken a liking to browsing the community. I couldn't blame her, since there really wasn't any form of entertainment in this place. Other players were having fun doing things like adventuring, finding quests, and learning skills, but Boss didn't seem interested in any of them. In fact, she had yet to even learn any skills. She was even pickier than me. Seeing Boss focused on the community, I asked, "Boss, aren't you hungry?" "I already ate," Boss replied shortly. Recently, Boss has been acting curtly around me. I still didn't know why. Was it because of the community? I slowly sneaked up to her and peeked at her community screen. Players could see what each other did once they friended, so naturally, I could see her community screen as well. Returnee from a Ruined World, Chapter 19. When I lost to him, I remembered my home, a world that no longer existed, families and friends who lived there. Suddenly, I was struck with sorrow. It felt like the weight of the heavens were pressing down on me. I will not die here. I will survive no matter what and pull him down from his throne. I will kill him with my own hands. That's why I lived. Just you wait. A voice carrying my soul rose up from the bottom of my heart. To be continued. 5 TP per chapter. I am aiming to have at least 10,000 characters per chapter. With my skill, story imprint, you will be able to have a more realistic reading experience. Readers who donate TP will be able to choose the name of a character. Boss was reading a web novel being serialized on some unknown player's personal profile. I was slightly taken aback. Of course, I did remember writing something like this in the original story. After contemplating on how to earn TP, ordinary players decided to do what they were best at, creating novels, manhwas, alcohol, and cooking. However, I didn't expect Boss to read a novel. After finishing Chapter 19, Boss pressed on the screen. "Would you like to donate 75 TP to Player Wallet?" Yes, Player Wallet gifts you a character name selection coupon. She was even donating to the guy. I became a bit curious what name she would give to the character. While I was looking at her screen curiously, Jiak Yungyong suddenly asked, "Oi, newbie." "Yes, what's the most dangerous thing here? Most dangerous thing?" "Yeah. I'm looking for something or someone who's worthy enough for me to fight with my life on the line." Chiak Yungyong was stretching his muscles. He still wanted to fight someone after battling the LV-6 Demon Centurion. I pondered. The most dangerous thing in Prestige, other than the Demon King, it should probably be the Banshee. Banshee? Yeah, it's hard to deal with its curse. The Banshee's curse led to death unless treated immediately. It wasn't just a singular death, but a true death. This curse prevented players from leaving the tower and caused them to slowly suffer for up to 3 months before dying. Being able to revive didn't mean anything. The curse wasn't lifted upon death and even followed players to their respawn locations. I see. If you get cursed by a banshee, you have to tell me immediately. If the curse was only LV1, I should be able to get rid of it with extraction. Heh, you think I'd get done in by something like a curse? Well, the same goes for Boss and Jane. If you get the Banshee's curse, just tell me immediately. With that, I turned to Boss Community once again. However, Boss seemed to have submitted the character name already as she was browsing the public forum. "Hum, then I'll be going now." When I got up, Jiak Yungyong and Jane called out, "Can you make some food before you go? I'm hungry, Hajin. You always only ask Boss. You're not going to train before you go." I could understand Jane asking me, but even Chiak Yungyong expressed his regret. It must be because I've been training with him recently. Although Chiak Yungyong's training was hellish enough to kill me, I barely held on with self-hypnosis. I can still do it. I don't feel pain. With these two hypnotic suggestions, I could barely keep up with Chiak Yungyong. Do you want to come to Earth with me? No. I like it here. It's fun fighting with my strength restricted. Chiak Yungyong smiled as though he was truly having fun. If you say so, for Jane. I quickly walked over to the kitchen and made a boar steak. LV3, Kim Hajin's boar steak. Wow, how is it LV3? It's surprising no matter how many times I see it. After smiling at Jane, who was complimenting me, I teleported to my personal waiting room. Once I was there, I stretched and took a deep breath. One good thing about the waiting room was that it had sunlight. Munin's egg was bathing under the warm light. Wait, I examined the egg closer. I knew it. The egg had gotten bigger. Was it about to hatch? I smiled and sat down next to it. I planned to go back immediately, but I decided to wait for 30 minutes. The egg surely needed its master's love. I held the egg in my embrace. LV. Highest difficulty tutorial town. The highest difficulty tutorial town had troubled many players, including Ki Naeun and Aileen, and had gained quite a bit of notoriety outside the tower. Here, Kim Suho was currently leading a leisurely lifestyle. Although he couldn't avoid getting less than what he was promised from the mercenary missions, by being extremely frugal on a living space and food, he managed to gather the 1,000 TP needed to pass the tutorial. It was all thanks to Kim Hajin's tutorial guidebook, which contained the best haggling price for various shops and inns. But other than this, the guidebook only gave general advices and told Kim Suho to look for things on his own. However, this actually led Kim Suho to find several hidden pieces. The first advice was walk slow and steady to find hidden pieces. There's no need to hurry. Direction is more important than speed. Following this advice, Kim Suho carefully explored the outskirts of the town and encountered someone unexpected. Kim Suho stood in a daze, while the girl he was facing was sitting on a bench like a thug. They were both caught off guard by the unexpected encounter. I'm in a bad mood, so screw off. The girl broke the silence first. Kim Suho let out a dry cough. I had a feeling I'd meet you here. I said screw off. Kim Suho observed Jin Sahyuk's condition. Her hair was disheveled, her clothes were a mess, and her lips were swollen from stress. It was clear that she wasn't having a good time. You don't look too good. Kim Suho spoke honestly. Jin Sahyuk shot back at him sharply. Are you looking to die right now? Kim Suho didn't react to her provocation and simply sighed. He knew he was walking a completely different path than her. Still, he knew she was the only remaining person from his home world. Knowing the saying that a battle can be won without fighting, Kim Suho decided that talking things out would be better than fighting her to the death. Kim Suho took out a beef jerky from his inventory, which he got from a boar that was terrorizing a farm. Do you want some? You can shove it up your ass. Jin Sahyuk declined his offer, then got up from her bench and glared at him. Her ferocious look was very Jin Sahyuk-esque. I want to kill you now if possible, but you're far behind in line. Line. That's right. You got pushed back to rank 237. You should thank everyone else. There are 236 people in front of me. Kim Suho smiled bitterly. However, it didn't take him long to come to terms with it, as Jin Sahyuk had always been the center of trouble in his hometown. It wasn't an exaggeration to say she had been one of the most well-known people. Even after I kill them all, you'll only be rank 2, so don't count your chickens before they hatch. What? Kim Suho furrowed his brows. He couldn't quite understand what she was saying. There was someone Jin Sahyuk wanted to kill more than him. Who could it? Ah, are you talking about Kim Hajin? Is that his name? Jin Sahyuk grinned, knowing fully well what this smile meant. Kim Suho's expression stiffened. I wanted to kill him before I learned about his name. Jin Sahyuk added apathetically. Kim Suho placed his hand on his scabbard. Seeing this, Jin Sahyuk instantly unleashed her magic power. You'll die the moment you take it out. Kim Suho faced off against Jin Sahyuk silently. His sword was shining inside the scabbard, and Jin Sahyuk's magic power surged fiercely. Kim Suho's hostility and Jin Sahyuk's killing intent mixed together. A cold and heavy atmosphere descended. But soon, Kim Suho gave up on attacking. It was because he realized he was worrying about the wrong person. Heh! A small smile emerged on Kim Suho's face. He remembered a past incident and knew what to say. Didn't you already lose to him? What? Jin Sahyuk's face instantly distorted. I didn't see it clearly, but didn't you get done in by a coin? I bet the same thing will happen if you challenge him now. Although Kim Suho was clearly provoking her, Jin Sahyuk didn't say anything. For some reason, she just had an odd feeling. It wasn't because of rage. Rather, it was from finally finding out what the uneasy feeling that was bothering her was about. However, Jin Sahyuk still didn't know why she felt this way. Hajin is the same. The tutorial guidebook, a leather armor rivaling an intermediate rank artifact, his career as Fenrir. With all these as basis, Kim Suho was certain that Kim Hajin was just as strong as him, if not stronger. Screw off. Jin Sahyuk shot back at Kim Suho. At that moment, Suho SSI, this is where you were. Kim Suho's companions found him, the Furman brother and sister. They had first met half a year ago and decided to travel together after meeting in the tutorial. Kim Suho put his hand down, and Jin Sahyuk also calmed down. What are you doing here? Johan SSI is looking for you, PFD. I see that you still have annoying flies hovering around you. Who's this? I'm not like that. The older sister, Vanessa Furman, cut in. If anything, it's natural for butterflies to be attracted to flowers. Vanessa bashfully grabbed the hem of Kim Suho's shirt. Jin Sahyuk's eyes narrowed immediately. It was as though she was looking at something so disappointing that she couldn't find the words to describe it. However, Vanessa tactlessly pointed her finger at Jin Sahyuk and laughed. From what I can see, you're a butterfly too. Jin Sahyuk retorted quickly. Shut your trap if you don't want to die. Crazy bitch. I came home. 4 weeks had passed since the last time I was here. Thankfully, Evandel was doing just fine. She was the leader of a small group which included Haeyang Hyeon and a 4-year-old kid that lived on the next block. So you don't want to go anywhere? I like it here, Evandel replied, and quickly went back into her tent. Left alone, I was slightly flustered. There was a tent sitting in the middle of the living room. It seemed to be something like a secret base. I did something similar when I was young, so it wasn't too surprising. In a small, tight space, close friends would eat together, play games together, and tell scary stories. Then I'm going out, okay? Okay, see you later, meow. I could hear their voices from the tent. I felt a bit sad, but it was too cute for me to not smile. Just like that, I left my apartment. September was about to end. In the garden outside, the apartment was decorated with beautiful autumn leaves. I walked past the garden towards the local playground. Soon, I saw a familiar figure. She was sitting on the swing and gliding back and forth. I walked up to her silently and sat down next to her. You didn't take a limousine today. Kick, kick. Her swing creaked until it came to a stop. SSSS, the leaves rustled from the blowing wind. Yonha looked up at the sky and sighed. Did something bad happen? When I asked, she finally turned and faced me. She looked exhausted and troubled. Was something bothering her? I faced her empty gaze and asked softly, what did you want to talk to me about? Yonha had called me here. Well, to be more precise, left a message, telling me to contact her when I was out of the tower. I replied as soon as I saw her message, and Yonha came here afterwards. It's about what you requested before. Oh, that's done already, Yonha nodded. I was surprised at the Falling Blossom Guild's information network. It seemed to have grown quicker than I originally anticipated. But, Yonha looked down at the ground, kicking the sand. She carefully continued. There are things I can and can't tell you about. Ha, what's that? Yonha sighed and raised her head. You can choose. Do you want me to tell you everything, or do you want me to tell you what I can? She seemed to be nervous as her voice was trembling. Her serious face made me take this conversation seriously as well. Suddenly, I was a bit scared, just how bad was Chundong's past. Then, tell me what you can first. The answer was easy. I didn't want to force her to say what she didn't want to. Is that okay with you? You don't know which details I'll leave out. You can tell me the rest when you're ready. I smiled. I don't know what you're hiding from me, but I can wait. Yona bit her lips. Then she moved her swing once again. Kick, kick. Her swing swayed, the wind blew, and leaves fell. Time passed until she was ready again. Yeah, Yonha looked at me and asked, have you heard of the Chameleon Troop? Chapter 178, Killing Jin Sahyuk 3. After talking to Yonha, I came back to my room alone. I could hear the kids whispering inside the tent in the living room. Did someone just come in? I don't know. Maybe it's a ghost. Meow, I walked past the tent and entered my room. Ha, with a deep sigh, I lay down in my bed. Today, Yonha told me something I didn't know. There were some speculations mixed into what she said, and although I had no way of knowing whether they were true or false, I still had mixed feelings about it. Chameleon troop. What's that? When I heard her asking me about the chameleon troop, that's what I said. Although I was trembling on the inside, I acted as calmly as I could on the outside. You probably haven't heard of them. They're hidden deep in the shadows, a group of some of the strongest people on Earth. In my opinion, I think their strength rivals that of vast expanse. Yonha replied seriously. I stood still, looking at her blankly. She softly continued, looking at me. I think they're the ones who killed your, she sentence cut off in the middle. However, I understood what she meant. Chundang's past I didn't know about. I blanked out as though I was hit with a hammer. Ah, are you sure? I'm almost certain. These two are the people predicted to be your parents. Yonha took out a few documents and handed them over. Kim Yuhan, Shin Yeon, two unknown names and faces were written on the documents. They're predicted to have passed away on the day of the Kwangho evacuation shelter incident. This is a portrait, this time. She gave me a portrait of the person who left you at your orphanage. Only half of her face is shown, and it's from 20 years ago, so I doubt it helps much. Lying on my bed, I took out the portrait and looked at it again. The portrait depicted a young girl who was cute and pretty, but had somewhat of a dangerous aura. With half of her face covered, and it being 20 years ago, it would be hard to determine who she was now. However, I felt like I knew who it was. In fact, I was almost certain. It was Boss when she was young. What a shitty remake, I muttered. Frankly speaking, none of these had anything to do with me. Chundang's past was Chundang's past, and I was Kim Hajin. However, I was still concerned somewhere in the corner of my heart. If Chundang knew about this, what would he think? Rather, what would he have thought? Of course, that was something impossible for me to predict. Chundang was gone. There was nothing left of him anywhere in this world. Chundang, a life that disappeared because of me. Rather, a life that became me. It looks like you weren't an extra after all. Same time. Yonha returned home alone. Her large mansion felt especially empty today. Mom, Dad. She knew they were in a guild conference, but she called out to them anyways. She wanted to see her scary mother and overly attached father. She knew that they'd be happy if she suddenly hugged them. However, she was currently alone, at a moment when she needed her family the most. Yonha trudged to her room and sat down on her work chair as usual. She picked up her pen and began to look over contracts as usual. She did some calculations as usual, thought about things as usual, and was troubled by things as usual. Then, suddenly, an unbearable self-hatred rose up within her. UK, she clenched her teeth. I have to endure it. I have to get stronger. I have to get colder. I have to harden my heart. Self-contradiction and selfishness, concealing the truth and lies. I have to become shameless for my family, for my guild, and for my dream. Despite what she constantly told herself, she couldn't stop herself from being bothered by deep-seated self-hatred, the way she left out her father and Ki Juchul from the story, the way she was smiling and feeling relieved that Kim Hajin didn't ask further questions, the way she was happy that Kim Hajin's anger wasn't directed at her. She couldn't help but be disgusted by her own unsightliness. Ook! She felt her stomach churn. She threw the documents to the side and ran to the bathroom. Putting her mouth over the toilet, she cleared her stomach. Seeing the dirty filth that came out of her mouth, she threw up once again. This cycle continued until yellow stomach fluid came out of her mouth. Ooh, ah. After an unknown amount of time. Around the time her vomiting was changing into coughing up blood, tiriring, the smartwatch on her wrist rang. HNNG. After glancing at the name of the caller, Yonha closed her eyes and took a small breath. She spat out the blood and saliva in her mouth, washed her hands and face, then shook off the bad feeling in her mouth by brushing her teeth. She then wiped herself off with a towel. The caller had already hung up. Tiring soon, her secretary called her again. This time she quickly picked up. Yes, what is it, Sechness SI? Her voice was different than any other time. Miss, the government returned the offer we made. Did they? Yonha's eyebrows twitched. However, she maintained her composure and asked, what did they want? Where? She turned on the faucet and began to wash her hands again. Her mysophobia and obsessive-compulsive disorder had gotten worse recently. Environmental concern is the reason they gave, but that's obviously false. They're not willing to negotiate with us. It seems Ki Juchul bribed or threatened them. Ki Juchul. It was Ki Juchul again. Looking at her hands, she thought about what Kim Hajin once said to her. If your hands are already dirty, use it however you want. What should we do? Her secretary cut off her self-deprecating thought. There's nothing we can do against someone who doesn't want anything. Yonha replied with a smile. Although she was bitter on the inside, she decided to give up on it cleanly. Understood. Also, we captured a spy who was trying to make a copy of our monster database. Unfortunately, some information has already been leaked. That said, they weren't anything too expensive. This time, Yonha's composure was greatly shaken. Today seemed to be the day when all bad things came at once. Another spy. What do you think? Sechin SSI, what should we do? Should we cut off one of his arms? Yona left the bathroom and sat down on her office chair once again. Why, yes. Regrowing a severed arm isn't too difficult nowadays. There's that potion we developed too. She turned her laptop on. Her secretary had already sent the detailed report to her email. Ijangwa, the name and face of the traitor, was shown on the screen. Just leave it to me. What will you do? Are you going to cut off his limbs and throw him in a dungeon? Pardon. Yona already lost count of how many times something like this has happened. It wasn't something that could be solved with lawful means like a lawsuit. Her opponents always covered up their crimes with unlawful methods. Ki Juchul had almost always played a part in it, and even when he didn't, other large corporations had bribed officials to go against her. You should know this too, Sechin SSI. Over the past 4 years, Yonha experienced and learned many things. Yonha, she experienced her first betrayal 4 years ago. At the time, she thought it would be her last one. However, there were many more attempts afterwards. There was even an attempt to overthrow her that almost succeeded. As far as she was concerned, the reason these things happened was because she was too soft. If she had cut off the heads of her traitors, others would have been warier of doing so. Can no longer forgive such a thing. With that, Yonha hung up the call. There was only one principle left in her: kill or be killed. She immediately gave a command to the Falling Blossom Guild. Understood. A reply came back immediately. Yonha stared at the message thud, then slammed her head on her desk. Ha! She let out a deep sigh and pondered. Now is a rough time, both in my personal life and professional life. I'm in the middle of a storm, but a storm can't last forever. It will eventually go away and the sky will become clear. Remember it, be patient, and endure it. Eventually, an opportunity for victory will come. I'm so sleepy. Yona got up in a daze and walked over to her bedroom. She could see her beloved bed. She staggered towards it and fell down. The moment she laid her body on the soft mattress, she felt like she was melting. A magical bed that resolved stress and exhaustion. Never in her life would she have thought that a piece of furniture would console her, but she was extremely grateful for it. Yona stayed still for a moment. Sniff, sniff. Then she sniffed the mattress. Why doesn't the smell of smoke go away? She had washed the mattress several times. However, her sharp nose was still able to smell the faint scent that remained. Calling it Kim Hajin's smell was a bit weird, so she called it the smell of cigarettes. Yonha rolled over to the part of the bed that smelled the least, then curled her body like a cooked shrimp. Although the faint scent still remained, she slowly fell asleep inside it. Prestige's final control tower collapsed. Essence of the straight, desolate moon. Frost Sanctuary. A total of 27 players, including the above 3 guilds and 3 other rankers, participated in the conquest. The result was a success. The Western Control Tower was the biggest of the 4 cardinal towers, but the group had not suffered a single casualty. After finishing their joint attack, Essence of the Straits Tower subjugation team returned to their base following a brief item transaction with the other 2 guilds. When they arrived at their hideout, they found their injured comrade waiting outside. Ki Nayan, the chief officer. Kim Youngjin called the comrade's name. Team leader. Ki Nayan hurried over. Her left arm was wrapped with a compression bandage and was even in a cast. Why are you outside? You should take care of your body. Well, I was just wondering, was Fenrir among the rankers? Ki Nayan asked with a serious face. Kim Youngjin looked fixedly at the Ki Nayan. Ki Nayan had been fixated on Fenrir too much, almost as if he was the only reason she entered the tower. Her obsession had only gotten worse since she was injured. No, since you asked, I checked to see if any of them used a gun, but there wasn't anyone like that. Team leader is right. Maybe that man we met in the elevator just misspoke. Yijiyun muttered as she approached Ki Nayan. Then she whispered into her ears. But Nayan, why do you want to find Kim Hajin that much? Hearing this, Ki Nayan turned to the side and glared at Yijiyun. However, Yijiyun didn't seem the least bit intimidated. Well, I wonder why. You don't have to know. HNNNG, but I think I already do. Screw off. Ki Nayan shot back and turned around roughly. Thud, however, she immediately bumped into something hard. Ha! Ki-Nayan looked up instinctively and saw a big, burly man. The man frowned. He was a giant, and she felt like she had seen him somewhere before. Oh, the man seemed to remember her too, as a huge smile emerged on his face. We meet again, little girl. Tusk. Ki-Nayan finally remembered who he was. He was the man who was acting as a bodyguard for an NPC in Tutorial Town. Ki-Nayan clicked her tongue and stepped back. Chiak Yungyong smiled threateningly and tried to approach her. Stop, however. Essence of the Straits Guild members quickly stepped forward. Kim Youngjin pointed his sword at Chiak Yungyong and asked Ki Nayan, "Who is he?" "He's someone I quarreled with in Tutorial Town." That's all Ki Nayan said. In response, Chiak Yungyong smirked. His gaze was fixated on Ki Nayan's chest. What? You're Ki Nayan? He was looking at the name tag on her chest. Essence of the Straight Ki Nayan. Chiak Yungyong found it funny that guilds had already begun to make name tags for themselves. You know me? Ki Nayan asked. Maintaining her composure, Chiak Yungyong furrowed his brows. Why are you talking so casually? You did it first. So what? Her logic momentarily put Chiak Yungyong at a loss for words. After being in a daze for a moment, he quickly snapped out and let out a dry cough. Kyuhum, so why are you looking for Fenrir? You know him? Ki Nayan's eyes widened. Chiak Yungyong flinched but soon shook his head calmly. No, it looks like you're lying. I fought him once before. You fought him? Yep, and I won, but he was a tough opponent. Kim Hajin had told Chiak Yungyong to remain silent on anything related to him, and Chiak Yungyong was the type who listened his comrades' requests. Of course, whether he was able to hide it was another matter. Chiak Yungyong began to whistle and looked away. Ki Nayan glared at him suspiciously, then asked another question. But how do you know me? Ah, well, you're quite famous. Am I? Chiak Yungyong had a habit of making a list of the strong people who would become strong and people who are said to be strong. That said, he could rarely remember their faces. Also, a Jin bragged to me a long time ago. A Jin? What does that have to do with me? In that instant, a deep, dangerous smile emerged on Chiak Yungyong's face. That crazy bastard left quite an impression on me. He said he killed your mother. What? The killer of Ki Nayan's mother had always been a taboo for her. Immediately, Ki Nayan's face heated up. An unbearable rage spiraled up from her heart. Why, you fucker? She punched him instinctively. Thwack, however, her small fist was easily blocked by Chiak Yungyong's palm. Listen, kid, I'm not the one who killed your mom. Chiak Yungyong was about to twist her wrist. With a little bit of pressure, he felt he could crush her bones. However, her bones were surprisingly tough. Oh, you have a surprisingly strong Kung. While he was murmuring in surprise, a fierce kick struck his face. From the lightning-fast flying kick, a shockwave shot out. Ha ha, what a daring girl. Chiak Yungyong didn't expect her to attack with one of her arms in a cast and the other in his hand. After receiving her kick, Chiak Yungyong stood still and revealed his teeth in a grin. He could see Ki Nayan swallowed up in rage. It was the type of face he loved to see. Tell me. Tell you. You just said it. The Jin who killed my... Now, in this situation, you can't be serious. Ki Nayan stared at Chiak Yungyong. After calming herself down, she bowed. Sorry, I got angry and lost my cool. I got angry too when I was hit, so no. Chiak Yungyong turned around coldly, and Ki Nayan immediately grabbed him. She opened her inventory and took something out. I'll give you this. It was a crimson spear with a strangely intimidating tip. Chiak Yungyong checked the item info, LV2 red crystal spear. Although LV2 items were nothing noteworthy in his eyes, it was the first time he was seeing a weapon infused with a fire attribute. Ki Nayan, even if it's a personal item, you can't just give it away. Kim Youngjin stepped up with a worried face. An attribute weapon was something anyone would desire. However, Chiak Yungyong rejected her. You see, kid, I don't use weapons. In Goryeo, Chiak Yungyong had conquered the land with a sword, not his body. He cut down countless barbarians and protected his country. Naturally, his sword's name resounded through the land along with his name. However, he was taking a different path this time. When he held a sword, he felt as though the world sank down. With a sword, the world became as light as a feather, becoming something that was no longer worthy of having. Chiak Yungyong didn't like that. Challenge and duel, killing or death. He wanted to vie for supremacy with nothing but his bare hands. Then, Ki Naeun didn't give up. In fact, she became certain that the man wasn't lying. If he was, he would have taken the red crystal spear. Here. She took out 2 stiff banknotes. They were 2 1,000 TP bills. This time, Jiak Yungyong showed a little more interest. This is all I have. I don't need it. Use it to treat your arm. I don't want my future opponent to be a cripple. Jiak Yungyong reigned in his desire for wealth and coldly declined the offer. When he turned around once more, Ki Naeun's sharp shout rang out. Hey, fuck, that was a lie, right? If you weren't going to tell me, why did you even say that? Hearing her scream, Jiak Yungyong paused. He looked back by turning his head slightly. Sir. The moment Ki Naeun met his eyes, she changed her tone to a respectful one. Jiak Yungyong calmly replied, I like people who are strong. What? This one sobriquet is Goryeo's strongest. He took on an imposing tone and stared at Ki Naeun, his face still stung from the kick of a girl who barely came up to his chest. You can send me a friend request. If I like you, I might tell you, challenge me whenever you want, I'll accept it. Goryeo, strongest is your nickname. Ah, hey! Jiak Yungyong waved his hand and quietly walked away. Ki Naeun didn't chase after him any further. Haha, this place is full of interesting people. He had already found over 10 people to put in his strong people list. Kim Osung, one of Satan's servants. Kim Hakpyo, the executive of Evil Society. The high-ranked heroes, Oh Junhyuk and Seo Youngji. And Kim Junwoo, the hunter of the vast expanse. This really is the perfect place for something big to happen. Heh, I'm happy there are so many people to fight, Chiak Yungyong grinned. And at that moment, Naeun, a ruckus rose up behind him. Chiak Yungyong looked back without much thought. The girl that was yelling at him rudely was now collapsed on the ground. What an interesting girl, truly. Chiak Yungyong shook his head. Outskirts of prestige. After taking care of matters on Earth, I returned to the tower. I put out an announcement, notifying that Truth Agency was taking a break for a little longer. Then I contacted SH Agency's CEO, Park Soo-hyuk, to buy a special artifact from the auction house when the time comes. Currently, I was in front of the elevator to the 2nd floor. I didn't tell boss or any other members of the chameleon troupe what I was up to. With what I found out from Yu Yonha, I wasn't quite sure how to face them. However, I wasn't worried. I had already made full preparations. I was covered in all sorts of high-level equipment that players on the 2nd floor couldn't even dream of having. My skills were LV3 as well. I was fully confident in being able to kill Jin Se-hyuk. Let's go. Still, she was the final boss I designed. I couldn't help but feel a bit scared, but I shook it off with self-hypnosis and entered the elevator. I pressed the button to the 2nd floor, going down. Warning, you will need to get a new citizenship identification card when you come back. That's okay. The elevator moved. The time it took to reach the 2nd floor was 4 hours. Wondering what to do during this time, I took out Munin's egg, which I brought from my waiting room. From its original chicken egg size, it grew bigger until it was now as big as an ostrich egg. I brought it with me, since it looked like it was going to hatch soon. At that moment, a system alert popped up. A certain player has entered the 5th floor. Already, that was quicker than I thought. Well, the 4th floor wasn't hard, so it wasn't too surprising. But players should start getting stuck from the 6th floor. Furthermore, I only had to prevent them from reaching the 9th floor. Because of the calamity on the 9th floor, it had to open as lately as possible. I took out a blanket and lay down on the elevator. The 9th floor was the 9th floor. For now, I decided to only think about Jin Se-hyuk. Chapter 179, Killing Jin Se-hyuk, 4. While I was stuck in the elevator, I talked to Munin's egg. It wasn't anything interesting. I just told it fun folktales like the story of the rabbit and the turtle and the story of the 3 little piglets. As the egg periodically shook, I knew it would hatch soon. Ding, you arrived on the 2nd floor. Exactly 4 hours later, the elevator stopped on the 2nd floor. I put on my mask and hood, then did a maintenance check on the Desert Eagle. 0.5 seconds to load and reload. 1.5 seconds to transform the gun with ether. That was enough. Shuang, the elevator door opened with a futuristic sound. Beyond it was a vast forest. Warm sunlight shone down from the sky, and hot air enveloped my skin. I stepped into the grass and surveyed the area with my 1,000-mile eyes. Thankfully, Luke wasn't too far away. Judging by the empty plaza in front of him, the second wave of players still seemed to be in their waiting rooms. First, I climbed a tree. Then, I jumped from tree to tree, looking for a place where the entire plaza was in full view. After checking out dozens of trees, I finally found a tree that could fully view the plaza and was by a cliff, so there was little chance of me being ambushed. I sat down on the branch. Now, I just had to wait until Jin Sahyuk came up. Time passed. 10 minutes, 30 minutes, 90 minutes, then 3 hours. I can wait. I like staying hidden. It's fun. It's great. Using LV6 Demon's cunning speech, I casted self-hypnosis. I no longer felt bored out of my mind and suddenly felt full of energy. It was quite mysterious. In any case, I was now fueled up to wait even longer. 6 hours, 12 hours, 24 hours. During the course of a day, the extreme heat changed to extreme cold and day turned to night. Finally, players appeared in the plaza. Close to 2,000 players were instantaneously summoned. The burst of light that flashed out upon their arrival almost blinded me. Where are we? This must be the second floor. SHH. Don't reveal any information. Some looked confused, while some seemed to know about the second floor. The former should be ordinary people, or jinns, or those from small guilds. The latter should be members of large guilds or jinn groups. I scanned the crowd and looked for a specific target. Wow, look, it's Kim Suho. Tusk. Why did he have to come here? He could have stayed outside and become the world's youngest high-intermediate rank hero. Kim Suho stood out even among the crowd of 2,000 people. His handsome face was shining like it was covered in gold. I was happy to see him, but my gaze coldly grazed past him. Not long afterwards, I found my target. She was someone who was just as important as Kim Suho, Jin Sahyuk. She was standing with her arms crossed like an iron-blooded general. I tightened my grip on the Desert Eagle. When players died on the second floor, they had to start over from the tutorial. Furthermore, they would lose the right to keep all the skills they acquired in the tower. It wasn't a coincidence that players had 7 lives and could have a maximum of 7 skills, with the black ticket being an exception. I planned to kill Jin Sahyuk at least twice. I wanted to ambush her right away, but with Luke being so close by, I had no choice but to wait. Even the second floor's administrator was far stronger than me in the real world. As such, I had to fight Jin Sahyuk far away from him. As you can see, the second floor of the tower is chaotic. It is filled with all sorts of frightening aspects of nature. Players were carefully listening to the administrator's speech. Jin Sahyuk was the only one yawning. A few players even glared at a loud yawn. Your goal is simple. Pave through this chaotic nature filled with traps and monsters and find the elevator to the 3rd floor. Luke gave the second wave of players the same speech he gave to the first. Jin Sahyuk was bored. Even without an explanation, she was confident in steamrolling through everything that hindered her. Each elevator can hold 50 people, which is quite a lot. Unfortunately, they are very slow. Each elevator takes 8 hours to travel back and forth. In other words, once the elevator departs, it will not come down for the next 8 hours. That was all Jin Sahyuk needed to hear. Listening to the rest of Luke's speech with distracted ears, Jin Sahyuk turned around and began to walk away. But be careful. In this place, there may be hunters other than monsters who are out to prey on you. The administrator gave a final warning. Bothered by this particular sentence, Jin Sahyuk stopped and looked at the administrator. For some reason, he seemed to be staring at her. There are players who remained on the second floor or came back from an upper floor to attack and steal from newer players. You will need to watch out for these newbie hunters. They know that you have at least 1,000 TP and that you are at your weakest. The crowd stirred. It seemed this was the first time guild members were hearing about this, because guilds were so focused on how to climb the tower quicker, they had forgotten about other players who had ill intentions. Now, go out and find an elevator. With that, the administrator sat down under a tree and began to read a book. The majority of players, including Jin Sahyuk, stopped paying attention to the administrator and headed off. Even players, who weren't among the majority, only gave the administrator a light bow before going on their way. There was only one group who stayed and approached the administrator. Unsurprisingly, it was Kim Suho and his companions. Being nosy again. Tusk, tusk. Jin Sahyuk sneered at Kim Suho and headed north. Unlike many others, she was alone. In Jin Sahyuk's eyes, newbie hunters were just a source of money and food. She wasn't afraid of them in the slightest. Come get me. She walked with confidence. With every step, a thin current of magic power shot up. After 30 minutes of her come and get me walking, a boar appeared that was attracted by her magic power. LV2 Blackblood boar, Kuyak. The large boar charged forward. Jin Sahyuk lightly shot a bolt of magic power. Kuik, the boar's internal organs were blown up, killing it instantly. Jin Sahyuk approached the corpse and carefully emitted her magic power, dismantling the boar's meat and leather. She took only the most delicious parts of the meat and the thickest parts of the leather. Everything was done with the information she gained outside the tower. How easy. Afterwards, Jin Sahyuk continued forward. Contrary to her expectations, no newbie hunters challenged her, and only unintelligent monsters appeared. It seemed even the weakest humans recognized a predator. Jin Sahyuk let out a disappointed sigh. Wish. Suddenly, an unnatural current of wind blew. A strange spiral of air stormed past her. Immediately, an alarm rang in her head. Jin Sahyuk instinctively twisted her body and clad herself in chi reinforcement. The next moment, a beam of light pierced her shoulder. Blood spurted out, and an intense pang of pain struck her. Strength instantly left her body, her legs gave out, and she fell backwards. However, she quickly picked herself back up. Using her magic power, she stitched up her wound. She made up for the large amount of blood she lost by circulating her blood quicker with her magic power. At the same time, she calculated the direction that the attack came from and threw a bolt of magic power. Her attack shot forward like an arrow and completely destroyed all trees in its path. Come out. Jin Sahyuk spoke in a low tone, but with her voice carrying her magic power. It spread far and wide. The attacker reacted to her voice with another bullet. This time, she didn't let it get her. The bullet touched the magic barrier she quickly created. The barrier was shattered the moment it touched the bullet, but it managed to change its course just slightly. That was enough. Jin Sahyuk quickly twisted her body and dodged the bullet. She had already learned from the initial attack. Now, long-ranged snipes would no longer work on her. She didn't know who could be so daring to attack her, but as far as she was concerned, it was his loss the moment he couldn't kill her with the first blow. However, the attacker shot another bullet. It seemed he wasn't a learner like her. Jin Sahyuk grinned and unleashed a barrier. However, the bullet suddenly curved in the air, ignoring the laws of nature and flying towards the blind spot of her barrier. It was impossible to dodge it. Jin Sahyuk hastily calculated the bullet's point of impact and concentrated her magic power in that spot. This time, her thigh was hit. Her quick concentration of magic power managed to prevent her leg from being blown off, but an unbearable pain coursed through her. PSSSH, with the rustling sound of leaves, a man jumped down from a tree. The man predicted to be the sniper was wearing a mask and a hood. However, he then threw them off and revealed his bare face. He began to walk towards her. Jin Sahyuk carefully observed his face. You, she knew exactly who he was. Who? After firing 3 bullets, I deactivated the sniper rifle mode. Then I jumped down from the tree I was sitting on. I considered mixing in Stigma's magic power in a bullet to kill her in one blow, but I decided otherwise. If she dodged, my ultimate attack would have been wasted, and even if it did hit her, she would only lose 1 life from it. To take at least 3 lives from killing her, I had to blow her head off with a shotgun. That was the only way. I approached Jin Sahyuk. It's been a while, eh? Jin Sahyuk was glaring at me. I thought she had fallen backwards, but she was already up. Behind her, dozens of magic power weapons undulated. It was her special application of magic power. Her magic power capacity surpassed even Ki Naeun's, and her magic power control and magic power adaptability were the greatest in the history of mankind. Her gift, magic arms, was a simple yet devastating ability with the power to create thousands of weapons with magic power. But as that should be something the current Jin Sahyuk was incapable of handling, I furrowed my brows. You obtained a hidden piece, didn't you? Jin Sahyuk didn't reply, but I was confident in my guess. I didn't know exactly how she found it, but she must have chosen remove 10% of the stat restriction as her reward. Oi, Jin Sahyuk, who was only glaring at me, finally spoke up. "What? Did you come down to get killed?" I smirked. It seemed she was wondering why I didn't just kill her from the tree. Of course, if I wanted to, I could have easily done so. Without her finding out who killed her, I could have killed her slowly or swiftly. But there was a reason I came down from the tree. It was to kill you thoroughly. You! That lit her fuse. Dozens of edged weapons, blunt weapons, arrows, and harpoons shot towards me. However, they were all toothpicks in front of my eyes. I transformed the Desert Eagle into an assault rifle. Jin Sahyuk's weapons shot towards me like a torrential rain, but in bullet time, they were moving like turtles. The movements of each of her magic weapons were clear and obvious. First, I needed to test how many bullets I needed to strike down one weapon. I fired 2 bullets. The first caused her magic weapon to waver, and the second made it disappear. After learning that 2 bullets were enough, I began to shoot down her weapons, starting from the ones closest to me. The lighter arrows only took 1 bullet, and the rest took 2. However, Jin Sahyuk's barrage of weapons never ceased. Her magic power capacity was seemingly endless. As such, I began to space out the usage of bullet time. Quang! After firing a round of bullets, I deactivated bullet time. The world instantly hastened. You! Jin Sahyuk's mouth moved once again. I instantly scanned my targets, then reactivated bullet time. By deactivating bullet time for a split second and reactivating it, I was conserving as much time as possible. Eventually, Jin Sahyuk should run out of magic power. On the other hand, assault rifle bullet zone 119, I wouldn't run out of bullets anytime soon. Quang, 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 magic power continually clashed with bullets. Dust and wind swirled in the air. Through this drawn-out exchange, I became confident that I would win. There simply wasn't a way for me to lose. Jin Sahyuk must have felt the same thing. Her expression was honest, being clearly muddled with rage. She seemed to be running out of steam. As the strength of her magic power dwindled, I couldn't help but wonder what she was thinking right now. When Jin Sahyuk's attacks clearly became much weaker, I decided to stop wasting my bullets. I put my gun down and activated a skill. LV3 extraction and permanent materialization, a skill that could be used for both offense and defense. Jin Sahyuk's magic power would now condense into crystals and fall before reaching me. LV2 Jin Sahyuk's mana crystal. LV1 Jin Sahyuk's mana crystal. TK. 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 The crystals fell on the ground like tiny droplets of rain. By the time 26 crystals fell on the ground, Jin Sahyuk's attack stopped. She glared at me with frozen eyes. Her eyes were wet with tears. I didn't know whether they were from anger or resentment, but I knew they weren't from fear or sadness. "You crying?" I sneered as I approached her, because she squeezed out every drop of her magic power. She shouldn't be able to move even a finger. I walked up to her and transformed the assault rifle into a shotgun. Jin Sahyuk clenched her teeth. "I'll admit it. Right now you are stronger," Jin Sahyuk muttered. "But ask yourself this." Glaring at me with eyes full of hatred, she continued, "Will you be able to kill me 7 times? However, it wasn't even a question worth answering. 7 times. I only needed to kill her thrice. I strongly kicked her knee. UK. After forcing her to kneel in front of me, I pointed the barrel of the shotgun to her head. Looking down at her, I grinned. Before she went back to the tutorial, I said this. "See you later." Hoping for these words to instill fear in her heart, I pulled the trigger. A slug clad in Stigma's magic power shot out. KWANG. Soon, a deep silence descended, because the death was instantaneous. No blood spurted out. Her body dispersed into blue particles of light. Whish! The blowing wind carried the particles away. Who? I breathed a sigh of relief. The first killing of Jin Sahyuk was a success. It was so easy that I felt stupid for worrying about it so much. To be honest, there simply was no way for me to lose. Even if her magic arms struck me directly, my LV4 armor would have protected me. Should I have let her hit me a few times? I stretched with satisfaction. Then, wheeing, my smartwatch rang. "You won from a duel with a target. Target Kim Hajin acquires the following victory reward." Ha! An incomprehensible system alert was written on the screen. 4th floor. Final area. Boss Jane and Chiak Young were standing in front of one of the 4th floor's crystal steel. "I think I will have to go outside." Reaching the crystal steel meant that they had cleared the 4th floor. The 4th floor's mission was to defeat the 8 undead kings in 8 compass directions. To advance to the 5th floor, One only needed to defeat one of the 8 kings and find the crystal steel in its palace. Outside, to Earth. Why? It's starting to get fun. Boss, why don't you wait until you clear the 5th floor? Jane and Chiak Yung tried to persuade her. No, I don't think I can wait any longer. However, Boss was determined. She was no longer able to ignore the doubt and suspicion in her heart. She wasn't sure whether the magnifying glass was faulty or if Kim Hajin was mistaken, but she needed to know why Kim Hajin would have such a feeling to sleep soundly. Jane, who was calmly watching Boss, stepped up. Move aside, Yung. What? Why always me? Move it. You've been exiled before in your past life. Right, what does that have to do with any? After sending Chiak Yung off, Jane walked up to Boss. Something's been bothering you, right? Tell me, she whispered in her ears. I can't tell you yet. However, Boss remained silent. In a situation where she couldn't be certain of anything, she didn't want to bring discourse among troop members. MN, just wait. I'll find out the truth, no matter what it takes. Seeing Boss' determination, Jane didn't dig into it any further. If you say so. All right, I'll see you two later then. Don't go and hurt yourself, okay? After nodding, Boss looked through the player shop to buy the necessary tickets, while Jane and Chiak Yung walked up to the crystal steel. After about 5 minutes, are we going up right away? Do you have enough potions? I'm always ready. Okay, then let's go. Boss slowly approached Jane and Chiak Yung, who were talking excitedly. Jane, Boss, you still haven't left. Jane widened her eyes and tilted her head. Boss stared at Jane for a moment, then mumbled softly, lend me some money. I need to buy a return ticket and re-entrance ticket, but I'm short 300 TP. Jane stared at her, blinking in surprise. Boss quickly added an excuse. I ended up spending too much. Jane immediately furrowed her brows. Boss, you donated to authors again. I told you not to do it. She didn't donate to just novel authors. She even donated to manhwa authors and artists. Even if she liked art, it wasn't like she was from the House of Medici. Boss swallowed her saliva. Sorry, that's been my only source of entertainment recently. I'll try to curb my habits when I come back. My sense of money has been muddled when compared to reality. Ah, this is all Hajin's fault. It's because he spoils you that you can't think rationally. Jane began to nag her. Boss was about to say that she should be more respectful to her boss, but she swallowed her words and listened to Jane's nagging. Boss knew that Jane became terrifying when it came to anything related to money. Chapter 180, The Story Inside the Box, 1. Jin Sahyuk's eyes shot open, like someone who almost drowned to death. She began to hyperventilate. She was breathing, but she felt like she couldn't breathe because of the overwhelming pressure pressing down on her. Who? Only after taking a few more breaths did she snap out of her daze. She touched her forehead, which was dripping with sweat. She finally came to the realization that she died. She pulled her hair back and looked around her surroundings. The floor and walls were made of wooden boards, and the ceiling was white. She was in her personal waiting room. When she realized this, a system alert popped up in front of her. You died. You must stay inside your waiting room until the start of the next tutorial. The next tutorial will begin next month on November 1st. She was at a loss for words even at the damned system. She began to boil with rage. She seethed with unbearable hatred and killing intent. Her arms, legs, and the rest of her body trembled. See you later. His final words echoed in her ears. Fine, if that's what you want, I'll accept it. I will kill you. No, I will make it so that you cannot live or die. However, her heated rage was only short-lived. After experiencing death, a powerful listlessness and exhaustion struck her. The rage boiling inside her quickly subsided like the tide beginning to recede. But while her body was feeling increasingly enervated, her mind became clearer. Emotions she normally wouldn't have been able to feel rose up within her. Ha! She closed her eyes and let out a deep sigh. She had lost without any room for excuses. No, thinking about it rationally, there were many excuses that could be made. Her stats were restricted, and her opponent had started 2 months in advance. However, Jin Sahyuk didn't continue such thoughts. She had already died, and there was no use making excuses. She simply sat still in a daze. I lost again. Was it twice now? Did I really lose to the same guy twice? Strength left her body, like her bones had liquefied. She laughed at herself. Is this it? Will you be able to fulfill your lifelong wish like this? She opened her eyes with swirling skepticism. The white ceiling of her waiting room seemed to be shining brightly. Is there anything I can do before starting over? she asked the empty air. Something to kill time with. Time is a concept. Therefore, it cannot be killed. I recommend studying to get smarter. However, the system seemed to be happy that she died. Are you fucking with me? I recommend reading. Reading, now that she thought about it. She had never read a book since coming to Earth. The last time she read a book was in her hometown, when she was forced to read a few books as part of compulsory education. Then give me something to read. History of Losers. In an instant, a comic book appeared in the air. Jin Sahyuk stared at the book's cover, then frowned. You piece of shit, give me something else. How to Overcome Illiteracy. This time it was a proper book, but the title wasn't appealing in the slightest. Fucker, give me a proper book. How to Overcome Anger Management Issues. How to Talk Positively. Friendly Way of Talking. Suddenly, several books began to fall from the sky. Anne of Green Gables. 100 Facts Every Idiot Should Know. How to Maintain One's Composure. Are you messing me? You piece of ark. A book falling from the sky struck her head. It was a particularly heavy book, and she was hit by its edge. Jin Sahyuk clutched her head and groaned. Ooh, you son of a bitch, however. The attack wasn't over. Tujujudu, countless number of books fell from the sky like hail. The Bird That Drinks Tears, The Little Prince, The Prince, veritable records of the Joseon dynasty, on the origin of species anatomy. Soon, Jin Sahyuk found himself buried under books. Inside this tomb of books, Jin Sahyuk clenched her teeth and mumbled, if only it had a body. Jin Sahyuk felt a strong urge to beat up the system, but she knew it was formless. She shook off her frustration with a sigh, then looked through the books around her. There was one book that caught her attention. The Prince. The Prince by Niccolo Machiavelli. Jin Sahyuk smiled. There was something about the book's title and author that she liked. She saw herself as someone who would one day become a ruler, so she picked up the book without hesitation. You won a duel with a target. Target, Kim Hajin, acquires the following victory reward. As the target is a sworn enemy, all stats increase by 1. Only 35% of it will be applied in this place. You obtain 2 special consolidation ticket. You stole 1479 TP from player strongest will. I sat on the ground and stared at the system alert, unable to remember anything no matter how much I thought about it. I even looked through the entire system log. Then I looked at my laptop system log with my smartwatch. 2029, 2028, 2027. Going back 3 years, I finally found my answer. Magic power of rage and obsession has formed a spell in a distant place. You have been selected as a target. However, a miraculous luck strikes. A mysterious power reverses the spell, an unknown person's gift. Targeting has been changed to benefit Kim Hajin. Narrow escape from death, 4/9. A special stat, accumulation of luck, becomes partly unlocked. Using this log, I tried to figure out what exactly happened. First, Jin Sahyuk selected me as a target. My luck ended up reversing her spell, and she became the target instead. By killing the target today, I'd gained the above rewards. It seemed this target thing was Jin Sahyuk's second gift. How complicated. First, I looked at the reward I got. Special consolidation ticket. A consolidation ticket formed from a special gift. By using this ticket, you can strengthen a gift, equipment, physique, or art. Oh, it was an amazing item that didn't exist in the original story. Of course, I would have to use it to know what strengthening meant. Should I use one on Master Sharpshooter? While I was considering my options, a series of system alerts popped up. 2 days later at 8 p.m., a merit conference will be held in prestigious LV11 Medea's castle. As an influential candidate, you must participate in this event. If you don't, you will earn the ill will of Medea, and you will not be able to receive any rewards. Rewards for completing Medea's quest. There should be a few special skill books and a trait recovery coupon. Since I should be first place, I should be able to recover a trait with it. I got up. It could think about what trait to choose later. I should pick up Jin Sahyuk's mana crystals. LV1 Jin Sahyuk's mana crystal X22. LV2 Jin Sahyuk's mana crystal X4. I wasn't sure what to do with them, but since Jin Sahyuk's magic power was obviously high-ranked, I was sure it would come in handy one day. After putting the crystals in my inventory, I checked the current time. 3 p.m. since the conference was 2 days away. I felt like I could do more hunting, taking care of Jins that would become problematic in the future. Who would have thought I would become a newbie hunter? In any case, I climbed up another tree. Then, I expanded my vision and looked across the horizon. Among the people paving through the harsh conditions of the second floor, I found someone who was on my hit list. It so heart-fanned me properly, Cecilia, a djinn who had the ability of a succubus. She was currently ordering around some men she enslaved with her ability. I transformed the Desert Eagle into an assault rifle. Using a sniper rifle bullet was too wasteful. The assault rifle was enough for anyone other than Jin Sahyak. Of course, to increase the power of the bullet, I had to shorten the distance. I jumped from tree to tree until I was about 400 meters away. When I could see Cecilia with the naked eyes, I raised my assault rifle. Aiming it at Cecilia, I pulled the trigger. Shuang, the rifle bullet shot through the air and pierced Cecilia's forehead. She immediately scattered into particles of light. You stole 3568 TP from player Charm Charm Charm. W what? H ha. With the succubus enchantment lifted, the freedmen looked around the forest in a daze. In 24 hours, I killed 7 jinns and procured enough food to feed 100 people for 3 days. I also found another dwarven steel. Satisfied with what I achieved, I was thinking about going back when I suddenly got curious what Kim Suho was doing. After finding Kim Suho and observing him for a while, I returned to the elevator. As expected, Suho was doing well on his own. When I was about to get on the elevator, I found with the Book of Truth, something in my pocket suddenly vibrated. It was Munin's egg, which was sitting in the large pocket of my robe. I quickly took the egg out. On its surface, cracks began to form. The cracks got bigger as the egg continued to shake. Ooh! I was slightly taken aback. The descendant of the king of the Norse gods' beloved pet was being born. What was I supposed to do in this situation? For now, I unleashed Stigma's magic power, wrapping the egg so that it could be born comfortably. The egg stopped shaking inside the soft membrane of magic power. Soon, the eggshell broke and a small bird peeked its head out. Its feathers were wet, and it couldn't open its eyes yet. For a descendant of the bird loved by a god, it looked incredibly ordinary. However, the information displayed on the membrane was nothing but ordinary. LV5 descendant of Munin, strength 0.2, bite force 0.2, stamina 0.2, speed 0.2, perception 6, vitality 0.2, magic power 6, a LV5 newborn with perception and magic power stats at 6 points. My jaws dropped. I held the newborn baby in my arms. It must have felt the warmth of my body as it slowly opened its adorable eyes and looked up at me. Hi! I didn't know whether it could understand human language, but I smiled and greeted it anyways. Then, it tilted its head to the side as birds often did. It was trying to get a better look at me. Chirp. Then it cried. At the same time, a system alert popped up. LV5 descendant of Munin recognizes you as its master. Make a name for LV5 descendant of Munin. A name, I pondered. I never thought about what name to give to this sacred bird. After a moment of thought, I came up with a name. How about Peepomi? Peepomi frowned. Chirp, chirp, chirp. It didn't sound happy at all. Did it sound bad? Then how about Phoenix? Phoenix pouted. Wasn't it a cool name? And then how about Lionel Ronaldo? Chirp, Sun Human. Chirp, Vermilion Bird. I suggested every name I could think of, but Munin's descendant wasn't easily pleased. After about 30 minutes of back and forth, is this really okay? Chirp, chirp. The little bird finally smiled, its eyes forming a cute crescent moon. I didn't understand it, but it seemed like the name just sounded good in its ears. All right, then from now, you're Mr. Spartan Kisa Sirs Macbeth Jr. Chirp, chirp, Munin's descendant loves the name you gave. The naming ceremony has been completed. Mr. Spartan Kisa Sirs Macbeth Jr. activates its first trait, Ring of Perception. From now, you can share your vision and thoughts with Mr. Spartan Kisa Sirs Macbeth Jr. Oh, second trait information and sharp. Mr. Spartan Kisa Sirs Macbeth Jr. allows you to use the Tower Reentrance ticket and Earth Return ticket for free. Furthermore, it will gift you 2-3 items per day. Mr. Spartan Kisa Sirs Macbeth Jr. will awaken more traits as it grows up. A chick that was only just born had this much potential. Investing 20,000 TP was undoubtedly the correct choice. As expected of the descendant of a divine bird, Spartan was amazing. All right, Spartan, let's go up. Chirp. I put down Spartan, short for Mr. Spartan Kisa Sirs Macbeth Jr. on the ground. Spartan waddled into the elevator, and I followed suit. Also, since I gave Spartan a male name, I decided that it was a he. Going up. I pressed the third floor button. The door closed, and the elevator began to fly up. Meanwhile, Spartan continued to chirp as he explored the elevator. I opened the messenger to kill time. Nayan Jajingman. Hyung Nim, you don't happen to have a curse antidote, do you? Nayan Jajingman. Ah, not that I was inflicted with a curse. Haha, it's actually my friend. Nayan Jajingman. It looks like the curse is getting stronger as time goes by. I think it's still bearable, but anyways, if you have one, I can pay up to 2,000 TP for it. A message that I received 2 days ago caught my attention. A curse. The only curse that one could get on the third floor was the Banshee's curse. Although the ingredients were expensive, I knew the recipe for making the curse counteragent. I still had several random dice in case I needed them too. However, I was afraid to meet Nayan Jajingman. I was afraid to find out whether he or she was the Nayan I knew. But I also couldn't let Nayan Jajingman's friend die. I leaned against the elevator wall and fell in thought. Chirp, chirp, then, hearing Spartan's loud chirp, I glanced over. Chirp, chirp, Spartan was flapping its wings. Was he already trying to fly? He was only born 30 minutes ago. Chirp, Spartan's eyes were closed, and he was clearly trying to focus his strength on his wings. Chirp, chirp. Unfortunately, he couldn't fly just yet. He seemed to be dissatisfied that he couldn't as he opened his eyes and glared at his wings. Chirp, chirp. After letting out a disgruntled cry, he put his wings back. I couldn't help but smile at how adorable he was. On the other hand, Boss returned to the chameleon troop's hideout on Earth. Because the tower's stat restriction was lifted, she felt a bit sore. However, she didn't waste any time to stretch and headed straight into the hideout's lobby. Boss, you're back. Setrin discovered her first. Setrin ran over and tried to hug her, but Boss pushed Setrin back with a light emission of magic power. Meanie, why can't you love me as much as Newbie? Where's Droon? Droon. Setrin tilted her head and pointed at Droon's playroom. He's been inside his room recently. What do you need him for? Boss didn't say anything and walked over to Droon's room. Knock. Knock. Droon reacted to Boss' harsh knocking. The door opened and Boss' gaze fell down. Droon. Boss. A small child that only came up to her chest was looking up at her, blinking in surprise. Why'd you call me? Tell me where Jin Hyuk is hiding. Hey, so suddenly. Didn't I tell you to investigate his whereabouts? That was a long time ago, too. Droon flinched at Boss' unusually irritable manner. It was a side of her he had not seen for a long time thanks to Hajin Hyung. Did something happen inside the tower? I found out where he lives. B, but why are you looking for him? There's something I want to ask him. I don't think he's going to respond to my messages on Violet Banquet, so I'll have to go find him instead. Boss was sure that Jin Hyuk knew something. Watching Boss' determination, Droon swallowed his saliva. Chapter 181, The Story Inside the Box, 2. After returning to Prestige, I checked up on Ryrie Shop and the 6,000 TP plot of land first. Thanks to the goblins' hard work, Ryrie Shop was making great profits, while Henry and Kiri were already starting to learn the business management skillbook. When I asked them about their incredible learning speed, they said they only needed 4 days to learn to read and write. For the record, players had automatic language support inside the tower. Next was the currently empty plot of land. It was already showing signs of fertility, with weeds beginning to grow. Random dice X5. Looking at the empty plot of land, I rolled the dice. 2 gave equipment that could be sold in Ryrie Shop, and 2 gave crops that could be cultivated in this land. LV2 clear and clean rice. LV3 incredible meat-flavored corn. Afterwards, I went to work. By asking Henry and Kiri, I searched for NPCs who had farming experience. I was able to find 5 NPCs in the span of an hour, and after I fed them until they were full, I ordered them to plow the land for farming. Because they didn't have homes, I purchased a few dilapidated houses nearby and fixed them up into decent-looking cabins. All this only took half a day to complete. Young Dwarf's dexterity was that amazing. We'll do our best, Lord, the 5 NPCs bowed respectfully with teary eyes. Well, including their family members, there were 8 of them. It was a bit embarrassing to say this, but as Prestige's richest man, I took the responsibility of noblesse oblige and casted hypnotic suggestions. Work hard, but don't overwork yourselves. Encouraging words from a person of power often improved the efficiency of work. After checking that a faint trace of magic power entered their bodies, I returned to Chameleon Troop's hideout. I'm back, however. There was no one inside. I looked around the dark and cold hideout before turning the light on. Was it because I couldn't smoke in the tower? Being alone was a bit sad. Chirp, chirp. At that moment, Spartan chirped on my shoulder. Right, you're here too. I realized that Spartan shared my thoughts. I reached over to my shoulder and stroked Spartan's head. Peep, peep. Spartan flapped his wings in joy. I thought about what to do. There was still one day until Medea's conference. Should I grind my stats and skills with monsters on the fourth floor? Or, suddenly, a light bulb went on in my head. Training. Spirit power training that used Stigma's magic power. Trying to make spirit power flow out more naturally and fluidly. Meditation to make spirit power circulate my bloodstream better. As spirit power would follow me to the real world, I needed to get better at using it. I walked down to the underground training room with Spartan. After putting Spartan down, I sat down cross-legged like martial artists did in wuxia novels. My spirit power was currently level 2, which was only enough to use basic skills 30-40 times. In fact, because my basic skills leveled up, I could only use them 20-30 times if I didn't rely on potions. Chiak Yungyong told me that breathing was done with the entire body. Wouldn't spirit power be similar? I closed my eyes and relaxed my body. Hoop! I inhaled. I tried to feel the spirit power scattered in my bloodstream. Although it wasn't tangible or clear, I could certainly feel its existence. I exhaled. I fused the flowing spirit power with Stigma's magic power. By injecting Stigma's magic power into my body, I gathered the scattered spirit power into a cluster. Once the spirit power was fused with Stigma's magic power, it began to circulate on its own. From my head to my heart to my hands and feet, it was breathing that used my entire body. First breath, second breath, third breath, fourth breath, Dukan. My heart throbbed. Spirit power fused with magic power surged from my body, a yellow-colored aura that was different than magic power. I saw this light with my own eyes. Ook! At the same time, I groaned in pain. Something sticky was stuck in my throat. Oh, yeek! I vomited uncontrollably. A black lump that was indescribably disgusting and sticky came out of my mouth. I then continued to vomit 2 more black lumps. Yeek! My retching finally stopped. I wiped my mouth and stared at the mysterious black lumps. LV-2 impurities from Kim Hajin's body. Ah, it's tar. Considering how much I smoked before entering the tower, I wasn't too surprised. Geez, I thought I was going through the bone and marrow cleansing process I heard about in wuxia novels. To keep the training room clean, I put the black lumps in my inventory for now. Who? Then I tried moving my neck and waist. I felt refreshed, but there wasn't any real change. If there was, the system would have told me about it. Blinking my eyes, I looked up at the sky. It seems a single training session is not enough, but continually using that method to train may produce an unforeseen result. Ah, I see. Thank you, Systemnum kindly explained. Not even the system knew everything about the tower. This time, it sounded a bit surprised. Obviously, this was a good thing. I decided to take a 5-minute break before giving it a second go. I wiped away the sweat on my body and opened the community. Captain Britain item list, selling items dropped by an undead monster. Message me if there is something you want. Comments, is Skeleton Legacy still available? Are you also trading items? Hangul, Korniun, Enus IT tickets sold Hangul, Korniun, Enus. It's not. I don't know who this is. But please don't make false statements. And yes, trading is okay. Come to English Royal Court's hideout in prestigious District -3. I saw a post from Rachel. She said she's been busy recently with no time to use the messenger. It seemed she really was working hard. While looking through the public forum with a smile, another post caught my attention. Jai Super Yun, does anyone know how to get rid of the vengeful spirit's curse? Hangul Kor Yu Enus. Hangul Kor Yu Enus. My friend is dying. Hangul Kor Yu Enus. Hangul Kor Yu Enus. If you do, please come to Essence of the Straits hideout. We'll reward you not only in the tower but outside the tower as well. Comments, who cares? We have 7 lives anyways. Just tell him or her to die once. Hangul Kor Nyun Enus No. That's not it. Haven't you heard of Banshee's curse? It permanently killed several people recently. Hangul Korniun Enus that. Yeah, I heard there was no cure for that. Good luck. The effect of the Banshee's curse became widespread after 10 or so people permanently died from it. Essence of the Strait. Looking at it, I remembered Nayan Jajangman mentioning the Banshee's curse 4 days ago. Ki Nayan was also in Essence of the Strait. It was unlikely to be a coincidence. Of course, Nayan Jajangman said a friend got the Banshee's curse, but since Ki Nayan was never the type to show any weakness. Chak, I slapped my cheeks. Stop thinking about strange things and just focus on training. I sat cross-legged again and closed my eyes. Who then? I continued my spirit power awakening breathing method. 30 minutes later, LV2 Essence of the Straits hideout. In the end, I found myself standing in front of Essence of the Straits hideout. I wasn't wearing a mask in case they saw me as a suspicious person, but I put on a fake beard so they couldn't recognize my face. Seeing me loitering in front of the entrance, Essence of the Straits Guild member standing guard called out to me. Who are you? He seemed to be wary of me. I couldn't blame him since my huge hooded robe was suspicious no matter how one looked at it. I used Demon's cunning speech to change my voice. I saw the post in the public forum. Public forum? The guild member tilted his head. At that moment, someone else walked down the stairs and came out to the entrance. Her eyes were swollen from crying. I could immediately tell who it was. I called out to her. I came here to get rid of the curse. Pardon. Yijiyun, who was looking depressed, quickly ran over. Sea curse. Who is he? He says he's a mercenary. He apparently saw a post in the public forum, but we didn't post anything. I posted it not too long ago. Yijiyun examined my face. I looked away purposely, hoping she wouldn't notice me. Hey, can you take off your hoodie? The guild member, whose name I didn't know, spoke, but Yijiyun quickly exclaimed in surprise. This person is fine. Let him in. Her voice turned soft and relaxed. I was just as surprised as the guild member, who looked startled. We need to know who he is. Don't worry. I'm really good at recognizing people's faces. Yijiyun said that as she poked my side. Judging by the mischievous smile she was making, it seemed she found me out. Without any other choice, I followed her closely. Where's the patient? You'll see, by the way you never cut your beard. When I heard this, I realized how stupid I was. She had recognized me because of my beard. No, this beard is fake. I don't grow beards anymore. That's nice. Anyways, let's hurry. Yijiyun pulled on my wrist, as expected of an advanced guild. Essence of the Strait was using a 3-story hideout. We went up to a room on the 3rd floor. It's here. Kick. Yijiyun opened the door. A white hospital-like room appeared. There, 2 patients were lying unconscious. One was a man I didn't know. He wasn't inflicted with a curse either, but the other one. I walked in, rather. My feet moved on their own towards the girl lying half dead on the white bed. She's been unconscious since 2 days ago. The girl was only faintly breathing, and the black curse was encroaching upon her neck. It was as I thought. I couldn't deny the truth any longer. Nayan Jajangman was Ki Nayan. Her curse is already at level 5. Is it possible to treat her? It is. Right. I looked down at Ki Nayan. Her face was pale, and her body trembled every time she breathed. Looking at her, my chest felt heavy. The tar I spat out today seemed to be going back into my throat. How did she get it? 1 month ago, Nayan was trying to save me. I thought it was okay back then. Yuerang. Yijiyun began to sob, then burst into tears before she could finish her sentence. I can treat her, so don't cry. You're too loud. According to the system's explanation, a level 5 curse was something a human couldn't withstand. On the other hand, the ingredients needed to make an antidote could only be found on the 6th floor. But since I already made a counteragent with my ability, I should be able to lower the curse's level with it and extract the rest using extraction and permanent materialization. What should I do? I'm telling you, you're too loud. Here, take this. I took out the counteragent from my inventory and gave it to Yijiyun. It was a precious medicine that took 1500 TP to make. What's this? A curse counteragent. You have to apply it on her skin directly. Amazing, amazing, amazing. Hurry up, will ya? Why, yeah. Yijiyun pulled the shoulder area of Ki Nayan's shirt down. A black spot on her left shoulder was giving off an eerie smoke. I just have to put it on her. Yeah. Yijiyun opened the counteragent's lid and practically poured it on the curse root, which was shaped like a human face. The moment the counteragent touched the curse root, a strange smoke and a horrifying shriek rang out. What's happening? Yijiyun jumped in surprise but didn't back off. She continued to courageously apply the counteragent on the screeching face of the curse. Die, die. Die, you bastard. It's fine now. Get back. I pulled Yejun back and rolled up my sleeves. Now it was time to extract the curse. By focusing my body's spirit power and using it in one go. What, however, an unexpected phenomenon took place. Before I could extract the curse, it began to die on its own. I couldn't understand what was going on, but from what I could gather with my eyes, the curse was being devoured by Ki Naeun's magic power. What's happening? I'm not sure. Ki Naeun's magic power shot out, enveloping the curse. Was her magic power revolting after being suppressed by the curse all this time? No matter the case, the situation had flipped, and it was the curse that was now under attack by Ki Naeun. It looks like it'll be okay. I looked at Ki Naeun. She was clenching her teeth and shaking as though she was having a nightmare. Was she fighting the curse alone in her sleep? I wanted to help her out if possible. I took out a handkerchief and wiped off the sweat on her forehead. I was probably mistaken, but it looked like she became more relaxed. In any case, it looked like I was no longer needed. I smiled bitterly and turned around. I'm leaving. Wait. We have a reward for you. Take it when Naeun fully recovers. I don't need it. In exchange, don't tell her it was me who treated her. I spoke, even utilizing hypnotic suggestion. However, Ijiyun tilted her head and asked, what if she asks? She's going to try to figure out who helped her. She's not going to leave me alone until I do. Ijiyun was right. I knew Ki Naeun's personality too. After mulling over it for a moment, I left behind a solution that would cause the least amount of trouble. Tell her that an extra treated her. Extra? What's that? Background actor. You don't even know that. But it's fine. She'll understand what it means. Just tell her that, outside the tower, Jin-hyuk's office. The usually peaceful North Hamgyong province was currently faced with a calamity. The inside of Jin-hyuk's office looked as though a tornado had gone through it, and it was even filled with hot magic power. Not even a match, Kyuhuk, damn it. Jin-hyuk was lying in the middle of this pit of hell, coughing up blood. Ugh, my body, can't you go easy on me? 3 minutes ago, a monster had visited him. There was no room for negotiation. The monster asked about Kim Hajin the moment it arrived, and when Jin-hyuk remained silent, it began to rampage. 3 seconds. 3 seconds was all it took for him and his office to turn out like this. Although he was no longer an active hero, the difference in their power was too unbelievable. Jin-hyuk's eyes met the eyes of the girl looking down at him. She looked like a lion. Her hair fluttering in the air through her magic power looked like a lion's mane, and her sharp eyes looked like a cat's. However, the lion didn't seem hungry for blood. A lion that revealed its fangs because it was scared. A lion that was only trying to look threatening. That was what she looked like. I don't know why an overpowered monster like you is interested in Kim Hajin, but just so you know. Jin-hyuk pulled himself up. Then, he sat down on his half-broken chair and turned on his computer. The hard drive contained information regarding Kim Hajin. However, Jin-hyuk planned to delete it. An informant was someone who made a living by being heavy-mouthed. Delete when he was about to press this button. Something happened in Lord Jin-hyuk's house. Bring your weapons. Who dares to trouble our lord? Foolish voices rang out outside the window. The girl glanced out, then looked back at Jin-hyuk with an evil smile. Ha! Jin-hyuk sighed. Since his weakness was revealed, he had no choice. The moment the villagers were taken hostage, it was over for him. He clicked his tongue and moved his hand off the keyboard. You want to know that much? The girl nodded. Why, you're going to kill him? The girl shook her head. I see. The girl didn't say anything. Jin-hyuk stared at her fixedly. Her beauty was enough to put him in a daze even in this situation. But the first thing he thought of was a certain scene. A girl leaving Kim Hajin in an orphanage. She looked too much like the girl for it to be a coincidence. I'll tell you. So let me ask you one thing. You're the new leader of the chameleon troop, right? As expected, the girl didn't say anything. However, Jin-hyuk decided to take silence as a yes. If someone this strong wasn't the leader, but an ordinary member, he would have been too embarrassed. All right, that was enough. Pieces of the puzzle fell together in Jin-hyuk's head. He transferred the data he was about to delete into a USB. This should have everything you want to know. The girl stepped towards him, but Jin-hyuk quickly held his hand out and stopped her. But wait, your old boss and I were acquaintances. We even fought once, though the result was something I'd rather not talk about. The girl's eyebrows twitched. Anyways, listen up, it's advice from an adult. Jin-hyuk continued. There is a high chance you'll regret seeing this. No, I'm certain that you will. Whether you want to kill Kim Hajin or keep him alive, as long as you're related to him, will not like what you see. He held the USB out. Are you still curious? The girl reached out without saying anything. Her lack of hesitation made Yu Jinhyuk pull the USB back. The girl frowned. Yu Jinhyuk felt like a trainer trying to tame a lion. You don't know the contents of a box before you open it. That makes you want to open it even more. But after you do, shut up and hand it over. The girl unleashed her magic power once more. Yu Jinhyuk shrugged and put the USB down. Let me ask you one final question. Do you remember everyone you killed? The girl didn't reply and reached towards the USB. Yu Jinhyuk picked up the USB again, and the girl sighed. If you don't remember or if you don't want to remember, you walk. A sharp pain struck his stomach, and he blacked out. Yu Jinhyuk's memory of the day ended there. Chapter 182. The story inside the box 3. Boss sat in her chair and stared at the flash drive. The first thing she thought of was, where do I put this? She had learned it from Jane before. Oh, fortunately she realized not too late. The smartwatch. Boss opened the flash drive to reveal a small piece and plugged it into the smartwatch. The information stored inside then popped up as a hologram. Kim Hajin, 174.3 cm, 73 kg, body fat 8%, 2025, admitted into Korea's Hero Training School Cube at rank 934. 2025, achieved rank 334 after the first Cube final exam. 2026, achieved rank 121. Went up 813 ranks in 1 year, the biggest increase since the beginning of Cube's history. However, he suddenly dropped out after the Destruction's Cube attack incident that took place the same year. Since it was a pretty interesting turn of events, the media covered it ferociously. Some say he felt turned off by the restrictions that would be placed on him when he became a hero. Subsequently joined Geronimo Mercenary. It was Kim Hajin's career that everyone already knew. Staring at it, Boss' eyes sank coldly. Should I go back and this time kill him for good? Fortunately for Yu Jinhyuk, more interesting information soon followed. Private records of Yu Jinhyuk, July 2025, started investigating Kim Hajin at the request of my niece. At first, it was again a series of useless information, so she quickly scrolled down. But then, her fingers that were touching the hologram tightened. The following information was recorded at the spot where her trembling fingertips stopped. October 2025. Found vital keyword. Kwango incident. Kwango incident. As soon as those letters were reflected in her pupils, beep a loud noise filled her ears. Those characters kept repeating themselves inside her head. Kwango incident. Kwango incident. It happened more than 20 years ago. She had buried it deep within her subconsciousness, but still, it was an unforgettable day. The first test she faced at the order of the ex-boss who took her in found possibility that Kim Hajin may be the sole survivor of the Kwango incident. Not baseless, but evidences are still weak. It was a story from a long time ago. It rained heavily that day. When we showed up at the dark shelter, the people inside trembled. They were afraid, and so was I, but my partner at the time, Bell the former black, spoke. Kill or be killed. Otherwise, I will be abandoned by boss. Bell made me do everything under the pretense of training, and I, being a child, carried out the massacre. Evidence number 1, there was a full-blown pregnant woman there. Labor was imminent. That day I killed many people, but there was one life that I did not take away. A baby crying, covered in blood. A baby hiding in his mother's arms now. A baby that the mother had desperately tried to hide. Evidence number 2. The date that he showed up at the orphanage and the date that the incident took place are about the same. A child too young to kill me. I couldn't kill a child who didn't have the ability to kill me in order to save myself. 2026. Discovered new information. A strong headache arose. The pain was tearing her brain into pieces. According to the informant, it was confirmed that the assassin who attacked Kwango evacuation shelter left a baby intact. Very strong connection to Kim Hajin's birth. Then, is that baby Kim Hajin? And did the assassin leave him at the orphanage? Not sure yet. Warning, this information is stored in Violet Banquet's personal database and will automatically be destroyed if it comes into contact with magic power other than Yu Jinhyuk's. Memories of that day loomed before me. Bell smirked at me who couldn't kill the baby, and he said, "We were ordered to kill 96 people. No orders were given about the unexpected 97th life. So, Bile, you can let him go, it's up to you." Maybe that was part of the test, but still I did not kill that child. Well, if that's your decision, I'm sure boss will understand. I who never should have been born, was born and raised in curses and hatred. But the child who deserved a happy childhood and love from his parents was now buried in blood and death because of me. If I had not been born, you would have lived an ordinary life. I felt sorry for all that, and I felt excruciatingly guilty. That's why I couldn't kill him. Back from the past, I opened my eyes. The reality laid before me. Suddenly, all those feelings that Kim Hajin harbored toward me came to a new meaning. Although I had learned the truth, my tears didn't flow. I was not angry, either. As if my emotional flow had been blocked, I became more calm. Did Kim Hajin know all of this, and to show no intention of killing despite that, does that mean he forgives me? Or is this just some kind of probation or test? I have no idea. From the start, I wasn't that smart. Right now, all I want is to stop thinking for just a moment, so I closed my eyes. Soon, sleep crawled in and gnawed away my consciousness. Next morning, Ki Naeun woke up basking in sunlight shining through the windows. The view that was normally blurry was clear today for some reason. Still, her mind was a bit hazy. She kept lifting her eyelids up and down, trying to control her breath. Then, although you received the help of a counteragent, you are the first to overcome the vengeful spirit curse. Achievement, unlocked hard to kill, because you received the help of others. The achievement bonus is limited to 50%. The other half will be unlocked once you reach the 6th floor. Trait acquired magic power that swallows curses. Words she could not understand popped up on the ceiling. She couldn't grasp what they meant even after she finished reading them. Did I become stupid? Both my body and my head don't work the way I want them to. Oh, Nayan, are you up? Suddenly, Yijiyun's face popped up in the corner of her eyes. You are up. Oh, thank God. Yijiyun smiled brightly, but suddenly frowned and hugged her tightly. Ki Nayan could not breathe. The feeling of her neck becoming wet with tears was disgusting, but thanks to that she regained her consciousness. Get off. What? Get off of me. However, Yijiyun held her tighter and pushed her face closer. Thank goodness. Ha! After letting out a heavy sigh, Ki Naeun lifted her upper body and pushed Yijiyun away. So what happened? She then asked Yijiyun, who was crying tears of joy. Oh, I posted on the forum, asking if anybody had the antidote for the curse. Yijiyun answered, fiddling with her fingers. Because she had been requested by Kim Hajin to not tell anyone, she obviously looked awkward. And, a man who had the antidote by chance came, and he helped us. But of course Ki Naeun didn't believe that so easily and stared at Yijiyun with a suspicious look. What? I mean thanks, but he just helped. Why, yeah. Without asking for anything in return, Ki Naeun had grown to doubt kindness without reason. She had a chronic distrust of human beings. Yeah, but anyways, Naeun, how's your arm? But the solution to that is simple. Turning Ki Naeun's attention away from something was easier than fooling most kids. Arm. Ki Naeun coughed and turned her left arm up and down. Although it was stiff from not being used for a while, it certainly had been cured. It's good, fine. No, but more than who in the world? Oh, right. You could use the longsword now then. Longsword. At that one word, Ki Naeun had already forgotten what she was about to ask, and a spark of interest rose in her eyes. Yeah, the thing you got from the quest. Of course I know what it is. Back then, about 3 weeks ago, it was the first group quest she got ever since she entered the tower. Was really happy. The recollection of that day, still considered one of her greatest accomplishments, came back alive. Hidden quest. Intermediate rank group quest has been found. At least 8 people are required to continue this quest. Upon receiving the quest, she immediately summoned 8 members of Essence of the Strait. At first, a few undead monsters were all there was, but soon they found a sword glowing blue at a blind spot in the cave. Everyone screamed with joy. She almost fainted after checking the item information. They were nearly out of food when they found this rare item. Equals LV. 3 high-quality longsword polished with ice crystal, rare LV3 attribute, ice LV3 frost damage LV3, attack power LV3 durability, equals a weapon that was almost equal to no. A weapon that overpowered LV4 weapons. Did team leader leave it behind? However, team leader Kim Youngjin had been using it these past 3 weeks. Ki Naeun had not been in the condition to use the sword. Aha! He left it behind today, saying he couldn't possibly use it when you are sick. Instead, he took the red crystal spear. As expected of the Weapon Master. Weapon Master. That was Kim Youngjin's gift, which enabled him to wield any weapon as if he had been using it for years. His magic power was plain, but it was thanks to this gift that he would become a high-rank hero by next year. Ji-yoon grinned and grinded her face into Ki Naeun's shoulder. This shit again. It's to celebrate your recovery. I'm not fully recovered yet. Stop pushing. It hurts. Oh, right. Ki Naeun opened her eyes wide. It was as if she remembered something. Hey, who was it that gave you the antidote? Stop evading the question and answer. Yi Ji-yoon shook, but soon smiled. If it was something else, Ki Naeun would have surely forgotten about it for days. This must really be getting on her nerves. Maybe she felt something intuitively. A woman's intuition, so to say. I'm in a good mood, so maybe I'll just tell her. Oh, but not now, later. I'll tell her when we get into something dramatic. I'll give her a surprise. Ji-yoon suddenly put on a serious look. He said you would know if I tell you that a background actor stopped by. Background actor? Yeah. The heck is? Ki Naeun's eyes widened. Do you know who he is? When Ji-yoon asked. Ki Naeun smiled softly and held her face. He. Yeah. I know, I got it. Now go. Who is he? Ji-yoon tried hard not to smile. Just an old teacher. Teacher. Ji-yoon almost burst out laughing just now. At that moment, Ki Naeun asked urgently. Hey, did you tell him my nickname? No, I didn't. Good then. Ki Naeun nodded and turned on the messenger. I heard from my friend that you gave her the antidote. Thanks, Korkak. You didn't answer back, so I thought you deleted me because I kept bothering you, OTL. BTW, the person you cured is my friend. Korkak, not me. Korkak. She sent the above messages to Extra Zevon. Then she turned again to Yi Ji-yoon. How did he look? Did he look old? Ah, he did look a bit old. With a beard. That was the biggest hint Yi Ji-yoon could provide. Beard. Yeah, beard. But Ki Naeun only smiled as if she had something else in mind. That does sound like him. I thought of him as an old guy who's good at playing games. Ki Naeun mumbled, suddenly feeling her heart warming up. Even in a world like this, there is one person I can believe in. No. Now that I think about it, there's surprisingly many. Dad, Grandpa, Yu Yonha, Kim Suho, and although he's a little idiotic, my childhood friend Shin Janghak. Despite saying that she wanted to die every day, she realized one thing after almost dying. In the end, it was human nature to want to live. Don't be so pitiful. Move forward, stronger, harder. Ki Naeun shook her head and jumped to her feet. Where are you going? To work out. I didn't get to practice my sword for 3 weeks. I think I might have forgotten a lot. I gotta get back on track. Afternoon. Because of Prestige's lack of a sun, it was as dark as night. Players who were busy conquering the higher floors returned to Prestige for the very special event that would take place in Medea's palace. Yo, newbie. Hey, Hajin, Chiak, Young and Jane, who were loitering in front of the palace, walked over to me. They said they were playing around on the 5th floor, and their higher quality equipment told me that was true. Jane was wearing a high-quality cape and a jeweled necklace, while Chiak Young was wearing a gauntlet made of bones. How was the 5th floor? Fun and exciting. You should come next time. The 5th floor was designed to look like the demon realm. Its theme should be adventure, breaking through 6 fortresses, 10 gateways, 8 outposts, and 5 castles to arrive at the end of the world. That was the goal. How far did you go? I'm not sure. We stayed in the Swamp of Beginnings for about 2 days. There were idiots waiting there to find party members. The 5th floor was half the size of the Korean peninsula. As such, 2 days was nowhere near enough to get anywhere. I'll go with you tomorrow. As I said that, I peeked over Chiak Young's shoulder. The person that should normally stand out the most was nowhere to be seen. Where's Boss? Boss. Ah, she must have something to do immediately. Jane put on a scary frown. She left with a face like this, so something serious must have happened. Anyways, let's go in. Jane hopped over and linked her arm to mine. I would have been fine with it if not for the fact that Jane was currently disguised as a man. Oh, right. Disguise me too. Okay, because the Black Lotus symbol was left at the site of the destroyed towers, I had no choice but to go into the palace as Chameleon Troop's seat of black. As such, I changed my face through Jane's help. After disguising ourselves, we walked to the main gate of the palace. We presented our citizenship card to the guard standing in front of the gate, and the guard gave us different badges after checking our contribution points. My badge was made of diamonds, while Chiak, Young and Jane's were gold. Go in. We entered the palace safely. As soon as we entered, we saw a beautiful, wide lobby. The floor was covered with a red carpet, the ceiling was high like the Pantheon, and a beautiful chandelier hung in the center. There were even maids and butlers dressed formally and standing nearby. "We will check your badge rank." An old man who seemed to be the chief butler walked in. I was first. "Diamond rank has been confirmed. Please tell us your honorable name." Honorable name didn't mean real name. Right, as though he read my mind, the butler quickly added, "A false name or a nickname is fine." "Ah, then I'll go with Byang." One, the old butler quickly made a name tag. Diamond Byang. Next was Chiak Yungyong and Jane. Chiak Yungyong seemed to have thought that the names had to be two characters, as he went with Yungyong, while Jane went with an anagram of her name, Angie. "Follow me." After putting the name tag on our chests, we followed the butler past the lobby. Soon, we found ourselves standing in front of a huge silver door. However, we quickly walked past it. Next was a golden door. The butler stopped in front of it. "Angie Nim and Yungyong Nim may go in through the golden door." "Hey, we're not using the same door. The door you use is determined by your rank, but no worries. You will all end up in the same reception hall," the butler calmly explained. Just like he said, Medea's palace was an extra-dimensional space formed from magic power. The different colored doors would all lead to a single reception hall. In other words, players would gather in the same place to receive their rewards. The reason Medea split up the doors was to make their entrances more flamboyant. But we get different rewards, right? That is right. Ah, if I knew beforehand, I would have destroyed the tower myself. Hajin's going to end up taking everything. Jane glanced at me. I laughed. "Don't worry, I'll share the rewards with you." "Really?" "Of course." Yay, Jane hopped over to the golden door, and Chiak Yungyong followed. When Chiak Yungyong entered the golden door, his back muscles fiercely tingled. Wondering what was causing such a reaction out of him, I peeked at the reception hall beyond the golden door. Ooh, as expected, the room was full of powerful people who were making Chiak Yungyong's blood boil. "Kiek," the golden door closed shut. "Next, I will guide you to the diamond rank door." I followed the butler, walking past a ruby door, sapphire door, and an emerald door. By the time we arrived at the diamond door, my body was completely tense. I was only a mere fish compared to the whales inside the room. "Are you ready?" the butler asked. It's okay for me to wear this robe." Right, I was still in Jane's disguise, but I didn't want to reveal my face if possible. "Yes, it's fine. Medianim enjoys wearing robes as well. In fact," the butler glanced at my robe, "that robe is beautiful enough to make Medianim envious." "Ha ha. It was made by Ether, who loves beauty, so it couldn't be helped. Then I'm going in." "Yes, I hope you enjoy your stay." The butler opened the door for me. The highest-ranking door opened with a loud roar. I stepped into the reception hall. There were two long tables joined together, forming a single 100-meter table. The gazes of the people inside all fell on me. Essence of the Strait, Kim Youngjin. High-rank heroes I met while I was in Cube, Oh Junhyuk and Seo Youngji. Satan's servant, Kim Osung, hunter of the vast expanse, Kim Junwoo, desolate moon, Shin Jonghak. It was nice to see him again. Heroes from the Temple of Justice, Aileen and Yi Yongha, and a mysterious man wearing a robe. The ones gathered here were all powerful men and women who had made great achievements in the tower. Shin Jonghak was obviously the weakest one among them. "The diamond-ranked Byang Nim has arrived." The butler introduced me respectfully. I walked in as leisurely as I could and sat down on the diamond-adorned seat near the head of the table. The mysterious robed man was sitting in front of me, and next to me was Aileen. Aileen stared at me with sparkling eyes. No, it wasn't just Aileen. The moment I sat down, everyone in the room began to observe me. Not many were kind. If I had to describe their gazes, it was like they were trying to estimate the power of the strongest person in the room. I pushed my hood down. If they were tigers, I was only a hyena. It was too uncomfortable. 1. Byang equals Lotus Chapter 183. Imprinting Chief Officer of Essence of the Straits Tower Subjugation Team, Kim Youngjin. Guess the contribution rankings for Medea's quest. First was the destruction of the demon's control towers. In this aspect, guilds were severely lacking. This was because relationships between guilds had deteriorated to the point that cooperation was near impossible. One side would suddenly ambush the other after planning to cooperate, or one side would suddenly say different things than what was originally discussed. Although no one would ever find out, these conflicts were all caused by Jane, who were messing with them in disguise. While the guild's relationships were in shambles, an irregular had taken care of the control towers. Even to this day, Kim Youngjin became dumbstruck whenever he thought about it. He had woken up like any other day, but 3 control towers had been destroyed without leaving behind a trace. That day, leaders of each guild quickly ran to the places where the tower existed. However, the only thing that was left there were remnants of the tower and a black lotus symbol engraved with magic power. As essence of the Strait's executive, Kim Youngjin knew what the Black Lotus symbolized, as Pandemonium's serial terror incident was something high-ranking heroes often talked about. In any case, Black Lotus had taken all the contribution points related to control towers. Shocked by this incident, the guilds came together and conquered the final control tower. It was thanks to this that Kim Youngjin was able to achieve at least the ruby rank. Next up was the hunting of demons and undead monsters near the city. Although the rewarded contribution points were lackluster compared to destroying the control towers, analysts from guilds concluded that one was able to achieve gold to ruby rank by faithfully doing this. Finally, there were the various quests. Prestige's quests were determined to also give contribution points. Although not all quests gave contribution points, some quests, like the LV3 longsword forged with ice crystal, quest key Neon received, gave rewards that made any player envious. In that case, Kim Youngjin looked around the reception hall nervously. Exactly 100 players were in the hall. They were the top 100 players in terms of contribution points. The 100 players were all sitting around a long table, looking at each other. At first glance, they seemed to be on equal standing, but in truth, there was a clear hierarchy among them. First were the ones close to Medea. 1 diamond, 3 emeralds, and 6 rubies, including Kim Youngjin himself. Although the diamond seat had yet to arrive, the most eye-catching hero was the emerald seat's Aileen. Ah, I'm starving. When is the administrator getting here? The Hero Association's ultimate weapon, known as the Human Dragon and the final spirit speechmaster. This white-haired expert was a true giant, and Kim Youngjin felt honored to be in her presence. She had made great contributions in the destruction of the Western Control Tower and slaughtered a countless number of undead monsters. She was undoubtedly worthy of sitting on the emerald seat. The most important person isn't here yet. At that moment, Seo Youngji, the high-rank hero sitting next to Kim Youngjin, whispered. Kim Youngjin was also thinking of the same thing. Right, Black Lotus isn't here yet. The only diamond rank seat undoubtedly belonged to Black Lotus. Since he carved his signature inside the tower, he must be planning to reveal himself more and more, Seo Youngji muttered as she gave Kim Youngjin a strange look. By the way, Youngjin SSI, I heard you found a rare item in one of your quests. Us. I. Don't pretend like you don't know. I saw you swinging that blue sword. I attribute right. It looked amazing. Where did you get it? Kim Youngjin shook his head. In his mind, the blue longsword wasn't just a weapon. The Tower of Wish was determined to have all sorts of valuable items, and as items from the outside world couldn't be brought in, good weapons found inside the tower were valuable assets for any guild. Although Seo Youngji was a senior from his days in Cube, Kim Youngjin couldn't tell her any info. Kyuhum, rather than that. Don't you think prestige has been changing rapidly? Kim Youngjin changed the subject. Seo Youngji also accepted his indirect silence. The outer city became more energetic. Crops are growing too. As their conversation was coming to an end, done. A large gate that stayed shut all this time suddenly roared. The gazes of all players in the room turned towards the gate decorated with beautiful diamonds. Kiek, the beautiful door slowly opened, and a man walked through it with steady steps. The butler standing near the door introduced him. The diamond-ranked Byangnim has arrived. The man didn't look simple. He was wearing a black robe embroidered with white patterns, which was elegant and beautiful enough to capture the eyes of the crowd. In fact, magic power was flowing along the surface of the robe. What level could it be? Kim Youngjin couldn't help but wonder. The man sharply scanned the players in the room. His hawk-like eyes seemed to pierce through their secrets. After 5 seconds, the man concluded his brief observation and sat down on his seat. At the same time, the room became louder. So he is. S.H. Seo Youngji put her index finger to her mouth. Nothing good will come from being involved with him. Kim Youngjin nodded silently. That man was without a doubt the strongest player in the room. Kim Youngjin was thankful that he met the Black Lotus in the tower. In this place, where everyone's abilities were restricted, he felt he stood a chance. By the way, true, Kim Youngjin asked Seo Youngji. What is? That the divine archer YunSeo-jin is also looking for a ticket. I don't know. You're her direct junior and a member of the association. Shouldn't you know? Seo Youngji laughed and shook her head. Members of the association don't know everything regarding what heroes are doing in their spare time. But why do you ask? Black Lotus uses a bow. I think that we heroes need someone who can suppress him. Why can't that be someone from a guild? You guys sure like to bring up the association when it's convenient. Black Lotus likely destroyed 3 control towers with a single arrow each. Only an archer was able to suppress an archer of such a level. No matter how amazing a warrior was, he would never be able to defeat an archer hiding in high ground. In fact, he could only hope that he wasn't a sitting duck in the archer's vision. That was also why YunSeo-jin was given the master rank title. The peak of the bow was a realm much harder to reach than the peak of the sword. To be honest, I hope she doesn't come. I don't think the divine archer can beat him either. Seo Youngji spoke as she shook her head. No way, there's a reason she's called the divine archer. No, I'm positive. Look, there's an ominous and dangerous aura about him, and he hasn't even shown his face. What Seo Youngji didn't know was that Kim Hajin's aura was coming from Jane's disguise gift, which was unstable because of her restricted stats. Seo Youngji mistakenly thought Kim Hajin was emanating a ghastly aura because of his level of attainment. I guess you're right. I hope nothing bad happens here. It should be fine. Aileen Nim is here as well. I don't like her that much, Seo Youngji grumbled. It was then. TK, 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 TK. The lights went off, and the room became dark. Not long afterwards, a white sphere of magic power rose up and lit up the room. The administrator of the 3rd floor and the master of this palace, Medianim, has arrived. Along with the butler's introduction, the door behind the head of the table opened. Wearing a blue dress and a red robe, Medea walked in elegantly and gracefully. However, Medea's entrance felt a bit boring because of the huge impact left behind by Black Lotus' entrance. Welcome, players. Medea was about to sit down at the head of the table, but stopped. She stared fixedly at Black Lotus, who was right next to her. As expected, the administrator recognizes his strength, Seo Youngji murmured quietly. It looks like it. Seeing this, the players once again began to talk among themselves. Welcome, players. After her grand appearance, Medea suddenly stopped and looked at me. To be exact, she was looking at my robe. It seemed the butler wasn't lying when he said it was beautiful enough for Medea to take interest in it. Phew, I am the administrator of Prestige. Medea soon turned back and finished her introduction. The 100 players in the room all greeted her together. Medea returned a kind smile, then sat down at the head of the table. I am glad that we are able to gather on this joyous day. You all must have walked through your respective door of contribution. Snap. Medea snapped her fingers. You received Diamond Door's blessing. The amount of TP gained by completing prestiges, common quests permanently increases by 11%. A system alert popped up. What's this? Players widened their eyes in surprise. Medea smiled. Hoo-hoo. That was the first reward. Don't be surprised. This is only the beginning. This time she clapped. Classical music began to play, and several servants walked in carrying food. First, let us enjoy our meal. LV3 steak, LV3 beef soup, high-quality food began to be served. As good food was hard to come by in Prestige, players smacked their lips as they glanced at Medea. Dig in, you must be starving. Hearing this, players began to eat. I looked around the table as I cut my meat. The top 8 other than me were all people I knew. The robed, emerald-ranked player in front of me, although I couldn't be certain. He was likely Belle. Just like me, he was someone who didn't exist in the original story. Feel free to talk amongst yourselves. Players should work together, right? Medea laid the groundwork for a conversation. Immediately, a gaze fell on me. I turned my head, wondering who it was. Surprisingly, Shin Janghak was staring at me passionately. It seemed he wanted to talk to me strongly. Of course, I ignored him. You, Poke. The woman sitting next to me poked my shoulder. Hi. When our eyes met, she waved her hand. Aside from the 9 stars, she was the hero considered the strongest individual force, Aileen. You know me, right? Aileen asked. However, I focused on my steak without answering her. We met before in Tutorial Town. We met before it was you who threw the vodka at me, annoyed by her incessant talking. I activated Demon's cunning speech. I don't recall. Can you eat quietly? However, even I was surprised by how fierce my changed voice sounded. Players, who were more concerned with eating the food in front of them, quickly turned their gazes at me. I should have learned how to use it properly. Oh, you're using magic power in your voice. Are you provoking me? Aileen was still smiling, but her gaze was sharper. Her hostility had also gotten clearer. It's you, isn't it? The black color. Everyone in the reception hall was focused on me and Aileen. Belle and Medea were obviously among them. Well, Medea liked fights and conflicts, so it wasn't surprising. I turned towards Aileen. She was glaring at me. I wasn't scared. After all, she looked like a kid. However, first, take off that robe. Oop. Aileen spoke with magic power, but before she could finish her sentence, I stuffed a big chunk of steak in her mouth. Eat. I had an item that let me cast hypnotic suggestions, which was similar in function to spirit speech. Of course, it wouldn't work on someone with high magic power stat like Aileen, but if the content was something that was hard to be picked up as a hypnotic suggestion, it should work much better. It's delicious, isn't it? For example, this hypnotic suggestion that amplified flavor. Aileen stopped glaring at me and quickly began to chew. Nom 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 nom, nom nom, nom. Because of her small mouth, it took her ages to finish chewing and swallowing the meat. I breathed a sigh of relief inwardly and leaned back. I looked at the players who were staring at me for a while. When our eyes met, they quickly averted their gaze. However, the giants I mentioned continued to look at me with interest. I shook my head. At that moment, Medea clapped her hands. Great. It seems the rank one player has the heart to give away his own food to others. That was a fun spectacle. Medea spoke up. Now then, let's begin the conferment ceremony. Her announcement was too sudden. The startled players hurriedly finished their food or stood up with food still on their plates. No, no, you don't have to stand. Medea smiled and stopped them. Feel free to continue eating. I'll take care of the reward ceremony. I dislike unnecessary and uncomfortable formalities. That was a lie. Medea would probably not hesitate to throw disrespectful people in jail or use them as sacrifices in magic experiments. Cue him. Before starting the conferment ceremony, Medea cleared her throat. First up, rank 51, 100. Silver rank players will receive 500 TP on top of the silver door blessing. 50 butlers walked into the room and gave 5 gold coins to each of the silver rank players. Next up, rank 1150. Gold rank players will receive 1000 TP on top of the golden door blessing. 1000 TP was given in the same way. Finally, rank 110. Their rewards are as follows. An inventory-like window popped up in front of the top 10 rankers. Trait recovery coupon, special skill acquisition book, LV1 Lightning of Thor, artifact high intermediate, special skill acquisition book, LV2 Wind of Odyssey, artifact low intermediate, orb of regeneration mystic key. Rank 110 players will be able to pick their rewards from this list. First up is the diamond-ranked Biangnim. You may pick 4 items from this list. Medea looked at me with interest. 4 items. It was indeed a reward worthy of first place. However, if I took all the skill books, the players behind me would undoubtedly be discontent. That was likely the outcome Medea was hoping for as well. Of course, I was confident in being able to pave through the players' unhappiness, but the skill books weren't what I wanted anyways. Have you made up your mind? Yes. Haha. I guess it's not too hard of a decision. Announce your choice. I selected my items in front of the other 9 rankers. First was the trait recovery coupon. Second was special skill acquisition book, LV2 Wind of Odyssey. The others likely expected this. However, the final 2 rewards I chose were Orb of Regeneration, Mystic Key, immediately. The room stirred. Medea also looked surprised. Did you click the wrong button? No. Orb of Regeneration, Mystic Key, since I needed much better skills than Medea's special skills. I chose the evolving items that would only get stronger in the future and could only be acquired from Medea. Why didn't you choose the other skill book? Even after we left the palace, Jane was still grumbling about my choice. Lightning of Thor isn't all that good. Although Medea offered 2 special skill books as rewards, neither of the 2 were particularly good, even for special skill books. Yes, the Lightning of Thor was a high intermediate rank artifact. However, skill books followed the grades. Average, rare, artifact, historical, legend, mythical. There were 3 grades above the artifact grade. Jane SSI can learn this. I gave Jane LV2 Wind of Odyssey. I didn't learn it to save my skill slots, but Wind of Odyssey wasn't a bad skill. Hey, you're giving me this. Jane's attitude did a 180. Yes, it suits Jane, and for Chiak Young, here, 5,000 TP. I gave Chiak Young 5,000 TP. However, he was standing in a daze. He seemed to have gone delirious after not being able to fight anyone in a room full of powerful rankers. Or maybe he fell for Medea. You don't want it. Chiak Young didn't say anything. I put the 5,000 TP back in my inventory. By the way, Jane SSI, doesn't this face look too much like mine? Then, I remembered the disguised face I was wearing, which wasn't all that different from my real face. Kim Hajin's general look was still there. It was just that I had a beard and a more clearly defined facial features. Admittedly, I looked more like Jake Gyllenhaal now. I didn't have a choice because my ability is being restricted, any more and someone would have noticed. But don't worry, they'll never think it was you. Your real face is a lot uglier. Hee hee, not a lot. I'll change your face back. You can be the judge. The beard on my chin disappeared and my face returned to normal. How is it? Well, maybe I was just a little uglier. While I was being hurt at my appearance, I caught sight of a woman walking towards us. It was Boss. Oh, it's Boss. Boss. Leaving behind Chiak Young, who was still standing in a daze, Jane and I ran over to Boss. A week had passed since the last time I saw her. Of course, there was a part of me that felt a bit uncomfortable because of Chundung's past. But as Kim Hajin, I already decided to bury the matters of the past. Welcome back, Boss. What have you been up to? When I asked, Boss looked at me silently for a long time. Did something happen on Earth? No, it's nothing. Then, she sighed and shook her head. Your face looks a lot skinnier for it to be nothing. My face? Yes, let's go back to the hideout. I'll make you a good meal. I began to walk to our hideout. However, Boss didn't move. She was only staring at me with somber eyes. Boss, aren't you coming? Hajin. The word that came out of her mouth startled me. Unless it was something serious, Boss always called me newbie. Yes, however, Boss soon shook her head. It's nothing. Her awkwardness made me feel awkward too, but I spoke brightly. Oh, right, Boss, we have a new family member in our nest. Family member? Yes, right. We had a new member in our nest. LV5 Chameleon Troops hideout. Chirp. Spartan tilted his head. He scanned the four people in front of him with clear eyes. So this is your pet? Chiak Young asked. Yes, he's quite loyal, so he should only like me. Oh, he's clever and only follows one master. His name is Spartan. Chirp, chirp. Spartan chirped and flapped his wings at the three people he was meeting for the first time. Isn't he cute? He's flapping his wings to protect his owner. He's worried that you'd hurt me. Is he? Yep, so don't hate him too much. How cute he's loyal to his master. Chiak Young seemed skeptical, while Jane stared at Spartan in awe. Chirp, chirp. Spartan chirped a few more times, then hopped over. Semir. Spartan, I opened my arms. What? However, Spartan didn't jump into my arms. Instead, he hopped over to Boss, who was sitting on the couch reading a novel, then dug into her embrace. Boss was startled by Spartan's sudden snuggling as well. Boss looked back and forth between me and Spartan. I fell into a daze. However, Spartan didn't even spare me a glance. Chirp, chirp. He rubbed his head on Boss' chest, coaxing her into petting him. Cheep, cheep, he was even singing. The hell? I see, he's very loyal. Heh, heh, heh. Chiak Young snickered as he held back his laughter. How funny. Spartan is definitely a male, and Jane discussed Spartan's gender. Chapter 184, Materialized Demon Realm. 1. Spartan ended up staying with Boss. Kim Hajin, allowed it as his owner. I told him to liven her up as a good pet often would. Who? Spartan had already followed her into her bedroom. Currently, I was staring at items I've been too busy to deal with. First was the special consolidation ticket I got from killing Jin Sahyuk. Special consolidation ticket. A consolidation ticket formed from a special gift. By using this ticket, you can strengthen a gift, piece of equipment, physique, or art. This ticket existed in my smartwatch rather than my inventory. Next, I took out the three items I obtained today. Trait Recovery Coupon, Orb of Regeneration, Mystic Key. Finally, I checked the amount of SB I currently had. Current SB, 4483. I had about 4200 SB this morning. I had earned almost 300 SB in a single day, likely because I was making a name for myself on a huge stage. In any case, I only needed a little more until I could create a good gift. For now, I decided to use the special consolidation ticket. The gift I wanted to strengthen was obviously Master Sharpshooter. There was no need to hesitate, but before I used the ticket, I opened my status window and checked its current level. Master Sharpshooter Intermediate Rank, Spirit Attribute, Evolving Grade 4, Proficiency EXP 95%, Master Sharpshooter Intermediate Rank, Spirit Attribute, Evolving Grade 6, Proficiency EXP 86%. The first line was the real-world version, and the second line was the tower version. As you can see, the restricted version was quickly catching up to the real one. Inside the Tower of Wish, stats and proficiency EXP went up quicker. As a result, players would regain their real abilities around the ninth floor. But well, that was a story for another time. I tapped on the special consolidation ticket in my smartwatch. You used the special consolidation ticket. Gift, Master Sharpshooter increases in power. Gift, Master Sharpshooter increases in potential. The ticket didn't add anything special and only strengthened the gift's fundamental effects. I decided to hold on to the other special consolidation ticket I had. I still wasn't sure whether I should use it on the Desert Eagle or another gift. The important thing was this: trait recovery coupon. The biggest gain from today was the trait recovery coupon, which would let me recover one of my 3 remaining traits. Random consolidation system, low intermediate rank, spirit attribute, 3-stage consolidation, magic dysfunction, physique medicinal memory, physique. Which one of these 3 should I choose? I needed to think about this carefully. Recovering a trait didn't mean a simple boost in battle prowess. Just like how dexterity evolved to dwarf's dexterity, another fortuitous event could happen. I pondered, should I choose the medicinal memory physique like I originally planned? No. If I were to choose the medicinal memory physique, I would have chosen the Orb of Regeneration for nothing. Orb of Regeneration, magic artifact. An orb with the power of regeneration. Evolving item EXP 0/100 LV1, a ping-pong ball-sized orb that glowed green. It didn't have a level, and the only effect it had was LV1. However, I could check the item's description with my smartwatch. LV1 recovery and regeneration, its sole effect looked wide-ranged even at first glance. Like the saying went, simplicity was sometimes best. Not even I knew how wide-ranging recovery and regeneration was. If I brought this item out to the real world and let it grow, I could, in theory, become half invincible. And this key, Mystic Key Magic Artifact, a mystical key, evolving item EXP 0/100 LV2, unlocking it had the same size as an ordinary key, but it looked a bit special. It was hard to tell whether it was solid or liquid, and the way its surface gave off a blue glow made it look like a key from a fairy tale. This mystical key would also have an increasingly wide range of uses as it grew. Not only would it have an unlocking function, but it would also gain offensive and defensive uses. All right. As such, I came to a decision. Rather than the medicinal memory physique, I decided to go with the trait that would let me use the items I had more efficiently. Random consolidation system. In a way, the choice was obvious. Come, I murmured as I tore the ticket in half. Choose the trait you wish to recover. Random consolidation system, magic dysfunction, physique medicinal memory, physique in an instant. System messages popped up in front of me. 3 traits I had lived without for a long time. Of these 3, I grabbed the random consolidation system. You recovered a trait. Random consolidation system, low rank, spirit attribute. For obvious reasons, its power was restricted. I could still scan up to 5 items, but the consolidation percentage dropped from 0.54% to -10%, 30%. However, I was more than satisfied with it. 30% was more than enough to make a significant difference. You acquired a new trait. I smiled as I held up the Orb of Regeneration. Then, I murmured happily, "Scan." The number engraved on the orb was 24%. My luck still seemed to be working well. Peering, while I was being content with myself, someone sent me a message. "Captain Britain, Hajin SSI, have you seen the community? Something huge happened at the palace today." The sender was Captain Britain, or in other words, Rachel. Oh, right. I suddenly remembered something. I vaguely recalled seeing Rachel among the 100 people in the palace. I didn't get a good look at her because she was sitting among the gold ranks. Thinking about it now, it wouldn't make sense if she weren't there, since the English Royal Court Guild should have made huge achievements as well. I smiled as I wrote back, "Something huge. Captain Britain. Yes, take a look at the public forum." Ah, by the way, why weren't you at the palace? Oh, I didn't make enough contributions. I went back to Earth and only came back recently, haha. Captain Britain. Ah, I see. That's okay. Don't worry about it too much. I can help you. I was rank 33 this time. I took a look at the public forum like Rachel wanted. Public forum, holy Jesus. Aileen and rank 1 got into a fight in Medea's palace. I was there and saw it myself, hee. For real. Hangul, Kornyun, Inus, yep, apparently they got super strong. In the end, it looks like your talent determines where you'll end up in the Tower of Wish. Hangul, Kornyun, Inus, nah, it's all skills. Better go grind the ones you have, if any. Hee, anybody want to release the footage from the palace? You can record videos here. Hangul, Kornyun, Inus, yeah. You just have to buy an item from the player shop. I think it was called the one-use recorder. Someone's selling the video. I already bought it and saw it. Hengel, Kornyun, Inus, how much did you pay? Hengel, Kornyun, Inus, 50 TP. It was pretty intense. Rank 1 and Aileen were exchanging magic power. I would have fainted if I was caught between it. Hengel, Kornyun, Inus, damn. I want to see it too. Can you share it with me? Second wave of Essence of the Straight members. Please leave your name here. Essence of the Straits, Yohei. I have arrived. Over 300 posts were uploaded to the public forum every day, and over half of them were about me. Not to mention, it was quite a bit exaggerated. But well, I didn't have any complaints. I stared at my smartwatch. You gain 1 SB. You gain 2 SB. You gain 1 SB. So this was the reason that my SB was still going up. If it was ever revealed that I was rank 1, I would probably gain an astronomical amount of SB in exchange for having my life turned upside down. I don't even want to think about it. Tiring, I received another message. Captain Britain, also, the English Royal Court Guild got close to Prestige's Ryrie shop. If there is a potion or an equipment you want, feel free to tell me. This was actually my doing. I told Henry and Kiri to make items cheaper for Rachel. How? I heard the owner there is strict, I replied, pretending to be oblivious. Captain Britain, ah, well, it's a bit embarrassing to say this myself, but it looks like the English royal court is fairly influential with them. While other guilds were busy conquering the 4/5 floors, we were focusing on working in prestige. Rachel has been especially lively lately. Most likely, it was because she was genuinely enjoying the Tower of Wish. Here, she was free from the burden known as England and the ever-present threat of Lancaster. Captain Britain, oh right, we bought a plot of land too, and crops started to grow on it. One letter 1D171, you should come see it later. Reading her messages that had a completely different tone than the way she spoke, I couldn't help but laugh. Captain Britain, ah, sorry, I got too excited and talked too long. I got too excited. No, it's fine with me. I could understand why she wanted to brag. On the outside, she probably had to keep her solemn image as a vice leader. You can use our messenger as a diary if you want. Captain Britain, diary. Call Keck. Noose, it's fine. Ah, we have a hunting session planned for tonight, so I have to go now. If you're having trouble with something, let me know. I'll help to the best of my ability. Dead Japanese letter, that was it for my conversation with Rachel. I hopped on my bed with a grin, then suddenly, sudden quest. A quest suddenly popped up. Special quest, what Medea wants. Summary, Medea wishes to have your robe. Rank low, reward favorable impression from Medea among others. What? Was she thinking about my robe this entire time? If a quest popped up, she must have wanted it strongly. I checked the robe's item description once again. LV3 masterpiece robe crafted by a master craftsman. Elegant, yet not flamboyant. Imposing, yet not outlandish. A masterly designed robe. LV3 magic seal durability increase. LV4 outward appearance. LV3 scent magic seal was an enchantment I made with Stigma's magic power. She really must have liked it. Since I could make another one whenever I wanted, I decided to give it to her if the opportunity arose. I turned off the system and laid on my back. Although I was tired, there was one last thing I needed to do before going to sleep. LV3 extraction and permanent materialization, extracting Stigma's magic power with this skill. It wouldn't hurt today, right? After all, I had the orb of regeneration. I held the orb in my hand and used the skill on Stigma. Ook! All right, it hurt. Now that the skill was at level 3, the pain seemed to be stronger than ever before. The intense pain swept through my body like a waterfall. After struggling while foaming at the mouth, I quietly closed my eyes like someone on his deathbed. I slowly opened my eyes. The room was dark. However, there was nothing to worry about. Prestige was always like this. Without a single streetlight or a torchlight, the city was completely shrouded in darkness. However, there was a figure looking down at me from the darkness. The figure sat on the edge of my bed, looking at me with cold eyes. The only light in the room came from the eyes of this human figure. Was it an assassin, or was it a mysterious being living in Prestige? I swallowed hard. Although it was a sudden, there was no need to panic. I could simply take the Desert Eagle out from my inventory and, hey, from the window. Bright moonlight shone through. The white light washed away the darkness shrouding the assassin and revealed the figure's appearance. She wasn't an assassin. The person sitting at the edge of the bed was a person I was all too familiar with. "You're awake," Boss spoke, as expressionless as always. How long had she been here? I met her eyes. "Boss, what's up?" Pastor wanted to come here. Boss shrugged. Pastor, was she talking about Spartan? I glanced at my blanket. Spartan was indeed curled up next to me, sleeping, so he still wanted to sleep by his owner. I grinned and stroked his back. Zzz, Spartan shook, matching the movement of my stroking. "Then I'll be leaving now." "Ah, wait. How was Spartan?" "He's cute." Boss muttered quietly and got up from the bed. Seeing that she was about to leave, I held her back. "Boss, you didn't forget that we're going together to the 5th floor today, right?" Her legs stopped. She slowly looked back at me and nodded as she smiled bitterly. "Of course." "Okay." Boss left the room and I stretched. Kung, kung, kung. I could hear Chiak Yungyong's footsteps. It was time to train. Chirp, chirp. Looking at my blanket once again, I saw that Spartan was up and stretching. I waited for him to finish, then went downstairs together. "You're here?" "Yes." I greeted Chiak Yungyong and sat down on the floor, sitting cross-legged. I started with a breathing exercise for awakening spirit power. This breathing exercise normally tired me out after 30 minutes, but now that I had the orb of regeneration, I should be able to do it a bit longer. Who, I repeated the deep inhaling and exhaling 15 times. By the time my back and waist began to spasm, I opened my eyes. I had yet to gain any of the insight or enlightenment talked about in martial art novels. Ah, so tiring. I looked around the hideout while I rested. Spartan had run off and was nowhere to be seen. Where'd he go? I cooked him. He's in my stomach now. Ignoring Chiak Yungyong's dumb joke, I closed my eyes. Spartan and I could share our thoughts and vision. Now was a good time to give it a try soon. A blurry scene rose up before my eyes. It was what Spartan was seeing. There was steam rising up. Was he near boiling water? Where is this? Is he really being cooked? I was watching in astonishment. Suddenly, Spartan jumped up. I could finally get a better view. Boss was lying down, enjoying a warm bath. Spartan was in the bathroom. "What?" Boss, who was deep in thought, splashed water at Spartan's sudden appearance. Because of her sudden action, I quickly cut off my visual connection with Spartan and opened my eyes. "Chak," I slapped my cheeks hard. "What are you doing?" "Newbie," Chiak Yungyong smirked. I couldn't say anything. What I just saw, let's wipe it from my memory. Even if I didn't mean to peek if Boss found out, well, to be honest, I didn't see much. That is, I didn't see any of the important parts. Just seeing her skin shouldn't be a crime, right? Him, this was all that bastard's fault. I stood up. "Ah, hey, where are you going in the middle of training?" Jiak Yungyong asked. I looked back at him. "To cook a certain bird." 5th floor, materialized demon realm. After properly scolding Spartan and checking up on Ryrie shop, I went up to the 5th floor with the members of the chameleon troop. The starting area of the materialized demon realm was a harsh volcanic region, which was constantly spewing out lava and black smoke. "Newbie, what's your plan for the day? Jane and I are already registered to the 3rd crystal steel." Chiak Yungyong asked. The 5th floor had a total of 15 crystal steels. They served as checkpoints. After all, it didn't make sense to have to start over every time one went back. My plan was to look for NPCs like Henry and Kiri, who were abandoned in the original story. I would clear hidden quests if there were any, and find hidden items similar to dwarven steels. Although it shouldn't take too long. Because the 5th floor had many strong enemies, it was a bit dangerous to go about it alone. Not to mention, there were also boss monsters that were impossible to kill alone. "Let's split into 2 teams and go explore." Jane and Chiak Yungyong nodded. "All right, I'll go with Chiak Yungyong. There was a quest we were doing before. Sounds good." Jane and Chiak Yungyong quickly came together. They were surprisingly very close to each other. Then, I looked back. Boss was standing there, looking around the volcanic region. She seemed to find the demon realm interesting as her eyes were full of curiosity. Boss, do you want to come with me? For some reason, I felt awkward around her. Boss looked at me for a moment before nodding. Yeah, okay. I took out the dwarven supercar. Hop in. Okay. Boss got on the dwarven supercar, then asked, why do you keep stuttering? I wonder why. Maybe I'm having a withdrawal symptom from not smoking for a while. I could only give a poor excuse. Chapter 185. The Materialized Demon Realm, 2. I tightened my grip around the accelerator of the dwarven supercar. It was a speed-driven drive, riding through the magic power, and flames shooting up from the ground. The hot breeze mixed with ashes irritated our faces, but it was bearable since we both had our masks on. Wow! The demon realm I've only seen in the movies or read in books passed right by me. Dark pillars of flames shot up from the ground, and monsters were screaming and chasing the dwarven supercar. It was quite noisy. However, my traveling companion said nothing. With the bare helmet on, she simply watched the whole scene, not even asking where we were headed. So I just focused on driving, ignoring all the obstacles. We drove for about 30 minutes towards the GPS coordinates shown in the Book of Truth. LV6, the strange valley of darkness. I finally found one of the settings I had discarded. I stopped the dwarven supercar at the entrance of the valley. We're here, boss. Many of the Tower of Wishes settings had been abandoned. The original story had changed a lot as well from when I was initially planning it. It had become more shallow, and its uniqueness had disappeared completely. I was very passionate while coming up with the settings, but when I was writing the actual story, I was less focused due to pressure and the lack of time. This won't be fun to use. I only have half an hour until the deadline. I don't have time, so let's just skip this. This one is too difficult to describe, etc. Dozens of NPCs were discarded this way, along with more than 10 episodes. As such, the Tower of Wish arc became incomplete and full of holes. Lazy me from the past left it that way. But now, I wanted to finish that story. That's probably what the co-author, who should be watching me from somewhere even now, wanted to see as well. Where are we? I was being emotional when Boss asked curiously. How should I explain? I stroked my chin and thought for a moment. Well, then suddenly something crossed my mind. I just had to come up with a similar excuse as the one I always gave. I read some books over at Prestige. Books? Boss widened her eyes. Then, for some reason, she smiled a little. I've been reading a lot of books recently as well. She probably thought we had similar hobbies. Not web novels. Web novels count as books too. Boss pouted. It's been a long time since I saw her usual self. Spartan must have healed her somehow. Look, this author here is earning a lot of TP with his web novel. But then she even tried to show me the novel she was sponsoring. So I stopped her there. Anyways, I found this description in the book. I cleared my throat, then recited to Boss what I had written in my settings book. The demon prison camp is hidden somewhere on the 4th floor. In this prison camp, human NPCs are treated as slaves to demons. Inside the canyon, there should be a pair of husband and wife, Kedrick and Lurko. 4th floor slave NPCs Lurko and Kedrick. 1. 2 human NPCs locked up in the Valley of Darkness. 2. Kedrick is a master blacksmith, and Lurko is a talented lancer. 3. Kedrick possesses an item called the Mysterious Pocket, and Lurko is hiding an item called Kedrick's Ghost Sword. 4. The Mysterious Pocket is a unique item that enables the user to bring something from inside the tower to the outside. 5. Kedrick's Ghost Sword is an excellent LV6 sword. 6. Kedrick and Lurko have high potentials. They can grow up to LV55, equivalent to most administrators. In addition to those two, the Valley of Darkness also had Krakoon, who was the acting commander-in-chief of the demons. This valley must be that prison camp. I see. Boss looked at the valley lying before her eyes. There was a narrow canyon placed between two mountains. It obviously looked dangerous. After watching for a while, Boss turned to me again. But what do we get from saving the NPCs? That's... I couldn't tell her. The NPCs will help us at a crucial moment. No, we have to make them help, not just for the Tower of Wish, but also for the many obstacles and devils that would come in the future. I couldn't say something like that. NPC are useful to us. They are. Yes, just look at my Ryrie shop. Henry and Kiri are both on my side now. Right, I earn more than 3,000 TP per day. It's almost like I'm cheating. Henry and Kiri grew rapidly. Now that the famine was taken care of, they became very tall. Well, maybe not very, but they certainly have grown and already mastered a passive skill called the law of thinking. In addition to that, since they seemed to want to learn more, I gave them a skill book called Sharp Eyes. For the record, Sharp Eyes was a rare rank basic skill. It was a pretty decent active skill that could measure an NPC's abilities and hidden potential. However, since I couldn't learn any more skills, I decided to leave it to Kiri. Just like that, being able to indirectly use skills that I couldn't learn was another advantage of winning an NPC over to my side. And well, if we get rid of all the demons in there, there will probably be an additional reward. Plus, this couple was even more important. Unlike Henry and Kiri, who didn't possess any profession, Kedrick, the husband, was a blacksmith, and Lurko, the wife, was a talented lancer. I even had this description written down for Lurko. Lurko, when freed from her shackles, is able to overpower Kim Suho with limited abilities by force. I didn't know what I was thinking when I wrote that sentence. So let's go, together, I spoke, looking at Boss. Boss returned my gaze. Her sparkling dark eyes were always like jewels. If you say so. Boss nodded and headed towards the valley. Together we entered. We were only a few steps in when everything became dark. The sound of stepping on sand filled the air. Living up to its name, the Valley of Darkness, my vision was blocked. In exchange, it seemed my hearing became sharper. Boss, where are you going? Suddenly, Boss changed directions. No, not changed. It was more like she suddenly leaned towards the right. I have no idea. It's too dark to see. I caught Boss' wrist before she went too far ahead. Just follow me. I can see well. Boss nodded silently. We kept on walking like that. For some reason, the inside of the valley was strangely quiet. Since dark ores were buried in this valley, slaves were supposed to be working to dig them up. Hey! In any case, I kept going forward, and soon came across a dim source of light. It was a withered flower buried under the valley's dark soil. I checked its information at once. A nearly withered shamrock plant. It was a shamrock plant, a valuable herb whose bud gleamed with white light. You could chew it whole, and it was also used to make an elixir, which has the power to resurrect even the dead. It was a herb that I had to get my hands on at some point. Unfortunately, this one was almost dead. Boss, wait just a second. I stepped over to the shamrock plant. Sitting in front of the dry, thin plant, I took out the orb of regeneration. Then I brought it close to the flower. The orb touched the leaves and began to give off a faint glow. Recovery and regeneration progressed slowly. The dried leaves gradually stood up, and the withered stems began to stand. But it was too slow. To speed things up, I inserted my magic power into the orb. Woom! All of a sudden, the orb glowed brightly. In an instant, a flash of light erupted. Rushing through the shamrock plant, LV4 healthy shamrock plant, the plant regained its healthy look of the past. The white light flowing out of its bud was beautiful. I put the shamrock plant in my inventory. When I stood back up, Boss was looking at me with widened eyes. What was that? Oh, that was the item Medea gave me as a reward. Reward, Kung. A loud noise suddenly rang out. What? It seems there's someone else here besides us. I felt a strange presence for a while. At her words, I quickly activated Master Sharpshooter's eyes. The 1,000-mile eyes stretched far towards the direction that the noise came from and stopped at a spot. Standing there was a mysterious player draped in a robe. He was holding the NPC, Kedrick, by the neck. There was no doubt that he was trying to kill him. He glanced my way, as if he felt my gaze. There is an enemy. Follow me. I held the Desert Eagle in one hand and Boss's hand in the other as I ran. Boss didn't ask any questions and simply followed me. Soon we reached the spot where the player stood. This place is a prison camp. Dark veil of the Valley of Darkness will be removed temporarily. The darkness disappeared along with the system alert, and the man's figure was revealed. He was draped in a robe, but I could guess who it was. The second or maybe the first existence that wasn't in my original story. He called himself Bell. Shoot. He stared at me and at the boss who was standing beside me. I could see his face beneath the robe. He seemed startled, but then smiled. You guys got the quest too? Quest, I frowned. I guess not. That's fine. Long time no see, huh? He said, scratching his head. Yeah, I answered and tightened my grip around the Desert Eagle. I didn't know how he got here, but this was a good chance. His existence had been bothering me. I wanted to kill him at least once today. However, The man standing in front of me suddenly blurted out something strange. "No, not you." Bell grinned and looked at the boss. Complex feelings were embedded in his gaze. "Hey, let me give you a piece of advice. You'd better get out of her way." At that moment, huge magic power leaped out. The ground vibrated at the resonance of magic power which shook the whole place. Only then did I look at Boss. Boss, unlike her blazing magic power, her facial expression was calm. It was the type of calm face that gave off an ominous and dangerous feeling. But there was one thing that was clearly different. The color of her eyes, they were blood red. They were the eyes of Yasha, something that I came up with in my settings. "Hello," Bell said to Boss. "Long time no see." Bile 1, LV3 English Royal Court Guild's Hideout, Chapter 186, Materialized Demon Realm 3, Yasha Transformation. It was one of the numerous abilities included in Boss, Gift, Shadow. In this state, her eyes, including the pupils and the sclera, turned red, and her iris took the form of a beast's, resulting in her dynamic vision and physical ability increasing indefinitely. If her abilities and stats weren't being restricted, simply staring at the opponent would have released magic power that could tear down the entire space. But inside the Tower of Wish, the only effect Yasha transformation had on her was an increase in physical strength. She rushed forward recklessly like a beast. Her body moved like a bullet at a speed that couldn't be captured by the naked eye. However, Bell easily returned her attack. No, it was not even necessary to return. His body vaporized. Boss could not bring down Bell, who rose to the sky in the form of blue magic power. Still, Boss did not give up. She pursued him, swinging her shadow blade in every direction. The edge of the blade shattered the valley and cracked the earth. The entire valley was turned into a chaotic battlefield. "You haven't changed," Bell spoke as his magic power clashed with Boss. Hearing this, Boss flew in with greater rage. The number of her shadow blades multiplied, and her shadow deepened to the point of devouring darkness. However, Boss couldn't maintain this form for long. It took up too much magic power. I sighed and took out the Desert Eagle. I was curious why Boss lost her cool all of a sudden. However, now wasn't the time to ask. I surrounded the bullets with Stigma's magic power. The magic power attribute I needed right now was anti-magic. Bell and Boss were tangled up with each other. Boss continued to chase after Bell, who was constantly running away. Of course, if I couldn't hit a foe while avoiding a friend, it would be shaming the name of my master sharpshooter Gift. I aimed at Bell and activated bullet time. The world slowed down. Still, Bell and Boss were incredibly fast. Which angle should I choose to strike Bell and not Boss? The calculation and the decision were instinctive. I pulled the trigger lightly. Where the bullet shot towards Bell. The trajectory displayed an exquisite combination of speed and angle. The bullet touched his shoulder. Immediately, he regained physical form. Boss put in a good punch, not missing the chance. Her fist, loaded with magic power, flew straight towards Bell's stomach. Bell was sent flying, coughing up blood. Quang! His body dug into the cliffside of the valley. One could tell at a glance that the wound wasn't fatal. That blow ended the battle, but Boss couldn't finish him off. UK! The magic power needed for Yasha transformation was much more than what Boss could currently handle. The color of her pupils had already returned to normal. Her magic power probably wouldn't last another 3 minutes. Boss stared at Bell with killing intent but couldn't move her body. Instead, I stepped towards Bell. "Hello," Bell grinned at my greeting. "PFT, yeah, hi." But I could tell that he was just acting tough. His battle with Boss probably lasted less than 3 minutes, but the battles of the strong always end in a moment. He no longer had the strength to stop me. "Last time, I let you go, but there won't be a second time." I said that and pointed the shotgun to his forehead. Letting an injured enemy go or other kinds of cheesy cliches, such a thing wouldn't happen. "I know, I shouldn't have met you here. What a shame. It's hard enough dealing with one of you, but 2 versus 1. However, Bell answered unperturbed. Even considering the fact that he had 7 lives, he was way too calm. "Say hello to your boss for me." He even grinned a little and returned what I had said to Jin Sahyuk some time ago. "See you later." So this was what it felt like to hear that remark. How shitty. I wrapped anti-magic power around the bullet and fired without hesitation. KWANG. A loud bang filled the air. Soon, everything became silent, and his body scattered into a current of magic power. Just like that, he died. It was a simple ending, but I couldn't rejoice. There were too many questions I wanted to ask. What was his relationship with Boss? What happened between them for Boss, who was always so calm, to lose herself like that? While I was pondering, a strange noise came from behind. Ah, Boss! I turned to my back and saw Boss spazzing out. I quickly ran over. Hey, relax, relax. Boss was still trying to use her magic power. She lost her reason and was still fighting Belle inside her head. Her eyes were turning red. She was struggling to pull out Yasha once more. It's over. Calm down. Hey! At this rate, all her blood vessels would burst, and she'd die at least once. I had no choice but to restrain Boss in order to stop her from using magic power and from moving. I took her into my arms, and our bodies crossed each other. Boss trembled in my arms. I could feel her shake vividly. Please calm down, calm down. I even used suggestive voice. Still, I felt that wasn't enough, so I stroked her with my best effort. It's okay. Everything's okay. Perhaps Dwarf's dexterity worked even in these kinds of situations. Boss began to calm down, and the magic power of Yasha that would likely burst her blood vessels also subsided. I held her without saying anything. Her body was as cold as ice, and her breathing was disconnected. The outburst of magic power had stopped, but now the side effects of using too much magic power were appearing. Still, this was better than going on a rampage. Sleep tight for a while, I whispered, took out the orb of regeneration, and infused the orb with my magic power. Soon green light rose from the orb, wrapping Boss in warmth. Thanks to the warmth, her trembling stopped, and the freezing body temperature returned to normal. But at the same time, Boss's consciousness was broken into bits. She sunk into deep slumber, and I turned my head with her in my arms. The NPC Kedrick was looking at us. The moment our eyes met, he turned his head in surprise. I carefully laid Boss down on the ground and stepped towards Kedrick. After all, he was the reason we were here. I wasn't expecting this big of an event to happen in the first place. Hello. Ha. Oh, yes, hello. Despite the fact that Belle was holding him by the neck just a few moments ago, Kedrick seemed okay. Ha. If this was a game, there would have been a lot of conversation needed at this point, maybe cheesy self-introductions and an exchange of greetings. But I jumped straight to the point. I was too tired to chatter. I came to save you. What? All of a sudden? You were held captive here. No, I pointed at the shackle wrapped around Kedrick's neck. Ah, Kedrick nodded. Unlike his muscle-blown body, his personality seemed meek and docile. But why did the man who was just here try to kill you? Ha! Oh, I don't think he was trying to kill me. That was a little unexpected. When I looked at him curiously, Kedrick fumbled around with his shackle. I think he was just trying to break this shackle. I told him he wouldn't be able to by force, but he kept trying. I almost died of suffocation. Aha, so that's it. Only then did I realize that Belle was holding his neck out of good intentions. He shouldn't have done it so violently. I'll get rid of it for you. By the way, he was a villain, I spoke, pointing at the spot where Belle was just a moment ago. Oh, I see. Thank you. But that won't be possible. This shackle can't be destroyed by normal means. You have to kill Krakoon and get his key. Kedrick was devoted to his role as an NPC. I took a look at the quest he gave me. Equals Kedrick's quest. Subquest Rescue, rank High Intermediate, goal, infiltrate the office located at the end of the Valley of Darkness and kill Krakoon or steal his keys and escape. Equals. I don't need to. However, I shook my head. With Boss like this, I didn't intend to continue the quest. I didn't need to either. Show me your neck. No, I mean this is not a matter of necessity. It's fine, I said, and took out the mystic key from my inventory. In the first place, I had chosen the mystic key to save time in situations like this. Quests were more fun when you destroyed the given process in a creative and radical way. What's that? Kedrick opened his eyes wide and tilted his head in a cute way. It really wasn't befitting of a man with a beard and all that muscle. A key, I answered lightly and shoved the key towards Kedrick's neck. Kedrick seemed surprised, but the mystic key dug into the shackle. A keyhole wasn't even necessary. It was a gentle contact, as if putting the key into water. Click. The key which had infiltrated the shackle stopped at a certain point. At that, I turned the key 180 degrees. Click. The disassembled restraint fell onto the ground. But how? There was no time for me to enjoy his surprised face. We had made quite a scene just now. The demons in charge of this valley would soon come rushing. We have no time. Is there anyone else to go with you? Oh, right, my wife. She's also locked up here. Kedrick started running towards somewhere. I carried Boss on my back and followed him. LV3 English Royal Court Guild. This is our guild's hideout. Click, Rachel turned on the light. Though not glamorous, the well-managed hideout that looked like a private home appeared before their eyes. There's something called the hideout system in Prestige. It's a system that allows you to earn boosted stat increase and various buffs if you stay in the hideout for a fixed amount of time. The level of the buffs depend on the level of the hideout. Kim Suho, Jin Se-in, the Furman brother and sister, and Yi Yonghan followed Rachel, who was explaining the system. Our Royal Court Guild hideout is probably one of the 5 best hideouts in Prestige. Rachel bragged unassumingly and scanned for their reactions. Kim Suho and others were looking around with interest. Who, she shrugged with pride. It's a good hideout, but how do we get to the upper level? Jin Se-in asked. As expected, her goal seemed to be climbing the tower. If you want to make it to the 4th floor, you first have to build performance points. Destroying the demons' control towers helped them discover crystal steels, which led to the 4th floor. But to enter the 4th floor, players need something called performance points. Players only had to clear a couple of common quests, so it wasn't that hard to meet the requirements. Performance points. They're given out every time you clear a common quest. You should have gotten a system alert with a list of common quests when you bought your citizenship. Ah, those, so we just have to kill monsters. Sounds fun. Jin Se-in nodded enthusiastically. Rachel observed her childhood hero standing before her. She'd heard how Kim Suho and Jin Se-in had gotten together on the way. It wasn't anything dramatic. They just happened to be on the same elevator that Kim Suho discovered. Oh, and sometimes the administrator Medea will give out quests. You should definitely clear those. The rewards are good. Aha! Kim Suho, who had been listening to Rachel, asked Jin Se-in. So what will you do now, senior? Oh, me? Jin Se-in grinned. First, I'll meet up with the people from the association. Youngji and Junhyuk are here as well. High-rank heroes from the Hero Association. Seo Youngji and Oh Junhyuk. Jin Se-in had added them as friends as soon as she got on the elevator to the 2nd floor. From them, she heard something interesting. I want to hear more about this Black Lotus too. Jin Se-in muttered with a serious face, unseen until now. Then, I'll leave now. Rachel subconsciously grabbed Jin Se-in, who was about to depart. Jin Se-in smiled and tilted her head a bit. She was asking why Rachel had caught her, but Rachel had nothing particular in mind, so she just said this. I saw you on TV. I watched you do volunteer works. Oh, that. I'm a bit different from how I appear on TV, huh? Jin Se-in scratched the back of her neck bashfully. Half is just pretending, and the other half, I'm a little shy in front of cameras. Ha ha, she laughed heartily and bowed. Anyways, I'll be leaving now. Ah, yes, it was nice to meet you, Rachel thought while looking at Jin Se-in. She had only met her for only half an hour. Please come back any time. I can offer you a place to stay. But during that half an hour, she realized why Jin Se-in was admired and respected by others so much. Those words are enough. Vice Leader Rachel. There was no other master rank hero in the world who would use polite speech to a junior. Rachel was touched once again at Jin Se-in's courteous farewell. A lot happened, but we successfully rescued Kedrick and Lurko. The rewards were the mysterious pocket, Kedrick's ghost sword, and some treasure chest that Kedrick kept hidden from Krakoon. Together, we arrived at the 3rd floor, Prestige. They were originally Prestige residents before they were kidnapped by the demons, so this would be the first time they visited their home in a long time. We're back again. Right. But they didn't seem too happy. Kedrick glanced at me and explained why. You see, our relationship is a bit complicated. I was a blacksmith working for the government. Lurko was captain of the inner city's vigilante group. We wouldn't be allowed to exchange even a glance. I see. This was the NPCS pass that I didn't set. Love beyond status and money. It was a likely romance story. But you don't have to worry about that anymore. What? Lurko and Kedrick tilted their heads. Prestige has changed a lot since then. Only 3 months had passed since I first arrived in Prestige, but that was enough time to change the city greatly. A lot had changed. First, I succeeded in cultivating LV3 amazing meat-flavored corn and LV2 clear and clean rice. I handed them out to NPCS for free or for a very low price. Second, a commercial district rose up around Ryrie Shop. As part of the strategy to appear more high-class, Ryrie Shop didn't treat low-priced items, so the players had no choice but to sell their drops to resident NPCs. Ryrie Shop repurchased these items from NPCs and made potions out of them. The result of this cycle was the following. Ha! Kedrick and Lurko blankly looked at the prestige before their eyes. It was undoubtedly a different prestige than the one they remembered. Residents working as street vendors, mothers returning home with distributed corn in their hands, fathers heading towards farms or mines to work, and players walking here and there. Many things had already changed in prestige. For the record, at least a fourth of the land was mine. I invested in land every time I earned money. It changed a lot, right? I smiled and asked. Kedrick was still stunned, so Lurko answered instead. Yes, yes, you're right. I think we could live in happiness without going inside the walls, Lurko said and looked at Kedrick, but Kedrick was too busy looking around prestige. Lurko pinched Kedrick's side lightly. Kedrick's face crumpled. Kurak, maybe it wasn't lightly. Well then, follow me. To pay you back for what I've received, I'll let you stay here for free. For free? I brought the astonished Kedrick and Lurko to the house I had prepared beforehand. The first floor would be Kedrick's workshop, and the second floor would be the home that they used together. By the way, aren't you uncomfortable? On our way there, Lurko asked me. She was looking at Boss, who was on my back. Ah, don't worry. She's really light. Oh, was she asleep or did she pass out? Anyway, with the unconscious Boss on my back, I walked onwards. We're here. After about 10 minutes of walking, we arrived at the Housecombe workshop. Lurko and Kedrick looked around in surprise. It's a blacksmith's workshop. Yes, I'm also good at making things. Only the first floor is the workshop. The second floor is a regular home. I made this place to utilize Dwarf's dexterity. I just haven't had the chance to use it. For now, stay here. We'll talk more later. There's a kid called Kiri. I'll send her over. Ah, yes, thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much for helping us. Oh, don't bother. I've already got compensation. The sincerity of their gratitude made me feel a little awkward. In any case, after taking them there, I returned to the hideout. It was hard walking with Boss on my back. She was surprisingly voluptuous. Chirp, chirp. Spartan rushed towards me the second I opened the door. I headed towards the bedroom with Spartan by my side and laid Boss down on the bed. Ugh, my back. I was a bit startled. I wasn't sure when she woke up, but she was awake. Ah, geez, Boss. When did you wake up? About 5 minutes ago. Was I that heavy? Boss asked. No, you were light. I smiled and covered her with a blanket. Boss snorted in disbelief. You just said I was heavy. Rather than that, I have a lot of things I want to ask you. You went on quite a rampage today. Our plan almost went awry. Boss moved only her eyes and looked at me. She looked rather embarrassed and sorry. But I have a feeling that you won't tell me even if I ask. So for now I'll let you rest. Leaving exploring the demon realm to another time, I stood up. Click. I turned off the light and was about to step out of the room. Hajin, Boss called me. I looked at the bed again. Boss, lying straight in the bed, muttered, I can't move my body. Wah! I rushed to Boss. Was it magic power exhaustion? She was just blinking, looking at the ceiling. Is it magic power exhaustion? Yeah, I can't move at all. At that moment, growl suddenly. A thunderous sound came out of Boss's stomach. We observed each other for a moment, after staying till for about 5 minutes. Are you hungry? I asked first. Yes, she answered, looking embarrassed, and added one word. Sorry. Chapter 187. Sign 1, fresh carrots, beef, rice, and water. Using the best ingredients, I made a porridge. Seeing the boiling pot, I checked its item description. LV3 porridge, filled with Kim Hajin's care. LV1 recovery, LV2 satiety, LV3 taste, equals. This should be enough. I put the completed porridge in a bowl, put it on a tray, and brought it to Boss' bed. Boss was lying down and busily moving her eyes. She was probably reading a web novel or looking through the community. Your food is here. Boss raised her body as I brought the tray to her bed. Her eyes were blinking repeatedly as she stared at me. I never even fed a vandal before. I silently scooped up a spoonful of porridge, then brought it up to her mouth. Boss seemed to be embarrassed as well as she only opened her mouth slightly. I put the spoon into her mouth. Nom. Boss swallowed after chewing only a couple of times. I picked up another spoonful of porridge. Boss opened her mouth and sucked the porridge off the spoon. After repeating this nutrient consumption for survival a few times, Boss suddenly muttered, This doesn't happen normally. What do you mean? Losing my temper. She seemed to be embarrassed about what happened today. I spoke nonchalantly. Is that so? I just didn't expect to encounter him. It was because I wasn't prepared at all that oop. I pushed another spoonful of porridge into her mouth, cutting off her sentence. Don't feed me when I'm talking. I don't have much time. You should eat quickly. There was a mountain load of things to do today. I had to open the treasure box, decide how to use Kedrick's ghost sword and the mysterious pocket, and introduce Kedrick to Henry and Kiri. Boss furrowed her brows and expressed her displeasure, then went back to eating the porridge. I will be calmer the next time I see him. I only snapped this time because, oop. Seeing that she was making another excuse, I stuffed her mouth with another spoonful of porridge. She must not have expected it, as some of the porridge got on her mouth. Boss glared at me with narrowed eyes. So, who is he? I asked about Belle. Pretending not to know, Boss flinched slightly, then looked away from me. Weren't you sulking last time because I kept secrets from you? When did I sulk? Boss pouted. Her mouth wriggled as she seemingly pondered. Then, she sighed. I strained my ears as it was a good sign. Boss looked back at me and whispered softly, He is the previous black seat. I was genuinely surprised. I stared at Boss in a daze. My consciousness froze for about 5 seconds before recovering. Technically speaking, this was indeed an empty hole in the plot. The black seat I currently possessed originally belonged to Shin Janghak, but I had never written about its past owner. He is also a traitor who betrayed the previous boss and murdered him. Boss continued to explain a setting I didn't know. Chameleon Troop's ex-boss. I had not written anything about that either, but since Chameleon Troop had a long history, it made sense for there to be a boss or two besides the current boss. I scooped up another spoonful of porridge as I listened to Boss' explanation carefully. Boss glanced at my hand. It's already been 10 years, but I haven't forgotten his face for a single day, Niam. When I held the spoon up, she bit down on it. After chewing on the porridge, she announced with determination, I'm going to kill him. I will eliminate the traitor. I understand what you're saying, but you can't do what you did today, Boss nodded. So what will happen to him next? He died, so he should revive on the 3rd floor in 48 hours. I didn't know exactly how many lives he lost, but he should have lost at least 2. I see. Boss stared at me with a smile. Thank you for killing him. I smiled back. Without Boss, I wouldn't have been able to kill him either. If Boss wasn't acting as both the frontline tank and damage dealer, Bell would have easily closed the distance. I didn't know how much of his abilities he recovered, but there was a chance that I could have been killed. You too, Boss. At that moment, the door opened. I'm back, Jane's voice rang out. Perfect timing. I put the bowl of porridge back on the tray and left Boss room. Jane was taking off her shoes while beaming with a smile. Ah, that was so fun, oh, Hajin. When did you come back? It's been a while. Rather than that, can you feed Boss? Jane tilted her head at the unexpected request. Feed her, me. Yes, she's in her bedroom. Why? You'll see once you go in. Boss went wild and fell into magic power exhaustion. Cue him. A displeased harumph rang out from the slightly open door to Boss' room. When I glanced back at her, she was glaring at me with a clear, don't leave it to Jane kind of look. Of course, I ignored it. HNN. I see. Jane's confused expression quickly changed to that of mischief. Okay, I'll do it. After making a lewd and wicked smile, she hopped into Boss' room. When Boss saw Jane's face, she flinched. Boss, I heard you couldn't move. Let's close the door first. Kick. As the door slowly closed, I could see Boss' pitiful eyes requesting a rescue. Unfortunately, I had other things to do. Jane, I'm already full. Are you sure? Can you not move your tongue because of magic power exhaustion? Should I feed you mouth to mouth? No, I can move well. See. Ignoring the fierce shouting reverberating in Boss' bedroom, I returned to my room. Then I took out the treasure chest Kedrick gifted. Equals LV6 treasure chest. Krakoon's treasure chest. It seems to contain various items, but a key is needed to open it. The treasure chest Kedrick hid out of defiance to Krakoon. Since it was a LV6 treasure chest, it was sure to contain good items. Unfortunately, I couldn't open it with my mystic key. I already tried it, but the key's unlocking level was too low. Is the key too low level? It was a problem easily solved with SB. I could probably take any piece of paper and use setting intervention to rewrite the paper's description as item experience coupon. Then, I could use the paper to level up any item I wanted, but this was too wasteful. I only needed 700 more SB until I could make my desired gift. Auction house. To see if there was an alternative, I went into the auction house and typed the keyword item and experience, searching listings with the keywords item and experience. 13 items were detected. Item experience plus 23 coupon x3, item experience plus 17 coupon x2, item experience plus 11 coupon x7. They were there. The highest bid was 50 TP, which was very cheap. Even the instant purchase price was 400 TP. I was confused at first, but soon understood. These coupons could only be used on evolving items. Without them, they were no different than a piece of paper. It was yet another benefit of having more information about the tower. I immediately clicked the instant purchase button. You purchased item experience plus 23 coupon x3. You purchased item experience plus 17 coupon x2. You purchased item experience plus 11 coupon x7. The coupons were sent to my inventory. I immediately used them on the mystic key and the orb of regeneration. Orb of regeneration, magic artifact. An orb with the power of regeneration. Evolving item EXP 11/200 LV2 mystic key magic artifact. A mystical key. Evolving item EXP 9/200 LV3 unlocking the item's effects leveled up. Is LV3 unlocking good enough? I held the mystic key and muttered softly. Scan. The number engraved was 27%. Jackpot. I put the key into the treasure chest's keyhole. Unlike before when the key wouldn't even fit, it practically slid in this time. Click, a clicking noise rang out. Was it working? I turned the key to the right. Kick, a heavy metallic sound rang out and the treasure chest became unlocked. I opened the lid with high expectations. Brilliant light burst out of the chest. Oh ho, I muttered in astonishment. As expected of an administrator, it was hoarding many shiny items. LV4 blue diamond, LV5 pure dark or ingot x3, LV3 skill consolidation ticket, LV3 item consolidation ticket, LV1 basic skill acquisition book, tempering and smelting, LV4 red sapphire. The most eye-catching item was undoubtedly the LV5 pure dark ingot. It was the first time I saw a LV5 ore. Should I use it to make arrows? That was the first thought I had. Of course, making arrows with such a valuable ore could only be thought of as insane. After all, arrows could only be used once. But that changed depending on the person involved. Like the saying went, time was more valuable to a rich person than money. I was exactly such a person. By making proper arrows with these ores, I would have a powerful weapon other than my gun. That was the important thing, since I couldn't use my gun when I was working as a member of the chameleon troop. Then suddenly, a light bulb went on in my head. I thought of a method to make arrows reusable. I looked at my smartwatch. Then, I looked back at the dark ore ingots. If this worked, I didn't even need many arrows. In fact, I could use synthesis to compress and strengthen them together. With this method, the arrow only needed to be powerful and durable. I fiddled with the smartwatch with one hand as I gathered Stigma's magic power with the other. Next day, I returned to the fifth floor's Valley of Darkness. Although I was alone, I wasn't worried since I was thoroughly loaded with all sorts of items. This time, I walked up to the highest point possible, which was the mountain peak that protruded up on both sides of the valley. So two of them escaped. Yeah, Boss went wild because of it. Ha! I looked down at the dark valley below and saw demons talking about yesterday's incident. Human NPCs were doing hard labor under their watch. The security was tighter due to yesterday's incident, but it didn't matter. I knocked 5 arrows on my bow. Both the arrow tip and the arrow shaft were black. Black had unintentionally become my symbolic color. I aimed the arrows downward and fired. Wag, the arrows flew out, moving independently from one another. The first arrow curved to the left, the second arrow flew straight, the third curved to the right, and all 5 pierced the necks of demons. The valley immediately fell silent. Seeing their bodies scattering into dust, I muttered a certain keyword. Return. Then, the 5 LV7 dark ore arrows I shot suddenly flew up. SSSSS, they retraced the path they took and returned to my hand. Perfect. Reusable arrows. It was easy once I thought about it. I added a setting to the 5 LV7 dark ore arrows I created. LV0 remote control. Because I made it LV0 to save SB. For now, I could only use it to retrieve the arrows. but once I leveled up the effects, I should be able to control them with my will. Now, there were 11 prison camps left. Now that I confirmed the arrow's effectiveness, I moved swiftly and lightly like a ninja. The dark ore arrows didn't leave behind any evidence. They flew silently like an owl hunting in the night and delivered eternal darkness to their targets. This wasn't an exaggeration in the slightest. The moment I fired the arrows, they transformed into invisible darkness to kill their targets. Using this method, I killed all the demons guarding the 11 prison camps. Now, Krakoon was the only one left. I began to make my way to his office. Then, suddenly, I felt a fierce gaze fall on me. Two piercing eyes glared at me with killing intent. I turned towards the direction of the gaze. There, I saw a man wearing glasses. His skin was blue, and he had a horn protruding from his head. I immediately knew who he was. LV8 Administrator of the Valley of Darkness, Krakoon. Krakoon. Who are you? Krakoon asked. I couldn't hear him well because he was too far away, but I answered anyways. That's none of your business. PFD. Krakoon snickered. He was clearly looking down on the human race. You must be the one who attacked us yesterday. Regardless, you won't be able to escape. Do you think I didn't make any preparations? In an instant, a huge tremor of magic power erupted. Hundreds of soldiers will gather here soon. A purple magic power appeared on the ground. It was a large-scale spell requiring the usage of a magic circle. Mass teleport. Your punishment shall be death by dismemberment. No, I will make it so that you wished you were dead. Krakoon's confident laughter rang out through the valley. However, I remained silent and took out the mystic key. It was still strengthened by 27%. To temporarily boost its strength even further, I infused Stigma's magic power into it. Then I stabbed the key into the ground. Hey, Kraken. It's Krakoon, not Kraken. If you want to surrender, tell me where Kedrick and Lurko are. If you do, I will generously allow you to die. No. I turned the key and spoke calmly. Have a nice day. Magic power flashed from the key and seeped into the dirt. Immediately, the mountain began to rumble. Using this mysterious key, I had just unlocked something that was holding the mountain together. What resulted was a landslide. As the valley was right underneath the mountain, it was obvious what would happen to it. Since I focused the landslide in Krakoon's direction, the human NPCs should be able to live. What is like a third-rate villain, Krakoon muttered a boring line. T-ra-ra-ra-ra. Dirt began to slide down, and the mass teleport spell disappeared without ever activating. Ehew, I sighed and turned to the side. As though I was a movie star, my eyes met someone else's. Well, to say that our eyes met, we were too far away. Without the 1,000-mile eyes, she would have looked like a tiny speck of dust. Did our eyes really meet, or was it a coincidence? I narrowed my eyes with such a thought, then pulled my hood down a bit more. Standing over yonder was one of the strongest characters I created. YunSeo-jin, the divine archer. For some reason she was with Ki Naeun. However, that wasn't important at the moment. YunSeo-jin was staring at me with her divine archer eyes. There was no shaking in her look, nor a hint of doubt. She was staring at me fixedly. Ha ha! YunSeo-jin was staring at a faraway distance. Without the supernatural eyesight provided by her gift, divine archer, it would have been too far to see even for her. For 10 minutes, she had been staring at that person's actions. Finally, she smiled at the man who just met her eyes. Senior, did you feel that tremor? YunSeo-jin was distracted for a split second by the innocent voice beside her. It was Ki Naeun who was curious about the sound of the landslide. A landslide just happened. YunSeo-jin answered her, then looked back. The man who was standing at the mountain peak was already gone. A landslide? Ki Naeun asked. YunSeo-jin nodded, but hid one truth, that the landslide was purposely caused by one person. Even if she told the truth, there was a chance that no one would believe her. Unless a mountain was extremely unstable, an artificial landslide could only be caused by 5-star magicians who were specialized in that field. An archer was able to cause a landslide in the Tower of Wish, where everyone's abilities were restricted. If YunSeo-jin didn't witness the strange flow of the man's magic power, she wouldn't have believed it either. Yes, a landslide far away from here buried an entire valley. Senior, you don't have to talk so politely. Feel free to use casual speech. Ki Naeun spoke uncomfortably. How could I to Chairman's granddaughter? I'm more comfortable speaking like this. However, YunSeo-jin firmly refused Ki Naeun's request. Although Jin Se-in's polite speech made Ki Naeun uncomfortable, Ki Naeun was still a little happy inside. Do you know Grandpa? You could say that, though it's not a good relationship. Jin Se-in swallowed her next sentence and smiled. In any case, that's why I met up with Naeun SSI. Ha ha ha, I see. KQ. In that case, what do you think about my grandfather, hero Shin Munchul? Shin Junghak, who was walking on eggshells around Jin Se-in, finally worked up the courage to ask. Even Shin Junghak couldn't act arrogantly in front of a master-rank hero. As if to prove her status, Jin Se-in had even caught up to their strength in just 4 days. He is an amazing person. I've heard many good things about him. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha, Kyuhum. Shin Junghak's expression brightened. He then let out a dry cough and tightened the grip on his spear. Jin Se-in spoke. Rather than that, she had already heard everything from her comrades, Seo Youngji and Oh Junhyuk, that many people were pitting her against Black Lotus for the title of the strongest archer. As Jin Se-in had been losing her motivation, this new opponent was a welcomed one. As such, she had never slept since she entered the 3rd floor. In other words, she had remained awake for 72 hours. It was all to focus on regaining her abilities and acquiring skills. The effort she put into improving herself made her feel like she had returned to her younger days. Let's move. I see a demon camp nearby. Jin Se-in looked back at the direction where the mysterious archer stood. It was extremely likely that he was Black Lotus. The landslide had ended, and there was no one on the silent mountain peak. Where was he all this time? After staring at the empty mountain peak for a long time, Jin Se-in finally looked away with a happy smile on her face. Chapter 188. Sign 2. LV11 Medea's Palace. Standing in the heart of prestige was a lofty palace that served as the symbol of the city. The Gothic spires and stained glass decorating the walls gave it an antique charm, and the mana crystals adorning the ceilings and walls shone even in Prestige's eternal darkness. This mystical palace was built and sustained with only the power of magic. It was a symbol of sovereignty of the abandoned princess, Medea. The halls of the palace were amazed that one could only enter with Medea's permission, and the palace's walls had magic cannons that could shoot down any outside enemy. The fact that she even added 8 legs to the palace so she could escape with it if it was necessary showed how much she loved the place. HNN. Currently, Medea was surrounded by her faithful servants who followed her every wish and was looking at a table filled with delicacies that came from the upper floors of the tower. Despite all these, she was in a bad mood. There was just one thing that was bothering her. There shouldn't be anyone in Prestige with the skills to craft such an item. Medea thought back to the event she held 4 days ago, the robe that the first-ranked man who introduced himself as Byang was wearing. The surface of the robe was soft like flowing water, and its beautiful engravings exuded a faint aura. Aura. It was a flow of magic power and art that could only be seen by those who possessed the aesthetic eye. Medea could see the aura being emitted from his robe. The aura was very natural, as if it had been that way ever since it was first created. Who could have made such a robe? Medea was simply curious. To her knowledge, there wasn't anyone in Prestige with such skills. If there was, she would have brought them to the palace a long time ago. It wasn't something that could be found outside the 3rd floor either. A civilization that could produce such luxuries would be on a much higher floor than Prestige. Could it be? Suddenly, she thought of Hephaestus, who should be hiding somewhere, but she quickly shook her head. That ignorant man wouldn't be able to make something so delicate. It was that blacksmith's fault that dwarfs, who possessed far more dexterity than elves, avoided cloth and weaving and focused only on gold and iron. Tesk! It all seemed so pitiful to Medea after a while. Everything in Prestige was cheap anyway. She was a bit curious about the robe, but that was all. It wasn't something she was dying to get her hands on. Only items like the Blue Wave and the Song of Sorrow were worthy of holding her attention. Riley. Medea stopped thinking about the robe and called in the old butler who had been working for her for a long time. Suddenly, a part of the room trembled and the old butler appeared out of the blue. It was a simple teleportation that only worked inside the palace. Yes, Your Highness. When is the next administrator conference? The tower's administrators, who were in charge of a floor or a subfloor, frequently held meetings. Of the many administrators, some were apathetic to the whole thing, some were kind enough to help players go higher up, and some tried their best to disturb them. Medea was the self-indulgent type, an apathetic administrator. She couldn't care less about who died. She only wanted to focus on gathering performance points and TP so she could manifest herself in the phenomenon realm. After all, being stuck inside this damn tower for the rest of her life would be very boring and sad. The meeting is scheduled 10 days from now. Is that so? Medea smiled oddly and licked her lips. Then, let's get one more thing done before then. There was still one thing left to do. Although it was a bit of a difficult and impertinent task, she knew it wouldn't be her that would shoulder the burdens. Isn't it about time that Prestige gets a son? Medea's enchanting voice filled the spacious palace. LV6 strange valley of darkness. I entered the valley to escape Jinsei in sight. It should be around here somewhere. It was hard to see through all the dirt and ores, but I finally managed to find Krakoon's vault using my 1,000-mile eyes. It was a tightly sealed, cubic safe. Again, I opened it easily using the mystic key. But there were only documents inside. I looked at them carefully and found they were land documents and slave contracts. Magic land document, a land document made from magic power. Upon the death of the original owner, ownership can be transferred to another person. Magic slave contract made from magic power. Upon the death of the original owner, ownership can be transferred to another person. First, I infused my magic power into the land document. The owner of Valley of Darkness has been changed to the player Extra 7. Currently, there are about 480 kg of dark ore buried within Valley of Darkness. Oh, so there was something like this. But even if I become the land owner, how was I supposed to dig up all this dark ore? Tip, LV1 player shop sells an automatic miner for 800 TP. Ah, thank you. So there was something like that. There was a lot I didn't know. I purchased an automatic miner from the player shop. It was a machine that looked like a drone. LV1 automatic miner, a cute machine that searches for ores buried in a mine and automatically digs them out. LV1 ore mining digs up to 1 kg of ores per hour. LV1 ore searching, I bought 3 automatic miners and released them. Then, I began to search the Valley of Darkness for enslaved human NPCs. Ah, who are you? The sudden incident threw them into confusion. I approached them gently so they wouldn't be surprised, asked for their hometown, and released the shackles around their necks. There were 16 of them in total. They were all formal prestige residents. I tore up their slave contracts, collected the ores they had dug, and sent them back to Prestige. I also sent a message to Henry and Kiri, asking them to introduce the freed slaves to Kedrick. Since Kedrick went through tough times with them, he was likely to take care of them somehow. Thank you, thank you. I won't forget your kindness. We were standing in front of the crystal steel that let one travel between the 3rd and the 4th floor. The moment the 16 NPCs shed tears, a system window popped up. You defeated Krakoon, the administrator of the Valley of Darkness, and rescued the NPCs. Subquest complete. The wishes of the NPCs at the prison camp, murder of the Valley executive. All of your stats increase by 0.3 points. All stats by 0.3. I nodded my head in satisfaction and wondered what to do next. I didn't want to act hastily with Jinsei-in so close by. Should I go check out the 5th floor for a bit? With my master sharpshooter gift, scouting was extremely easy. I climbed up a mountain, which was very commonly found in the demon realm, focused Stigma's magic power in my eyes, and looked around. I was able to see the entire land with my eyes. Among the many players struggling on the 5th floor, I studied the alliance team that was moving together. A group of about 50 people were busy discussing a castle attack. The 2 best guilds, Essence of the Strait and Frost Sanctuary, were getting ready to attack LV7 Demon's Castle No One, along with the English Royal Court Guild. Inside the No One Castle are about 150 demons and 800 undead. Those were Rachel's words. She appeared delighted to be with the upper guilds and couldn't hide her excitement. Are you sure? YunSeo-jin, Essence of the Strait's team leader, asked. Yes, my wind elemental personally investigated the area. Rachel nodded with a needlessly solemn expression. In response, YunSeo-jin smiled. An elementalist has a great tactical value for sure. No, I'm still just a beginner. Rachel seemed happy at YunSeo-jin's praise, but still kept a humble attitude. She was probably jumping with joy on the inside. There are only 50 of us. Maybe the difference is too much. What do you think about asking Aileen Nim for help? YunSeo-jin's concerns were answered by Jung Hasan, the team leader of Frost Sanctuary. Aileen. Hearing this, I wondered where Aileen was. I took my eyes off of them and started looking for Aileen. She was easy to spot. After all, she was the only white-haired shorty in the world. Yanghe, I have 1030 TP on me right now. Remember that. Ha, why are you telling me that? Aileen and Yanghe were surrounded by at least 100 undead and 5 demons. Well, I just thought we should check them beforehand. I can't lose them again. Even with so many enemies before them. Aileen's only concern is how much money she had in her pocket. She was probably thinking that she lost the TP that Jane had stolen from her by mistake. Okay, 1030 TP. I'll remember that. Good. Aileen nodded and looked ahead, not daunted by the ghastly undead and the demons. Aileen smiled. Hey kids, hail is falling from the sky right now. The demons were confused. The sky above was as dark as ever without any sign of precipitation. However, to them, her words were equivalent to a death sentence. You see, those hailstones will split your heads. Anything a spirit speech master said became true. Hailstones filled with magic power poured down from the sky at that instant. Kugwagwagwang. It was hard to tell whether it was hail or a meteor shower. The enormous magic completely wiped out the demons. The armors they had on were crushed as soon as they came into contact with the masses of ice. The skin and flesh of the undead monsters cracked and pulverized before they walked even one step. I scratched the back of my neck as I watched the massacre. For the past month I was Lu Bu or the Hegemon King Xiang Yu. Was that all just a midsummer night's dream? Ehu. I should try harder from now on. Now that I could get more dark ore, I shouldn't lose to them. Every time I obtain a dark ore, I could use synthesis to compress them into my arrows. In any case, that was it for my surveillance. I took out the dwarven supercar from my inventory and returned to Prestige. LV5 Chameleon Troops hideout. I'm back. Is that you? Hajin, as soon as I stepped inside, I heard Boss' voice coming from the bedroom. I smiled and headed towards her room. Boss was lying on the bed with my orb of regeneration in one hand and patting Spartan with the other. How do you feel? Much better. I think I'll recover by tomorrow. This orb is effective. That's good to hear. I sat next to Boss' bed and made a comb out of Stigma's magic power. With it, I brushed Boss's messy hair and began thinking. Chameleon Troop was the product of my ideas. I didn't write much about it in the settings book, and everything was just in my head. That was because I was agonizing over what kind of background to set. To be more specific, I purposely left it blank to fill it with more attractive settings. But all that agonizing was in vain, since I stopped writing the novel before Chameleon Troop and Kim Suho became equal. In terms of time, it should be about 2 or 3 years in the future. I regretted it. Now, there were too many things I didn't know. Jin Sahyuk's relationship with Belle, Belle's relationship with Boss, Boss' relationship with the former boss. Had I known this would happen, I would have written more. Well, that was probably why I was a failed writer. Kim Hajin, the pitiful writer who couldn't even finish his own novel. A low humming came from under my hand. I glanced and saw Boss enjoying my combing with her eyes closed. I looked at her calmly. There was only one way for me to know what I don't know. I had to ask Boss directly. Hey, Boss. Oh, looks like Hajin is here. A noise came from the entrance. I tilted my head and stood up. Wait just a moment. I stopped brushing her hair and stepped outside. At the entrance was Jane and one other person. When did you get back? Hajin, right, so this time we've got 2 more members in the tower. You know him, right? Jane spoke first. Then the gentle-looking man next to Jane smiled at me. Hey, newbie. It was Jin Johan, the seat of green. I smiled back at him. Yes. Hello. I sounded composed, but my mouth twitched with tension. Chameleon Troop's vital members had started to gather. Silver should be the next color to arrive. What that meant was that there wasn't much time left until we met Kim Suho. Oh, I'm exhausted. On the other hand, Kim Suho had returned to LV1 Creator's Sacred Graces hideout after grinding his stats and skill levels on the 4th floor. Today, he had more guests than usual. On top of his usual companions, Ki Naeun and Shin Junghak had also followed him back. The small 55-square-meter LV1 hideout thus became crowded with people. You didn't have to follow me all the way back. Anyways, come in. Kim Suho scratched his neck as he guided them in. PFT, what a tiny place. Shin Junghak's sneer came out naturally. However, he was clearly different from before, although he was still a little rude. He wasn't going out of line like he did in the past. Did he become an adult? Kim Suho grinned and nudged Shin Junghak's shoulder like they were close friends. Are you crazy? Did you just shove me? Shin Jong-hak immediately turned serious. Startled, Kim Suho let out a dry cough. Stop being so noisy. Here it's a housewarming gift. At that moment, Ki Naeun gave a bundle of potions to Kim Suho. Oh, what's this? A potion set from Ryrie shop. It's worth 1,000 TP, so you better be thankful. 1,000 TP. Wow. Thanks. Call me if you ever need help. I'll be there right away. Kim Suho took the potions gratefully. Seeing Kim Suho's childlike excitement, Ki Naeun smiled. Take a seat, everyone. I'll make dinner. Vanessa Furman went into the kitchen, and the rest sat down near the kitchen table. Hey, doesn't this remind you of the good old days? Yi Yonghan began to chatter the moment he sat down. He was reminiscing about the past. Looking around the familiar faces at the table, he spoke. We're only missing those two, Yu Yonha and Kim Ha-hook. Before Yi Yonghan could finish saying his name, Kim Suho pinched his side. However, it was too late. Ki Naeun's expression turned sour, and Kim Suho glared at Yi Yonghan. Ooh, my side. Yi Yonghan was too busy enduring his pain to feel anything amiss. Kim Suho quickly changed the subject. So, Naeun, how have you been doing? I heard you got inflicted with a curse. Oh, that? How did you know? I guess rumors travel fast. It seemed Ki Naeun didn't want to think about such things as she smiled bitterly and shook off what Yi Yonghan said. I heard from Yi Ji-yoon. Yi Ji-yoon, that girl is too light-mouthed. Ki Naeun sighed, hearing what Kim Suho said. She once again reaffirmed her belief that Yi Ji-yoon shouldn't be told any secrets. She was just too bad at keeping secrets. Now, everyone knew about how she was embarrassingly cursed. It's fine now. Someone I know treated me. Oh, who? Yi Yonghan asked. I'm not going to tell you, but he's really famous in the tower. Ki Naeun made a smug face. Because of her background, Ki Naeun naturally knew many people. However, she only had a few acquaintances she really trusted. With this incident, Extra Zevon had become an acquaintance she could really trust. His status had risen at least 2 levels in her heart. What's his nickname? Extra Zevon. The player who made a name for himself in the tutorial, Extra Zevon. His achievement became a legend that was still being told in the community. Ah, that's the person who made 20,000 TP in the tutorial. Ki Naeun widened her eyes at Yi Yonghan's sentence. Hey, you knew. How? He got famous outside the tower too. You don't know what's going on outside. Right, the world is only talking about the Tower of Wish. I'm not even exaggerating. Every news station is reporting on the internal structure of the tower and analyzing the tutorial, 2nd floor, 3rd floor, and so on. Oh, interesting. Ah, then keep it a secret that I know him. You guys aren't like Yi Ji-yoon, right? In case Extra Zevon Hyung-nim would be bothered, Ki Naeun asked the others to keep their relationship a secret. Sure, but how do you know Extra Zevon? Hearing Kim Suho's question, Ki Naeun replied with a confident smile. I've known him for a long time. I first met him when I was a cadet. Although she had never met him in person, she had interacted with him like a normal friend. Back in the day, they had played a match together at least once a day. Oh ho, hey, can you ask him to lend me some money? There's an item I want to buy. Yi Yonghan asked with a smile. Shut it. Ki Naeun looked at him with disgust. At that moment, system windows suddenly popped up around them. Hello, everyone, this is Medea. Yuo, startled, Yi Yonghan jumped out of his seat and fell backwards. This was the first time he was encountering Medea's quest. Be quiet. This is really important. On the other hand, Ki Naeun quickly became focused. Last time, she had failed to participate in Medea's quest because she was sick. This time, she was determined to do well and rank in the top 100. I hope you're having a nice day. Players, I believe you know what I will say. Medea's breathtaking beauty quickly attracted the attention of Yi Yonghan, who had run away from her just a moment ago. It is time for another quest. Medea made a dazzling smile. The name of the quest is Sunlight. This is a very important quest. It was the kind of smile that gave off a creepy feeling because it was too perfect. Chapter 189. Sign 3, Paris. France, Grand Duchess, Arhain's residence. Unlike the gloomy prestige, the outside world's sky was clear and blue. Thank you once again. We will do our best not to disappoint you in your partnership with Essence of the Strait. Yu Yonha was successfully completing her contract with Arhain, the female progenitor of the Ah family and an 8-star magician who was on the verge of becoming 9-star. Arhain, sitting in front of Yu Yonha, gave a faint smile. I could say the same to you. I heard a rumor that my nephew is also in Essence of the Strait. Yu Yonha smiled in satisfaction at Arhain's remark. Yes, Bear Morn SSI is taking an active part in the guild. More than 4 years ago, Bear Morn participated in the same archery competition as Kim Hajin at the Cube Festival. At the time, he had lost to Kim Hajin even with the help of Ah Hae-in. Now he was a member of Essence of the Strait. The only reason for his recruitment was to win the favor of Ah Hae-in. Then, will my nephew enter the Tower of Wish this time? Yu Yonha couldn't give an affirmative answer to that question. We are not so sure about that yet. The will of the individual is the most important thing when deciding to enter a tower, but if Morn SSI wants to, then I don't see why not. Haha, you don't have to try so hard. I know my nephew's strength well. If he goes into the tower now, he will only become prey to others. I want to see my nephew around for a long time. It's not like I expect him to become a great hero. Ah Hae-in gave a meaningful smile. But still, wouldn't my nephew's looks guarantee him success in the entertainment industry? That was what Yu Yonha wanted as well. She replied with an assuring smile. Of course. Good then. I look forward to working with you. Her meeting with Ah Hae-in was a success from beginning to end. Yu Yonha clenched her fists with joy. The news of Ah Hae-in joining hands with Essence of the Strait would surprise their foes and encourage their friends. How would the public and their rivals react to the partnership? Yu Yonha couldn't help but look forward to it. Oh, by the way, what is that guy Fenrir up to nowadays? Then suddenly, Ah Hae-in asked a rather strange question. Yu Yonha widened her eyes in surprise at the sudden appearance of an unexpected name. Were you interested in mercenaries as well? It's not that. He just left a deep impression on me. It's already been 4 years, yet I still remember him. Ah, you mean the archery competition, right? Yu Yonha recalled what happened 4 years ago. During Cube's class competitions, Kim Hajin had showed off a mystical curve shot against Bear Morn. With just one arrow, Kim Hajin had gained a number of admirers and brought several guilds' attention to himself. Yes, to an old fellow like me, it seems like a waste for a master archer like himself to be using guns. Still, he has broadened our horizons as the one and only gunner. He's already considered a godlike figure in the field. Ah Hae-in smiled with her eyes. The smile was absent from wrinkles despite her age. Is that so? Anyhow, I heard that Fenrir is on good terms with Essence of the Strait. Does that mean I'll get to meet him sooner or later? Currently, he's inside the tower, so I can't be absolutely certain. But surely he won't hesitate to meet Grand Duchess Ah Hae-in. Ha ha ha. Really? Friendly exchange of words continued to take place between them. Yu Yonha laughed and talked, being careful not to act frivolous or behave in a bad manner as she closed the conversation. Then I'll take my leave now. Would you look at the time? Farewell. Spending time with a young beauty has made me feel young as well. Ah Hae-in didn't stand up and simply stretched out her hand in her seat. Yu Yonha grabbed her hand while smiling brightly. Ah Hae-in was self-conscious about her height. She hated getting up in case she was shorter than the other party even with heels on. For that reason, Yu Yonha wore flat shoes today. However, seeing that it's already late, you may stay the night if you'd like. The guest rooms are better than most five-star hotels. Ah Hae-in offered kindly. She found today's meeting to be quite satisfactory. I appreciate the offer, but how can I bear to stay here for just one night? This place is so beautiful, I'll be filled with regrets when I have to leave. Yu Yonha gracefully declined the offer. Is that so? Well, you must be busy. Ah Hae-in understood what she meant. But in truth, this meeting was the last thing on Yu Yonha's schedule for today. Furthermore, tomorrow was a rest day, which was a special day Yu Yonha set aside for herself once every 6 months. Then, rest well. I apologize for taking up so much of your time. No, it's nothing. Yu Yonha was planning to return home right away. It wasn't that she didn't like Ah Hae-in or her mansion. Ah Hae-in was a hospitable French lady who had learned Korean from historical K-dramas, and her mansion was much more impressive and cozier than Yu Yonha's place. The problem was sleeping. To be exact, it was the bed. Yu Yonha had no reason to sleep elsewhere when she had such a lovely and efficient bed at home. No, at this point it was more like she couldn't sleep anywhere else. Before she realized, the bed Kim Hajin gave her had become her most precious treasure. I'll go home and sleep for the rest of the day. Yu Yonha left Ah Hae-in's mansion and skipped happily towards her limousine. The limousine started smoothly and headed towards the portal station. Yu Yonha was looking out the car window in delight when she suddenly encountered a scene that she could not possibly pass by. Hold on. Driver, slow down a bit. The limousine slowed down. and Yu Yonha could see the two people walking down the street with clarity. A tall woman and a child were holding hands. Both stood out from afar. The tall woman had sunglasses on, but anyone could tell that she was YunSeo-jin. Evandel, isn't traveling abroad fun? Yeah, it's fun. I don't know why Hyun doesn't like it. YunSeo-jin must be in France for a vacation. But it was the child next to her that stood out. The child had blonde hair and an adorable eye smile that was easily noticeable even from afar. Yu Yonha stared at the child with a serious look on her face. I've seen her before. She had seen the child somewhere in the past. It must have been 3 or 4 years ago. She couldn't remember the exact date, but she was certain that she had seen the child. She was quite confident in her memory. That girl was definitely with Kim Hajin. Back then, the two seemed to be heading somewhere hand in hand, just like YunSeo-jin and the blonde child right now. But why? Why is that girl with YunSeo-jin? More than that, just who was she? Could it be? When her thought reached this point, her mind turned blank. Ding, the sound of a bell rang inside her head. Ding, all the thoughts in her head were cleared out. Ding, strange speculations filled the empty space. If that really was the case, did that child dye her hair blonde just so that their relationship won't be exposed? Ah, Yona leaned back against the seat. No, no, such a natural color couldn't be made from a dye. Then it must surely be a coincidence. Wait a minute. Suddenly, a certain thought crossed her mind. Resenting herself for being so smart, Yona quickly turned on her smartwatch and looked up a conversation log. I'm a little short on money. Lend me some so I can buy a house. Selling my stocks seems like a waste. Ha, what house? Here, address. It's worth 20 billion won. I have 18 billion on me, so just lend me 2 billion. You'll need 2 billion more to cover taxes. Anyways, I'll wire you the money soon. Yu Yonha had lent Kim Hajin 4 billion won. Yu Yonha quickly looked up the registration certificate for Siacho apartment. The owner was Kim Hajin, but the building was already rented out. The name of the tenant was Yun Jiho. He was Yun Seung-a's brother and the CEO of an entertainment company. Things are getting stranger by the minute. Yu Yonha unknowingly put her hands on her head. Nah, no way. No way. Despite denying so, Yu Yonha's hairs were starting to stand on end. It was an old habit that came out whenever she thought of something bizarre and impudent. Tower of Wish, 3F Prestige, the next day. I was currently observing the new member of Chameleon Troop, the Silver Seats Kaita. Kaita, who had just arrived, was chewing on a piece of gum as he watched Medea's quest. In order to install an artificial sun in Prestige, we will need 100 kg of dark ore, 1,111 pyrogen grass roots, 1 shamrock plant, and essence of the sun from the 5th floor's Castle No 5. The sunlight quest was rather simple. You just had to gather the materials for an artificial sun and deliver them to Medea. But since the last ingredient could only be found through conquering a castle, there was a good chance that a fight would take place. A quest. Hey, Archer, can I get anything good out of this? Kaita asked me. The more I look at him, the more he looked like one of those skinheads from Russia. The reward will be announced in the video shortly. Ah, really? Medea began to recite the rewards. For the reward, you will be given 1,000 TP per 1 kg of dark ore, 100 TP per pyrogen grass root, and 3,000 TP plus a special gift for the shamrock plant. The team that brings me the essence of the sun will receive 10,000 TP and 5 very special rewards. I already had dark ore and a shamrock, but frankly, the price Medea was giving for the dark ore was too cheap. A fair price should be 2,000 TP per 1 kg. In any case, this quest was one of the incidents where Kim Suho and the Chameleon Troop collide. Kaita would team up with Zurahan, the representative of the Ordinary People Alliance, and act rashly before getting himself killed by Kim Suho. This leads to Kaita holding a grudge against Kim Suho. He then chases after Kim Suho in the real world, which eventually leads him to real death. I had no intention of stopping him. This guy was the most lunatic out of all Chameleon Troop members. He considered murder, mutilation, and other unspeakable hate crimes as hobbies. He was a real villain who was designed to drive Kim Suho into the storm of righteous indignation. If left alone, he would one day become a traitor and turn on boss. If Kim Suho wouldn't kill him, I would have to do it myself. Hey, newbie, by the way. Jin Johan, who was looking through the community, suddenly spoke up. What is this castle attack that everyone is talking about? They're saying there is a castle attack today. I took a look at the post. At 6 p.m. today, we will begin the castle attack on Castle No One. Ordinary people should stay away from Area -3 of the 5th floor. Oh, it's exactly what it sounds like. They're going to destroy a castle. Oh, really? These bugs sure are doing all kinds of weird things, Kaita commented sarcastically as Boss came out of the bedroom, limping. As expected of Boss, it seemed Boss had already recovered most of her stamina. Boss, are you all better now? B-Boss, H-High. Jin Johan greeted Boss with a smile, but Kaita seemed visibly shaken by her appearance. Sure enough, this guy was afraid of Boss. Well, I would be scared too if I was beaten to the verge of death. Kaita, you're here too. Boss welcomed Kaita in a manner quite different from when she dealt with me. Even I was frightened by the way her eyes flickered coldly with magic power. Why, yeah. Oh, but I didn't do anything on the way. Really. Despite Kaita's meek standing, Kaita was one of the original members of the Chameleon Troupe, and he was 4 years older than Boss. You. And no, I'm telling you the truth. Plus, don't people revive even if you kill them? Still, I didn't do anything. I watched Kaita protest for a while, then got up. Boss, I'm going out. Where are you going this time? Boss quickly took the threatening aura back. To my shop. I probably won't return today. I have something to do. Is that so? She looked a bit sullen. I'll go now. I nodded my head and went outside. Through the door crack, Boss' eyes were fixed on me. I knew those eyes. They were eyes craving for food. Since there wasn't much time, I decided to ignore her eyes for today. I walked quickly and arrived at Kedrick's workshop. There were a lot of people inside. It seemed that most of the NPCs I saved back at the prison camp were here. Ah, it's Master. Oh, muscular men greeted me. I smiled bitterly and approached Kedrick. How are things going? Good, very good. Rice is good and so is the corn, ha ha ha. That's a relief. Ah, and these? I took out a bunch of items in front of the plump Kedrick. Steel ingot, frozen sheenium ore, building stone, casted steel. I had bought out most of the miscellaneous ores that players put up for auction. Use these as materials. Also, I'd like to borrow the workshop for a while. Why? Of course, you there. Move these. Yeah, I stood in front of the furnace as the NPCs vigorously carried around the ores. SSSS, I turned on the furnace with Stigma's magic power. Then, I melted the dark ore ingots down and used young dwarf's dexterity and Stigma's magic power to make dark ore arrows. The whole process took 3 hours. I could have finished faster, but it took time for the ore to melt and to cool. LV5 Dark Ore Arrow X15 like that, I made 15 Dark Ore arrows. Aya, you turned all of those expensive ingots into arrows. An NPC said in a worried voice, but I just smiled. Using LV3 synthesis, I fused the 15 LV5 Dark Ore arrows with 5 LV7 Dark Ore arrows. Warning, the item's high level reduces the chance of success. Synthesis success. Warning. The item's high level reduces the chance of success. Synthesis success. Warning. The item's high level reduces the chance of success. Synthesis success. The probability of success was so low that I only succeeded 12 out of 15 times, even with my absurd luck. Because of that, my Dark Ore arrows were still at level 7, but thankfully their destructive power and piercing power increased by a level. LV7 Dark Ore arrow, LV6 destructive power, LV6 piercing power, LV6 dark trajectory, LV5 magic destruction, LV1 remote control. All 5 had the same options. Ah, Master, Henry and Kiri said that the shop needs more shelves. Kedrick said immediately after synthesis ended. Yeah, I already got the message. I have everything planned out. I plan to do a major renovation for the shop. I would hire more staff and divide the store into different sections so that one section had potions, another had weapons, and another had armor. The shop would then continue to grow until it becomes a landmark of prestige. Young dwarf's dexterity combined with Ether's eye of beauty should be enough for me to come up with an admirable design. Where will you go now? As I got ready to leave, Kedrick asked me, Oh. After a short pause, I simply said, I'm off to climb the tower. Tower of Wish, 5F materialized Demon Realm. After I upgraded my arrows, I went up to the 5th floor. Now that my weapons were ready, my goal today was to reach the 6th floor. How is that possible when I'm not even half done with the 5th floor? You ask, that's because there's a hidden path on this floor just as with many other games. Let's see. I took out the Book of Truth. The question I want to ask was as follows. Where is the Fairy Lake? Fairy Lake. It was a pathway that Kim Suho would use in the future, but the order didn't really matter. A reward was given to the first person who reached the sixth floor, but it wasn't anything great. It was fine even if Kim Suho didn't have it. The fairy lake has been located. Soon, the location of the pond was marked with GPS on the Book of Truth. I drove the dwarven supercar towards that direction as I glanced through the public forum. How's the castle attack going? Looks like they're still going at it. But why is the Royal Court Guild with Essence of the Strait and Frost Sanctuary? Are they the decoy? Their vice leader is an elementalist. Elementalists are extremely versatile and useful for attacking fortified strongholds. Hangul, Korniun, Nus, OH. I see. Wouldn't one elementalist be better than 100 you? Hangul, Korniun, Enus. What was that for? Wana PK. Everyone was talking about was the first castle attack taking place right now, as I was driving while reading. PZZT, PZZT. I saw mana surge into the sky not too far away. Come to think of it, castle no one was nearby. I stopped the dwarven supercar for a moment and looked around. The 1,000-mile eyes penetrated all obstacles and showed me what I wanted to see. Aim for the magicians above the wall. At a glance, the battle seemed to be a tough fight. I noticed 3 familiar faces, Rachel from the Royal Court Guild and Ki Naeun and Yi Jiyun from Essence of the Strait. West Gate, attack the West Gate. Earth, give me an earthquake. Fiery. Rachel, I need to go up the wall. I need your elemental's help. Both Rachel and Ki Naeun were performing exceptionally as an elementalist and a swordsman. However, the situation didn't look too good. It was to be expected. There were very few magicians on the side of humans, yet there were many on the side of demons. In fantasy novels, magicians were always most important during castle attacks. I thought for a moment, maybe I can freeload off a bit. The rewards for the castle attack were given out by the system, so it was possible to obtain them by helping them out in secret. Plus, I also couldn't ignore Rachel and Ki Naeun who were struggling. I'll help them deal with the magicians just once. I climbed up a nearby tree. It was quite tall, so I could see the faraway castle clearly. I sat on a sturdy branch, took out my bow, and put 5 arrows on the bowstring. My targets were the ones who were casting magic spells with demon energy, 2 per arrow. I decided to kill just 10 magicians. Of course, since I was shooting from afar, the enemies should notice and put up a defense magic. But mere 5th-floor magicians shouldn't be able to stop LV7 Dark Ore arrows. On top of that, Dark Ore was used specifically to counteract magicians in the first place. There was about a kilometer between me and the castle. It's pretty far, but I fired the arrows without hesitation. Where the arrows traveled in darkness. Their trajectories were invisible, but because they carried overwhelming wind pressure with them, the targets could easily detect their presence. They put on defense magic along with barriers, but of course their attempts were futile. After all, my arrows were level 7. KRRRRK, the arrows destroyed all magic and pierced right through the magicians' necks. The demons died instantly without a sound. 5 out of the 13 magicians were dead. But then the arrows that were supposed to ram into the ground after piercing through the demons once again started to move. They soared from the bottom to the top, drawing an impossible curve on their trajectories. Weak lights flashed from the corner of my eyes. The 5 arrows killed 5 more enemies. Only 10 demons died. However, they were magicians who accounted for a large part of the castle's strength. Consequently, the tide of the battle was soon overturned. The players on the battlefield were not interested in who shot the arrows. They couldn't afford to be interested. They were too focused on what was in front of them. Return. After collecting the arrows I fired, I got back on the dwarven supercar. Then I drove away without looking back. About 30 minutes later, I arrived at the ferry pond, located in a very remote spot where most would only glance over, despite its pretty name. The lake was full of mud and dirt. This was the hidden path. Although the lake seemed like it would be home to monsters, nothing lived inside, and the bottom of the lake contained a pathway to the 6th floor. Phew! A nasty smell filled the air. I needed to prepare myself mentally. I held my nose and took off all the armor I was wearing to prevent the smell from sticking to them. I did warm-up exercises just in case, took a deep breath about 3 or 4 times. Then, plop, I jumped into the lake. Yeek! I threw up as soon as I got in. The vomit clung to my face inside the water. Yeek! It was so disgusting that I threw up again. Kim Suho's sincerity was able to purify this lake, but it seemed that was outside of my capabilities. I endured the filth for 5 minutes, shivering in repulsion. Suddenly, there was a twisting sensation, and the system message I had been waiting for popped up. You are the first to reach the 6th floor, 3 hours from now. The news of your advancement will be announced to all players. Chapter 190. Ranker 1. You are the first to reach the 6th floor, 3 hours from now. The news of your advancement will be announced to all players. All stats increase by 0.3 points. You acquire 2 LV3 skill level up coupons. You acquire 1 LV2 consolidation coupon. I arrived at the 6th floor alone, bathed in mud, vomit, and garbage. Ugh! I fell to the ground and threw up again. My stomach churned as yellowish gastric juices gushed out of my mouth. I came to my senses only after completely emptying my stomach. I brushed the disgust aside with a sigh and got back on my feet. It was then that I finally had a full view of the 6th floor. What I came to face after traveling through the most disgusting passage was, wow, the most beautiful sight in the entire world. Welcome to the 6th floor. Splendor, the 6th floor is a neutral floor. I was at a loss for words. My mind blanked, and my heart stopped beating, all because of the stunning, breathtaking view. The sun and the moon gave off a magnificent flash in unison. The sky was painted blue and navy, and clusters of stars and Milky Ways were glowing in it. There was the emerald waterfall, where the water shot out from the ground into the air, and the pink forest full of trees with leaves that sparkled like jewels. I couldn't take my eyes off the spectacular sight. If heaven existed, this was surely what it looked like. Even the Garden of Eden wouldn't be as wonderful. But soon I shook my head. I came to my senses and recalled the reason I had come here in the first place. My top priority was to get to the 8th floor. Then I had to impede the bridge that connected the 8th and the 9th floor. Why? It was because the 9th floor contained a calamity that needed to be delayed as much as possible. I didn't know what would happen if people rushed in like they did in the original novel. I would probably get an alert saying something like, "It was determined that the calamity, as described in the original, is too weak," significantly increasing the level of difficulty of the calamity. I could expect that much from my experiences so far. Of course, players who were risking their lives to climb the tower would still try to proceed to the 9th floor without delay. I had to stop them. Currently, I could think of only one way to do so: shooting arrows and showing them that they were not ready for the next floor. To do that, I needed to hone my skills first. I stretched my limbs as I looked around. The 6th floor's crystal steel was nearby. As soon as I touched the crystal steel to save my current location, someone appeared before me. That surprised me. Without a sound, a woman appeared out of nowhere and stood like a stone statue, but I knew who she was. Irene, the administrator of the 6th floor. Nice to meet you. Are you the administrator? I introduced myself politely, yet all Irene did was smile. Put your clothes back on first. She waved her hands lightly. Refreshing magic power flowed out from her fingertips. It caressed me and removed the mud on my body. Yes, thank you. Irene watched me as I put my clothes back on in a hurry. Then she asked, "Did you come here alone?" Her voice was soft and tender, just like that of a mother speaking to her son. Yes, but I do plan on bringing more people in the future." "Is that so?" Irene smiled. It calmed me down. Yes. Oh, that's right. I haven't introduced myself yet. I'm Irene, the administrator of the 6th floor. I already knew that, but nonetheless, I nodded my head with sincerity. As you can see, the 6th floor is very peaceful, and I wish to retain this peace. Yes, for that reason. One cannot stay here for long, nor can many people stay here at the same time. Then, a system window popped up over my head. 1/111, 199.57 and 58 seconds. I was surprised and elated at the same time. I had 200 hours, which was not much different from Kim Suho. For the record, the length of the time limit depended on how you treated the system. It seems that the child watching from above has taken a liking to you, so I gave you extra time. Irene smiled. Now, I shall not interfere any longer. Do what you must. Oh, the ticket to the 7th floor is hidden somewhere on this floor. As soon as she finished her sentence, a ray of sunshine fell on me. The light was too bright, and I had to close my eyes. When I opened them again, Irene had already vanished. Phew! I took a deep breath. Irene skipped a lot of details. The 6th floor was one of the most important floors I set up. Here, One could improve their skills dramatically over a short period of time. The objective of the sixth floor appeared straightforward on the surface. It was a treasure hunt. Players had to find tickets to the seventh floor while evading illusory beasts that came out from time to time. If a player failed to find a ticket in time, then his climb would end there, since one could only stay on the sixth floor for as long as the time that was given to them. But there was no need to worry. The tickets were literally everywhere. That said, it was simply foolish to move on to the seventh floor immediately after finding a ticket. It was better to spend all the time allotted on this floor. Why? That was because the sixth floor was the floor of growth. I checked the time, 3 p.m. I'll spend just 12 hours today. But in the next moment, my thoughts halted. What was it called again? There was a hot spring that Kim Suho used, but I couldn't remember the name. I glanced at my smartwatch and took a look at the settings once more. Spring of Peace. Ah, that's right. Spring of Peace. It was a natural training ground, filled with half water and half spirit energy. The spring restored all energy as soon as it was consumed, whether it be magic power or spirit energy. I found the location of the spring through the Book of Truth and got on the Dwarven supercar. The system alert popped up again just as I was about to drive off. Your pet, Spartan, is growing. Spartan awakened a new trait. Third trait, Summon. It can now be summoned by its master whenever and wherever. Oh, the timing was perfect. Spartan could become stronger if he came here. We should train together. Summon, I muttered quietly. But no matter how long I waited, there was no sign of a summon, and the sixth floor remained as silent as a library. Summon! I assumed that a portal would show up, but nothing happened. What is this? I bobbed my head in confusion. Kiyek. Suddenly, a loud cry filled the air. I looked up, startled, and saw Spartan fly in between the clouds, the sun, and the moon. What? There was no trace of magic powers or magic. Spartan just appeared out of nowhere. Kie. Spartan circled the sky, flying between the sun and the moon, then landed on my shoulder. His dashing figure finally looked a little like an eagle. Let's go do some training. Peep. His chirping sounded a bit more mature now. I headed towards the hot spring with Spartan. After driving the Dwarven supercar for about 10 minutes, I arrived at the hot spring. The spring was surrounded by sapphire rocks, and the color of the water was very bright. I took my clothes off and went right in. Spartan hesitantly followed me. The heat from the hot spring engulfs your body. Stats increase 30% faster. Stamina, magic power, and spirit power recovers 100% faster. It gave a series of incredible buffs, but before I began my training, I decided to close my eyes and enjoy the hot spring itself. Ah, so good. My body became warm and my head turned foggy. This must be what heaven is like. About 3 minutes in, I suddenly gave a loud laugh. Spartan was floating on the surface of the water with his stomach up. If someone was watching, Spartan would surely be mistaken as a bird that drowned. Hey, hey, sit up straight. Suddenly, something caught my attention. I could see something black in between the leaves and through the steam from the hot spring. At first, I thought I was mistaken. Then I realized that I couldn't be wrong. The 1,000-mile eyes were always right. Hey, Spartan. I pulled myself up. I was naked, but that didn't matter. Spartan, go that way. I pointed towards the direction where the dark figure was just at. Black fur, glossy mane, and a sleek yet well-built body. If what I saw was correct, just now that should have been the legendary horse, Bucephalus. The first castle attack came to an end. The result, involving 53 participants from 3 different guilds, was a success. After much struggle, the allied team managed to break down the gate, kill all the demons inside, and occupy the castle. Oh! With the castle attack being successful, the 53 players were enjoying their victory to the fullest. Not, in truth, their fatigue had them sprawled all over the ground. Ha, ha! Kinean caught her breath in silence. Her arms ached as if they were about to snap, and there were sharp pains in every muscle of her body. How many times did she swing her sword? How many sword strikes did she fire, and how much magic power was pulled out of her? It was at least enough for her to worry about the durability of her longsword. She'd heard of a new blacksmith's workshop opening in Prestige. She decided to pay a visit there when she got back. Kinean looked at a spot not too far from her. About 10 steps away was Rachel. Being a member of a royal family, Rachel surely had a refined way to rest. She was on her knees with her eyes closed as she breathed in and out slowly. With every breath, the nearby wind and earth shook. So it's an elementalist's way of breathing. not a royal family's. Ki-naeun watched in awe before finally speaking. Hey! Rachel heard Ki-naeun's whisper and opened her eyes. Rachel didn't answer and simply stared at Ki-naeun. Although she was the one who called on Rachel, Ki-naeun was at a loss for words. She finally said just one thing, good work. You too, Rachel answered casually and went back to meditation. Ki-naeun carefully observed Rachel. Hey, she called again. Again. Rachel didn't answer and stared at Ki-naeun. I mean, it's nothing. It's just, we fought together, and I want to ask you something. Something was bothering Ki-naeun. It didn't come up suddenly. It had been bugging her for a while. Every time she saw Rachel, a thought sprang up in her mind. Sometimes, the thought would make her blood boil with blind anger. Everybody knew the relationship between the English royal court and Fenrir. You see, if things ended there, there wouldn't be any problem. But rumors had been circulating that Rachel and Fenrir were in a scandalous relationship. That really bothered her. She knew it wasn't any of her business, and thinking about it only made her angry. Still, forgetting about it was just too hard. A person's feelings weren't something they could control. You and Kim Ha. But it was difficult for her to speak that name out loud. Ki-naeun stopped. She clenched her teeth while looking at Rachel, who was tilting her head in curiosity. Anyway, you and him. The reason Ki-naeun entered the Tower of Wish. Her top priority right now was to find Kim Hajin. In the first place, she was interested in the Tower of Wish because she was confident that Kim Hajin would come here. Have you guys met? Inside this tower, Ki-naeun finally managed to bring up the question. However, Rachel shook her head in denial. No, you're lying. It's true. Ki-naeun licked her lips at the straightforward response. A princess of a kingdom wouldn't lie without blinking an eye, right? Then, is there something between you and him? What do you mean? No, I mean, well, Sai. After a moment of hesitation, Ki-naeun finally frowned. No, never mind. Just let me know if you happen to run across him later. Keep it a secret from him. Why? Rachel's crystal-like eyes stared at Ki-naeun. You don't need to know why, I mean. It's better to stay on good terms with each other. I'm pretty influential in the Strait, so I'll tell them good things about you and the Royal Court Guild. PFT. Others must have been eavesdropping as quite a bunch. Not just one or two, snorted out loud. Of course, they all lowered their heads when Ki-naeun glared at them. Ki-naeun blushed in embarrassment and glanced at Rachel. To her surprise, Rachel smiled softly and nodded without a hint of mockery. Okay. That made Ki-naeun even more embarrassed. By the way, I got this sword from a quest. Do you want to see? She fiddled with the rare longsword for no reason. It's nice. Can I hold it? Oh, why, yeah, here you go. Rachel's eyes widened as she examined the sword. Yup, it's awesome. Ki-naeun secretly smiled in satisfaction. Oh, that sword is upgradable too. The blacksmith told me that I could get it to level 5 or 6. Wow, really? Good work. Everyone, the alert for the rewards should be coming out at any time. It was right then that Kim Youngjin shouted, clapping. Players who participated in the castle attack screamed with joy. Soon, a system window popped up. You successfully conquered the first castle. Contributions are being calculated based on merit. Players watched the system in silence. Calculation complete. Oh, the team leaders of each guild had a different reaction. Essence of the Straits Kim Youngjin appeared confident. Rachel pulled her hands together as if she was praying, and Frost's Sanctuary's Jung Hasen licked his lips. And thus, the 53 participants looked at the system window, each with different expectations in mind. Participants, 3 parties and 1 individual player. Party 1, Essence of the Strait, contribution 32%, Party 2, Frost Sanctuary, contribution 27%, Part 3, English Royal Court, contribution 24%, individual player, contribution 17%. There was no cheering. There were no pats on the shoulder. Without a sound, the crowd became completely silent. There was only one reason for the deadly stillness. Individual player, contribution 17%. It was all because of the existence of an individual player who shouldn't exist. Amidst the confusion, the system kept spitting out new messages. Rewards will be given out based on contribution. A total of 15,000 TP will be divided according to the contribution ratio. The lottery for a special item will now proceed. The higher the contribution, the higher the chances of winning the lottery. Lottery, what is this? The whole place became noisy again. Lottery in process. Gulp. The sound of nervous swallowing filled the castle. They didn't know what this lottery was for, but it was surely for an amazing item. A special item is most likely to be a skill book, so our guild should get it if possible. Such a thought was in the minds of every player. Individual player is the winner of the lottery. The special reward will be sent to the individual player. Icy silence filled the air. Younghyun, Kim Youngjin broke the silence and called out the name of his subordinate. Why, yes. I did ask you to record a video of the castle attack. Right, yes, I did record it with the player Sharp's recorder. Show it to me. However, before the allied team had a chance to grasp the preposterous situation, notification, an unknown player has reached the 6th floor. A new storm of shock struck them. 3F Prestige Ryrie Restaurant. This was a restaurant owned by Henry and Kiri and was the first of its kind to stand outside the inner walls. So you're saying it's all Black Lotus doing? Jin Se-in asked as she stuffed the restaurant's best dish, meat-flavored corn-fried rice, into her mouth. Next to her was Seo-Youngji. Yes, an arrow came flying from somewhere and killed 10 magicians simultaneously. Kim Youngjin wanted to know if it was you who did it, but since you said no, it must have been Black Lotus. Jin Se-in grinned delightfully. So this Black Lotus guy helped finish the first castle attack, then ran all the way to the 6th floor. Probably. They're not sure if it was him who climbed to the 6th floor. Amazing. Jin Se-in laughed out loud at the interesting turn of events. It was then that a particular individual caught her eye. Oh, Youngji, over there. Let's see him. It's Aileen Hieronym. Aileen was plodding her way through the entrance of Prestige. For some reason, she had her hands stuck in her pockets. What's wrong with her? Jin Se-in asked out of pure curiosity. Aileen was on guard and walking in a cute manner. Oh, I heard she lost some TP before. Ever since then, she's been on alert in the city. Right then, Jin Se-in and Aileen's eyes met. Ah, Aileen grimaced. Jin Se-in gave a polite nod regardless. Aileen looked at her with disapproving eyes, then approached her and Seo-Youngji in quick steps. Nice to meet you, Miss Aileen. Jin Se-in stood up and greeted her. So you came, Aileen pouted, slightly humiliated at having to look up at Jin Se-in, who was more than 20 cm taller than her. Haha, yes, I did. HMPH. Seo-Youngji looked at their battle of nerves. Well, it was more like Aileen picking a fight. In any case, she thought to herself, who was stronger between the Temple of Justice's hero and a Master Rank hero? The subject was quite controversial. Some said it was the former, while others said it was the latter. It's an honor to meet the Spirit Speech Master. I apologize for the late greeting. I had a lot going on. However, Aileen was one of the strongest members, even in the Temple of Justice. As she was treated as a giant who was second only to the 9 stars, Jin Se-in adopted a modest attitude without a moment of hesitation. Anyways, what brings you here? You should have just kept doing volunteer work. Aileen decided to use polite speech, too. The difference in their age wasn't that big, and she didn't want to become friendly enough to speak casually. Ah, did you not hear the rumors? Rumors? Aileen appeared oblivious at first, but soon nodded knowingly. She's probably talking about Black Lotus. You're here to catch him too. Does that mean Miss Aileen is here to do the same? That's right. Did you hear about what happened at the castle attack today? Aileen didn't answer. It was a tacit consent. Suddenly, Jin Se-in pointed down the street. Ah, here comes the participants themselves. Kim Youngjin, Jung Hasan, Rachel, Ki Naeun, Yi Jiun, etc. The so-called rankers of the great guilds, revered by all players, were approaching the restaurant. Miss Aileen, why don't we hear what happened directly from the participants? Well, that doesn't sound too bad. Then please have a seat. Jin Se-in pointed to the seat next to her. Worried she might lose her money again, Aileen slowly sat down with her hands still in her pockets. Chapter 191. Ranker 2. Perfectly cooked rice with corn sprinkled on top like snowflakes. A fried rice made of only rice and corn, cooked over a frying pan with corn oil. On the outside, it didn't look delicious at all. That's what Rachel thought too, so she plunged her spoon into the rice roughly and brought it to her mouth. Nom, nom. She tended to chew food slowly if she expected it to taste bad. The movement of her chin was cautious. However, Rachel's eyes widened not long after. As time passed, her chewing became faster as well. Is it good? Jin Se-in grinned at her. Rachel nodded without a word. Nom, nom. Nom, the precocious princess turned into a hungry hamster. The dish felt and tasted like pork rather than corn. This flavor. Kim Youngjin and the others reacted in the same way. Although this restaurant had opened 4 days ago, they hadn't visited it until now due to suspicion. But now they could finally understand why the community was filled with such excellent reviews. Does it taste bad? Nayan, except for one person. Jinseyan looked at Ki Nayan. She was chewing mechanically as if she was eating rubber. Ha! No, it's good. Startled, Ki Nayan put more food into her mouth and chewed faster. Nom, nom, nom. Nom. She feared her reaction would hinder others from enjoying their meal. Both of her cheeks were now full with fried rice, but she didn't seem to enjoy it at all. So, he took away all the special reward items. At that moment, Aileen, who had already finished eating, asked. Essence of the Straits, Kim Youngjin shook his head with a grim expression. No, there are 5 special rewards and a team could receive up to 3. The individual player took the maximum number. Ah, really? He must be really lucky. I'm envious. The lottery process was simple. A total of 100 tickets were placed in a virtual container. The number of tickets that belonged to a party varied depending on the party's contribution. For example, Essence of the Strait, which made 33% contribution, received 33 tickets. Naturally, the unknown individual received 17. Right, but why did he help you? Or wait, can we really call that helping? Excuse me. Waiter, Aileen stopped and grabbed the arm of a waiter passing by. Yes, give me one more plate of this. Sure, she turned again towards Kim Youngjin after placing her order. Kim Youngjin sighed. Actually, we recorded the footage of the castle attack. Hey, you got a video? Yes. I ordered a subordinate to record a video to help prepare for the next castle attack. Without this mysterious player's help, the siege would have been very difficult, and we may have even failed. Oh, let me see. Show me the video. Their conversation captured the attention of many around them. All the nearby players, not just Aileen, showed interest. Here, you can see that something came flying from the sky and killed 10 magicians. Kim Youngjin projected a hologram of the video in the air. Only those who were friends with Kim Youngjin could see the hologram. Attack the magicians first. That's too difficult. There are too many guards surrounding them. The video started from the beginning, and Rachel and Ki Nayan strained their eyes trying to concentrate. What are you guys doing? At that moment, Kim Suho suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Oh, geez. You surprised me. When did you get here? Me, just now. I'm here to eat. Ki Nayan was startled, but soon pointed to the seat next to her. You too. Sit down and watch this. Ki Nayan pointed to the hologram. What's this? A rancor. Rancor, Kim Suho, who was already friends with Kim Youngjin, quickly fixed his attention on the video. The flow of the video was straightforward. 5 black streaks flew through the sky. For now, no one could tell whether they were arrows, spears, or some sort of magic spells. The attack, surrounded by fierce winds, clearly headed towards the throats of 5 magicians. The magicians detected the murderous intent and casted defense magic, but the black streaks broke through the barriers with ease and pierced the magicians to death. It was then the observers could finally tell that the attacks were from arrows. Oh, hey. What happened next was even more surprising. The arrows which pierced the magicians suddenly changed course. They shot up and killed another 5 magicians. As a result, a total of 10 magicians died. Each magician gave 1.7% contribution, so 10 times that was 17%. They could see where the individual player's contribution came from. Ha ha! Now, isn't that a mysterious and wonderful archery skill? Jinseyan smiled. Even his arrows are black. He obviously designed them like that on purpose. How childish. Aileen, on the other hand, hid her astonishment and faked indifference. More than that, what are you going to do with the other castles? Aileen asked Kim Youngjin. Although it was proven that there is a way to reach the 6th floor without destroying all the castles, we decided to focus on conquering the 5th floor for now. Hello, everyone. We are the Ordinary People Alliance. Suddenly, a loud voice filled the restaurant. Please contact us if you are an ordinary person and still not a member. They were members of the Ordinary People Alliance who had been crowding the streets recently. The group's leader and followers stormed in and sat down around a big table. Hey, Divine Archer, what do you think of them? Aileen asked, glancing at the loud bunch. Well, they need a way out too. I think they're all right for now. Jin Se-in gave a neutral answer. Hey, what are you doing? Suddenly, a hoarse voice called them. Because the voice stood out so much, it caught everyone's attention. Ah, are you an ordinary person? Ha, well, I guess I am. a bald man with scars under his eyes that made him look like a criminal. It was Kaita. Highest difficulty tutorial town. Meanwhile, 2 weeks had passed since the start of the third tutorial. Jin Sahyuk started from scratch after dying and was now back inside tutorial town. She recognized some familiar faces. An NPC she had fought to death last time, an NPC she caught trying to pickpocket her, etc. However, Jin Sahyuk walked right past them with a smile. It was her second time going through the tutorial, and she was already used to everything. She took a look at the 1,000 TP she had on her. It was a reward she got from coming first in the second tutorial. Now, she somehow had to increase her wealth and acquire better weapons and armors before climbing to the second floor. Surely, he was waiting for her there. She first headed towards the mercenary pub. While walking, she opened the community. The community and the public forum were available for viewing from the tutorial town. Of course, some information was hidden if the poster put a checkmark next to the disable read for players below TH floor option. She came across an interesting post while browsing through the forum. List of rankers for beginners provided by the information team, Small Business Enterprise. Hello, we are the information team, Small Business Enterprise. We are part of the Hero Association's Department of Statistics. We entered the tower to carry out our duty to examine and evaluate players inside the Tower of Wish. Of course, the Tower of Wish has no official ranking system. However, we were able to learn about the greatness of high players from the information we gathered directly inside the tower. We have selected the top 100 rankers based on a certain set of criteria in order to encourage other players and to set guidelines for newcomers. Omitted, we apologize for the long introduction. Below is the ranker list. Some players may have been omitted if their information has not been made public. 1. Black Lotus, a mysterious player thought to have been the first player to reach the 5th and 6th floor. His nickname, real name, and everything else are unknown. The only thing certain about him is that he is a male. Although he is officially an archer, he seems capable of utilizing other weapons as well. Omitted, this player, whose speed of growth is on a whole different level, is thought to be a hermit master, known only in legends and novels. There is no doubt that he is powerful, for even vast Expansenim, who has been assessing the situation from the outside world, has called him very interesting. 2. Aileen will leave out the details. She is no different from the Aileen we know on Earth. Daunting magic power, overwhelming spirit speech. She is humanity's great hero. 3. Yi Yang are a hero from the Temple of Justice. Although he pales in comparison to his partner Aileen, the Hellfire Magician has a gift specialized for hunting and is practically rolling in TP as a result. No monster should be able to withstand his Hellfire. 4. Kim Junwoo, a vast expanse hunter. He only plays solo. Not much is known about him since he takes care of everything alone. 5. Jin Sihyuk walked while looking over the list of rankers, the so-called big shots of the tower. Before, she would have stopped after reading a few lines, but now reading had become somewhat of a hobby to her. LV, mercenary pub, while reading. She arrived at the mercenary pub. Jin Sahyuk turned off the community and stood in front of the owner behind the counter. Oh, what's this? You're down here again. The owner recognized her and frowned. It was quite a rude reaction. She would have started by giving him the middle finger in the past. But Jin Sahyuk today simply smiled and answered, "If you recognize me, you should know you won't be able to rip me off." 6F, Splendor Bucephalus, a legendary horse loved by Alexander the Great, who ruled Macedonia in the distant past. It was one of the most priceless treasures that existed within the Tower of Wish, which contained all of humanity's legends, histories, and myths. I wanted to tame it no matter what. I observed the direction it ran off to with the eyes of the master sharpshooter. My sight stretched faster than my body could move. Soon, I spotted a galloping horse with a rich black mane. Right, she was undoubtedly the legendary Bucephalus. I took out the dwarven supercar in a hurry. Scan. I immediately stepped on the accelerator and chased after Bucephalus. From the sky, Spartan was following me in an owl-like flight. After driving for about 3 minutes, I finally caught a glimpse of Bucephalus. LV13 Bucephalus. The information shown on the smartwatch reminded me once again that the female horse running in front of me was Bucephalus. For a mere horse to be level 13 meant that she was undoubtedly a legendary creature. She should level up further as time passes too. I didn't necessarily want to ride her. I could just tame her and set her loose, and she would trample over everything that blocked her way. Should I give her to a vandal as a gift? In any case, I had to catch her first. I should be able to bring her back to the real world once I tame her. Black smoke came out of the dwarven supercar, which had been running beyond its limit. Suddenly, Bucephalus stopped. I stopped after her. We stared at each other. Bucephalus above the hill and my dwarven supercar on a slope. Prrrr. Bucephalus looked down at me and wailed in discontent. Prrrr, prrrr. She breathed heavily through her nose in an intimidating manner. Oh, I didn't follow you. I just happened to be heading in the same diag. Prrrr. Bucephalus in history was famous for her hot temper. Even the brave Alexander the Great had a difficult time taming her. As such, I couldn't do anything rash. It was impossible to tame her in one day, but I really didn't want to let her go either. Suddenly, the famous story of the monkey and the flower shoes came to my mind. The strategy was to offer the flower-patterned shoes to the barefoot monkey so that he eventually couldn't live without it. But did I even have something she might want? Maybe I did. Random dice X3, I held on to 3 random dice in case I needed them. Even the famous Bucephalus couldn't survive without food. Rather, the smarter an animal, the more likely it placed value on the taste of its meal. Let's lure her with food. DRRR, I rolled the 3 random dice. LV4 salmon powder for enhancing the taste of food, LV4 master grade grains, they were excellent items. Wait, I excused myself, then poured the grains and the powder on a large plate and threw in an ample amount of raw meat which I had planned on eating myself. I placed the plate on the ground while Bucephalus watched me. This is really good stuff. I used suggestive voice. An animal surely couldn't resist it. Prrrr. However, Bucephalus resisted the magic power. What a mighty fellow. Okay, I'll go, leaving now. I stepped back slowly. I left the plate where it was and got on the dwarven supercar. I decided to retreat for today, but I ordered Spartan to keep an eye on her location. Vroom, I drove slowly and returned to the hot spring. I didn't get a chance to check whether or not she ate the food, but I would find out when I went back and retrieved the plate later. Phew, anyway, let's get some training done for now. I lowered myself into the water and took a deep breath. I let the spirit power circulate through my veins and breathed repeatedly in order to let it reshape my body. According to my will, scattered spirit power gathered around my heart and helped it beat faster. Kung! The thumping was strong enough to hurt my ribs, but this way I could train the interior of my body, including organs and blood vessels. The inside of the body was as important as the outside. I was engrossed in training for about 30 minutes. Suddenly, a horde of system messages appeared before me. You successfully conquered Castle No One. Your contribution rate is 17%. You receive 2550 TP. You receive special rewards. Special skill book. LV1 Wind of the Spirit. Item LV4 Purifying Wand. Item LV4 Special Chemical Activity Beaker. They succeeded. I sat up straight and began to examine the rewards in satisfaction. Wind of the Spirit. This is a special skill that enabled the user to vaporize their body for a short amount of time. It was useful for escaping or sneaking up on an enemy, but there wasn't much merit to it because it was a special skill. It would have been amazing if it were a normal skill. Next, LV4 Purifying Wand. This wand helped magicians control their magic power more easily. It refined the impurities in magic power, thus giving it the name Purifying Wand. Lastly, LV4 Special Chemical Activity Beaker. I needed to investigate further to figure out how I could utilize this one. This obviously looks like it goes hand in hand with the hot spring water here. First, I took out the beaker. For the following week, I continued to travel back and forth on the 6th floor. My routine was the same every day. First, I located where Bucephalus was with Spartan's help and offered her delicious food 3 times a day. While doing so, I came across other legendary beasts such as the unicorn and the black tortoise. However, I decided to give up on them since they couldn't be tamed in the first place. After feeding Bucephalus, training was up next. I did breathing exercises at the hot spring of peace for more than an hour every day. I improved Master Sharpshooter's grade with Spartan's help and honed my skills through extraction and permanent materialization. For the record, it was possible to extract Stigma's magic power 2 times per day inside the hot spring. As a result, My stats increased by no less than 2.015 in a mere week. Perhaps because my stats outside the tower were low to begin with. My stats inside the tower would catch up to my stats outside in a short while. That's when the real growth would begin. Once my stats caught up completely, my growth should accelerate greatly. My stats should go up by another 2-3 points. Whether or not that was great was subjective. Hum. In any case, there was one more piece of good news. I was inside the hot spring of peace. Currently, I was in the middle of ignoring Bucephalus, who was circling around me. Prrrah, prrrah. Her pride didn't allow her to approach me directly, but she was certainly letting me know that she was there. Yesterday, I had completely cut off the food that I've been giving her 3 times a day for the past week. Bleep, at that moment, I received a message. Boss, I'm at the place you said, the filthy lake. I informed the members of the chameleon troop of the pathway to the 6th floor. Of course, that didn't include Kaita. Currently, Kaita should be on his way to destruction along with Zurahan. You have to jump into the lake. Are you with anyone? Boss, I'm alone. Chiak Jungyong, Jane, and Jin Johan said they had something to take care of. Well, the 3 of them would certainly try to attack a fortress or a gateway. They were experts when it came to attacking strongholds. Jane would disguise as the enemy commander, infiltrate the castle, and opens the gate from the inside. Chiak Jungyong and Jin Johan would then destroy everything within. Boss, you want me to jump in this thing? Yeah, hang in there even if it's dirty. Boss, okay, I'll head in now. Prrrr at that moment. I heard heavy breathing. I glanced back and saw Bucephalus in my line of sight, obviously angry. It was quite a funny yet cute scene. I held back my laughter and continued to ignore her. Give an animal an inch and she'll take a mile. Prrrr, prrrr, prrrr. I ignored the darting sound and stood up. I put my clothes back on, got on the dwarven supercar, and headed towards the lake where Boss would soon arrive. From the distance, Boss came into sight. It seemed she had already finished speaking to Irene. As she was clean, Boss noticed me. The way she put her hands up and waved her arm back and forth was pretty cute. Hajin, you came. Yeah, Boss. How many hours did you get? Me, I didn't have to wait for her answer. The number 59:58 and 32 seconds was floating above her head. 60 hours is pretty average. Is that so? But where do I find the tickets to the 7th floor? You can worry about that later. Here, you have to get some training done first. Your stats grow really fast on this floor. Really? Yeah, hop on. I got on the dwarven supercar with Boss. I was about to start when Boss suddenly called me. Hajin. Yes. What is that? Boss pointed at Bucephalus, who was grooming her mane from afar. She did seem startled when I got on the dwarven supercar. She must have followed me all the way here. Must be a wild animal. I gave a small smile and continued to ignore her. Anyway, let's go to the hot spring. Sure, I don't know where, but what? Hot spring. We're going to a hot spring. Behind me, Boss's flustered voice echoed. Chapter 192. Ranker 3. I was driving the dwarven supercar through the 6th floor splendor. Gentle wind blew past us. Colorful flowers could be seen everywhere, and the eyes of deer twinkled from the mountains afar. The scenery put my mind at ease. In this simple state of happiness, I couldn't help but reminisce. I didn't know why, but the memories from a far past flickered in my head. In my teenage years, I felt invincible with my friends by my side. I studied hard for the college exam. Years passed, and I was in the military long before I had a chance to enjoy my life as an adult. After I was discharged, I started writing. Things went well, I earned some money and finally left home. Back then, I thought I had achieved everything solely on my own, but I was wrong. The support from my parents and relationships I had established with others over 25 years were what made me who I was back then. Well, I spent 25 years there and 5 years here. How would they have changed in 5 years? Was the world I lived in still the same world I knew? A strange anxiety rose from the depths of the beautiful scenery. Hajin. Suddenly, Boss called my name. Yes, absorbed in thought. I answered her a little late. The weather was especially nice today on the 6th floor. I felt as if I was in the center of a glittering universe. Boss stayed quiet. The silence incited me to turn around, and I saw Boss glaring at me. What? Where did you say we're going? Ha, I said. The hot spring. Ah, I scratched my head. No wonder she misunderstood. My mind was completely occupied with the landscape that I forgot to explain. I don't mean anything strange by it. The hot spring is used for training. There, your stats go up really fast. Keek, suddenly. Spartan descended and sat on Boss' shoulder. It was quite skillful of him to catch the dwarven supercar at such a high speed. For training, PRRRR. Spartan looked at Boss with twinkling eyes. He seemed to be having strange thoughts again. Yeah, my stats went up by 2 in a week. Really? It seemed Boss finally took interest. The way she mumbled, hot spring, hot spring, even made her look excited. Also, that horse is still following us. Hearing her, I smiled wryly, just like what Boss said. Bucephalus was indeed still following us. She appeared to be speed walking, and not quite running, yet her speed was equal to that of the dwarven supercar running at 100 km per hour. She's super fast. Right, Boss nodded in silence. Look carefully, and you should be able to obtain some information. I can't see anything, just a question mark. Ah, I forgot. The information of a LV-13 creature couldn't be viewed on the 6th floor. Players gained increased access to information the higher they climbed, and the highest level that one could access on the 6th floor was LV-10. The reason I was able to view Bucephalus information was because of my smartwatch. Have you heard of Bucephalus? Bucephalus. Boss's eyes widened a little. It seemed she'd heard the name before. Of course, she appears in the novel I've been reading. I see. Anyway, that's her. How is that possible? Didn't that horse die a long time ago? Well, I mean, I don't know. It's just that anything's possible in the tower. We continued talking, and soon enough we arrived at the hot spring. White steam obscured the view of the water sparkling like diamonds, surrounded by rocks reminiscent of emeralds. We're here. Oh ho! The scenery was indeed beautiful enough to impress Boss. Boss, who had been scrutinizing the hot spring, suddenly widened her eyes. She must have received the system notifications regarding the skill increase. Hajin, should I go in? Just like this? I looked at Boss. She had clothes on, LV4 leather armor and robe, both of which I had made for her. It's better to get undressed, completely. What? Boss frowned at me. Well, we're like a family. So it's Nath, I'm joking. Boss, you know how to put up a barrier. I could sense her face turn grim. Quickly took my words back. She didn't know how to take a joke. Barrier? Boss asked back in seriousness. Yes, just get naked inside a barrier. The hot spring will be most effective that way. It'll help you train your magic power. Would you like to give it a go now? Okay. Boss walked into the hot spring fully clothed. I stopped Spartan from trying to go after her. Peek, the bird was about to throw a tantrum when I managed to cover his beak. Boss glanced back at me and Spartan, then formed a black, dome-like barrier around her. The barrier divided the hot spring exactly in half. Half for me, and the other half for Boss. PRRR, I let go of Spartan since the barrier was already up. Spartan rushed towards the barrier as soon as I set him free. Hey, you can't go in anyways. Swoosh, to my surprise. Spartan penetrated the barrier with ease. What? I tapped on the barrier as a precaution. Tark, tark. It was firm enough to make knocking sounds. To enter Boss barrier without losing a drop of blood, so this must be the power of a divine bird. Feeling somewhat envious of Spartan, I took off my clothes and entered the hot spring. Then I opened my inventory and went over what I had to do. LV2 consolidation coupon, LV3 skill consolidation coupon. I got these 2 last week as part of my reward for being the first to enter the 6th floor. Of the 2, the LV2 consolidation coupon obviously had to be used to upgrade the system. CHWalk, I ripped the consolidation coupon in half without any hesitation. You used a LV2 consolidation coupon. I'll apply it to the system. Consolidating LV1 Extra 7 system. LV1 Extra 7 system became LV2 Extra 7 system. I raised my system to level 1 last time. Now it became level 2. Your waiting room increases in size, and its efficacy improves. Your inventory level increases from LV1 to LV2. You can now access a wider array of information. Community, I quickly glanced over a myriad of system windows. Now, it was time to use the LV3 skill consolidation coupon. Let's see where my skills stand right now. Basic skill list, 3/3. LV4 extraction and permanent materialization, 2 slots. Skill X, 55%. LV3 synthesis, 1 slot. X0 extraction and permanent materialization could be upgraded through repetitive training and was at level 4. However, Synthesis was still at level 3 since it could only be upgraded with skill consolidation coupons. As such, it was quite obvious which skill I should use the skill consolidation coupon on. Synthesis increases to LV4. You can now apply the skill in a more diverse way. Just like that, synthesis was now LV4. The maximum level for a normal skill was 11. I was about halfway there, so now I should be able to do what I've been wanting to do. Now then, let's take the hot spring of peace to my waiting room. I took out the reward I got from the castle attack, the LV4 Special Chemical Activity Beaker. Equals LV4 Special Chemical Activity Beaker. LV4 Property Transformation equals as soon as I filled the 1L beaker with the water from the hot spring. Property Transformation activated. The water inside the beaker turned into heavy liquid similar to mercury. Then I used the synthesis skill on the hot spring water. Synthesis also had the power of compression. The semi-solid water became compressed, making extra space in the beaker. From here, I just needed to repeat this process multiple times. I used the beaker and synthesis to gather and compress the water from the hot spring. 1L to 2L, 2L to 4L, 4L to 8L. In the end, I was left with 128L worth of spring water compressed inside a 1L beaker. All done. I spoke with a wide grin. Now I just had to bring this over to my waiting room. Then I'd turn the compressed water into liquid again and release it inside the mini hot spring I prepared. To leave the hot spring as it is seemed like a waste. So this was the solution that I came up with after much deliberation. Of course, the spring water would lose its purifying ability after compression, but Stigma's magic power could take care of that. In any case, I was about to return to the waiting room with the beaker splash. When the water splashed, I looked up and saw Bucephalus splattering water with her front legs. Splash, 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 the water splashed all over my face. I faked indifference and messaged Boss. Boss, can you help me with my training after you're done? Boss training. Yup, training. Boss okay. But what kind of training are you referring to? Archery practice. And it's training, not training. I'll shoot. So all you have to do is evade. Boss, it's a typo. In addition to the hot spring of peace, there were many other training grounds on the 6th floor. For example, the Jewel Forest and the Dark King Mountain Range were nearby. The Jewel Forest was a great place for training skills, and the Dark King Mountain Range was great for training traits. But first, spend 3 more hours in there. It feels nice, right? Boss, yes, it's good. After a short pause, Boss sent one more message along with a screenshot, so she learned how to take a screenshot. Good for her. Boss, Boss lol. It was a photo of Spartan splashing water. In it, Spartan was smiling like he was the happiest bird in the whole wide world. For some reason, I felt bitter. Why was I jealous? Hum. I closed my eyes slowly and was about to share vision with Spartan, but held back. I endured the blazing desire. It was all thanks to my endurance stat, which amounted to an amazing 7.207. Time flew, and Boss and I spent our time well. Leaving aside other details, Boss restored 3.5 points of magic power. As for me, I raised my trait, Master Sharpshooter, to 57% grade 5, and Extraction and Permanent Materialization to level 5. I also succeeded in creating a scaled-down version of the Hot Spring of Peace in my waiting room. It wasn't as good as the original, but it was still worth 1 minute 2 hours of my time per day. PRRR. Most importantly, after 4 additional days of playing hard to get, I finally tamed Bucephalus. Hitting, LV13 Bucephalus consents to becoming your pet. This relationship can break any time because Bucephalus' loyalty is weak. I was satisfied with the temporary master and servant relationship between us. I had enticed her by saying I'd give her good food every day if she became my pet. Boss, can you recommend me a name? And now Boss only had about an hour left to spend. I asked Boss as I stroked Bucephalus' mane. Can't you just call her Bucephalus? No, that stands out too much. Boss rubbed her chin, deep in thought. Kwangmyung, what do you think? Kim Kwangmyung in Korean style. Suddenly my mind went blank. It was such a weird name that I had to doubt my hearing. Do you not like it? It's... Well, I suppose it's better than Spartan, I thought. It's good, but she's a girl. Ah, that's right, a girl. Then how about Sanyuri? Oh, I like it. Sanyuri. It was an unexpectedly pretty name. I asked Bucephalus for her opinion. but she didn't seem to care about her name and simply nibbled the grain I had given to her. All right, let's go with Sanuary. LV13 Bucephalus nickname has been set to Sanuary. LV13 Bucephalus secretly likes her new name. For the record, you could park tamed animals in the waiting room. I already prepared a stable with an automatic feeding machine in the waiting room as well. Then I'll see you later, I said to boss. Currently, there was a ticket in her hand. Equals 7F ticket. Use this ticket to travel to the starting point of the 7th floor. You cannot return to 6th floor ever again after using this ticket. Okay, I'll go on ahead. Despite saying so, she didn't use the ticket. Instead, she placed her hands on the crystal steel nearby and went down to the 3rd floor. She was probably trying to save the first-time rewards for me. She was unexpectedly considerate when it came to things like this. I stood there for a while, then turned around. I had about 4 hours left now. There was nothing left that I needed to do in a hurry, but there was one more person that I had to meet. I wonder what he's doing now. I closed my eyes and shared vision with Spartan. Spartan was flying across the sky on the 5th floor just as I had ordered. He'll be here soon. I confirmed that he had arrived near the Forest of Fairies, then headed back to the hot spring of peace. I dipped my body in the hot spring that I've grown a little bit tired of and waited for him to arrive. Tick, tick, 30 minutes, 1 hour, 2 hours went by. I now had about 40 minutes left on my watch. Rustle, suddenly. I felt a presence approaching behind me. I didn't bother getting up. I simply sat with a smile on my face and waited for the presence to unveil. The rustling sound grew louder, and the sound of footsteps grew more vivid. My heart beat a little faster as the distance between us shortened. After 5 minutes that felt like 30 minutes, his scent finally touched my nose. Oh, a confused voice rang out behind my back. However, I didn't turn around. I leaned against the rocks surrounding the hot spring and simply grinned. I didn't have to check to know who this person was. You're here. I stared at the surface of the water, which acted like a mirror and reflected his face. A well-tended undercut and a flawless appearance. Kim Suho looked at me with a puzzled expression on his face. Long time no see. It was a reunion after 3 years. I was glad but also a little bit nervous. I was to face him not as Black Lotus, but as Fenrir, as Kim Hajin. Around the same time, 5th floor materialized Demon Realm. A party made up of Aileen, Yangha, Jin Se-in, and Shin Jonghak was exploring deeper into the demon realm. The executives of the demon race aren't anything to worry about. Shin Jonghak smiled as he thought about the demon whom he had pierced to death a moment ago. Ha ha, right, you were outstanding. You have the potential to become a spear guard in the future. I don't know about that. Jin Se-in played along with him, but Aileen seemed rather uninterested. In truth, Jin Se-in's original plan was to travel alone. However, when Shin Jonghak asked her to join them, she had no choice but to accept. After all, she owed a great debt to his grandfather, Shin Mutual, though it happened more than 20 years ago. Shall we set out again? Yeah, whatever. Let's go. Aileen answered Shin Jonghak, evidently annoyed. As a member of this amazing party, Shin Jonghak had nothing to fear for. He walked with confidence. The monsters that appeared from time to time were indeed no match for them. For one, most enemies were killed by Jin Se-in's arrows before reaching them. Even if they managed to come close, Aileen's spirit speech and Yangha's hellfire, and although not on an equal level, Shin Jonghak's spear easily destroyed them all. Then, let's walk a little bit faster. Shin Jonghak led the way. He felt a little strange at the fact that he was not the leader in a group, but he was satisfied enough to be just a member. It felt as if he had become a hero of an equal degree. They continued on for about 10 minutes. Ah, there's the crystal steel. Suddenly, Jin Se-in pointed to a distance. Where? Where? Aileen widened her eyes and looked in the direction indicated. It's about 3 km away, so you might not be able to see it. Miss Aileen, you're joking. Ha ha! Jin Se-in smiled and observed the scene. There were 3 robed people standing next to the crystal steels. One of them was very tall, probably over 2 meters in stature, and had a sturdy build. Another one was slim and held a spear in his hand. The last seemed like a woman as she was wearing heels. Jin Se-in couldn't figure out who they were. They seemed familiar enough, but she couldn't identify them clearly. Suddenly, the largest one turned his head and looked in her direction. Who is it? What is it? What or who are you looking at? Aileen asked in a hurry. YunSeo-jin whispered without averting her eyes. They certainly don't look friendly. We might have to confront them to use the crystal steel. Yeah, then let's confront them. As expected, Aileen continued forward without a hint of hesitation. Yes, let's go. Yi Yanghe, Shin Janghak, and Jin Seiyin followed her. Chapter 193, Hierarchy 1. A lonely castle stood on a cliff somewhere near the Mediterranean Sea. It stood there for 100 years without belonging to anybody before a man of wealth purchased it as his vacation home a year ago. Its appearance preserved the style of the Middle Ages, but in contrast to the fancy exterior, it was completely empty inside. In a room without a single piece of furniture, a conference was currently taking place. There was some resistance, but we achieved our goal, the secretary in a neat suit bowed. That's good. A low, solid voice filled the room in return. You did well. Thank you, Chairman. In the deepest part of the old castle was a single throne. There sat an elderly man. His name was Juchel, also known as Changdo, the owner of Daehyun, which wielded great influence in all of South Korea, and the head of the Ki family, considered to be one of most prestigious families. Ki Juchel sat, filling the empty room with only pressure and his presence. However, we are still unable to identify them. They are too human-like to be considered jinns, but much too violent to be considered humans. Today, the secretary's report was unusually long. Something that was neither jinn, monster, nor human, something stronger than jinns possessing intelligence equal to humans. Ki Juchel listened with his eyes closed and grabbed the cane beside his throne. Strange beings. Kung. Ki Juchel's cane touched the floor. Immediately, a shockwave pulsed out. The magic power in the atmosphere trembled, shaking the entire castle. The association exists to deal with such things. Just leave it to them. Understood. The secretary nodded with respect. There is also another matter that requires chairman's attention. This time, a strange hologram appeared. Seeing this, Ki Juchel's face showed a faint change. Light flickered from his sharp, frowning eyes. Black Lotus. It was a symbol Ki Juchel already knew. It symbolized that the children who scattered long ago had resumed their activities. At the same time, it symbolized the roar of return of a pet he had once abandoned. However, Ki Juchel didn't feel anything. His heartbeat was just as slow as always, and his emotionless skin was as cold as ice. We're currently in the process of contacting guilds and information agencies to gain information about him. Ki Juchel put his hand out without a word, and the secretary put a stack of documents on his hand. The first page is our top choice. Truth Agency. Ki Juchel had heard of the name of the information agency on the first page. Truth Agency. Its motto was swiftness and accuracy, and over the years, it had quietly become a giant in its field through its detailed and accurate reports. Of course, as members of the Violet Banquet were generally selfish, the general public didn't know about this agency. We planned to request this agency first and even sent them a message about it, but they've recently entered a hiatus. We believe they are in the middle of expanding their business and network of informants. Ki Juchel flipped through the documents one by one, then threw the stack away. Don't concern yourselves with it. Thinking about it now, there was no need to investigate them. If they had memories of their past, they should be unable to bite him easily. After all, even an abandoned dog remembered their master. Ki Juchel was about to end the conference when a trivial curiosity struck him. How is my granddaughter doing? Young Lady Naeun is doing well inside the tower. She is said to enter the top 100 ranking soon. That's enough. You can leave now. Understood. At Ki Juchel's words, his secretary disappeared like smoke. Inside the huge, empty castle, the old man slowly closed his eyes. Suddenly, he remembered the past when he still faintly had his emotions. The rookies who introduced themselves as the chameleon troupe and dared to offer him a deal. The children who were drunk on their unstable power and tried to grab onto his sleeve. Unfortunately, the memory was too old for him to recall clearly. SSSS at that moment, the small lamp lighting the room flickered off. A thick darkness descended in the spacious castle. Inside this darkness, Ki Juchel opened his eyes. His eyes glowed with immeasurably deep magic power. The leaves swayed in the blowing wind. From the ground, hot water bubbled and shot up. Gentle sunshine engulfed everything. The footsteps of wild animals filled the quiet mountain. I waited for Kim Suho to speak in midst of the peaceful scenery fit for classical music. Kim Hajin, finally. Kim Suho called my name. Only then did I grin and turn around. Hey, is that really you? You bet. Stop spacing out and come in. I don't have much time left. Above Kim Suho's head was the number 216. That was 16 hours more than me. I'd guessed that we were both equally courteous to the system. Kim Suho must have received more time because his alignment was righteousness. As for me, I'd imagine my alignment was neutral, perfectly fit for a side character like me. Kim Suho came towards me without a word. He stopped right in front of the hot spring and awkwardly scratched the back of his neck. Come in. Once I said that, Kim Suho finally stretched his leg towards the water. You're gonna keep your clothes on. Oh, right. Kim Suho moved opposite me and took off his clothes behind the bushes. I couldn't see him, but I could hear the sound of his clothes falling on the ground. It was, how do I put it, quite unpleasant. After placing his heavy leather armor and other garments on the ground, Kim Suho entered the hot spring. We were finally face to face with each other. Splash, splash, clearly dazzled by the sparkling water. Kim Suho splashed the water a few times with his hands before throwing me a question. Where are we? Sixth floor, the hot spring of peace. The system should have told you that already. It did, but Kim Suho looked at me with suspecting eyes. What? Nothing, anyway. It's good to see you. Kim Suho suddenly raised his upper body and tried to approach me. I quickly reached out to stop him. Don't come near me. Why? Just because. I feel kind of uncomfortable. Kim Suho's body was most likely flawless. Not only did he have the perfect body with well-balanced muscles, but his symbol of manhood should also be perfect. I wasn't too bad myself, but I still didn't want to compare myself to him. Okay, sure, Kim Suho sat back down. I started the conversation first. Has it been 3 years? Kim Suho gave a small smile and shook his head. 4 years? That long? Yeah, it's been a while. Oh, by the way, thanks for the armor and guidebook. I'm still using the same armor. That's good. Silence followed. It was our first reunion in nearly 4 years, yet we didn't have much to say to each other. It was really awkward, but that was okay. I wasn't here to have a little chit-chat anyways. By the way, Kim Hajin, are you the only one here? Kim Suho asked me first. From the suspicious look on his face, I could sense that there was a hidden meaning behind the question. Hmm, I quickly realized what he was referring to. Right about now, everyone else should be thinking that it was Black Lotus who entered the sixth floor first. Kim Suho was smart and knew how to read the air, so he must have perceived the connection. No, there was one other person besides me, I answered. It was true that there was another person. Kim Suho widened his eyes at my words. Then, Kim Hajin, you saw who? Black Lotus. The way Kim Suho spoke just now was somewhat boy-like, enjoying challenging a stronger opponent. It was one of the cliches for a protagonist. I nodded in silence. It seemed the notion that Kim Hajin equals Black Lotus didn't exist in Kim Suho's mind. It must mean he trusted me that much. There was no need for me to shatter his faith. Ah then, Hajin, did you fight the Black Lotus? Ha! Kim Suho's eyes began to twinkle all of a sudden. Well, I was indeed in a constant battle against myself over smoking, but... No, wait, maybe you won. After all, Black Lotus isn't here and you are. Well, no, I didn't need to fight him. The sixth floor is huge, and the time given to each player is different. I just caught a glimpse of him, just the hair. Hey, you're lying. I managed to come up with an excuse, but Kim Suho kept teasing me. Oh, whatever. Anyway, you do know that you have to train for 216 hours here, right? In an attempt to change the topic, I got straight to the point. Oh, yeah, judging from all the buffs. That sounds reasonable, and I already found the seventh floor ticket. Kim Suho took out the ticket from his inventory. But you know what they say. Never hastily spend what you earned with ease. Exactly. But that still wasn't enough. Kim Suho needed to become stronger than he was in the original story. Today, I was even willing to sacrifice myself. Anything that was good for him was good for me as well. I don't have much time left, so I'll be quick. Listen carefully. First, the hot spring of peace. If you meditate here, your stats will increase really fast. So spend at least 3 minutes 4 hours here every day doing breathing exercises. Kim Suho knew an effective breathing exercise. It was a unique technique that he learned in the other world. During his stay here, he should be able to easily raise all of his stats by 3 points. Also, to the right of this place, you'll find a bamboo forest that looks like it's made of jewels. Next, the jewel forest. Then the Dark King mountain range. I taught him all the places that he could use for training. This should have saved him the 12 hours that he otherwise would have spent looking for information. You got it. Why, yeah, I took notes through the system. Good, and here. I had only 3 minutes left. There wasn't enough time for me to explain anything else. Lastly, I took out the stigma crystal. There were 8 crystals in total. I extracted 2 crystals every day and saved 8 just for Kim Suho. What are those? Gemstones. They're really good medicine that speeds up your growth. Take one every day. LV4 Origin Mana Crystal Growth Bonus. LV4 Stat Increase Bonus upon consumption. You receive 7.777% growth increase for 24 hours, only valid on 6F. Hey! Suddenly, Kim Suho's expression became somewhat strange. Even his cheeks appeared rosy, perhaps due to the hot spring. Why are you looking at me like that? Huh, oh, it's just that. I'm really grateful. But why are you doing all this for me? Did you know I'd come here? How come your explanation is so detailed? I'm moved. Fair questions. But as my time was almost up, I didn't have time to answer any of them. Don't worry about that. Just start training. Again, what I wanted was for this tower and reality to not stray far from each other. In other words, I want this tower to coexist with the outside world. To make my wish come true, I needed Kim Suho's help. That was why I was helping him out. In any case, I did everything I could. The rest was up to Kim Suho. It was good to see you. The moment I finished talking, system windows popped up. 0 o'clock time is up. Returning to the 5th floor. You can no longer enter the 6th floor. Hey, wait. Kim Suho was trying to say something, but my vision distorted before I could hear him. The warmth of the hot spring disappeared in an instant, and I felt cold ground beneath my feet. Icy wind blew past me, and my whole body trembled. 5F. Materialized demon realm. I was back on the 5th floor. Ah, so cold. I took out my gear from the inventory and put them back on. Then I tried to use the ticket to the 7th floor right away. However, boom, suddenly, I heard a loud bang coming from a distance. Whoa, what was that? The sound was too big to ignore. I scouted the area with 1,000-mile eyes. It was pretty far, but everything was clear as crystal to me. Oh, there was a huge fight, and not just 1 or 2, or 3 or 4. A group of almost 20 players was creating a real chaos. I couldn't really grasp the situation. All I knew was that everyone was fighting against everyone else in the midst of pandemonium. This wasn't on my schedule, but I couldn't simply ignore it. I approached quickly. Watching others fight was fun and all, but I recognized many familiar faces as well. I drove the dwarven supercar and arrived at the site of the fight soon enough. I didn't want to get caught up in the fight, so I climbed to the top of a nearby mountain and observed the battlefield below. Other players were also watching the fight from a distance. Wow! The most notable player was without a doubt Chiak Yungyong. Simply put, he was a war god, a monster shrouded in high-level equipment that I had given to him. The price people had to pay for messing with the monster named Chiak Yungyong was too great. KWANG, boom, with just one punch. The earth cracked, and a huge explosion burst into the air. Most players couldn't even dream of approaching Chiak Yungyong, and even Aileen struggled to stop him with her spirit speech. Hajin. I was completely absorbed in Aileen and Chiak Yungyong's fight when someone grabbed at my sleeve. I glanced back, but nobody was there. A ghost. I was getting goosebumps when a voice came from below. Over here. I lowered my gaze and discovered a little girl, a Caucasian, maybe 6 or 7 years old. Her skin was fair, and she had beautiful blonde hair. Who are you? The girl gave a lopsided grin, seemingly unfit for her age. It's me, Jain. Ha! Jane revealed the whole story. Apparently, a quarrel broke out between the 3 members of the chameleon troupe, and the party made up of Aileen, Jin Seyin, Yi Yanghe, and Shin Janghak, all because the crystal steel that the chameleon troupe found was a special one. So it doesn't work as a checkpoint, but gives out quests instead. A quest giving crystal steel. Rewards from quests were quite decent, so fights often broke out over quest-giving crystal steels on the 5th floor. Kest, it did give us a Kest. Jane, disguised as a child, answered, what was it about? Protecting the crystal steel for 3 hours. The reward ish a special skill book called Secret March. Ah, well, that was understandable. Secret March was a good skill. I would have fought if I was in their shoes, too. In any case, the aggressive fight between the chameleon troop and Aileen's party over the quest captured the attention of many players. Of course, most players wouldn't dare to intervene, but a few Jins, blinded by the reward, didn't keep away. Evil societies, Kim Hakpyo, Satan's servants, Kim O-sung, and other famous Jins and their followers had bravely jumped into the fight. What about you, Jane? I ran away. I didn't want to fight. The way the young Jane spoke was quite amusing. Her way of talking was the same, but her pronunciation was funny and her voice was high-pitched. By the way, is that what you looked like as a child? Ah, yeah. Doesn't a child stand out more? That's true, but people hesitate before attacking me in this state, and when they do, it's the end for them because I'll kill them first. Such harsh words didn't suit her cute appearance. Anyways, I formed a bow with ether, a black bow, quite refined in design. People might even mistake it for a peak-grade artifact. And the reason I took out this bow was, of course, to participate in the fight below. I knocked 5 arrows on the bow and pulled on the bowstring. You're gonna shoot them? Yeah, just the Jins. Hajini really hates Jins, always trying to kill them. I gave a small smile. Although I hadn't anticipated this kind of situation, it was a good chance. Jins that I've been wanting to get rid of were all gathered in one place. I only let them be because killing them one by one would be a waste of time. Jane, you get out of here first. I infused 2 streaks worth of Stigma's magic power into the bow and the arrows. Woong, the bow resonated with my magic powers and glowed darkish red. I planned to shoot from multiple angles. The 5 arrows would kill exactly 10 Jins. Well, maybe not Kim Hakpyo and Kim O-sung. They knew how to take a hit. But if you shoot from here, won't you stand out? It'll be fine if I run away right after. How? I smiled. You'll see. I just had to use the 7th floor ticket in my pocket right after shooting the arrows. Okay, then I'll get going. Jane disappeared with quick steps. I waited for her to get far enough, and then let go of the bowstring. Whack each of the 5 arrows, wrapped in Stigma's magic power, stretched in different directions towards the targets. It happened in less than a second. The arrows danced in the middle of the battleground. There were no noises, no screams. The victims fell to the ground without even knowing what had happened. Whack, the arrows returned to me after completing their tasks. The moment I retrieved the arrows, I tore the ticket in half. Before others could locate me, my whole body shook violently, entering the 7th floor. And a system window appeared. Welcome to the 7th floor. Game Center. Chapter 194. Hierarchy 2. The situation quickly fell into chaos. Aileen and her party weren't intending on fighting. At first, they just wanted to register themselves on the Crystal Steel's checkpoint. If the mysterious people surrounding the Crystal Steel refused to let them, she planned to try to persuade them before using brute force. However, the Crystal Steel wasn't a checkpoint. Quest discovered. Summary: you discovered a group of people trying to steal an ownerless Crystal Steel. Goal: steal the Crystal Steel from that group. Reward: Special Skill Acquisition Book, LV3 Secret March, LV5 Crystal Steel, A quest suddenly started, and the opposing group labeled her as an enemy. Aileen was slightly taken aback. A giant from the opposing group smiled at her. Aileen was familiar with him just as he was familiar with her. You! The moment she muttered that one word, the fight began. The giant man took off his robe and shot forward like the wind. He was clearly asking for a fight. However, Aileen stopped his charge with a single word. Stop! Just one word froze the man who arrived in front of her. His feet dug into the ground as he tried to resist the power of spirit speech. However, Chiak Yungyong was still stopped, and that was the start of the true fight. Another man shot up from behind Chiak Yungyong's large body. It was a slim man holding a spear. I'll be your opponent. Shin Jang-hak stopped the man with his own spear. Kung! A heavy pressure fell on his spear upon contact. However, the pressure was still manageable. Hold on just a bit. From behind, long-ranged reinforcement arrived. Yi Yang-he's hellfire shot toward them, and Jin Se-in shot arrows, without using the medium called a bow. Chiak Yungyong's body clashed with Yi Yang-he's fire, and Jin Yohan's spear clashed with Jin Se-in's magic arrows. Shockwaves bursted out, and whirlpools of magic power erupted. The ground cracked from a single exchange of attacks, and the following exchange shook heaven and earth. The full power attacks of these high-ranking superhumans were even able to split the clouds in the sky. When Chiak, Yungyong, and Aileen began to run low on magic power, the hyenas jumped in. Miss Aileen, there are more enemies coming. I'll shoot them down. YunSeo-jin was the first one to notice them with her excellent eyesight. Along with her announcement, several hundred arrows rained down from the sky. They clearly distinguished friend from foe and only hurled towards the enemy. In response, Jins who were aiming for an opportunity to attack burst out at once. Of the 50 Jins that shot out, half were swept away by YunSeo-jin's attack. However, Evil Society's executive, Kim Hakpyo, blocked YunSeo-jin's arrow with tentacles of demonic energy, and Satan's servants, Kim Osung, created a powerful barrier around him. You ha ha ha! Chiak Yungyong burst out into laughter at the sudden appearance of Jins. His powerful laughter shook the earth, and he faced the pandemonium with sincere happiness. Come, he roared, and the resulting shockwave caused blood to burst out from the ears of a few Jins. Subsequently, Chiak Yungyong began to go wild. As his opponent's attacks could hardly pierce his armor, there was nothing stopping him from being reckless. He jumped up like a gorilla and crushed the heads of every Jin he came across. He really is crazy. Aileen murmured apathetically and chased after Chiak Yungyong, Kwang, Kwang. While Chiak Yungyong's fists were sweeping through Jins, Aileen unleashed another wave of magic power. Stop, you gorilla bastard! Spirit speech restrained Chiak Yungyong's movements. Frozen in place, Chiak Yungyong's eyes turned towards Aileen. Where do you think you're running away to? You should play with me, Aileen smiled, and Chiak Yungyong returned a similar smile. The moment they were about to estimate each other's true level of power, silent streaks of light flashed through the battlefield. Black light flickered through the sky as the world seemed to stop for a moment. Heartbeats stopped in the chaotic battlefield. Thud, thud, 8 Jins who were pierced by the mysterious streaks of light fell to the ground. Blood flowed out from their pierced necks, and their bodies soon scattered away. No one had seen this attack coming. Everyone in the battlefield fell silent and tried to comprehend the situation. SSSS, meanwhile, YunSeo-jin unleashed her magic power and restrained the movements of her allies. Yi Yanghe and Shin Jonghak looked at her curiously. Don't move, YunSeo-jin muttered. In her mind, the previous attack was a warning. If anyone moved, the mysterious attack would turn towards them next. At the same time, YunSeo-jin used the eyes given to her by her divine archer gift to search for the sharpshooter's location. However, she couldn't detect the sharpshooter at all. The silence on the battlefield continued for a while. Fuck! Until Kim Hakpyo's shouting broke it. His body was completely black, as he had been in the state of devil transformation. It was thanks to this that he was able to survive the sudden ambush. Waiting room. The remaining Jins were also unable to locate the mysterious sharpshooter. Quickly realizing that they were at a massive disadvantage, they escaped using their emergency waiting room teleportation tickets. The hyenas all fell back, and the battlefield was left with the original forces once more. Tusk! Chiak Yungyong clicked his tongue, seemingly having been contacted by someone. Screw off. He gestured to shoo Aileen's party away as though his interest had dwindled. However, Aileen stood still at the forefront of the battlefield without moving a single inch. YunSeo-jin noticed Aileen's desire to fight and approached her. Miss Aileen, let's fall back for now. Aileen clenched her teeth silently. Was she shocked, or was she just too proud to give up? We didn't plan on fighting anyways. We'll be at a huge disadvantage if we continue. If the previous streaks of light attacked them, the ambush would have taken their lives instead. However, the mysterious sharpshooter only attacked the Jins. YunSeo-jin didn't know why, but since the sharpshooter seemed to want to let them go, it was best to go in her mind. Aileen SSI. Yi Yanghe also chimed in. Ha! Aileen finally let out a sigh and turned around. Fine, I'll leave. Aileen's party slowly began to distance themselves from the crystal steel. Just like that, the huge battle between many high-ranking players was ended by a single sharpshooter. 7F. Game Center, welcome to the Game Center. As you are the first player to enter the 7th floor, you receive the special skill acquisition book, LV4 Algorithm, as a reward. Along with new system alerts, I arrived at the 7th floor lobby. Although it was called the Game Center, it didn't look like an arcade from Earth. It was much more futuristic, like something out of a science fiction movie. Humanoid robots were walking around, and there was a huge gray pathway leading to an unknown destination. Welcome, customer. At that moment, a robot wearing a suit approached me. Its body was similar to a human's. but its face was clearly that of a machine. I was the one who designed this floor, but it was still cool to see it in person. "Hello, nice to meet you." I knew who this robot was, so I talked politely on purpose. "I am APG-365. It is my duty to identify and register your existence. You have the choice to refuse, but you will have to return to the lower floor." "No, that's fine." I emphasized that I was willing to cooperate. LV, APG-365. The robot in front of me was high-leveled enough for me to only see question marks. Of course, with my smartwatch, I was able to confirm that it was level 55. The robot's name was meant to be a reference to the Great One, and there were 365 of them on the 7th floor. Each of them was strong enough to obliterate the current Chiak Yungyong or Aileen in one blow. "Please stick your wrist out." As such, I didn't dare to offend it in any way. All hail AlphaGonim. "Ah, yes," I put my arm out. The robot grabbed my wrist. "You can pay 5,000 TP to get an advanced neurotech chip implanted. The advanced neurotech chip is definitely worth its price. If you are lacking in funds, you may choose to pay 1,000 TP for a basic electronic chip. I'll go with the advanced chip." I took out 5,000 TP without hesitation. This was the only difficult part of the 7th floor. 5,000 TP wasn't a cheap price at this point. Most players would choose to go for the 1,000 TP chip and think about how to skip the 7th floor with it. But that was the worst choice. This advanced neurotech chip was one of the best gifts the 7th floor had to offer. "Here you go." I gave the robot 5,000 TP. Confirming, a beam of light shot out of the robot's eyes and scanned the TP. After confirming that the bills I gave weren't fake, it collected the money and jammed a chip into my wrist. A sharp pain instantly traveled through my arm and shook even my spine. "Kook, this chip is linked to your nerves. Causing any sort of trouble on this floor will have you restrained." "Got it." "Ugh, that hurt." I slowly stretched the sore parts of my body and stared at the series of system alerts I received. "Your body has been linked to the 7th floor's advanced neurotech chip, now to be called Extra Zeven's personal chip. You are a lucky person. You received a master-grade chip. Your strength and speed increases by 0.5 points. Extra Zeven's personal chip is being analyzed for unique effects. You receive battle sense support from your chip. You can upgrade your chip inside the game center's upgrade center. The 7th floor was one of the methods to artificially enhance my innate physical limits. Although it was easy to reach the 8th floor from the 7th, I had to spend some time on the 7th floor for this reason. Of course, I would end up spending a lot too. Player Extra Zeven has been confirmed. How many are inside right now? There are 4 people enjoying games at the moment. The 4 people should be administrators. One of them should be the 7th floor's administrator, and the other 3 should be from other floors. Players weren't the only ones who could climb the tower. Prestigious citizens could climb the tower if they wanted to. It would just be unadvised and difficult, since they didn't have benefits that players received like the inventory, private waiting room, etc. The game center has many fun games. You can purchase many things with the points obtained from games, so please take your time to look around at what we have to offer. With that, APG-365 left. I scanned the 7th floor's scenery past AlphaGo's shoulders. The 7th floor's concept was science fiction and games. The science fiction part was the chip that was just implanted in my wrist, and the game part was exactly what it sounded like. Fighting games, RPGs, board games, poker, all sorts of games could be found on this floor. At that moment, a system alert popped up. 53 kinds of games exist on the 7th floor. Players may receive special rewards depending on the records they set on different games. The special rewards will be given out once 1,000 players enter the 7th floor. First, I headed towards the section of the game center specializing in virtual reality games. Whing, meanwhile. My smartwatch continued to vibrate. You obtain 7 SB. You obtain 6 SB. It seemed the arrows I just fired caused a bit of a commotion. In any case, I followed a sign reading virtual reality games and arrived at an arcade. Rows of virtual reality capsules were lined up in a huge room. Virtual reality gaming capsule. There are 27 games stored in this capsule. You can purchase special items with points obtained from playing games on the 7th floor. To play games, you must exchange your TP for cash. The game center's currency. Note, you cannot re-exchange cash for TP. You may receive cash as a reward depending on your performance. Just like the system said, the game center had its own currency called cash. Players could use this currency to purchase items. The eighth floor ticket was among them. If I remembered correctly, it should be about 10,000 cash. HNNG, I stretched and stood in front of a capsule. Then, I put my wrist against it. SSS, the capsule opened. This virtual reality console looked like a bubble chair, but before I sat down, there was one thing I needed to do. Scan. The number 26 was inscribed on the capsule. That was more than enough. Young Dwarf's dexterity would help me with all-important physical aspects of different games, and the random consolidation system would enhance the capsule's overall functionalities. Fighting games, RPG games, FPS games, and MOBA games were all available on the capsule. I was confident that I could take first place in any single-player game. How comfortable! I lied down on the capsule. As everything about the capsule was strengthened through the random consolidation system, the comfortableness of its seat was included as well. Oh, right. Boss, you can come up now. Before I closed the capsule, I sent Boss a message. Soon, the capsule closed, my vision turned black, and system messages popped up. Welcome, Extra 7. Here are the list of games you can play. 1. Fierce Charge 2. Gladiators Battle 3. Princess Maker, Prestige, Ryrie Restaurant. We were taught our standing in the hierarchy. Haha, Jin Seiyan laughed amidst a somber atmosphere. You think this is funny? Aileen furrowed her brows. And what do you mean we were taught our standing in the hierarchy? We only retreated because you couldn't find where that sharpshooter was. Shouldn't a sharpshooter handle the opposing side's sharpshooter? Kyuhum, you're right. It seems I am still lacking in training. In truth, Jin Seiyan's performance couldn't be called lacking. After all, it was her rain of magic arrows that killed 20 of the 50 Jins that attacked. But because she couldn't do the most important task, she didn't make any excuses. HNNNG. How embarrassing. Just how many people were watching that fight? Aileen buried her head on the desk and squirmed. Wiggle, wiggle soon. She raised her head slightly, revealing a wood mark on her forehead. Because of the tower system, most people have seen the footage by now. I suggest you don't look at the public forum for a while. Coon. Aileen slammed her head on the wooden table once more. How's everyone else doing? Jin Seiyan stopped paying attention to the depressed kid and turned towards Shin Janghak. He was looking down at his food with a somewhat solemn look. Shin Janghak SSI. He didn't answer even at Jin Seiyan's calling. The shock he received seemed to be great. In truth, Shin Janghak spent the entire duration of the fight battling one-on-one with the unknown spearman. The result of the fight could be easily guessed by looking at his face. Although their fight didn't reach a conclusion, if they were being scored by a judge, the outcome would have been one-sided. In terms of technique, Shin Janghak was overwhelmed. He could see that his opponent was going easy on him too. How come you're the only one who's unaffected? Jin Seiyan looked at Yi Yanghe. He was eating fried rice, looking like he didn't have a care in the world. I'm the type of person who doesn't get stressed out by such things. Yi Yanghe's favorite word was leisure. His motto was living a leisurely life. It was only with his innate talent that he joined the Temple of Justice. If he put in effort, his standing would undoubtedly be equal to Aileen's. After all, he was known to be a genius whose gift and talent were equal to Aileen's. What about you? You don't seem affected either, Yi Yanghe asked. Jin Seiyan made a bitter smile and shook her head. No, I'm affected. The mysterious sharpshooter's attack was one thing, but his stealth was what really astonished Jin Seiyan. Where did he go after shooting his arrows? Could it be that he fired from beyond my eyesight's 4 km radius? Even if that were the case, there was still another question. Just how did an attack from such a distance carry such killing power? I'm very uncomfortable as well. Simply put, even the divine archer Jin Seiyan was feeling threatened. Fierce Charge first, Extra 7. Gladiators Battle first, Extra 7. Minigame Heaven first, Extra 7. Spring Gunner first, Extra 7. 2031 first, Extra 7. Of the 27 games stored in the virtual reality gaming capsule, I took first place in every game other than the 3 that Kim Suho would get first place in. As my performance was overwhelming, not even an administrator should be able to surpass my results. Cash, 38,624. Naturally, I received more than enough cash to purchase the 8th floor ticket. With that, I was done with the 7th floor. I could go up to the 8th floor after a single day. However, There was one last thing I had to do before that. Who? I sighed. Jin Se-hyuk would soon arrive at the second floor, just like I promised last time. I would have to pay her another visit. I put on my hoodie and robe and left the arcade. Yuo. I almost bumped into someone. White hair, sly-looking face. It was the stereotypical face of a Western noble. Oh, how's it going? He looked at me and smiled. I felt like I knew who he was and smiled back. Ah, yes. I'm the seventh floor's administrator. Simon reached out and grabbed my hand. Ah, yes, nice to meet you too. Haha, I'm happy to have my first customer. Not to mention, he glanced at the arcade and put on a thin smile. Such an accomplished customer too. I have a suggestion. Do you want to play cards with us? Cards? Us? I tilted my head. I didn't expect the seventh floor's administrator to make such an offer so easily. Yep, someone ran away. So we're short one person. Administrators often don't hang out with players, but you're the first one to enter my floor. I looked at Simon. In truth, I didn't know what kind of a person he was. Just like how I completed all my tasks on the seventh floor today, this floor didn't appear much in the original story either. Sorry, I don't really have time. I was confident in winning no matter what game we played. Still, I didn't want to follow him. Not only was there no merit, but gambling on this floor would all happen in cash. For the record, cash could only be used on the seventh floor, and it was stored in the chip that every player was required to buy. Although TP could be exchanged for cash, the other way wasn't true. As I already had an ample amount of cash, I didn't need to waste my time trying to make more. All I had left to do was to upgrade my chip at the upgrade center. We'll be gambling with TP. Your pocket seems to be full, so I'll join. Now, the story was different. Oh ho ho, what a bold young man. Great. Follow me. I followed Simon without hesitation. The only thing on my mind was how much I could get out of them without angering them too much. Walking past a lobby guarded by several robots, we arrived at a VIP room adorned with gold. Open. The door opened at Simon's command. I'm back. I found someone so we can play for a bit longer. Who did you bring? I told you. I'm not going to play with robots. Inside the room, a familiar voice rang out. I brought a player, not a robot. What? Are you mad? I'm completely sane. He's quite rich, and we can always go easy on him. We're playing for fun anyways, right? Simon glanced at me as he explained himself. I walked up and stood next to him. Then, I looked at the inside of the VIP room. Hey! A short exclamation of surprise came out of my mouth. At the center of the huge room was a gambling table. One of the two administrators sitting around the table was, oh, the third floor's administrator. Medea, Chapter 195. Hierarchy 3. Floor administrators were existences summoned using the immense magic power condensed in the tower. Some, such as Medea, Irene, and Heimdall, were mythical heroes, and others, such as Luke and Simon, were my original creations. Mythical hero or not, they were far from perfect. They had their own obsessions and desires, as they possessed self-consciousness far greater than any human. This was also precisely the reason that they helped or hindered players from climbing the tower. At any rate, TP was an important asset to the administrators as well. Raise. Medea threw an additional 5,000 TP on the table. Call. I put down 5,000 TP as well. Medea rested her chin on her hand, keeping a poker face. I was currently playing poker without any complicated rules like the high-low rule. It was just the traditional Texas Hold'em where the player with the better luck and guts won. Surprisingly, we were evenly matched in the beginning. I didn't get anything better than two pair, and I was often the one with a worse hand. I panicked a little thinking the administrators were scheming against me together. But economies of scale and the law of large numbers finally played their part. Over time, as the number of rounds increased, I gained the upper hand. And this was the result. My opponents were Simon, the seventh floor administrator, Cadmus, the fifth floor administrator, and Medea, the third floor administrator. Half of the money they had on the table was now in my possession, and the last two standing were Medea and me. How much did you win from me? Medea asked casually. After 2 hours of playing, I had won quite a sum of TP from her, totaling at least 100,000. That was the reason Medea had abandoned her formalities and started addressing me more casually. Oh, I don't know, maybe 130,000, 140,000. Medea silently bit her lip. Then she threw a golden bill worth 10,000 TP on the table. Will you keep going? I smiled at Medea. Yes, of course. I had no idea what kind of cards Medea had. In fact, I didn't even know the proper amount to bet and generally had no clue how poker worked. Still, the only way I could lose at this point was if she cheated through card forgery. However, the cards we were using were made with great magic. Even I couldn't see through them with my gift. Medea couldn't possibly forge cards like these. Well, perhaps she could, but the magic power needed to do something of that level would surely be noticeable. Really, you must have a nice hand. I put forward 10,000 TP in silence. Currently, the money on the table was 148,000 TP. The bet was large enough that even Medea couldn't casually glance over it. Yet, she added another 30,000 TP on top of that. You calling? I finally started getting anxious, or not. There was really no reason. I pretended to think long and hard, scratching the tabletop with my fingernails to fake nervousness. Then, with a sigh, I took out all the TP I had in my inventory. I only have 23,000 TP left. I took off the robe that Medea had been eyeing for a while. Will this work? A small smile spread across Medea's face, but she buried it quickly and then nodded hesitantly. Yeah, sure, that's okay. It was now time for us to reveal our hands. Although I was a little nervous, I was confident that I wouldn't lose. The best Medea could have was probably a four of a kind. Please, go first. PFD, sure. Medea opened her hand with a smile. Four aces. As expected, it was a four of a kind made up of aces. I deliberately put on a shocked expression. I widened my eyes and shivered with my gaze fixated on her cards. In truth, it wasn't acting but a natural physiological phenomenon. To think that all this TP belongs to me now. Well then, I'll take them now. Medea's lips curved into a smile. She put both of her arms on the table and wrapped them around the 200,000 TP. She started raking in the money and the robe. When squeeze, I grabbed her. What, are you crazy? Ah, a bummer. I spoke in a trembling voice to the frowning Medea. Oh, I won. I showed my hand. Medea's body stiffened instantly. Her eyes, which had been sparkling like diamonds just a moment ago, were now robbed of their vitality. Every gesture of her hand and her body used to be so elegant, but now she was nothing but a frozen statue. Oh, a straight flush. Wow, this is Wow Simon, who had been watching from the sidelines, expressed amazement. I played poker for 100 years, and I've seen this hand only 1,001 times. Yuahaha, congrats. I'm sorry. I pushed Medea's arms off the table. She moved without resistance and leaned her back against the chair. Her face looked as if her soul had escaped from her body. But she only had herself to blame. There was no room for manipulation or fraud in this game. Medea probably knew better than anyone else that magic or a trick could never deceive them. The game was played fair and square with only luck and skill as assets. Medea was lucky enough. Only, I was the emperor of luck when it came to games of chance. Good game. I put the 200,000 TP in my inventory. Medea vacantly watched the money disappear into thin air. And no way. Gambling is the path to ruin. That was probably right, for most people. Just not for me. 363,324 TP. I had over 360,000 TP. Considering that I started with 25,000 TP, I really robbed them big time. About two-thirds of the money I won probably belonged to Medea originally. A straight flush over quads. What's going on? Just what is? Yet to recover from the shock, Medea buried her face in her hands. It was such a pitiful sight that I set the robe back down on the table. You can have this robe. Think of it as a winner's tip. But I didn't bother saying the last part out loud. After all, nothing good would come from provoking an administrator too much. I got out of the gambling house and stood in front of a sign in the corner of the 7th floor with the words Upgrade Center written across it. Now that I had the money, I was going to spend every last bit of it on enhancements. Welcome to the Advanced Neurotech Chip Upgrade Center. A robot that looked similar to APG, but with a more mechanical style of clothing welcomed me. Hi, I'm here to make enhancements. Please select what you would like from this list. The robot projected the catalog in the air. 1. Increase strength by 1 point, 15,000 TP. 2. Increase speed by 1 point, 15,000 TP. 3. Increase stamina by 1 point, 15,000 TP. 4. Increase perception by 1 point, 15,000 TP. 5. Increase vitality by 1 point, 15,000 TP. 6. Increase the unique function of Extra Zevon's personal chip, Battle Sense. 30,000 TP. 7. Add function, connection, and synchronization, 120,000 TP. 8. You can repeat the enhancements as many times as you'd like, but the price will increase by twofold with every purchase. Yeah, I know. For now, I want to do everything from 1 to 6. I could do anything now, but I noticed a subtle ambiguity. What does number 7, add function, mean? I have detected something other than your personal chip wrapped around your body. You can connect and synchronize it to your personal chip, and you will be able to utilize it more easily. My body. Ah, you mean ether? I gathered ether surrounding my body onto the palm of my hand. The robot scanned the transparent ball of ether that was about the size of a baseball. Yes, this appears to be the material. It is special and marvelous. It only adheres to you and makes your body stronger. Ah, so that means I can connect my personal chip to ether. Yes, because the procedure is complicated, the price is high. However, after the initial sync, this ether will become much stronger. Robots did not lie. I couldn't even dream of spending 120,000 TP under normal circumstances, but I didn't have any reason not to undergo this procedure right now. In other words, thank you, Medea. Then I'll do everything up to number 7. You're the one performing the procedure, right? Yes, that is correct. Before that, can you give me your hand? The surgeon robot stretched his arm towards me. I grabbed his wrist and whispered, "Scan." Robots, despite their intelligence, were treated as objects. At my words, the number 22 appeared on his wrist. With this, he'll be able to perform the surgery better. Here, 225,000 TP. After that, I paid 225,000 TP in cash. The surgeon robot checked them for counterfeit and then opened the door which led to the operating room. Please follow me. How long will it take? An hour should be enough. That's good. Can you do it so that it doesn't hurt? That is impossible. 3F. Prestige, English Royal Court's hideout, was home to a total of 23 guild members. The hideout was already at level 4. It even has an office for the vice leader now, all thanks to Rachel, whose reputation as an elementalist was growing day by day. Inside the hideout, the dignified vice leader was browsing the public forum. Anyone see Black Lotus on the 5th floor? I did. Too bad I didn't have a recorder on me. How was it? I couldn't see clearly. He shot arrows, instantly killing the djinns. Then everyone stopped moving. He was like, I'm here to finish the war. Why didn't they move, though? To evade any arrows that might come their way. Have you never fought before? Seriously, though, isn't this Lotus, or whatever, basically on the same level as 9 stars in reality? It doesn't make sense otherwise. Probably as strong as the immortal, I'd say. But isn't Ki Juchul stronger than the 9 stars? Here's my verdict as someone who's seen the battle. Ki Juchul wins in close combat and Lotus wins in long-ranged combat. Is Ki Juchul or Lotus your friend? Who are you to judge them? Has anyone been to Earth recently? Is there a bounty on Black Lotus? What bounty? He hasn't committed any crime yet. And even if there was, who the hell is going to kill him? Cork, Anus, they'd be dead long before they even get to see his face. Lalala, what can you do even if there was a bounty, Lalal? Black Lotus is gonna come and find you now after reading this Hangul. Cork Hyuk. Anus equals. Rachel had just returned from a castle attack, but everyone was only talking about Black Lotus. Rachel put on a sullen expression and pursed her lips in a pout. After scrolling through the forum a bit, Rachel checked to make sure there was no one nearby and searched for her own name. Search Rachel. Elementalist. How did the castle attack turn out this time? Heard there was an elementalist. Elementalists must be super effective in castle attacks for the top guilds to be letting that lousy English Royal Court guild keep participating. However, it just made her feel worse. If you're gonna compliment me, do just that, but don't talk bad about my guild. She regretted looking herself up. Afterwards, Rachel pulled up the Guild Alliance group chat. Guild Alliance, 25/25. This was a chat room consisting only of the leaders and executives of each guild. There was a new announcement. Before we capture the 5th castle, there will be 2-3 days of rest. Everyone can return to Earth or do what they want in the tower. Weapon Master, Essence of the Strait will leave behind 7 members and return to Earth. Youngfly, Desolate Moon will leave behind 6 members. The purpose of this announcement was to prompt everyone to take a break together. If some took a rest while others worked, then the ones taking a break were likely to feel left behind. To prevent this, everyone would rest at the same time. Rachel agreed readily. It was about time she went back to England anyways. Ding, suddenly. She received a message. It was from Extra Evan. He finally replied back to the message she sent 2 days ago. 36 hours. A reply in 36 hours. Rachel narrowed her eyes and stared at the message. Extra Evan. Oh, rest days. Yeah, I read about it on the public forum. News. There was even an announcement. I plan on heading out then, too. The Guild Alliance was actively encouraging participation in the rest days. They even asked the individual rankers for cooperation. You worked hard until now and it's about time you take a break, was what they wanted to say. Where are you now? Hajin SSI, as she sent the message. She sulkily thought to herself, will the reply take about 48 hours this time? Extra Evan, me, I'm on the 4th floor. I'm just grinding away because there's something I need to make. But to her surprise, the reply returned quickly. She rubbed the back of her neck awkwardly and wrote her message in a more light-hearted tone. Aha equals then come see me in England. There's a festival on Clancy Islet around this time of the year. 1-1 Extras Evan. Call Kek Anus, okay. You said things were going well in England. Yes, please give me a call when you arrive. I'll send someone to pick you up. Then, a minute passed, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. As expected, the reply stopped shortly after. She had already gotten used to it. Something probably came up. Or maybe he ran into somebody. Rachel turned the messenger off and opened the auction house. Immediately, something caught her eye. LV4 black suit, J green order. Rachel didn't know this, but the real name of this suit was LV4 Black Messiah's horrible suit. Kim Hajin had been using it for a while, and he put it on the auction house to switch to a better piece of gear. Ah! The moment she laid her eyes on the suit, she gave an involuntary exclamation. The design was beautiful. It was cool and efficient and had great effects as well. Rachel swallowed her saliva and slowly moved her finger towards the bid button. The next morning, the third tutorial had ended and players had arrived on the second floor. Jin Sahyuk was hiding herself thoroughly. She put on a robe she bought in Tutorial Town and even applied stealth all over her body. She even had that skill she got from the black ticket. Survival shouldn't be too difficult. It was humiliating to have to hide like a cockroach, but she consoled herself with the thought that she had only taken a step back now in order to move forward 2 steps in the future. And things were going well in the beginning. She didn't place her magic power on display like she stupidly did last time. Instead, she concealed it just like a wild beast. During this time, strange men calling themselves newbie hunters attacked her, but she easily fought them off and even stole their teepee. Really, everything was going smoothly. However, when she was wandering about the jungle in search of the elevator, she suddenly felt a chill. At the same time, a wind blew that shook the atmosphere. Before she was even aware of the attack, Jin Sahyuk had thrown herself on the ground out of instinct. Kook! Something that had shot toward her brushed her side. Even though it was only a graze, a lump of her flesh had been cut off. She stopped the waterfall of blood with magic power and thought to herself, he's here. Her body trembled and her heart rate went up. Where is he? She scouted the area by infusing magic power into her eyes but found nothing. Streaks of light, much stronger than before, began pouring down on her again. KWA. Jin Sahyuk shrouded herself in magic power and rolled on the ground. The air pressure cut her hair and left a scar on her cheek. Fuck! Jin Sahyuk couldn't predict the attacks. She couldn't point out where he was. The black trajectories made it difficult for her to track their source. The shooting from afar was tens of thousands of times more threatening than a blade out in the open. With no other choice, Jin Sahyuk ran. She ran with all her strength, making her way through the bushes and jumping over swamps. She could feel her hands and lips tremble, not out of excitement nor exaltation, not happiness, joy, nor delight. She had never felt this way before. She didn't want to admit she was having this feeling, yet the streaks of light poured down again, as if to ask for her recognition. KWANG. Arrows caused explosions all around her. Jin Sahyuk managed to jump into an animal hole in the ground in time. Ha! Ha! She covered the hole with a barrier and caught her breath. Then she checked her HP. Vitality, 33/100. The situation was dire. It was only a matter of time before she was killed. She would die once again at his hands. Anger and resentment brought tears to her eyes. Her lungs filled with blood and her nose reddened. That fucking bastard, Jin Sahyuk whispered in a trembling voice. Then suddenly, a pillar of unknown magic power shot up from the ground. The wave of magic power slowly began to take the form of a man. Jin Se-hyuk was well aware of the phenomenon taking place before her eyes. Bell! She called his name out loud. The magic power completely materialized shortly after, and its owner gave a small smile, but Jin Se-hyuk was more furious than welcoming. You son of a bitch! Don't get so upset. I came to help you. After all, the first thing Bell did was put up a barrier. SSSSS, a dome-shaped barrier engulfed the hole they were in. You asshole. If you hadn't taken my ticket in the first place. SHH, you'll break the barrier if you create a disturbance. KWANG. The next explosion shook the hole. It was the arrows again. But Bell's barrier managed to block them just once, and that was enough. A violet light filled the hole. It was Bell's skill, mass teleport. What the hell is this, you? You fucker. Teleportation. What? Let's go home. Even I can't win against him right now. Bell said that with a grin. Jin Se-hyuk clenched her teeth. Bell was right. She needed to escape right now. I'm gonna kill you. I'm gonna kill you for real. I know, I said it myself. Right, that someday you'll have to do so. Bell and Jin Se-hyuk. They shared words that could be either a greeting or a curse, and then turned into violet magic power and flew away. About 3 km away, atop a tall Zelkova tree, a man tilted his head. Whoa! Kim Hajin put his bow and arrows away without much deliberation. It didn't really matter that the target had escaped. From the start, his goal today had been to make sure that she didn't notice. As long as she didn't realize what was on the arrow that grazed her, or if she realized too late, she would, without a doubt, face death. Return! He collected the dark ore arrows with a murmur. The arrows took about 3 seconds to fly back. He had shot his arrows from an incredibly long range. The only reason Jin Se-hyuk could survive the initial shot was because of the distance between them. Although he failed to kill his target, Kim Hajin looked at the tip of an arrow without a hint of regret. A small amount of dark, sticky liquid was there. LV4 liquefied Banshee's curse crystal. This was a solution made from the crystals that Kim Hajin collected on the 4th floor by deliberately being cursed by 13 Banshees. After extracting them from his body, he had put it on the arrowhead. By now, the curse should have seeped into every part of Jin Se-hyuk. I wonder how long she'll last. Mercy was never an option to begin with. The moment he did, he would be the one to be killed in the future. He stared at where Jin Se-hyuk was, then tore up the entrance ticket to the 8th floor. Chapter 196. A not-so-restful rest day. 1. You are the first player to enter the 8th floor. Welcome to 8-1F. Field of Trials. You gain the first entrance rewards. Your bones become sturdier. Your muscles become thicker. Your spirit power capacity increases. The news of your advancement will be announced to all players in 12:36 hours. This is the middle stage of the tower. You can advance to 8-2F when you reach the end of the field of trials. Be careful. There are those who despise outsiders at the end of the field of trials. They will try to hinder your advancement. But when you reach the end, after breaking through all obstacles, they will acknowledge you. I arrived at the 8th floor, or more precisely, the floor 8-1. I was close to the halfway mark of the Tower of Wish. Strictly speaking, I had climbed about 40% of the whole thing. But in a way, it wasn't wrong to call it 60-70%, as I would climb much quicker after the 9th floor. In the original story, the 9th-14th floors ended in about 7 chapters. Of these, about 3 were about the 9th floor's calamities. Who? I took a deep breath and opened my eyes. A beautiful scenery spread out before my eyes. A vast grass field, blue and clear sky, sunlight streaming down from cracks in white clouds. Staring at the horizon, I examined ether, which was fully fused with my body. Ether infused with neurotech chip, awakened, fused, mystic, formless, evolving a corporeal but formless weapon. Adheres to its master or his weapon, reinforcing their strength. A portion of its potential was awakened through a mystical elemental's power. Master selection will not adhere to another being once a master is chosen. Physical body reinforcement increases all variable stats of its owner by 0.7 points. Weapon reinforcement adheres to its master's weapon and strengthens the weapon's attack power. Ether itself can also form a weapon. Current weapon form ether rank, high rank. Detail materialization, ether can manifest color and texture, cannot be too complex. Evolving weapon, all of the above functions evolve with its owner. Depending on the state of ether's awakening, other functions can develop. Mysteries of science, fused with the neurotech chip. Ether has been connected to your veins and internal organs. Internal strengthening increases physical stats by 1.4 points. Battle sense. Ether can support you in battle. Mechanical movement can concentrate your body's kinetic energy to desired parts of your body. While I was tracking Jin Sahyuk, I was able to experience firsthand the benefits of the new ether. It sure is amazing. The new ether had completely changed my body's mechanism. I felt the change when I sniped Jin Sahyuk from a distance. As common sense would show, humans were incapable of shooting a target from 3 kilometers away. The same applied to superhumans in this world. This was precisely why archers used magic arrows, which had almost zero air resistance. However, I was able to hit such a faraway target with a physical arrow. This couldn't be explained with just a gift. Having to see the target was one thing, but to shoot an arrow that far, one's bowstring also had to be strong enough. If a bowstring was strong, the strength needed to pull the arrow also increased drastically. That was why such a shot was normally impossible without the help of stigma. But after ether fused with the neurotech chip which was connected to my body moved like a machine when I was pulling on the bowstring. With mechanical movement, I was able to display power that surpassed what I could display alone. At the same time, I could feel that an invisible force was helping me move. By the way, can I take this with me when I return to Earth? I asked the system. Yes, a few special items acquired inside the tower can be brought to the outside world. Tip: the same applies to the mysterious pouch in your inventory. Thanks, that's good to know. With this, my strength was greatly enhanced. Let's worry about the outside world later and focus on clearing the 8th floor. I surveyed the surrounding area and muttered quietly, "Summon!" In an instant, a black clump of light descended from the sky. This acted as a portal that transported a black horse to this floor. Prrrr. Sanyuri snorted unhappily as she was wet with warm water. "You were taking a bath, Prrrr." She narrowed her eyes and nodded. "Sorry, but there's something for you to do right now." I took out special pieces of armor that I made for her to wear. They were also made with dark ore, and each piece easily reached LV5. Click, click, chest, back, head. Soon, most of her body became covered in armor. I even fed her body strengthening medicine just in case. All done. How is it? Prrrr, prrrr. She seemed to like it as her eyes arced to a smile. Nuri, this field stretches for about 200 kilometers. This floor was fairly simple. We just had to travel through the field and reach the end. Of course, that didn't mean it was easy. The world looked bright and beautiful from the starting line I was standing on. But the moment I took a step forward, the earth should turn black, the sky should turn red, and unimaginably powerful blasts of magic power should rain down on me. However, I believed in Sanyuri. "You think you can do it?" Prrrr. As expected, Sanyuri was full of confidence. Before setting out, there was one last thing I had to do. I took out the special skill acquisition book, LV4 algorithm, from my inventory. Use. I learned the special skill without hesitation. Since I just experienced Ether's power firsthand, this skill was worth the investment. With this single skill, Ether would reach a whole new level of power. You acquire LV4 algorithm. LV4 algorithm, equipment you wield will become stronger and more precise. You can now set or change your body's physical response algorithm. Algorithm set. Ether automatic defense. Ether is connected to your body. Ether will now defend against hostile attacks on its own. Algorithm set. Ether skill delegation, extraction and permanent materialization. Ether has been delegated a skill. From now, Ether should cleverly protect me from any attacks coming my way. As for its power, I could start testing it now. I jumped on Sanyuri. Nuri, run to the end of this world. Prrrr. She responded enthusiastically. Since she was so confident, I wasn't worried either. I pulled on her rein. Hitting, Sanyuri shot forward like the wind, stepping into the field. At the same time, the scenery changed, and arrows began to rain down on us from the distance. Sanyuri zigzagged masterfully, and Ether blocked any attacks that Sanyuri couldn't avoid. "Here!" Sanyuri reacted to my spirited shout. At the same time, magic cannon shells shot up from the horizon. Their goal was to blow up the ground to force me to stop. This time, Ether reacted first. Using extraction and permanent materialization, Ether crystallized the magic cannon shells before they touched the ground. The explosives were no longer a threat, and Sanyuri charged forward without hindrance. Meanwhile, I stared into the horizon at the ones firing arrows and magic. Wait a minute. Suddenly, I felt a bit drowsy. Strength left my body, saliva leaked out from my mouth, and the world spun. Why is there an illusion circle there? The moment I laid my eyes on the illusion circle in the distance, my mind fell into chaos. Ugh! Normally, I wouldn't have fallen for such a thing so easily. However, my 1,000-mile eyes could see the illusion circle clearer than anyone else, and when the circle entered my eyes, my body stopped. I had to drink a potion to cure myself, but I couldn't remember which one I needed. My head turned blank. I leaned against Sanyuri's back. Thankfully, Ether's automatic defense was still working, and Sanyuri was unhurt. As such, I could only trust in them for now, that they would protect me until I woke up. LV-8 Chameleon Troops hideout. Prestigious players thought this building belonged to a rich NPC. Naturally, it was the best-looking building outside of Medea's palace. Currently, a discussion was being held regarding the rest day suggested by the tower's main guilds. "Are you also returning?" Boss asked Jane. "Yep, by the way. Take a look at this." Jane took out a small box as she grinned ear to ear. The box was filled with shiny jewels. "What are these?" "Jewels I can take out of the tower, items that could be taken to Earth. Such items were called effective goods and were sold for a high price. Most effective goods were ores or gemstones. Jane had bought gemstones from the auction house and turned them into jewels. What are they good for? I'm going to keep a few of them for viewing only and turn the rest into necklaces and other accessories. Ask Hajin to do that for you. Hajin's craftsmanship was far superior to most artisans. Good idea. Rather than that, where's Jeong and Jin Johan? Chiak Young is training his special skill right now. Secret March, I think it was called. Jin Johan's been having fun training a basic skill too, so I don't think either of them are leaving. Boss nodded. Then she thought about her position for a moment before looking at her messenger. Extra 7. Boss, when you get to the 7th floor, don't skimp out and buy the 5,000 TP chip. You can go to the bank there and tell them my name. I left a currency called cash for you, so you'll be able to buy the 8th floor ticket immediately. Tap, tap. While Boss was typing up a response with her inexperienced fingers, Spartan's eyes suddenly shot open. P-I-E-K. Kayak. Jane jumped at Spartan's sudden shriek and fell on her butt. However, Spartan's rampage didn't stop. P-I-E-K, P-I-E-K. What's going on? What's wrong with him? P-I-E-K. Taken aback, Jane blocked her ears and tried to drown out the sound. On the other hand, Boss calmly examined Spartan. P-I-E-K, P-I-E-K. Not only was Spartan shrieking, but he was also pulling on her clothes. He seemed to want to take her somewhere. What? Then suddenly, Boss was struck with a bad feeling. She quickly opened her friend list and looked for Extras Evan's location. Current location, F question marks. It meant he was at least on the 7th floor. Spartan seemed to be going crazy because he had lost his connection to his master. Don't tell me. The small ripple in Boss' heart quickly grew bigger. Jane, wait for me here. What? Why? What happened? Boss didn't reply. She put on the most serious expression she'd had in 3 years and tore up the ticket to the 7th floor. 6F. Splendor Woong. Magic power undulated like falling cherry blossom petals. A longsword transformed into several blades, stabbing a black bear. Neck, stomach, arm, leg, the parts of the body touched by the longsword immediately froze cold. The bear's injury would have easily been critical for a human. KUO. Even so, the LV6 gem black bear moved. It brandished its claw to wound its opponent. Clang! A longsword clashed with its claw. On the moment of impact, the magic power condensed around the longsword exploded once again. KWANG. The explosion swept the black bear's face, putting an end to the fight. Hua. Immediately afterwards, Kinean wiped off her sweat with a sigh. A mountain-sized bear promptly fell next to her. A one-on-one victory. The monster she had been chasing for 2 days had finally been killed. Speed of growth was indeed unimaginably fast inside the tower. Kinean turned back without much thought when a system window popped up. Pick up the items. Will you? Kinean turned around, hearing the system message. Indeed, an item list was projected above the bear's corpse. Oh, right. Thanks, she thanked the system and put the items into her inventory. LV5 invitation letter to the love room. Summoning. You can summon a chosen player to your location. Note, cannot be in a battlefield when using this item. LV3 infinitely multiplying origami letter. LV3 delivery of feelings. You can send a letter to a player whenever you wish. LV6 gem black bear's gall bladder. LV5 medicine. Eating this will probably increase your stats. Equals consumable items that randomly dropped from monsters such as the heart-piercing magnifying glass and card of fate often had amazing and mystical effects. Are any of these good? At least for Ki Naeun. The item drops this time didn't seem all that useful. She didn't want to summon anyone, and she didn't want to send any letters either. Guess I'll sell everything other than the gall bladder. When she was about to take her leave, she was struck with a sudden flash of insight. Rather, she remembered the reason she entered the Tower of Wish in the first place. Ki Naeun looked at the invitation letter to the love room. You can summon a chosen player to your location. Its description made her think of only one person. After staring at the item with trembling eyes, she clenched her teeth with a light sigh. I don't know his nickname anyways. Faulting her stupidity, Ki Naeun began to walk back to her companions. She left the dark King Mountain range and headed towards the hot spring of peace. Soon, she discovered Yijun and Kim Soo, who were busily chatting by the hot spring. She was about to call out to them when she overheard their conversation and quickly hid herself. Really? Kim Soo-ho had a surprised expression. Next to him, Yijun was making a mischievous face. Yeah, really, wow, ha ha. Kim Soo-ho then returned an astonished laugh. What are they talking about? Ki Naeun wondered. However, the words that followed prevented her from speaking out. Hajin really came to see Ki Naeun. Ah, quiet. Keep your voice down. It's still a secret. I opened my eyes. To my surprise, I was looking at an unfamiliar ceiling. It was okay that the ceiling was unfamiliar, but why was there a ceiling on floor 8-1? And why was I lying down on such a comfy surface? Looking around, I realized that I was on a bed. There was even a blanket over me. Where am I? There isn't a system alert, so I couldn't have died. You're awake. At that moment, a low, scary voice rang out. I glanced towards the direction of the voice. A muscular man was standing by a door. Who are you? If it were up to me, I would have let an outsider like you die outside. But the man began to mumble about something that had nothing to do with my question. This guy, he was a proper NPC. Consider yourself lucky. The Ironblood Duchess wished to keep you alive. Ironblood Duchess? I asked with genuine curiosity. Who the hell was that? Right. Whose, or rather, where am I? This is the Crevon frontier. I fell into greater confusion. Crevon, that was the name of the second residential area, a civilized world with magic and science. Furthermore, the World's End Bridge I needed to protect was also located at the eastern end of this residential area. How is your body? The NPC suddenly asked how I was doing. Before replying, I checked the NPC's information fist. LV8 Royal Guard. Ah, yes, I'm fine. Then get up. Ironblood Duchess wishes to see you. Yes, sir. I got up without much thought. Since I was unhurt, I wanted to satiate my curiosity first, finding out how I came here and about this Ironblood Duchess. Oh, right. When I came out to the hallway, I suddenly remembered about Bucephalus. She was most likely 80% of the reason I was alive. Where's my horse? In the stables. Is she getting along? No. All the other horses were kicked out by her. She's quite a violent one. She's galloping around the front lawn right now. Cue him, sorry, considering her personality. I wouldn't have believed him if he said she was getting along with common horses. Only a horse on a similar level like Red Hair should meet her eyes. In any case, I followed the NPC and walked forward. But even after walking for several minutes and opening door after door, no end came to sight. Was I in a maze, or was this a prison? After passing through dozens of doors, I finally arrived at a giant door. It is my honor. The NPC guiding me greeted the two knights guarding the door. LV12 Moonlight Knight, the two knights in full plate mills lightly nodded in response. You may leave. Yes, the NPC backed off respectfully. After he left through the door, the knights grabbed the doorknob. The Ironblood Duchess wishes to. Geez, just let him in already. Before the knights could carry out the formalities, an annoyed voice rang out from the other side of the door. The knights coughed awkwardly, then opened the door. You may go in. I walked through the door. Despite the flamboyant decorations on my way here, the reception room was rather informal and empty. In the center of the room was a long wooden table, and a person was sitting at its head. Hiya, when she spoke, my mind blanked for a moment. I couldn't think of anything as though the neurons in my brain were malfunctioning. Where's your reply? A. Slightly brown skin, athletic figure, and a beautiful foreign look. The woman sitting in front of me was unfamiliar yet all too familiar. Heh, I'm, the Ironblood, Ironblood Duchess. I stood dumbstruck in front of the woman who introduced herself as the Ironblood Duchess. How was she here? She was someone who shouldn't be here. As my head spun with countless questions, she continued, "Don't tell me you forgot about me." I didn't reply. I couldn't. I was incapable of understanding what was going on. We went to the same school together. The questions filling up my mind all boiled down to a single one. How was she here? Chapter 197. A not-so-restful rest day 283F Crevon mainland. Ironblood Duchess, mansion. Follow me. The Ironblood Duchess led me to her office without any further explanation. Unaware of how confused I was, I absent-mindedly followed her. I tried hard to piece together what was happening inside my head but failed, so I took a peek at the smartwatch as a last resort. No new message. Recently, the smartwatch had stopped warning me about changes like this. It was probably because I changed the present too much. Hee, you have a funny face. Were you that surprised? I was in her office now. The Ironblood Duchess offered me a seat in front of her and smiled at me, who was still puzzled. Stop joking around. Seriously, tell me how you're here. Should I explain that first? Yes, please. She finally began to explain why and how she came to be here. As her explanation continued, my expression became more and more dumbfounded. The gap between my upper and lower lips widened, and my jaw dropped as if it were about to touch the floor. However, I soon realized that just because things didn't align with my novel, it didn't mean that they were impossible. But still, the first question that came out of me was an unconditioned response. What? An invitation? My question harbored both confusion and astonishment. Unlike me, who was still bewildered, the Ironblood Duchess just nodded casually. Yeah, you came in with an entrance ticket. Right. I stared at her, who had a perfectly calm expression. Crevon's Ironblood Duchess Kim Hajin's past classmate, the villain that I created and converted to good, Toma, had once again appeared in the main story after a dynamic turn of events. Was the co-author determined to give a main supporting cast an important role? What exactly is the invitation? An invitation is an invitation, just like the word says. It invited me to the tower. This was what had happened to Toma according to her. About 4 years ago, shortly after dropping out of Cube, she joined a group of mercenaries. She planned to transfer and become a hero after gaining some real-life experience. By a strange twist of fate, the mercenaries discovered an underground dungeon that winter. Although it was illegal to conquer an unregistered dungeon, the mercenaries decided to proceed in an attempt to evade taxes. Toma, their best soldier, naturally participated in the mission. With Toma's help, the mercenaries successfully conquered the dungeon. But with Toma being Toma, she met an unfortunate end. The mercenaries had convinced her to take a break and then left her inside the dungeon. They then ran away after sealing the entrance. Toma woke up from her nap and realized that they had betrayed her. She searched for an exit with her life on the line and ended up discovering the invitation. What did it look like? There must have been some words written on it. What did it say? Toma shook her head. It was just an invitation. You are invited to the land of fantasy. Something like that. I assumed anywhere would be better than the damp, soggy dungeon, so I tore the ticket right away. Did anyone else receive an invitation? Probably a dozen or so. A dozen, I panicked. It meant that there were at least a dozen people who existed outside the setting. Yeah, but no one is as important as me, at least not on the 8th floor. That was good to hear. I breathed a sigh of relief. If you entered through the invitation, does that mean you started on the 8th floor? That's right. Toma grinned mischievously. I examined her for a moment. Her appearance had changed a lot since the last time I saw her. After overcoming her trauma, she had obviously lived a good life. Her face was rounder, and so were her eyes. She used to be a sharp-looking, voluptuous Latino, but now she looked more soft and Asian-like. Also, what's up with the Ironblood Duchess title? That's my nickname, I guess. I trained hard as soon as I arrived here. Unlike you guys, I have something called a level system. I can get much stronger by leveling up. So I trained a bit, and voila, I'm stronger. Just like that, Toma cheerfully continued. And there are battles here all the time. Monsters come pouring in every month. While fighting them, I made a name of myself in no time. I'm already at level 35. 35? Yeah, and I'm also super rich. I even got a title, and that's how I'm posing as a noble here. What do you think? Cool, right? I had no choice but to admit that she was strong since Minotaur, one of the stronger calamities waiting on the ninth floor, was level 40. So you can take it easy here. I'll show you how reliable I am. I'll pay you back 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times for what I owe. Toma smacked her chest and boasted. That's right, she owed me money. Couple hundreds of millions, I think. I've been making so much money lately that I forgot. So, thanks to you I skipped floor 8-2. Yep. Oh, but if you want to go down there, that's fine too. If you'd like to train there, that is. After making it to the end of Field of Trials, a player could go to the 8-2 floor, Krevon's temporary fortress. It was a city-sized fortress, and players had to clear special tests and quests to receive enough performance points to reach the 8-3 floor. No, I don't really need to, but I declined. Fighting was a good training method, but only for those with potential. I couldn't get stronger through normal means since I was already at the limit of my innate talent. Why? Because you're already at the top. Toma grinned as if she knew something. I'm pretty close with the administrators. I'm like their right arm, so I know a thing or two about secrets. Really? Yup. Who would have thought you would actually take all that money from Medea? I stood up silently, approached the window behind Toma's seat, and stared beyond it. A full view of Crevon was before my eyes. Shops were lined up beside neat sidewalks. They were bigger than a house, but smaller than a building. They looked nothing like those of the modern times, but didn't have any similarity to those of the Middle Ages either. A new world in a category of its own, populated by thousands of people. Are we on the west side? Yeah, northwest to be exact. In the original novel, Crevon was divided into 3 districts with a river in the middle. First, the south and the north. They were both residential areas similar in size to Gyeonggi-do. But the most important district was the east, a narrow plot of land between the south and the north. The east, also called the World's End, was off limits to NPCs. At the very end of the World's End lay the World's End Bridge, serving as Crevon's final border. Here, have this first. As I was looking at the view of Crevon, Toma handed me something. VIP identification. You are now a guest of LV15 Duchess Mansion. On the surface. Toma's mansion was much higher leveled than Medea's palace. In truth, considering its architectural value, Medea's palace was sophisticated enough that even a level 30 palace would be a downgrade. The only reason its level was set so low was because of its geographic location. Prestige Toma continued. Stay here for the time being. You have other companions, right? Yeah, then I'll look after them too. Oh, I smiled happily. In truth, most players had to struggle a lot inside Crevon due to inflation. Think about how the cheapest product at the upgrade center on the 7th floor was worth 15,000 TP. Here, where the level of civilization was similar to that of the 21st century, and even better in some aspects, the value of TP was significantly lower. In that sense, Toma's words couldn't be more dependable. Trust me, there are loads of fun events here. I'll show you later. In exchange for the inflation problem, Crevon had a number of huge events where players could make TP. The Colosseum, virtual reality game tournament, monster hunt, and dance competition, to name a few. However, since there were no common quests after hunting a monster, players had to dismantle it and sell and negotiate the price all on their own. Unlike on Earth, there were no agencies that helped them with it. How's the weather right now? Is it cold? I asked, looking down at the street with patches of snow here and there. It seemed to have snowed recently. Yeah, it's probably around minus 23 degrees one right now. There are 4 seasons here just like in Korea, but they tend to be a bit more extreme. Yeah, and how much are the buildings here? This time, the system informed me. Crevon, due to its dense population and limited residential areas, does not offer the hideout system. You guys can't buy buildings here. It's overcrowded, so we decided not to sell any to outsiders. Once again, this was out of line with the original story. Really? Yeah, one day, after getting a revelation about outsiders coming in, the administrator's subordinates proposed a legislation about it. The revelation happened in the original novel as well, but the legislation was new, I sighed. But the most important thing, the fact that the administrators of this floor were Agamemnon and Moses, hadn't changed, so that was a relief. By the way, how did you know that I was here? Because you were the first player to arrive on the 8th floor. It's been a long time since I saw anyone from Earth, so I went to take a look. And you were there. I hardly recognized you at first because your face was so different. Did you get a plastic surgery or something? No, it became more handsome on its own. Toma frowned instantly. I'm kidding. I didn't have any surgery. I guess I just lost my baby fat as I got older. I don't think that's it. Anyway, do you know how to go up? Yeah, I nodded without hesitation. Oh, really? How did you know? I have a way. Since we were on the subject of going up, I fixed my gaze again on Toma. I want to ask you one more favor. Is that okay? Before I could even say what the favor was, Toma grinned. It doesn't have to be just one. Thanks to you, my dad, Kuhum. Whatever. Continue. I'll do anything my dad's friend asks me to do. I felt slightly guilty at her touching words. The fact that I was close to her father had been fabricated. I nodded with a wry smile. Thanks. The thing is, I explained my plans to Toma. Toma thought for a moment and then nodded. That's hardly a favor. Nice. Now, blocking that bridge should be much easier. Thank you. No problem. We shook each other's hands to celebrate our reunion. Suddenly, a stern voice came from the crystal ball in the office. Your Grace, a player is causing a commotion on the 8-1 floor. 8-1F, Field of Trials. A woman had destroyed all attacks with a terrifying wave of magic power and reached the end of the field. It took her a mere 15 minutes. At the end of the field was a bulwark, an army of soldiers, and a general. They stepped aside with facial expressions that said, "You have earned our respects," and showed her the stairway to the 8-2 floor. The stairway stretched far above into the sky. If she went up the stairway, she would reach the 8-2 floor. But she didn't climb the stairs. Instead, she turned to the general. Answer my question. The magic power she emitted was enormous enough to leave marks on the ground. Outsiders are not allowed to ask questions. But Crevon's general who stepped up to stop her was not intimidated. In fact, he looked as if he was ready to fight, even more so than her. SSSSSS, magic power that flowed out from his hand engulfed the blade of his sword. It was an aura of sword reinforcement, which was stronger than sword chi, which every swordsman dreamed of having. I will ask again. The woman spoke up. Her stern voice echoed across the field. Then I shall say it once more. No questions are allowed for outsiders. The general answered. He maintained an upright stance just like that of mountains which didn't bend or waver. Did a man pass by here, or was he killed without making it through? Answer. That was all she wanted to know. Of course. She knew that death in the tower wasn't a permanent death. Still, she believed she had a duty to avenge the death of her subordinates. Questions are not allowed. Take the stairway or step back into the field again. Those two are your only options. Their conversation did not last long. It was only natural that stones and trees could not communicate with each other. A question left unanswered could only be addressed through violence. The woman emitted black magic power. Soon, her eyes turned red. In turn, the general's eyes glowed with determination. They were about to fly at each other when there was a soft whisper. Boss. She recognized the voice right away. The woman called Boss stopped and turned to where the whisper had come from. Stop, Sir Kiffer. And the general stopped after hearing the next voice. The general, Kiffer, stared at his comrade. The tension between the two melted away like snow. I arrived in Crevon mainland, the 8-3 floor. With Boss, walking in the unfamiliar streets of Crevon, we held a conversation. Who, oh ho, ooh, Boss, walking next to me was just like a child. She seemed curious about everything here. It was no wonder, since there was a horde of airships up in the sky, and occasionally beautiful magic would decorate the sidewalks. Strangely, horses were still the means of transportation. Hey, Boss, why did you try to fight Kiffer? I would have won. Geez, it was really touching that she came all the way here to save me, but her confidence had to be discouraged. Her opponent, Kiffer, was a legendary flowering knight too, from history. Although he was inferior to Chiak Yungyong, Boss shouldn't be sure of her victory until at least 70% of her abilities were restored. Are you doubting me? Boss narrowed her eyes at me. Of course you would win in a regular one-on-one match, but you haven't learned any skills yet. Boss must be the only player without any skills at this point. Learn what I recommend you later. Don't be so picky. Actually, find the skills you want to learn by yourself. That's not how you should talk to your beau, I casually interrupted her. By the way, how did you come here? You, ha! Boss looked as if she wanted to say something but didn't and simply let out a sigh. I didn't know why, but I felt like recently Boss was giving in to me. Spartan helped me. Ah, did you worry about me? I looked at Spartan, who was sitting on Boss' shoulder, and smiled. That's not it. Boss waved her hand all in a fluster and suddenly looked up at the sky. Look at the sky. I've never seen an airship like that in my entire life. Ah, really? BOONG together. We watched magical airships with video screens on the side fly through the sky. Then suddenly, a system alert popped up. LV4 black suit, J green order, has been successfully auctioned off. It was a message about the armor I used to wear. I was about to check who the buyer was but stopped at Boss words. This floor seems much better than the third floor. Well, on the outside, yes. The brighter the light, the darker the shadow. As I mentioned earlier, most players would probably have a harder time here than in Prestige. In fact, Prestige wasn't that bad of a place nowadays. It was full of potential as it was actively under development. Thanks to the work I put into improving Prestige, many ordinary people were living there now. There were artisans and manufacturers who couldn't obtain performance points because they couldn't hunt monsters. In the original novel, they would have been driven to despair and forced to scrape up 1,000 TP to leave the Tower of Wish. But now there was hope for them as well. Albeit slowly, ordinary people were also starting to get their hands on skill books. And with the news about people being able to bring acquired skills to Earth spreading, they should be motivated enough to continue to develop prestige on their own. But will you be okay? Suddenly, Boss said worriedly. What are you talking about? If you continue to climb at this pace, people might find out you're the seat of Black. I smiled wryly at her words. Extra Zevon, Black Lotus. It was a reasonable suspicion. Extra Zevon achieved first place in the highest difficulty tutorial, and Black Lotus was climbing at a speedy pace. With that in mind, I changed my ID to a different one on the Game Center rankings, but someone was still bound to be suspicious. Don't worry about it. Rather than that, I put a hat that I had made beforehand on Boss. LV4 hat made by Kim Hajin. LV4 heat preservation. LV4 looks good It looked like a beanie, but it had a bowl of cotton on the tip like a Santa hat. It's a present since it's Christmas soon. Boss suddenly stopped walking. She blinked blankly for a few seconds and then tilted her head to look at herself in the window of a shop. There was definitely a smile on her face, but only briefly. In the next moment, she clenched her teeth. She obviously looked as if she was having complicated thoughts. For a moment, I wondered if I had done something wrong, but Boss faked a smile again and looked at me. Thank you, she sounded as if there was a lump in her throat. Boss, did you do something? Beep, I received a message. Hold on a second. Captain Britain, I'll be heading home now. Hajin SSI. It was from Rachel. I replied quickly. Me too. I'll see you on Earth. With that, I asked Boss, should we head back to Earth now? It looks like today's the start of the rest day. It should take at least a week for Toma to create the system I asked for and for other players to reach the 8-3 floor. That should be enough time for me to enjoy a short vacation. Okay. Great. Then let's. No, wait. You stay here. Boss, I remembered suddenly. Now wasn't the time for this. I stopped Boss from buying the return ticket. What? I handed the VIP certificate to Boss, who was frowning. Take this and go to the Duchess, and decide which skills you're going to acquire. She should have lots of skill books with her. You need to choose at least one before I get back. It's homework. Okay, what? Who in the world gives homework to his boss? It's all because you're too difficult. Come, Spartan. I called in Spartan, who had been sitting on Boss' shoulder all this time. He headed my way reluctantly. I'll be off then. I'm gonna do a homework check when I get back, so don't slack off. Dumbfounded, Boss was at a loss for words and looked at me with blank eyes. Let's go, Spartan, to Earth. Pururu. Meanwhile, Spartan used his authority, the passage of light. A circle of light came down from the sky and surrounded me and Spartan. In it, the strange sense of returning to Earth enveloped my entire body. Chapter 198. A not-so-restful rest day 3 in Prestige, where the difference between day and night was unclear. The flow of time was still identifiable, even without the help from the magnificent invention called the clock, by the virtue of the moon-like mass up in the sky. When this mass sprinkled fragments of light on Prestige, it was daytime, but these white particles of light only signified half of a whole day. Currently, the particles were shining faintly from beneath the western horizon, so it had to be dawn. Ha! To Kinean, who hadn't slept a wink since yesterday, the dawn was rather long. She was on the third floor in essence of the Strait's hideout, lying on a bed in a room full of other guild members. She was deep in thought rather than asleep. She kept thinking about the accursed words she had heard the day before in Splendor. Hajin really came to see Kinean. Ah, hey, quiet, keep your voice down, that's still a secret. When? A while ago, when Naeun was cursed by a banshee. The moment she heard those words, she clenched her teeth. I shouldn't have trusted anyone. The ashes lying deep inside her heart had once again lit up, but at the same time, Ki Naeun realized that this wasn't a big deal, at least to them. Ah, no surprises there. Hajin isn't the type to stay still after hearing about that. So, what happened? Well, I really shouldn't talk. Anyways, that's why I'm wondering. Is it true that they used to date? Ji-yoon incited Kim Suho to speak more to lure something out of him, to simply satisfy her curiosity. I don't know exactly. Ask Naeun or Hajin directly later. Come on then, what was the point in me telling you all that? Ki Naeun didn't have the guts to call her out and complain. After that incident, she was confident that she had become more audacious, yet at that moment, all she could do was stay hidden in the shadows and listen in on them. Plus, she felt it would be strange for her to get angry when she was the one eavesdropping on them. Ki Naeun joined them a while later, pretending not to have heard anything. She tried to act normal in vain and returned to the hideout after a day of training. She then handed the prizes to Kim Youngjin. The contract was that she would yield everything she earned in the tower to them. Although Yu Yonha said that wasn't necessary, Ki Naeun did so anyways. Contrary to Ki Naeun's expectation, Kim Youngjin took a liking to the LV3 infinitely multiplying origami letter. He praised Ki Naeun in front of other guild members, saying that he now had a way to communicate even when the messenger was dead. When he put it like that, it did seem like a good item. She blamed herself for not being able to come up with a use. In any case, as a reward, she was allowed to keep the remaining items to herself. That was 6 hours ago. For 6 hours, Ki Naeun had trouble sleeping. Thoughts and anxiety drove off her sleep. According to Yi Ji-yoon, Kim Hajin had come to see her when she was unconscious and hovering between life and death. She tried hard not to think about why, because the image of him looking down on her in pity filled her with disgust and anger. Instead, she turned her train of thought to Extrazeven, the one who gave her the antidote, an old acquaintance since her days at Cube. There was something suspicious about what Yi Ji-yoon said. If what she said was true, then Yi Ji-yoon met both Kim Hajin and Extrazeven around the same time. Of course, Kim Hajin and Extrazeven should be separate individuals. But wait, Ki Naeun's eyes turned cold. Maybe that's not necessarily the case. Her gut feeling was that there was some kind of a relationship between the two. This feeling was far from logical but intense, like a sixth sense. Kuhyum. Then a noise came from the next room. It was the sound of Kim Youngjin, the most diligent and punctual member, waking up. Ki Naeun, sick and tired of her circling thoughts, also got up. Zzz. Yi Ji-yoon was sleeping in the adjacent bed. Ki Naeun stood silently and stared down at her, deep in sleep and drooling. I couldn't sleep at all because of you. What is it that you know? Ki Naeun stared at Yi Ji-yoon with cold eyes and then stopped abruptly. The Holt turned into a small propulsion which rushed to Yi Ji-yoon's cheek. Slap. ARGH. The sharp pain woke Yi Ji-yoon up. Although her consciousness was blurry, the pain was vivid. Her eyes filled with tears automatically as she grabbed her cheek and looked up at Ki Naeun. WWW what? A mosquito. A huge mosquito. You okay? Ki Naeun showed her hands. There was indeed a mosquito crushed to death. Still, it hurt her a lot. It hurt, sorry. Ki Naeun had hit her as weakly as possible, but Yi Ji-yoon still whimpered. Tears were about to flow from her eyes. All right, get up, let's go training. But Ki Naeun grabbed her wrist and pulled her up by force. Wait, Naeun. I was gonna go home during the rest day. OWW. You can't. Why do I think I taught you how to get to the 6th floor? Today, you're gonna train with me till death. Let's get stronger together. Kim Suho is waiting for us. Wait. It hurts. My wrist. It's gonna break. AAK. It has been more than 100 days since you first entered the tower. You can now acquire one skill outside the tower semi-permanently. Special skill, LV4 algorithm. Be careful, for death will rob you of your skill. System messages appeared beneath my eyelids. When I finished reading them and opened my eyes, I was already back on Earth. I was in the chameleon troop's hideout that I had personally reconstructed. Although today was a rest day, Jane and I were the only returnees. The huge lobby only contained goblins who were busy cleaning. Oh, so it's true that you can bring a skill outside. Oh, by the way, you have a mission. Hajin, a mission. I was about to call Khalifa but stopped and tilted my head to one side. Yeah, boss told me to give you one. I'm gonna go back to Geronimo and fetch it. So get ready in the meantime, Jane said, and handed me a jewel box. And what's this? Effective goods. They're valuable jewels. Can you turn them into rings or necklaces or something like that? I looked inside. There were jewels considered valuable even with current technological advancements like blood diamonds and black opals, and jewels found only inside the tower like icelite stones and fire silver stones. When did you get your hands on these? They were all super expensive. Hee, there's a reason I call myself the Phantom Thief. So, can you? I can, but what about the cost? I'm pretty expensive. Young dwarf's dexterity combined with ether which had become one with me. The precision of a machine and delicacy of a human had come together on my hands, making my craftsmanship surpass the modern era. 5%, Jane said with a trembling voice. There's about 20 of them. I'll take 4. She grabbed my wrist with a single cry. But you're rich. I can't buy things like these with money. How about just 3 then? Effective goods could only be obtained through monster hunting and quests, though in this case, Jane seemed to have stolen some from here and there. Fine, 3, Jane nodded reluctantly, but you have to do a good job. Don't worry about that. After I said goodbye to Jane, I hurried home to see her, who was both my friend and family. However, no one was home. It's only evening, so she's probably with her friends from the next block. With that in mind, I headed to YunSeo-jin's house. Tearing when I rang the doorbell. The speaker turned on. Who is it? It's me. Oh, Hajin. Who? Hajin. As expected, Evandel's noisy voice came from behind the door. I smiled and waited for YunSeo-jin to open the door. Welcome. Hajin. Evandel ran to me as soon as the door opened. Tata. She came to me in loud footsteps and hugged me right away. I picked her up as Evandel clung to me like a cicada. Hajin, long time no see. I felt warmth when I stepped into the house with Evandel. Hyun's parents were not home, for some reason. They were always busy when I was here, but YunSeo-jin, Hyun, and another friend of Evandel were there. Good timing. We were just getting ready for dinner, YunSeo-jin mentioned. I glanced at the kitchen and smiled. Luckily, the ingredients were out, but the cooking hadn't started. Hajin, were you in the tower? Evandel asked as she rubbed her cheeks against me in my arms. Yeah, so you know about the tower now. I learned about it on TV and YouTube. Aha, 2 kids and Haeyang approached me as I held Evandel in my arms. The taller was Hyun and the shorter was Jiun. I think, hello. Hello, yeah, hi. I patted them on their heads lightly and put Evandel down. Then, I headed to the kitchen. It looked like today's menu was tomahawk steak. Can you wait a little bit? I'll start cooking. I'll do it. With a smile, I picked up the knife that YunSeo-jin was about to grab and sent her back. 2 hours later, YunSeo-jin called my cooking skills fantastic. The kids were also very satisfied. They lay sprawled near the sofa due to languor after meal. But Evandel was a little different. While her friends were half asleep from eating until they were full, she watched TV and suddenly widened her eyes. I also looked at the TV. The TV show was about a festival in England which would take place during Christmas. Evandel says she wants to visit England. England. Yes, I took her with me when I went to Paris for work. It looks like she's taken an interest in traveling abroad since then. Evandel kneeled in front of the TV and watched it with sparkling eyes. England. I guess she recognizes her home instinctively. Though, I'm not sure home is the right word. Beep, I received a message and checked my smartwatch. The sender was Geronimo. It was Jane. Hajin, this time your mission as Fenrir is in England. You like England, so no problem there. Right, I smiled as soon as I read it. Perfect timing. Well then, we'll just have to go. Mid-December. Fenrir's gun was fired for the first time in nearly half a year. England's Merseyside county was practically carpet-bombed by a ferocious wolf. The power of each bullet exceeded that of a cannonball, yet the wolf's aim was as precise as ever. There, he destroyed the homes of sea monsters as easily as cutting through tofu. As usual, there were no civilian casualties or any loss of property. Other experts of the field clicked their tongues at his meticulous skill. The monsters were removed neatly, as if they had been cut out using a scalpel. Fenrir let the world know that he came back from the Tower of Wish stronger than ever. Thank you for taking on the mission. Rachel called Fenrir both as the Princess of England and as the representative of the English Royal Court Guild. Apparently, there was a subjugation mission planned out, but it was delayed in order to minimize the damage to the nearby city. Sea monsters were able to cause tsunamis, but they only did so when they were enraged, since tsunamis could destroy their homes as well. However, Fenrir didn't even give them the time to get enraged. Mechanical shooting, error-free destruction, from the start to the end. It took him only about 15 minutes to destroy their homes completely. He beat his old record. Just like Rachel, Kim Hajin had also gotten stronger in the Tower of Wish. That's what partners are for. More than that, you should be careful. England isn't as safe as the Tower. You don't have to worry. I learned a good skill. Inside the limousine heading to the English Royal Court Guild, Rachel looked out the window as she talked on the phone and discovered someone. That someone was talking on the phone just as she was. He had sunglasses on, but his silhouette was similar to that of Kim Hajin. She had run into the person she was speaking to on the phone by chance. What a coincidence. She was about to roll down the window happily when she spotted something and froze. Kim Hajin was holding hands with a child who had her blonde hair neatly tied in a ponytail. The limousine passed by them, and a familiar face was reflected in Rachel's eyes. Rachel was startled, the girl smiling next to him. The girl skipping down the street happily with one hand in Kim Hajin's hand and another hand holding an ice cream. She was also wearing a cute bunny hat. She was undoubtedly the girl that Rachel had seen 4 years ago through what she called future premonition. The limousine soon turned a corner, and the two disappeared from her view. Wait. Stop. Rachel shouted to the driver in a hurry. Kiek. The limousine stopped with a skidding sound. Stop. Kim Hajin's voice rang out from her watch as Rachel got off the car. She had just seen something and was sure that she wasn't mistaken. She hurried back towards the direction that the car had just passed by. She turned the corner to where Kim Hajin was. Stop what? Rachel SSI. Stop what? Rachel SSI. Rachel found Kim Hajin in an unfrequented alley. He was still Kim Hajin even with sunglasses on. She didn't have to check that the man in front of her was Kim Hajin because his voice matched the voice that came out of her smartwatch. However, the thing next to him was not a girl, but a puppy, a cute Pomeranian. The puppy ran towards Rachel, her golden fur fluttering in air. Kim Hajin turned around to follow her. Hey, where are you go, Rachel SSI. Kim Hajin's eyes widened and Rachel nodded at him. I passed by you in a car, so I came running. That's all Rachel could say. I see, it's nice to see you. What a coincidence. But Kim Hajin's reaction was quite dull. He didn't seem too surprised, as if he already knew that she would be here. Rachel expressed her suspicion through a different question. Excuse me, Hajin SSI, but weren't you with someone just now? With who? A child, a girl about this tall. A child, but all Kim Hajin did was tilt his head to one side casually. Was it all in my head, or did I mistake him for someone else? Poke amidst Rachel's confusion, the puppy pressed her front paws into Rachel's legs. Don't just watch, hold her. Oh, okay. Rachel did as he said. Giara. The cute puppy snuggled in her arms. Her smile was just like that of a human. Rachel patted her head and continued. I thought you left right after the mission. I stayed to watch the festival. Around that time, people were starting to gather near the alley. As the Princess of England, Rachel's popularity was unrivaled in her homeland. She couldn't be simply hanging around on the streets. I think I need to go now. As such, Rachel tried to put the puppy down. Off. But the puppy didn't want to let go of her, and Kim Hajin had to separate them personally. After removing her by force, he patted the whimpering, sullen puppy softly. Rachel spoke. Your puppy is a lot like a human. Is that so? At that moment, a limousine approached the alley. Kim Hajin smiled wryly. You should get going. It'll be a lot harder when more people get here. I'll come see you later. As the alley that was getting more and more crowded, Rachel nodded. She looked at the puppy in Kim Hajin's arms, then smiled softly at her and stepped back. Princess, oh my princess. She smiled reluctantly at the people cheering at her and got in the limousine. Then, she looked at Kim Hajin from the window. Say goodbye. Kim Hajin grabbed the puppy's hand and waved it to say goodbye. It was cute, but Rachel was quite distraught. There was no way she was imagining things, yet imagination was the only explanation for her confusion. Then I'll start the car. The limousine proceeded smoothly, and Rachel became absorbed in deep thought. Tower of Wish, at 3 p.m. today, a huge explosion erupted on the 5th floor's Northeast Gateway No. 5. This gateway was under the Guild Alliance's control under the refutable premise that if ordinary people tried to capture it, there would be countless casualties. The Guild Alliance's rule had not been challenged until now. Today, the gateway disappeared without a trace. It crumbled down to nothingness after the explosion. The Guild Alliance hurried to the scene to reveal the identity of the ruffian who had the guts to do something like this on a designated rest day. We think it was Black Lotus. What? Seriously? However, their burden was lightened as they found out that retaliation was impossible to begin with. Yes, there's no doubt about it. His symbol was on the ground, and I'm looking at it right now. Beside the crumbled gateway was the symbol of Black Lotus. Ha! Withdraw. Then, how could they stop a ranker from capturing the gateway when he alone possessed power equal to a single guild? Guild Alliance members sighed and turned around. Yes, sir, we'll head back now. Yeah, they turned around feebly. That's done. However, contrary to their expectations, the mastermind behind the attack was not Black Lotus. Rather, it was his superior, the nameless boss. She had impersonated her subordinate for his own sake. No one could imitate Fenrir because he used a gun. There was no one else that could display such terrifying power with bullets. However, Black Lotus could be imitated with a bit of effort. Boss decided to nip the suspicion that could become her subordinate's Achilles heel. Currently, there should be lots of media coverage of Fenrir's mission on Earth. So even if it was discovered that Kim Hajin was Extra Zevon, he would be Fenrir and not Black Lotus. Boss waited until the Guild Alliance members reported the explosion as Black Lotus doing and returned to Crevon on the 8th floor. Imitating the arrows of her subordinate was tiring, but she still had the homework from that cocky underling. Boss entered the Ironblood Duchess study. Soldiers, who had been guarding the study with great intensity, stepped aside like docile puppies in front of her VIP ID. Out of the many books stocked up in the study, she picked out only the skill books. It was harder than she thought. There were way too many books. Boss even banged her fist against the bookshelf out of anger in the middle, but with great perseverance, she finally managed to pick out 2 skill books. Basic Skill Acquisition Book, LV0 Magic Power Circulation, Basic Skill Acquisition Book, LV1 Magic Circuit Remodeling. They were both passive skills regarding magic power. These should be enough, thought Boss as she turned around. She couldn't help but be startled in the next moment. Someone was standing right in front of her. Hello. A woman had been standing behind her all this time without a hint of presence. Above her head were the following words: LV, Ironblood Duchess. Chapter 199, Damned Long Story, one that was close. No, she was probably still suspecting something. Evandel also became excited after seeing Rachel, and for the first time threw a huge tantrum. It seemed it was true that blood was thicker than water. In any case, I had to put in 2 days of effort to appease Evandel. I did my best to lighten up her mood with Clancy Islet's festival, made her a beautiful bracelet, using one of the jewels I got from Jane, and promised her that I would let her meet Rachel eventually. I wasn't lying. Evandel had to be revealed to the world eventually. Of course, now was still too early. But once I had the power to protect Evandel both emotionally and physically, and once Evandel had the power to protect herself, I would reveal her existence to the world. It would be wrong to waste her talent just because I was afraid of something happening to her. In the original story, Evandel had a peerless talent for stronghold defense. That shouldn't have changed in this storyline either. Today was fun, right? After our tour of England, we returned to the underground training room I set up for Evandel. Over the years, Evandel had created many spirit animals, which were now flying around the training room. Eagles, wolves, horses, hippos, a huge mystical army of animals greeted Evandel. Even at a glance, one could see that there were over 1,000 of them. However, Evandel commanded with a single flicker of her hand. Guys clickety-clack, Evandel began to mutter strange onomatopoeias. Squish, squoosh, her spirits then began to move according to the different sounds she was making. Chico, Chico, she waved her arm around like a conductor as she commanded her spirits to dance. Sparkly, sparkly, that one seemed to be an attack command as the army took on an aggressive stance. Then, they spread apart and began to charge forward at multiple angles. That's enough. Perfect score. Well done. I praised Evandel and held her up high. Evandel smiled happily in my arms. If I have my magician's hat and staff, I can command them even better. Oh, really? I made a mental note to upgrade her gear later. I looked around the training room once again. However, I didn't find any special spirits. Evandel, where's Fenrir? I couldn't find Fenrir in the Sea of Monsters, so I asked Evandel instead. Over there. Evandel pointed to the corner of the training room. I followed her finger and saw a black wolf lying by the wall. He was the only spirit animal that radiated an imposing aura. Little wolf, but when Evandel called him, he shot his eyes open and quickly ran over with his tongue out. In case it wasn't obvious, I had left Fenrir with Evandel since I knew he would be treated as equipment by the tower system. He got smaller. Otherwise. He's too big. I see. I checked Fenrir's stats. Ghost Wolf Servant High Intermediate Rank, the first servant created by the witch. Evandel. Basic stats Strength 12.15, Bite Force 12.85, Stamina 8.635, Speed 13.95, Perception 13.95, Vitality 8.85, Magic Power 9.95. The word absurd didn't even begin to describe him. If I fought him, I would surely be crushed. I wouldn't be surprised if he reached the level of the real Fenrir soon. All right, Evandel, can you play with your friends for a bit? I need to do something on the side. Okay. Evandel nodded with a cheerful smile. I smiled back and bent my knees in a sitting posture. I didn't have a chair underneath me, so my butt should have hit the ground. However, my butt safely landed on a comfy chair. Ether had moved on its own and transformed into a chair by itself. Sitting on the ether chair, I turned on my smartwatch. Then, I entered Violet Banquet. Welcome, Truth Agency's administrator. There are 77 clients eagerly waiting to hear back from you. As expected, there was a huge backlog of requests. I looked through the list. The ones that caught my attention were requests from Frost, Sanctuary, Desolate Moon, and Essence of the Straits, Yonha. I can tell Yonha that I operate the Truth Agency, right? I pondered as I checked the contents of her request. I hope you are doing well, Truth Agency Nim. I am Lady Yu. I've contacted you once before for a request. Today's request is something that is purely to satisfy my curiosity. Knowing how busy you must be, I will not take it to heart even if you decline my request. In fact, I hope you do not think I am bothering you with trifling questions. Yonha had a serious tone. It must be the clause. Respectful and polite speech may make the response quicker. But when I read the main content of her request is creator's sacred graces, YunSeo-jin, in a romantic relationship with Geronimo mercenaries, Kim Hajin. Cough. What? Is she crazy? I was dumbfounded to the point of choking on air. What strange fantasy did she have now? Telling myself to look into it later, I quickly wrote down a reply. They are certainly only neighbors. As this request is too simple, we will not accept any payment. With that, I went back to scrolling down the list. Then suddenly, a certain name shot into my eyes like a nail being hammered in. Hello, I am contacting you as the representative of Dihyun's chairman, Ki Juchul the Immortal. Aileen returned to Earth for the first time. Along with her exit from the Tower of Wish, she felt like she regained the honor and authority she had been missing for a long time. As soon as the news of her return came out, requests for interviews flooded in. After all, among the heroes who entered the Tower of Wish with the first wave of entrance tickets, Aileen was the only individual who was regarded as someone who stood at the peak of her generation. As Aileen enjoyed interviews, she partook in a public press conference proudly. She even made it a huge event on the Tower of Heroes' front lawn. Her plan was to lay out her accomplishments and showcase the rewards she got from the tower. She even made a mental note to have her hand on her waist proudly the whole time. Indeed, Aileen became the main character of the press conference, at least for the first half. We've been receiving reports that Pandemonium's infamous terrorist, Black Lotus, has also entered the tower. This man known as Black Lotus, if there is anything you know about his identity. Sir Vast Expanse has also made a comment about him. We would like to hear Miss Aileen's comment as well. However, their attention quickly turned to another player. Once again, it was Black Lotus. Feeling sour, Aileen responded half-heartedly and sent them away. Although the reporters at this press conference were all seasoned veterans, they were unable to raise any objection in front of Aileen. I'm not Black Lotus, so why are you asking me? That's it for this interview. Please go back. Please go back. With just these 3 words, the reporters all packed their belongings and got back in their cars. Annie, after the reporters left like cockroaches scurrying away, the only person left was someone that could resist her spirit speech. It was YunSeo-jin. What? Aileen glanced at her. YunSeo-jin was holding a plastic bag with tofu inside. Congrats on leaving the tower. Welcome back. HMPH. It's not like I was in jail or anything. Even as she grumbled, she took the tofu from YunSeo-jin. Annie, are you out of the tower for good or are you going back soon? I'm going back tomorrow. At first, Aileen wanted to make up an excuse and leave the tower halfway through. But after witnessing the mysterious power known as skills, and because the scale of the tower made it increasingly more interesting, she decided to climb the tower until the end. Anyways, you're here because you have something to say, right? Where do you want to go? My house or my office? Aileen asked YunSeo-jin, intending to show off her skill. Well, I don't really care either way. Okay, then let's go to my office. Aileen grabbed YunSeo-jin's hand, flustering her as it was something she wouldn't usually do. Why are you grabbing my hand all of a sudden? Aileen didn't respond. 3 seconds later, the world flipped 180 degrees and a new scenery warped around them. Aileen and YunSeo-jin were now in Aileen's office. What? Hoo-hoo, how is it? That was a skill, as I thought. It's even stronger outside the tower. Aileen was perfectly calm, unlike YunSeo-jin's panicked self. The skill Aileen used was teleport. Unlike Blink, it needed some time before activation, making it trickier to use during the heat of battle, but it was able to transport up to 2 people as well. Of course, there was the downside that it ate up more magic power, but it was a negligible amount for Aileen when she was outside the tower. A chantless teleportation spell that doesn't even need a magic circle. I was shocked when I first learned it too. Amazing. YunSeo-jin put on a face of envy. Why don't you enter the tower too? This is a great chance for you. You know why? I'm busy with my guild. Why are you sacrificing yourself for a guild? Don't be stupid. YunSeo-jin only smiled bitterly at Aileen's chastising. Anyways, why are you here? Aileen said as she sat down on her office chair. The difference in their height had been bothering her for a while, and Aileen was happy to finally do something about it. Well, I'm here to bribe you. Bribe? There are 2 kids I'm close with inside the tower. Unnie's one of the strongest people in the tower. Right, cue him. Aileen let out a dry cough and leaned against her chair. I am the strongest. Right, exactly. Aileen's lips trembled. She was indeed weak to compliments. All right, that much shouldn't be hard. One should be Kim Suho, but who's the other one? YunSeo-jin hesitated for a moment before carefully opening her mouth. Fenrir, Kim Hajin, you know him. Fenrir, I do, but I haven't run into him ever. But if you do happen to meet him, treat him well. Help him too if he's having trouble with something. Hearing YunSeo-jin's serious tone, Aileen replied confidently, I got it, trust me. After that, Aileen busily popped up here and there. As expected of someone who liked receiving attention, she threw several media events, lectures, and conferences. She was completely different than Yi Young-ha, who was quietly resting at home with his wife. In any case, after spending the night on Earth, Aileen returned to the tower. But before she had the chance to even remember YunSeo-jin's request, she was faced with a shocking piece of news. A player has entered the 8th floor. An unknown player has cursed you. A bounty has been placed on your head. Anyone who defeats you will receive 5,000 TP. 3 seconds. For 3 seconds, Aileen stood still in a daze. Then she rubbed her eyes. The system window still filled with sentences she couldn't comprehend. What bullcrap is this? Aileen spat out a curse. Tower of Wish. 83F Crevon mainland. I returned to the Tower of Wish after a 5-day vacation. Although I ended up spending an extra day outside, there weren't any dramatic changes inside the tower. It was just the news of me reaching the 8th floor that was heating up the public forum. The player on the 8th floor must be Black Lotus. Right, almost certainly. Hangul Kornyun Enus Nah. It might not be him. I heard Black Lotus and Fenrir fought each other with the latter coming out on top. Hangul Kornyun Enus What, Fenrir. What? While I was light-heartedly looking through the public forum, a strange comment caught my attention. The player's ID was Jai Super Yoon. She was spreading what she heard from Kim Suho. This girl. Was she in charge of spreading rumors? Well, it wasn't much of a secret anyways. And it was good that more and more people were perceiving Black Lotus and Fenrir as different people. You go, Ye-Jiyun. As soon as I said that, Jai Super Yoon posted another comment. Yep, Kork Hanus Fenrir is using a gun inside the tower Hangul, Kork Hyuk Hanus, Hangul, Kork Hyuk Hanus He entered through the black ticket, Kork Hanus. He seemed to have brought a gun with it. Kork Hek Hanus, he's practically a grand general inside the tower. I exited the public forum and stood in front of the Ironblood Duchess mansion. You know me, right? Of course, honored guest Kim Hajin, welcome back. Thank you. After passing by the knights guarding the entrance and walking through a beautiful garden, I entered the mansion's lobby. I first tried to locate Boss, and Ether reacted in response to my thoughts. Ether algorithm vision improvement. In an instant, my vision spread out. As my 1,000-mile eyes began to penetrate through the walls of the mansion, Ether displayed a clearer view of my target. Player Boss found. Vitality 100/100, Magic Power 100/100, Status reading a book, predicted future action 99% chance to turn the page. It was telling me all sorts of extraneous information. Interesting, I muttered inwardly as I walked up to the library upstairs. Boss, I called her with a smile. Oh, Boss glanced at me momentarily and then nodded. You're late. I ended up staying another day. For some reason, Boss seemed to be hurt. I examined her closely. As I thought, she had bruises under her left eye, above her collarbone, and near other parts of her body. Boss, did someone beat you up? Boss snickered. I've been sparring with the Ironblood Duchess recently. Ha! My jaws dropped. I couldn't understand what she was saying. Was she saying that Toma beat her up? Toma wasn't weak by any means, but she should be a few levels below Boss. Boss, how much of your stats have you recovered? About 50–60%. 50–60%. Boss was only at half of her real strength, but from the looks of it, Toma seemed to have beaten her up easily. It seemed Toma had gotten incredibly strong inside the tower. Keep up the good work. Krevon doesn't have a hideout system, but it has bonus stat boosts for sparring. Krevon was full of powerful NPCs. Naturally, there were many quests and events involving them. To fully reap the benefits of this floor, personal strength was vital. I plan on focusing on sparring for the next month. The Ironblood Duchess seems to enjoying sparring me too. Yo, at that moment, a voice calling us rang out. We turned our heads sideways and saw the Ironblood Duchess, Toma, walking towards us. She grinned. Here, it's what you asked for. I got it ready while you were back on Earth. She trudged up to me and handed over a small crystal. Oh, already, LV7 location crystal steel. It was a portable crystal steel. By infusing it with magic power, I was able to teleport to the World's End Bridge whenever I wanted. With this, I would be able to combat players trying to reach the 9th floor whenever I wanted. You should be able to reach the eastern border with this crystal. It's expensive, so don't lose it. It took 20 or 30 times the money I borrowed from you to make it. 20–30 times meant that this crystal was worth 6–9 billion won. I put the crystal steel away and tapped Toma's shoulders. Thanks. No problem. Also, you can only use it 5 times, so don't forget that. And here, Toma handed me a box that seemed even more important than the crystal steel. What's this? Half a year ago, monsters began to drop strange pieces of paper. We threw them away at first, but it just seemed too fishy. So we collected them and put them all in this box. Paper. After mulling over it for a bit, a bolt of electricity coursed through my brain. Paper. If I was right, this box had the potential to be the most precious treasure chest in the entire tower. I quickly opened it up. Item experience plus 50 coupons 11. Item experience plus 70 coupon X4. Item experience plus 100 coupon X4. LV2 consolidation coupon. LV4 skill consolidation coupon X3. LV3 skill consolidation coupon X2. Skill experience plus 30 coupon Z11. Skill experience plus 60 coupon X9. Gold mine. It was an absolute gold mine. When I saw the item description windows, I almost fainted from shock. I can't use these, but I figured you guys could. I was touched by Toma, and my body moved automatically. In the next moment, I found myself hugging Toma. Hey, are you crazy? Thanks, friend, it's hot. Toma easily pushed me away with her strength. It was like she was tossing aside a puppy clinging to her leg. Don't squeeze me if you're going to hug me. Well, you see, I've really been needing these. I still can't believe you have so many. How long were you collecting them for again? 6 months. As I was thanking her with heartfelt gratitude, I suddenly felt a sharp gaze on my back. I turned around. Boss was glaring at us with narrowed eyes. "Oh, why are you glaring?" Toma asked teasingly. Then what I couldn't understand happened. Boss flinched and looked away. "Cue him. Duchess, would you like to spar again today?" "A spar? Sure. I'd be happy to. Follow me." Boss went outside with Toma. The way they left made it look like Boss was inferior to Toma. The Guild Alliance quickly climbed the tower. The news of a player reaching the 8th floor had been the trigger. Exactly 4 days later, they attacked Castle No. 5. This time, even Aileen, YunSeo-jin, and Yi Young-ha participated in the battle. The attack was carried out under high tension due to the belief that Black Lotus might show up once again. However, it seemed it really was Black Lotus who reached the 8th floor, as he was nowhere to be seen, and the castle attack ended without anything special happening. Just like in the other castle attacks, Rachel made great contributions as an elementalist. As expected, the crystal steel that led to the 6th floor was inside Castle No. 5, as well as the essence of the sun, which Medea wanted. After giving the essence of the sun to Medea and claiming the reward, the group climbed up to the 6th floor. Players needed 100,000 performance points to reach the 6th floor, and most members of the Guild Alliance had already surpassed that number. 6F, Splendor. Immediately, they were greeted with a beautiful scenic view. Right in front of them was a wooden sign that someone seemed to have hammered into the ground. "Use this place to train." Was it some kind of a trap? Such a thought couldn't escape the minds of several Alliance members, and while they were discussing the matter, the administrator arrived to allocate them with time. Some received 6 hours, and some received 100, but the average was around 48 hours. The Alliance members pondered. Should they train here, or should they go straight to the 7th floor? Essence of the Strait, English Royal Court, Frost Sanctuary, Desolate Moon. The above 4 guilds and rankers chose to train, and other guilds and Jin alliances chose to quickly climb up. The ones who arrived on the 7th floor game center were then faced with an unbelievable sight. What? How is this possible? The hell, it's 7 poker again. Curses and cries of astonishment rang out throughout the game center. It wasn't surprising. The first-place player for most of the virtual reality games was just one person. The alias, 7 Poker, claimed the top spot for practically every game. Players suspected that it was the floor's administrator at first, but the letter P next to the name signified that it was a player just like them. It looks like Black Lotus wiped this place clean. Fucking hell. How can he be so greedy? Can't we put a bounty on his head somehow? We don't know his nickname, and even if we did, who would dare challenge him? I guess you're right. In any case, a week went by since then, and most players had run out of the time they were given on the 6th floor. After having advanced by several levels, they passed the 7th floor's game center and began to gather in 81F, Field of Trials. We just have to reach the end of this place. Currently, on 81F, a warm breeze blew above a vast field. It looks like it, Lady Aileen. Aileen's party, consisting of Jin Se-in, Aileen, Yi Young-ha, and Shin Jong-hak, were standing at the starting line. Should we divide the task somehow? Kim Suho's party, consisting of Kim Suho, Ki Naeun, Yi Yonghan, Yi Jiun, and the Furman brother and sister, suggested, we probably don't need to, just look around and see if there are any Jins nearby. Jins? Ah, right. Someone put a bounty on Lady Aileen. Jin Se-in furrowed her brows when she thought about how someone dared to target Aileen. You be quiet, like I care about some idiot putting a bounty on my A. At that moment, something caught Aileen's attention. A cute squirrel had appeared on the field. Although the squirrel was a little larger than usual, as Aileen loved cute things, she didn't suspect a thing and called the squirrel over. Come here. Little squirrel, I'll give you treats. The squirrel stared at Aileen warily, then scurried up to her. After arriving by Aileen's side, the squirrel began to act strangely. It was rubbing its hands on her pocket. Ha ha! Look, this squirrel is adorable. Aileen only found the squirrel to be cute. She didn't notice what was happening at all. Minus 30 TP, minus 40 TP, minus 20 TP, minus 30 TP. Jane, who was able to transform into an animal now, ran to Aileen as soon as she spotted her from the forest. What are you doing here? Are you hungry? Are you looking for food? Looking at Aileen, who was grinning from ear to ear, Jane thought, idiot. A happy smile emerged on Jane's face. Look, this squirrel is smiling. It must like me a lot. Should I take it in as a pet? Completely unaware that she was being robbed in broad daylight, Aileen kneeled and patted the squirrel's head. 1. It's an old tradition in Korea to eat tofu when you leave prison. Chapter 200, Damned Long Story 2. The squirrel ran around from player to player for about 5 minutes before disappearing into tall grass. Aileen looked on in disappointment as the squirrel left, but soon put on a serious face and looked out to the front. What's the plan? Aileen asked Kim Suho's party. YunSeo-jin had asked her to help out Kim Suho, but she believed he should be able to at least survive the tower stage without her babysitting him. If you really want, I can cover for. Aileen stopped in the middle as she turned her head sideways and saw Kim Suho's party. He was riding on a cool vehicle that resembled a snowmobile. It was black and golden on the surface and looked sturdy even at a glance. We have a way already. Seeing Aileen's shocked expression, Kim Suho scratched his head and explained. Looks like he's more prepared than us, Lady Aileen. Kim Suho, what's that? Where did you get it? Jin-seon expressed her surprise sincerely, and Shin Jong-hak asked enviously. I found it on the second floor. It's fine. Aileen was also envious, but she took out a small kite shield to not lose out. This is enough for us, Aileen said, as she snorted. As the spirit speech master, her confidence wasn't unfounded. This shield will become big enough to cover all of us. Her words turned fantasy into reality. The kite shield, which was only big enough to cover half of Aileen's body, suddenly enlarged. Although its weight didn't change, it had become big enough that Shin Jong-hak had to carry it instead. Also, for the next 15 minutes, this shield will block attacks lesser than my total magic power capacity, PF. Aileen was speaking seriously, but her cute manner of speech and the way her small head bobbed side to side caused Jin-seon to snicker. Jin-seon instinctively moved her hand to Aileen's head, but stopped after realizing what would happen if she really did pat her. We're going to go ahead. You guys can follow us after the first wave of attacks. After leaving behind a generous offer, Aileen moved behind the kite shield with Yangha. Yes, thank you. All right. Get ready. Us four are going to move at the same speed like one body. Understood. Aileen's party accepted Aileen's spirit speech without resistance. 3, 2, 1. After Aileen's countdown, they shot forward simultaneously. We should get ready too. Kim Suho spoke as he watched Aileen's group leave. Immediately afterwards, Vanessa Furman and Paolo Furman finished their preparation. Ki Nayan was the only one who remained quiet. Nayan, are you ready? At that moment, a wave of arrows rained down on Aileen's group. However, they were unable to penetrate Aileen's kite shield. Ki Nayan, are you still wondering who Seven Poker is? Yi Yonghan nudged Ki Nayan, who was standing in a daze. Ki Nayan snapped out and squeezed her longsword's hilt. Ha, and no, I'm just meditating to get to my peak condition. Don't lie, you weren't listening at all. I'm not lying. Plus, I think I already know who Seven Poker is. The mysterious Seven Poker had dominated most of the games on the 7th floor's game center. Ki Nayan felt like she knew his identity. In truth, it wasn't all that surprising. Seven Poker, Extra Zevon's 7, and his incredible gaming skills. With these clues, it was easy for her to guess who Seven Poker was. What Ki Nayan was pondering about was something else, the true identity of Extra Zevon. Anyways, I'm ready. Let's go. I'll protect the car properly. As soon as Ki Nayan spoke confidently, Mezai thought. A cheesy, uncomforting voice rang out next to them. Members of the Guild Alliance were here too. Kim Suho's party turned to the side. Ordinary People Alliance's Zurahan had arrived with his party. Zurahan, nice to meet you. Hero Kim Suho. Kim Suho glared at Zurahan with a sharp gaze, which Zurahan pushed back with a smiling face. Hero? What hero? Next to him, a displeased voice rang out. Although Kim Suho's party only knew him as a loud baldy, he was known by a select few as Kaita. The chameleon troop seat of silver, Yi whispered. Who are they? You don't need to know. Kim Suho's reply made Kaita frown. She doesn't need to know. Aren't you being a bit rude here? Let's get going. We don't need to trouble ourselves with these guys. Kim Suho put his foot on the accelerator. What? Where are you? Wait. Where did you guys get such a good ride? Kaita's snake-like eyes flickered with greed. Kim Suho stepped on the accelerator. The dwarven supercar shot forward, throwing dirt and pieces of grass on Kaita. Hey, you little fucker. Stop, I said stop. Kaita cursed as he yelled, shooting out a silver ray of magic power, but the dwarven supercar had far escaped his range. 3F, LV4 Bell's hideout. Jin Sahak opened her eyes, feeling hazy. To be exact, they opened regardless of her will. She couldn't bear the excruciating pain. Ha! Jin Sahak let out a cracked and barren sigh and raised her upper body. She then infused magic power into her blackened body. The magic power intertwined with the curse, burning her flesh and clotted over the surface of her skin. Jin Sahak clenched her teeth and removed what was now a thin film. The severe pain of cutting off flesh followed, but this was the only way she could survive. The least she could do to continue living was to remove the curse that was exposed outward. Jin Sahyuk fell to her knees in excruciating pain. Ayog! Sahyuk! Her comrade rushed in. Are you okay? Jin Sahyuk looked at Rumi, the woman looking at her. She wanted to say something, but her lips refused to budge. As she mumbled inaudible words, her eyes wandered to Rumi's hands. In those hands was a bowl of well-cooked rice porridge. Suddenly, fear struck Jin Sahyuk. The curse interfered with eating, so if she were to swallow that porridge, unbearable pain would strike her once again. Ah! Jin Sahyuk shook her head in fear. You have to eat to get better. No, no, Bell SSI is trying hard to make a counter-agent. No, no, Jin Sahyuk stood up in a hurry. She meant to run away but fell only after a few steps. Rumi caught her thin body, which was as light as a feather. It's okay. Don't worry. Everything will be all right. Rumi gently soothed her. Jin Sahyuk stayed still in her arms. After a short pause, there was a faint sob. It hurts so much. It'll be okay soon. Rumi was heartbroken. Jin Sahyuk, she knew, wasn't weak like this. If her injuries were normal, she would have easily overcome them with the power of her anger. If I die, you're not going to die. Who said you will? Now you should stop talking. However, she had 6 different parts of her body covered with the Banshee's curse. These curses, which were already at LV5, gave Jin Sahyuk pain greater than death. Nearly a month went by with no cure and no change for the better. To Jin Sahyuk, this month felt like a year. Over the course of this month, her strong willpower had melted away. I'm so tired, Jin Sahyuk sobbed in Rumi's arms. She was almost wailing. It's okay. Rumi clenched her teeth. She wanted to take revenge on the man who made Jin Sahyuk this way. However, she had no means of doing so. She didn't have the power to. Above all, that wasn't what Bell wanted. Ha! With a groan, Jin Sahyuk stopped trembling, but her heartbeat was still the same. She had fainted again. Rumi put Jin Sahyuk back in bed. Bell returned at that precise moment. Bell SSI. Bell looked back and forth between Jin Sahyuk lying in bed and Rumi, then smiled brightly. I think I'll be able to get my hands on the counter-agent. Around the same time, at Ironblood Duchess Mansion in Krevan, I was able to draw a conclusion after watching Boss and Toma duel. First, Boss was far greater in terms of talent and innate battle sense, but the problem was Toma's stats and use of skills, which she had accumulated and perfected over the last 4 years. Toma, who was originally the owner of Ether, was a genius when it came to utilizing her environment and tools given to her. She overwhelmed Boss with her unrivaled understanding and utilization of skills. UK, KWANG. Boss flew to the wall. Toma was using only psychokinesis, a basic skill to fight Boss. Although psychokinesis was one of the best basic skills, what was really amazing was the synergy between Toma's psychokinesis and magic power. Let's do it one more time. Boss didn't give up. Still, while the process might be a little different, the result would be the same. Boss would need at least 3 months of repeated sparring to become a match for Toma. Hum. I took my eyes off of their duel and checked my inventory. In the inventory, there were many treasures that Toma had bestowed upon me. The mere sight of them made me pleased, but I couldn't continue to simply hold on to them. I took them out without hesitation and tore them apart quickly. You used skill experience plus 30 coupon. You used skill experience plus 60 coupon. You used item experience plus 100 coupon. As a result, synthesis became LV5, extraction and permanent materialization became LV6, and my one and only special skill, algorithm, rose to LV5, upgrading Ether with advanced algorithm. Skill level 5 achieved. Challenge completed. Basic understanding of skills. All stats increased by 0.25. Finally, at last, the system I had been waiting for was unlocked. You successfully recovered your stats. Your body has perfectly adapted to the environment inside the tower. equals strength 8 stamina 7.935 speed 10.055 perception 10.355 vitality 8.00 5 magic power 4.5 equals I had fully recovered my power outside the tower. The experiences I gained inside the tower seemed to have been applied as well, as my stats were also 1.52 points higher than before. Finally. It was a long wait. The real growth would begin now. KWANG. Suddenly, there was an ear-splitting roar, and Boss fell flat on her face. Boss and Toma's second duel had ended. Hey, I called Toma. Toma tilted her head to the side and turned to look at me. What? Spar with me too? Ha! Toma stood silently for a moment and then grinned. Why so suddenly? Just because it made me feel a little uncomfortable seeing you bully Boss. Of course, that was a joke. I was used to Boss' clumsy self by now. In fact, I was too scared to deal with Boss when she was being serious. Oh yeah, then come at me. I brushed off my knees and stood up with a grin. However, Boss suddenly intervened. Stop it, Hajin. Boss looked at me with the most serious expression on her face and shook her head. I understand how you feel, but I'm okay. Ah, that's right. I forgot that she was the type of person who took jokes seriously. I'm the one who asked her for a spar. Seeing Boss' profound gaze, I nodded. Oh, okay. I then walked over to Toma. There was no need for a warm-up. We counted in silence. 1, 2, 3, first. Toma unleashed her magic power. It gathered in one place and then turned into fragments which soon formed a dome that engulfed both of us. What's the name of this skill? Dome prison. It's invincible not only against one, but also against many. Watch. With a shake of Toma's hand, several fragments of magic power, which made up the dome, flew at me. Ether responded first to the series of attacks, grabbing the fragments flying towards me, turning them into crystals, and putting them in my inventory. Oh, looks like you have a pretty cool skill too. Yup. Then, Toma rushed at me without forewarning. Her speed was difficult to perceive with the naked eye, but this time my body reacted first. KOONG. Toma's fist and my arm came into contact. It was not a movement of the body, but an operation of the machine. Ether had moved my body on its own to block Toma's attack. I stopped Toma's attack with my right arm. Less than a second had passed at this point. What came to my mind at that moment was a gun. Only if I had a pistol in my left hand upon thinking so. A handgun appeared. It wasn't a miracle or imagination. Ether had moved and brought it to me. I aimed at Toma and pulled the trigger. UK. The bullet scratched Toma's cheek. Of course, it wasn't a miscalculation on my part. Toma had just dodged at the last moment. To dodge a bullet right under her nose, she was also a monster. But I still smiled. If what I had in my hand was a shotgun, I would have one just now. I went easy on you. Yet you, Toma's kick landed on my thigh. I was horrified. It felt like my leg was about to fall out, even though Ether's automatic defense alleviated the pain as much as possible. Kiyek. Toma was about to throw me to the ground next when Spartan appeared out of the blue and wailed. What's that? Toma stopped, and I widened my eyes. This was a sign from Spartan. There are people trying to cross the bridge already. I pulled out my hood from my inventory. Come to think of it, 30-ish people came in about a week ago. Right, yeah, those guys are allied Jins. Show them who's boss. I heard they've been meddling with the locals. I held the portable crystal steel in one hand. I had already recovered from Toma's kick using the LV4 orb of regeneration. I'll be right back. I'm going now. Boss, I infused Stigma's magic power into the crystal steel. The sense of space warping embraced my entire body. World's End Bridge, the pathway to the 9th floor. The Evil Society Alliance arrived there after kidnapping and torturing several Krevon NPCs. So we have to get past here. Kim Hakpio muttered and folded his arms. World's End Bridge. The name was obviously fit for the bridge. It was so long that one couldn't see where it ended, and it looked as if flesh-eating beasts would jump out any time from the dark forest that stretched from one side of the bridge to the other. Get moving, guys. For this reason, Kim Hakpio sent the others forward first. He himself stood near the middle of the pack, safely surrounded by his subordinates. Don't be scared, nothing's gonna come out. They walked for about 5 minutes amidst Kim Hakpio's encouragement. Suddenly, a flash of light came from the other side of the sky. It soon turned into a streak of wind and headed towards them. The thing reflected in Kim Hakpio's glare was an arrow. What? His henchman magician put up a barrier in time. Tong, the arrow couldn't get past the barrier and fell on the ground feebly. It was an ordinary wooden arrow. Its cuteness made him embarrassed for getting scared for a second. Ha! Ha ha ha, what's this? This is supposed to be a trap. Kim Hakpyo picked up the arrow and showed it to his subordinates. They laughed along with him. Obviously, the 8th floor was nothing they should be scared of. Ha ha ha! Excuse me. Team leader, Silason, who was laughing alongside Kim Hakpyo, squinted as if he had discovered something. What? There's something dangling at the end of the arrow. Ha! Kim Hakpyo looked at the arrow's tail. There was a piece of paper hanging from the lower side of the arrow. What the heck is this? It looks like a message. You should open it. You do it. Kim Hakpyo had Silason do the job. He dumped what could be a trap onto his subordinate. Yes, sir. Silason unfolded the note without hesitation and tilted his head to one side at its content. This is... What? Kim Hakpyo took the note back. The note only had a single sentence. I will allow only 10 steps forward. What's this? More than that. Please look below. There's a drawing. Kim Hakpyo did as Silason said. There was a drawing of a lotus in the bottom right corner of the paper. A lotus. It's drawn with ink. Ink drawing of lotus. In other words, a black lotus. It was clear who the drawing represented. Kim Hakpyo thought for a moment. So Black Lotus was already on the verge of reaching the 9th floor. But his thought did not last long and could not change what Kim Hakpyo was about to do. Including him, there were 20 members of Evil Society Alliance with him. Up until now, they had stolen various stats, boosting items and skills from other players and NPCs. Kim Hakpyo was confident that he could win against anyone. HMPH, a mere rookie dares to be so bold. All the praises must have gotten to his head. Pride also played a big part in his decision. To retreat without even making sure the enemy was serious would hurt his pride, and even if he was, Kim Hakpyo believed he was far more experienced. Only a handful of people could look down on Kim Hakpyo in the entire world. Set up barriers in case of an attack. You know the spell, right? Yes, sir. As expected of an executive of Evil Society, he didn't gloss over any detail. Let's go. First step, second step, third step. They walked forward in a heavy state of tension. Finally, they reached the 10th step as noted in the message. Black Lotus warning was immediately proven to be true. Ki-yek! A loud cry of a bird rang out, and something black flew in from the corner of the sky. Kim Hakpyo knew that it was an arrow. As such, he was prepared to face it head-on. Barriers! A series of sturdy barriers shot up one after another at Kim Hakpyo's command. A total of 15 barriers were layered on top of each other. A mere arrow shouldn't be able to get past them all. Silason, you figure out which way that arrow came from. Kim Hakpyo was leisurely giving out the next command when he realized something had gone wrong. As the arrow drew closer, his instincts were roaring louder. Like a meteor, a trace of destruction split the dry atmosphere in half. A torrent of magic power caused the air to burn. An arrow descended downward, tearing clouds apart. His thoughts didn't last long as a streak of light fell down.